Chapter 1. The Third Prince's Journey. In the vast expanse of the Tianhuang continent, within the imperial capital of the Wu Kingdom, Tianyuan City, Yinan opened his eyes, a flicker of resignation crossing his gaze. It had been 5 days since he had traversed into this world, and during this time, he had come to understand both his surroundings and his identity, why Yinan was originally a member of the post-ADS generation in the new century, a mere cog in the wheel of society. Little did he know that one moment of closing his eyes and the next of opening them would transport him to this absurd realm. Through diligent inquiries over the past few days, he discovered that he had landed in a world amalgamated from several popular female-focused novels tales of traversing queens, reincarnated consorts, system-endowed duchesses, fortune-telling daughters of ministers, and celestial beings descended from military families. This world had indeed become a tangled mess. His identity was that of the emperor's third son, conferred the title of Qi Wang. Above him was his refined elder brother, the crown prince Yi Feng, and a formidable second brother, Wei Wang Yi Hao. Beneath him were 4 younger brothers. The fourth, Chu Wang Yi Tian the fifth, Shu Wang Yi Fei the sixth, Yi Shuai and the seventh, Yi Yuan. The sixth and seventh brothers were merely 10 and 9 years old, respectively, and had yet to be conferred titles or leave the palace. In the original narrative, the Qi Wang had developed inappropriate affections for the crown prince's consort, resulting in a tragic demise. The consequences were dire, leading to the execution of his maternal uncle, the Minister of Personnel, Tang Jia, whose entire clan was annihilated on charges of treason. Ultimately, the crown prince ascended to the throne, while the second brother, consumed by martial pursuits, vanished into the void of the Tianyan Peak, never to be seen again. The fourth brother, Yi Tan, sought refuge in a foreign land, becoming the consort of the empress of the Jin Kingdom. The fifth brother met a similar fate, while the sixth brother, though unremarkable, managed to live out his days as a benign figure. The seventh brother, having wed the celestial being from a general's family, roamed the world, while Yinan found himself at a pivotal moment, having recently been conferred the title alongside his fourth and fifth brothers, just days before the previous owner of his body had hosted numerous high-ranking officials in the Qi Wang residence. Unfortunately, after indulging in too much wine a few days prior, he had stumbled into a large tree in the courtyard and met his untimely end, leaving his body to Yinan, who now resolved the most crucial task at hand is to maintain composure and avoid any reckless actions. Reflecting upon his current situation, Yinan noted that the Minister of Personnel was his maternal uncle. Tang Tao, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, was his second uncle, Tang Hai, and an aunt had married the Grand Inspector, Xiao Yong, becoming his lawful wife. This family was comprised entirely of civil officials, lacking any military authority. He pondered how the original owner had dared to contend with the crown princean inscrutable mystery. The crown prince not only had a traversing mother, but also a grand uncle who was a general and minister of war, a noble grandfather, and a prodigious uncle who, at the age of 18, had claimed victory in battle, currently commanding 100,000 troops on the frontier. The crown prince's position was exceedingly secure as long as he did not act foolishly or lose his composure. No one could usurp his claim to the throne. For now, I must bide my time, ensuring that my fate remains in my own hands. Whether I ascend to the throne is of little consequence. My priority is to survive. In my previous life, I toiled like a beast, yet in this life, I have a promising start, at the very least free from the struggles of mere subsistence. I must remain inconspicuous, avoid drawing hatred, and live as a mere shadow, Yinan resolved, subsequently reviewing his current assets, a palace granted by his father, the emperor, and a treasury of 100,000 taels of silver, also bestowed by the emperor. 3 royal estates, bestowed by the emperor, an inn, gifted by my maternal uncle, and a business provided by my second uncle. Additionally, there are the housewarming gift from officials over the past few days, amounting to several tens of thousands of taels. Not too shabby. Host detected. The Wealth God system is activated. Wealth God system number 1000086 at your service. The Wealth God system, a system. It truly exists. My earthly father loves me. After a moment of exhilaration, Yinan cautiously inquired, "System, are you still there?" "Indeed, Wealth God system number 1000086 at your service, that it's really here." "Ha ha, I finally have a system. Come, dear one, enlighten me on your functions. This system is the subsystem 1000086 of the wealth god system, which integrates both storage and a marketplace. Within this system, you may deposit any surplus wealth, earning a monthly interest of 10%. You may also select goods from the marketplace at reasonable prices, ensuring fairness for all. Additionally, this system offers lending services at a monthly interest rate of 20% with no deceit involved. 20% monthly interest? Isn't that illegal? You may choose not to borrow. The system guarantees that all lending operations comply with the celestial regulations, free from fraud. Very well, I shall deposit 100,000 taels. Detecting 100,000 taels in the royal treasury. Would you like to deposit this into the system? Yes, deposit it. Confirmed. The funds have been deposited. Host: Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty. Age: 17 years. Wealth: 100,000 taels of silver. The level 1 marketplace has been activated. Welcome, esteemed host. Yes. Open the marketplace. I wish to see what I can purchase with 100,000 taels. Level 1 marketplace inventory. Wooden horse cow similar to Li Chuangang's. 100,000 taels sword cottage similar to Jian Zhihuang's. 100,000 taels 12 peach blossom. Flying swords similar to Deng Tai's. 100,000 taels golden light spell similar to Zhang Zhui's. 90,000 taels chi body source flow similar to Zhang Huai's. 90,000 taels. Divine machine refined similar to Ma Xianhong's. 50,000 taels Italian cannon similar to Li Yunlong's. 200 taels great snow dragon rider similar to Bai Liang's. 100 taels. Rice. 1 ton for 10 taels purified water. 10 tons for 1 tael. A.S. Yinan gazed upon the extensive array of goods in the marketplace, which spanned thousands of pages, from the grand wooden horse cow to the humble screw. He exclaimed, "System, reveal the most expensive item available in the level 1 marketplace that I can purchase." The most costly item in the level 1 marketplace is the Void Gate, priced at 10 billion taels of gold, allowing traversal to other level 1 worlds, with each journey costing 1 billion taels of gold. Traversing to other worlds? Only level 1 worlds. Are there other tiers of worlds, then? How many levels are there in total? Your rank is too low. The system declines to answer. Well, Yinan was left speechless. Forget it. The more I look, the more frustrated I become. I shall acquire a chi body source flow. By the way, if I merge with the chi body source flow, will my true energy vanish? After all, I am a 4th tier master. The system will automatically modify the chi body source flow, transforming it into the true chi version of the chi body source. In essence, once you have fused with the chi body source flow, your true chi theoretically becomes limitless. However, the amount of true chi you can output will still be at the 4th tier stage and will not increase merely due to the fusion with the chi body source flow. Its potency will remain at the 4th tier as well. The Tianhuan continent is regarded as a realm of advanced martial arts, where practitioners are categorized into 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. Upon breaking through to the 10th tier, one is expelled from the world, a phenomenon known as ascension. Why Yinan possesses commendable aptitude, and with the extensive resources provided by the royal family, he has reached the 4th tier by the age of 17. Yet he still cannot keep pace with Prince Wei Yihao, who is not an ordinary individual. At merely 18 years of age, Yihao has already attained the 7th tier. It is well known that as martial artists progress, the path becomes increasingly arduous. So Yihao's achievements at such a young age highlight his extraordinary talent. He is heralded as the most gifted individual in the 600 years of the great martial nation. Let the fusion commence. The host consumes 90,000 taels of silver. The chi body source flow is currently fusing. Yinan felt his dantian expanding continuously. Initially, he could still sense its presence, but soon it began to fade from his awareness, causing a sudden wave of panic. System, you are not going to completely eliminate my dantian, are you? It is merely expanding. Your dantian has now reached the limits of the 1st tier world. Henceforth, your cultivation will solely depend on the output of true chi, and you will no longer encounter bottlenecks in your training. Reaching the required true chi output will lead to upgrades. That's a relief. Yinan responded with a sigh of relief. Chapter 2. The Quartz Dynamics. Just as Yinan completed the fusion of the chi body source flow, a knock sounded at the door. Your Highness, Lord Sun requests an audience. Come in. Yinan replied. I report to your Highness, Lord Sun Chuanfu is outside seeking an audience. Sun Chuanfu? A plump visage flashed through Yi Nan's mind, always adorned with a smile no matter whom he encountered. Do you know what he wants? He claims to have news regarding the matter you instructed him on a few days ago. Let him in, yes. This Sun Chuanfu is the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue, holding a fifth-rank official position. A fortnight prior, following Yi Nan's ascension to royalty, Sun Chuanfu promptly pledged his allegiance. He is known for his adept handling of affairs and perpetually wears a jovial expression. However, in the original narrative, this individual is infamous for his ruthless nature, being dubbed the Smiling Tiger. Despite this, he is unwaveringly loyal to the original protagonist. Originally a farmer's son, Sun Chuanfu's family had sacrificed greatly to support his education 0.5 years ago. While en route to the capital for examinations, he fell victim to bandits, sustaining severe injuries. The original protagonist fortuitously saved his life during his travels. In the subsequent spring examinations, he received exceptional care, and Sun Chuanfu ultimately excelled, ranking second in the imperial examination. Although his talent was slightly inferior to that of the third-place candidate, Zhang Zhong, due to Sun Chuanfu's corpulence and less striking appearance compared to the handsome Zhang Zhong, he was adjusted to the second position, thus experiencing a fortunate turn of events. Following this, Sun Chuanfu spent over a year at the Hamlin Academy and, leveraging connections through the original protagonist's maternal uncle, he advanced to the Ministry of Revenue, rising to the position of Undersecretary within 3 years. As a staunch member of the Qi Party, in the original narrative, Sun Chuanfu ultimately became the financial steward of the Qi Party in court. This moment, a rather portly figure, standing over 7 feet tall, entered through the doorway. This was Sun Chuanfu. He respectfully greeted Yi Nanhang, saying, "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Qi King. Have you made any progress? Your Highness, the matter you asked me to investigate regarding the Ministry of Works Deputy Minister Wang Lei's alleged embezzlement of funds for the repair of the Lijiang River has been thoroughly clarified. Wang Lei has embezzled no less than 1,000,000 taels in repair funds, and the evidence is irrefutable. Although Wang Lei outwardly appeared to be a steadfast member of the Crown Prince's faction, he was in fact secretly aligned with the fifth prince, Yi Fei. Do you know where these funds have gone?" Yi Nan inquired. Wang Lei deposited these funds into 7 different banks, 3 of which belong to the Huainan faction, while the other 4 are associated with the 4 prominent families of Zhongzhou. This fellow. Your Highness, shall we take action during tomorrow's court session? Sun Chuanfu asked. Let's wait a while longer. I have a feeling that things are not as straightforward as they seem. Return and inform my second uncle to halt all actions against Wang Lei. Provide a copy of the information we possess to the censorate, and let us observe how events unfold. Sun Chuanfu gazed at Yi Nan in surprise. What? Is there an issue? No issues at all. I shall attend to it immediately. After Sun Chuanfu departed, Yi Nan began to contemplate the political landscape of the court. Currently, there were 4 factions in the court. The most formidable was undoubtedly the Imperial Party, with 3 of the 6 ministers being loyalists of the emperor, namely Minister of Rights Kong Ru, Minister of Works Shang Xian, and Minister of Justice Ma Xueli. The second faction was the Crown Prince's faction. Aside from his uncle, Shui Wenjing, who was the Minister of War, his maternal uncle commanded an army of 100,000 as the general of the Eastern Front, Shui Su. His maternal grandfather was also the sworn brother of the late emperor, Duke Xueli, while his mother, the Empress Shui Qian, was a formidable figure in her own right, a true powerhouse among women. The mere thought of this made one's scalp tingle. The Crown Prince had amassed every conceivable advantage, leaving little room for defeat. The third faction was the Huainan faction, led by the Chancellor. This faction has long dominated the civil servant group. Although only one of the 6 major ministers, Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhei, was affiliated with them, they had solidified the wealthiest region of Dou, Huainan, into an impenetrable stronghold, serving as the kingdom's treasury. Even the Emperor Yizhan occasionally had to heed the Huainan faction sentiments. This faction remained neutral, showing no favoritism towards any prince. Lastly, there was Yinan's Qi Wang faction, led by Minister of Personnel Tang Tao, with Deputy Minister of Revenue Tang Hai as his aide, alongside various local governors. Lacking military power and financial resources, he was at a loss as to how the original owner of his body had dared to vie for the throne. Rank 5th was the 5th prince, Yi Fei. While his influence in the court was negligible, His maternal family was a leading sect in the martial world of the With-Flowing Cloud sect. The sect's leader was Yi Fei's maternal grandfather, Xiao Tianxi, a pinnacle expert at the ninth tier on the verge of ascension. The Flowing Cloud sect boasted several ninth-tier elders, with numerous disciples at the 8th and 7th tiers. After the original master was sacrificed to the heavens by the Crown Prince, the fifth son had nearly succeeded several times. The primary obstacle was the overwhelming strength of the Luyun sect. Had it not been for the imperial family's urgent deployment of their resources, coupled with the fifth son's reckless blunders that provoked the second son, Yi Hao, who retaliated with great fury and eliminated Xiao Tianxi, the fifth son might have truly triumphed. At this stage, it is imperative to bide one's time, remain inconspicuous, and accumulate wealth, while setting modest objectives for oneself, he mused. Gradually developing, I shall astonish everyone. System, place an order for 50 great snow dragon riders. Understood, host. Order placed for 50 great snow dragon riders. Total expenditure, 5,000 taels. Remaining balance, 5,000 taels. Money truly does vanish swiftly. By the way, what is the exchange rate of gold to silver? 1:10. 1 tael of gold exchanges for 10 taels of silver. Furthermore, once the host expenditure reaches 100,000 taels of silver, the system will unlock the shop feature, enabling the host to sell surplus items in the system. Marketplace. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This means I can clandestinely amass wealth while remaining low-key. This feature is splendid. However, should the host sell any items, the system will charge a 30 transaction fee. That's outrageous. Such a high fee. Yinan exclaimed excitedly. Jumping up, the system is fair to all. Damn it. Enough of this. The more I ponder, the more infuriating it becomes. Where are my great snow dragon riders? The great snow dragon riders are in the host system space and can be deployed at any time. The deployment range is a 20-kilometer radius centered on the host. Deploy them in the Chilan Valley at the Great Eastern Mountain, east of the capital, in 2 hours. Understood. After speaking, Yinan called out, "Come in." A young man dressed as a guard entered and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Please command me." "Your Highness, Xiao Kuan, take my token to Chilan Valley at the Great Eastern Mountain. There's a troop of cavalry there. Find a way to bring them into the royal residence in batches, discreetly, without drawing attention." "Go now, certainly." The guard took the token and turned to leave. Yinan had exchanged for the most basic squad of great snow dragon riders, consisting of one captain at the 5th level and the others at the 4th level. They were also trained in combined battle formations. When 50 individuals executed their formation, they could rival those of the 6th level, which would suffice for home defense for the time being. A splendid spectacle awaits tomorrow's court assembly, Yinan thought to himself. Chapter 1. The Third Prince's Journey in the Desolate Land of the Tianhuan Continent, within the Kingdom of Wu, in the capital city of Tianyuan. At the residence of the Qi Wang, Yinan opened his eyes, a hint of resignation flickering within. 5 days had passed since his unexpected arrival in this absurd world, during which he had come to comprehend both his surroundings and his identity. Yinan, originally a member of the post-80s generation in the new century, found himself transported to this bewildering realm simply by closing and reopening his eyes. Through his inquiries over the past few days, he discerned that he had landed in a world amalgamated from various female-centric novels, tales of traversing queens, reborn consorts, system-endowed duchesses, fortune-telling daughters of ministers, and the divine offspring of generals. This world had become a chaotic emlang. His identity here was that of the third son of the emperor, bestowed the title of Qi Wang. He had an elder brother, the refined and graceful crown prince Yufeng, and a second brother, the formidable Wei Wang Yihao. Below him were 4 younger siblings: the 4th, Chu Wang Yitian; the 5th, Shu Wang Yifei; the 6th, Yi Shuai; and the 7th, Yi Yuan. The 6th and 7th brothers, aged 10 and 9 respectively, had yet to be conferred titles or leave the palace. Yinan, having inherited the original character's inappropriate affections for the crown princess wife, met a grim fate, as one might anticipate. He perished tragically, along with his maternal uncle, the Minister of Personnel, Tang Jia, whose entire clan was executed for treason. Ultimately, the crown prince ascended the throne, while the second brother became engrossed in martial arts, vanishing into the void of the continent's highest peak, the Tianyan Peak. The 4th brother, Yi Tian, departed to another nation, becoming the consort of the empress of the Jin kingdom, while the 5th brother met a similar fate, with his entire family ascending to the heavens. the sixth brother, lacking in both literary and martial prowess, ultimately found a peaceful end, becoming a mascot and a spiritual leader. The seventh brother married the divine offspring of a general and embarked on a journey across the world. Yinan's arrival occurred at a pivotal moment, just days after the fourth and fifth brothers had been granted their titles and established their residences. The original character had hosted numerous banquets for high-ranking officials. But a few days prior, he had consumed too much wine, lost his footing, and collided with a grand tree in the Chi-Wang residence, leading to his demise. Consequently, Yinan had taken possession of this body. Now, his foremost task was to maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. He contemplated the current circumstances in his mind. The Minister of Personnel was his maternal uncle, Tang Tao, while the Deputy Minister of Revenue was his second uncle, Tang Hai. Additionally, a younger aunt had married the Grand Inspector, Zhao Yang, and was his lawful wife. The family was composed entirely of civil officials. Devoid of any military power, how had the original character mustered the courage to contend with the Crown Prince? It was perplexing. The Crown Prince not only had a traversing mother, but also a maternal uncle who was a general and the Minister of War, a noble grandfather, and a talented younger uncle who, at 18, had vanquished foes and seized flags, now commanding 100,000 troops at the frontier. The Crown Prince's position was unassailable. As long as Yinan refrained from causing trouble and remained composed, no one could usurp his throne. At this stage, the prudent course of action was to cultivate oneself discreetly, ensuring that his fate remained in his own hands. Whether or not he ascended to the throne was inconsequential. Survival was paramount. Having lived a life of servitude in his previous existence, he now found himself in a promising position at the very least. He need not struggle for basic sustenance. He resolved to endure, avoiding enmity, and to maintain a low profile, becoming a mere shadow in this intricate world. Yinan set a personal goal for himself. Subsequently, he assessed his current assets: 1 royal residence, bestowed by his father, the emperor, 100,000 taels of silver. Also a gift from his father, 3 royal manors, graciously given by the emperor, 1 tavern, courtesy of his maternal uncle, and a trading firm. A present from his second uncle. Additionally, the relocation gifts from officials over the past few days amounted to several tens of thousands of taels. Quite impressive. Upon detecting the host, the Wealth God system was activated. Wealth God system number 1000086 at your service. The Wealth God system? A system truly exists. My earthly father cherishes me. After a moment of exhilaration, Yinan cautiously inquired, "System, are you still there?" "Indeed, Wealth God system number 1000086 at your service. It's really here, ha ha ha. I too possess a system now. Come, my dear, introduce your functions. This system is the Wealth God subsystem number 1000086. A fusion of storage and marketplace functionalities. Within this system, you may deposit your excess wealth, earning a monthly interest of 10%. Furthermore, you can select desired items from our marketplace, with fair pricing and no deceit. Of course, this system also offers lending services at a monthly interest rate of 20%. With absolute integrity. 20% monthly interest? Isn't that illegal? You may choose not to borrow. The system guarantees that all lending operations adhere to celestial regulations and are devoid of fraud. Alright then, let me deposit 100,000 taels. Detected, 100,000 taels of silver in the royal residence. Would you like to deposit it into the system? Yes. Confirmed, the silver has been deposited. Host, Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty. Age, 17 years. Wealth, 100,000 taels of silver. The first level marketplace has been activated. Welcome, esteemed host. Yes. There's a marketplace. Open it. I wish to see what I can purchase with 100,000 taels. First level marketplace catalog. Wooden horse bull, similar to Li Chuangang's 100. 000 taels sword lodge, similar to Jian Jiuhuang's 100. 000 taels 12 peach blossom flying swords, similar to Ding Tai's 100. 000 taels. Golden light charm, similar to Zhang Jiwei's 90. 000 taels chi body source flow, similar to Zhang Huai's 90. 000 taels. Divine mechanism refined, similar to Ma Xinhong's 50. 000 taels. Italian cannon, similar to Li Yunlong's 200 taels each. Great snow dragon rider, similar to Bei Liang's 100 taels each. Rice, 1 ton 10 taels. Pure water, 10 tons 1 tael. Gazing upon the vast array of products in the marketplace, which spanned several tens of thousands of pages, Yinan was astonished to find everything from wooden horse bulls to screws available for sale. System. Among the items in the first-level marketplace, what is the most expensive one I can purchase? Reveal it to me. I wish to behold it. The most expensive item in the first-level marketplace is the Void Gate, priced at 10 billion taels of gold. It allows one to traverse to other first-level worlds. With each crossing costing 1 billion taels of gold, one can travel to other worlds? Just first-level worlds? Are there other levels of worlds? How many levels are there in total? Your level is too low. The system refuses to respond. Yinan felt a surge of frustration. Forget it. I won't look anymore. The more I read, the angrier I become. Bring me the chi body origin flow. By the way, if I integrate the chi body origin flow, my true energy won't disappear, will it? After all, I am a 4th-tier expert. No, the system will automatically modify the chi body origin flow, transforming it into a true energy version of the chi body origin flow. This means that after you merge with the chi body origin flow, your true energy will theoretically become limitless. However, the amount of true energy you output will still remain at the 4th-tier level and will not increase merely because you have merged with the chi body origin flow. Its power will also remain at the 4th-tier level. The Tianhuang continent can be considered a realm of advanced martial arts, where warriors are categorized into 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Once one breaks through to the 10th tier, they will be expelled from the world. A phenomenon known as ascension. Yinan possesses decent talent, having reached the 4th tier at the age of 17, thanks to the abundant resources provided by the royal family. Yet, he still cannot catch up with Prince Yihao, who is not an ordinary individual. At just 18, Yihao has already attained the 7th tier. It is well known that the higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to cultivate. Thus, reaching the 7th tier at such a young age is a terrifying feat. Yihao is hailed as the most gifted individual in the 600 years of the great martial nation. Integrate. The host consumes 90,000 taels of silver, merging with the chi body origin flow. Yinan felt his dantian expanding continuously. At first, he could still sense the presence of his dantian, but soon it began to fade from his perception, causing a sudden wave of panic. System, you won't make my dantian disappear, will you? It is merely expanding. Your dantian has now reached the limit of a 1st-tier world. From now on, as long as you cultivate the output of true energy, you will no longer encounter any bottlenecks in your training. Once your true energy output reaches a certain level, you will be able to upgrade. I'm relieved it hasn't disappeared. Yinan replied, feeling a sense of lingering apprehension. Chapter 2. The court's dynamics. Just as Yinan had completed the fusion of his chi body source, a knock echoed from outside the door. Your Highness, Lord Sun requests an audience. Let him in, Yinan replied. Your Highness, Lord Sun Chuanfu is outside seeking an audience. Sun Chuanfu. A plump face flashed through Yinan's mind. He was always wearing a cheerful smile, regardless of whom he encountered. Do you know the purpose of his visit? It is said that there has been progress regarding the matter you instructed him about a few days ago. Let him in. Yes, Your Highness. Sun Chuanfu served as the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue, holding a 5th-grade official position. Half a month prior, following Yunan's ascension to kingship, Sun Chuanfu promptly pledged his allegiance. He was a smooth operator, always presenting a jovial demeanor. However, in the original narrative, he was known for his ruthlessness, a notorious smiling tiger. Yet, he remained fiercely loyal to the former protagonist. Originally a farmer's son, Sun Chuanfu's family had sacrificed greatly to finance his education. 5 years prior, while en route to the capital for examinations, he was ambushed and gravely injured. The protagonist fortuitously encountered him during his travels and saved his life. Subsequently, during the spring examinations, the protagonist took special care of him, and Sun Chuanfu exceeded expectations, securing the 2nd place in the top tier. Although his academic prowess was slightly inferior to that of Zhang Zhong, who ranked 3rd, Sun Chuanfu's portly appearance and lack of the stately demeanor of Zhang Zhong resulted in his elevation to 2nd place, a case of misfortune turning into fortune. After spending over a year at the Hanlin Academy, leveraging the connections of the protagonist's maternal uncle, he moved to the Ministry of Revenue, ascending to the position of Undersecretary within 3 years. As a steadfast supporter of the Qi faction, Sun Chuanfu ultimately became the financial backbone of the faction within the court. At that moment, a man over 7 feet tall and somewhat plump walked through the door. This was Sun Chuanfu. He bowed and addressed Yinan. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Qi King. Have you made any progress? Your Highness, regarding the case of Wang Lei, the Deputy Minister of Works, whom you instructed me to investigate for embezzling funds for the Li River embankment, I have ascertained the details. Wang Lei has embezzled no less than 1 million taels in total, and the evidence is irrefutable. Wang Lei, the deputy minister of works, outwardly appeared to be a staunch supporter of the crown prince, yet privately, he was affiliated with the fifth prince, Yi Fei of Shu. Do you know where these funds have gone? Yinan inquired. The funds were deposited by Wang Lei in 7 different banks, 3 of which belong to the Huainan faction, and the remaining 4 are associated with the 4 great families of Zhongzhou. Ah, this fellow. Your Highness, shall we take action during tomorrow's morning court? Sun Xuanfu asked. Let us wait a while longer. I have an inkling that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Return and inform my maternal uncle that all actions against Wang Lei are to be suspended. We shall provide the information we have to the Board of Censors and observe the developments. Sun Xuanfu looked at Yi Nan in slight surprise. What? Is there a problem? No problem at all. I shall attend to it immediately. After Sun Xuanfu departed, Yi Nan began to contemplate the dynamics within the court. Currently, there were 4 factions at play, the most formidable being the imperial faction. Among the 6 ministers, 3 were loyal to the emperor, namely, Minister of Rights Kong Ru, Minister of Works Cheng Xian, and Minister of Justice Ma Xueli. The second in rank is the princely faction. Apart from his uncle, Shui Wenjing, who serves as the Minister of War, his maternal uncle, General Shui Su, commands an army of 100,000 at the Eastern Front. His grandfather is none other than Shui Li, the sworn brother of the late emperor and duke of protecting the nation. His mother is none other than the empress. Shui Qian, a formidable figure in her own right, particularly celebrated in the realm of female-oriented narratives. Just contemplating this lineage sends shivers down one's spine. The crown prince has accumulated every conceivable advantage, making his defeat nearly inconceivable. Ranking third is the Huainan faction, led by the chancellor. This group has long dominated the civil official corps. Although only one member holds a significant position, the Minister of Revenue, Zhao Wenhai, they have consolidated the wealthiest region of the Great Wu Kingdom, Huainan, into an impenetrable stronghold, serving as the kingdom's treasury. Even the mighty Emperor Yizhen must occasionally heed the Huainan faction's whims, as they remain neutral, showing no favoritism towards any of the princes. Fourth is the Qi Wang faction, led by the Minister of Personnel, Tang Tao, with Tang Hai, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, providing support, along with several local governors. Lacking military power and possessing limited financial resources, it is a mystery how the original owner possessed the audacity to contend for the crown. Fifth in rank is the 5th prince, Yi Fei. His influence at court is negligible, yet his maternal family is a prestigious martial sect, the Lu Yun sect, with its master being Yi Fei's grandfather, Xiao Tianci, a peak 9th-tier master on the verge of ascension. The sect boasts several 9th-tier elders, with numerous disciples at the 8th and 7th tiers. After the original owner was sacrificed by the crown prince, Yi Fei had several near successes, primarily due to the overwhelming combat prowess of the Lu Yun sect. Had the royal family not urgently mobilized their resources and Yi Fei not made several blunders, provoking the second prince, Yi Hao, who subsequently obliterated Xiao Tianci, he might have truly succeeded. At present, the strategy is to develop cautiously, remain low profile, accumulate wealth, and set modest goals for oneself, gradually evolving to astonish everyone. System, place an order for 50 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Understood. Host. Order placed for 50 Great Snow Dragon Riders, totaling an expenditure of 5,000 taels, balance, 5,000 taels. Truly, money dissipates quickly. By the way, what is the exchange rate for gold to silver? It is 110, where 1 tael of gold converts to 10 taels of silver. Moreover, once the host expenditure reaches 100,000 taels of silver, the system will activate the shop function, allowing the host to sell excess items in the system mall. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I could have made a fortune unnoticed, developing cautiously. This function is splendid. However, once the items listed for sale are sold, the system will charge a 30% transaction fee. That is outrageous. Such a hefty fee. Yinan exclaimed in excitement. The system is fair and just. Curse it. Enough of that. The more I think, the angrier I get. Where are my great snow dragon riders? They are in the host system space and can be deployed at any time, within a 20-kilometer radius centered around the host. They will be deployed in the Qilin Valley at the eastern Dadong Mountain 2 hours from now. Very well. After saying this, Yinan called out, "Bring forth someone." A young man dressed as a guard entered and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" Xiao Kuan. Take my token to the Qilin Valley and the Great Eastern Mountain. There is a troop of cavalry there. Devise a means to bring them into the royal palace in batches, discreetly, and without drawing attention. Go. The guard accepted the token and turned to leave. Yinan had exchanged for the most basic unit of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, consisting of a captain at the 5th tier and others at the 4th tier. They possessed the techniques of formation combat, and 50 of them could contend with 6th tier opponents. This should suffice for guarding the premises for the time being. Tomorrow's court session promises to be quite a spectacle, Yinan mused. Chapter 3. The morning court the following day, at the hour of the rabbit. The maid Qiu Qiu roused the slumbering Prince Yinan, announcing that it was time for court. Alas, this wretched feudal society. While it spares us the struggle for basic sustenance, the hour of court is truly inhumane. Yinan muttered with discontent. Qiu Qiu lowered her head, pretending not to hear. Come now, prepare yourself for the day. With a wave of her hand, a dozen maids entered the room in an orderly fashion to assist Yinan in his morning routine. After washing his face and donning his court attire, Yinan made his way to the entrance of the palace, where his ceremonial procession awaited him. The prince's carriage was drawn by 4 magnificent, snow-white steeds. In the Great Wu dynasty, the emperor traveled in a 6-horse carriage, the crown prince in 5, and the princes in 4. Let us be off, Yinan declared as he entered the carriage. The coachman set the carriage in motion toward the imperial city. The journey was relatively smooth. The Qi prince's residence was not far from the imperial city, typically a journey of merely 15 minutes. However, today marked the monthly Grand Court Assembly, requiring all officials of the 5th rank and above to attend. If they did not depart early, the Zhuke Avenue would be choked with traffic. Though Zhuke Avenue spanned 16 zhang in width, the throngs of people made it feel narrow. Generally, minor court assemblies convened at the Yingxia Hall, while grand assemblies were held at the Taiji Hall. Today, fortune smiled upon them as they soon arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city. Upon disembarking, Yinan spotted his brothers, the 2nd and 4th princes, who had already arrived. Stifling a yawn, he greeted them. Good morning, 2nd brother, 4th brother, 3rd brother. Did you not sleep well last night? Inquired the exceptionally handsome 4th prince, Yi Tian. Among the brothers, he possessed the most striking appearance. Although each brother had his own merits, he seemed to embody all their virtues, akin to a Ferrari among men, inciting envy in all who beheld his countenance. The original tale noted that due to his outstanding looks, the noble young ladies of the capital flocked to him. And it was only upon his selection for a political marriage that he found peace. Do not mention it. I dreamt the entire night, waking 3 or 4 times, which was utterly exhausting. What sort of dream? Surely, 3rd brother, it was not a romantic dream? A tall, somewhat youthful figure approached, jokingly interjecting. This was the 5th prince, Yi Fei, of the Lu Yun sect. As he walked, he teased, Brother, do I still need to dream of romance? Yinan rolled his eyes in response. Enough chatter. Everyone is here. Let us proceed inside. The 2nd prince, Yu Hao suggested. As princes, they were not required to wait for the palace gates to open. A small door beside the main entrance was designated for urgent matters during the night. The brothers typically entered through this smaller passage for morning court. Upon entering, they made their way toward the Taiji Hall. The 6th and 7th princes, being younger and residing in the palace without titles, were not required to attend court proceedings. The princes who had reached the age of 16 were expected to gain experience within the court. The crown prince resided in the Eastern Palace, which was already within the imperial city. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Taiji Hall, where Crown Prince Yi Feng awaited them. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince. The brothers bowed in unison. I have told you countless times, there is no need for excessive formality in private. Yi Feng admonished. Rituals must not be neglected, replied the 2nd prince. Such a traditionalist. Yinan whispered softly, prompting Yi Hao to cast him a sharp glance. Yinan instinctively recoiled, fully aware that Yu Lao Heir was prone to violence when provoked. The original owner had often undergone Yi Lao Heir's unique form of education. It was not only Yi Nan who suffered. Apart from the Crown Prince Yi Feng, several other brothers had also felt the sting of his hand, including the younger ones, Yi Lu and Yi Qi. Enough, the court assembly is about to commence. Everyone, quiet down, Yi Feng commanded. Indeed, moments later, the sound of a whip echoed in the distance, signaling the commencement of the assembly. After a few heartbeats, the gates of the imperial city slowly creaked open, revealing 2 rows of officials entering in formation, followed by the grand entrance of the Taiji Hall. A few individuals entered the hall first. Unlike the smaller assemblies where they would wait in the side chambers if they arrived early, for the grand assembly, they remained at the entrance. Leading the civil officials was the chancellor, Yang Ping, a man of approximately 50 years. who had risen from the position of a county magistrate to the chancellorship over the course of 25 years since the reign of the previous emperor. His ascent underscored not only his formidable connections but also his considerable capabilities. At the forefront of the military officials stood Shui Wenjing, the crown prince's uncle. A formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, his mastery of military strategy was unmatched. He had once held off a marauding force of 100,000 with a mere 3,000 men, even taking the enemy leader's head amidst the chaos. A staunch royalist and childhood friend of Emperor Yizhen, he had earned the emperor's trust and was appointed as the Grand General and Minister of War, overseeing the nation's military forces. Before long, all present in the Tai Chi Hall found their respective positions, settling into silence as they awaited the emperor's arrival. His Majesty approaches. As Yizhen, clad in ceremonial robes, strode toward the dragon throne with an imposing presence, the officials bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." "Gentlemen, please rise," Yizhen replied. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We are here to report. Your Majesty, all taxes for this year have been collected, totaling 33 million taels of silver. The military expenditures are projected at 30 million taels, the Ministry of Works at 15 million taels, official salaries at 13 million taels, the royal family at 10 million taels, and an emergency reserve for disaster relief at 30 million taels, with an internal treasury reserve of 10 million taels," announced Tang Hai, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, stepping forward. "The Treasury's expenditures are of utmost importance. We must exercise extreme caution. The proposal should first be presented to the cabinet for deliberation. Any unnecessary expenses must be eliminated, and a detailed proposal drafted for submission," Yizhen instructed. "Understood," Tang Hai replied. "Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Shiliang desires to form a marital alliance with our great Wu. Their crown prince, Dan Tai Ming, seeks a legitimate consort from among our princesses," an official from the Ministry of Rights reported. "Your Majesty, how could our princess marry the prince of such a small nation? The Kingdom of Shiliang is utterly delusional," exclaimed the 5th brother, Yi Fei, unable to restrain himself. "Crown Prince, what is your perspective? After all, it is your sisters they are seeking to wed." Yi Zhen turned to Yi Feng. Though the 5th brother's words may be blunt, they ring true. The Kingdom of Shiliang lies over 3,000 miles from the capital. Should a princess marry into that realm, the likelihood of ever seeing her again is bleak. While Shiliang is not without merit, we must prioritize the happiness of our sisters," Yi Feng replied. "And you, second brother?" "I am opposed." Yi Haoyan succinctly prepared himself as Yin braced for his father's inquiries. However, Yizhen merely cast a glance in his direction and moved on. Yin felt a wave of discomfort. He had meticulously prepared his answers, yet his father chose not to ask. Since both the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei opposed it, the Ministry of Rights must have declined. As commanded, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Personnel." "Your Majesty, the Ministry of War has reported on troop conscription." "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Justice." With the other 5 ministries having reported, only the Ministry of Works remained. "Your Majesty, after 3 years of construction, the embankment of Lijiang Prefecture has been completed. It has passed inspection by the Ministry of Works and is exceedingly sturdy, expected to last for over a century." At this moment, a short yet robust official stepped forward. This individual was none other than the Deputy Minister of Works, Wang Lei, the principal figure of the day. Chapter 4. The Grand Inquiry. "Your Majesty, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. The Li River embankment shall undoubtedly be immortalized in history, and your esteemed achievements shall be sung by future generations," Wang Lei proclaimed. "Indeed, what Lord Wang has articulated resonates deeply. I congratulate Your Majesty." Other ministers echoed in agreement. "May I speak, Your Majesty?" At that moment, as all were offering their felicitations to Emperor Yizhen, a figure emerged from the ranks of the imperial censorate, clad in a deep crimson official robe. He was a 4th-rank official. "What do you wish to convey, Minister Chen?" Yi Zhen inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The official, surnamed Chun and named Yu Dao, was known for his unwavering integrity, a man renowned for his unyielding character. From the highest echelons of the court to the lowest, anyone who erred could expect to be reported by him. It was said that those who dared to challenge him had met their doom, their graves now overgrown with grass. "Your Majesty, I have received a report concerning the Deputy Minister of Works, Wang Lei, who is implicated in embezzling funds allocated for the construction of the Li River embankment, amounting to no less than 1 million taels. He has colluded with the stone suppliers for the project, substituting inferior materials while reducing the wages of laborers. In the course of constructing the embankment, he has callously disregarded human life, resulting in countless workers losing their lives. It can be said that the Li River embankment stands upon a foundation of bones, yet Lord Wang persists in his brazen conduct within the court. Wang Lei, does your conscience not ache? Do you not fear the vengeful spirits beneath the embankment demanding retribution in your dreams? Chen Yudao delivered his accusations with fervor. Is what you say true, Minister Chen? Do you possess evidence? Yu Zhen's countenance darkened. The construction of the Li River embankment had cost nearly 6 million taels, spanning numerous prefectures across the Dewu kingdom. Should any misfortune arise, the very fate of Dewu would be jeopardized. 3 years prior, a breach in the embankment had devastated 30 miles, displacing millions and costing the court nearly 20 million taels in disaster relief. In a further effort to fortify the defenses, 6 million taels were allocated for its construction. A single flood had consumed nearly a quarter of the nation's tax revenue, a grievous wound indeed. If further issues were to arise with the embankment, chaos would surely ensue in Dewu. Here is the evidence, Your Majesty, for your perusal. Chen Yudao produced a prepared memorial. President Yi Zhen commanded, receiving the document from the chief eunuch, Chao Mao. As he opened and scrutinized it, his expression grew increasingly grave. Wang Lei, Yu Zhen's voice thundered. Startled, Wang Lei trembled. I am here. Behold the fruits of your misdeeds. I entrusted you with the critical undertaking of the Li River embankment, and this is how you repay my trust? Look at the calamities you have wrought. What defense can you offer? Yu Zhen forcefully cast the memorial toward Wang Lei. In fear, Wang Lei immediately knelt, retrieving the document and reading its damning allegations, which could condemn him and his entire family. Your Majesty, spare my life, he pleaded, realizing the gravity of the charges inscribed, which were severe enough to warrant the annihilation of his clan. Cheng Xian, is this how you oversee the officials of your department? Did I not caution you that the Li River embankment is pivotal to the fate of the Dewu kingdom, that carelessness is intolerable? Have I not repeatedly urged you to ensure vigilant oversight? Is this the standard of supervision you provide, despite your assurances that there would be no issues? Yi Zhen directed his ire at the Minister of Works, Cheng Xian. I am guilty. I have failed to maintain discipline among my subordinates, allowing this rogue to exploit the situation. I deserve the gravest punishment. Cheng Xian confessed, acknowledging his shortcomings. After reviewing the memorial, Cheng Xian was drenched in cold sweat. The Li River embankment was a monumental project of the Wu kingdom, and any mistake here could jeopardize his position as minister. The best outcome would be dismissal. It is I who am guilty. It is I who fail to recognize talent. It is I who deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Has it been but a few years since the desolate scenes of barren lands? Have you forgotten? Have you not witnessed the sight of bones exposed in the wild? The incident of cannibalism occurred just 3 years ago. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The officials urged in unison. The immediate priority is to reinforce the embankment before the rainy season arrives. We must also ascertain the whereabouts of the embezzled funds, and those involved must be severely punished. Chancellor Yang Ping stepped forward and said, Father, the Chancellor speaks wisely. Regardless of how much Wang Lei has embezzled, it is now a fact. Our foremost task is to bolster the embankment. Otherwise, the consequences when the rainy season arrives will be unimaginable. Crown Prince Yufeng added, Your Highness, this matter shall be entrusted to you. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate shall conduct a thorough investigation. Once verified, severe penalties will be enforced. Those deserving execution shall be executed, families shall be exterminated, and those warranting exile shall be exiled. Your son obeys. Imprison Wang Lei in the dungeons. Members of the cabinet, come to the imperial study. I have matters to discuss. Dismissed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yu Zhen exited in a fit of fury. After a considerable time, the officials regained their composure. You may disperse, return to your respective offices and fulfill your duties. Do not engage in private discussions. Chancellor Yang Ping commanded. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. His Majesty awaits you in the imperial study. At that moment, Chao Mao approached Yang Ping and said, His Majesty has also summoned the princes to the imperial study. Thank you, Chao Daban. Yang Ping responded politely. Do not underestimate Chao Mao. He has grown up alongside Yi Zhen and is his most trusted confidant. In Yi Zhen's eyes, he is trusted even more than the crown prince. Though he appears amiable and kind to all, he is a formidable ninth-tier master, wielding a chilling energy that few can rival. Chancellor Yang, you are too modest. Let us proceed without keeping His Majesty waiting. The group arrived at the imperial study, lined up in order, while Yi Zhen paced at the forefront. Speak up. How shall we handle this matter? Your Majesty, Wang Lei colluded with stone merchants to embezzle funds for the embankment repairs, which is indeed a heinous crime deserving of annihilation of his entire clan. Our primary focus now must be on repairing and reinforcing the embankment and recovering the embezzled funds. Minister of Justice Ma Xueli stated. Minister Ma is correct, and we must also investigate whether Wang Lei conspired with others. Such a large-scale project cannot be executed flawlessly without additional accomplices to cover his tracks, allowing him to deceive the entire court for 3 years. Yes, there must certainly be others involved. We must uncover them all and mete out just punishment. We must also investigate if he has engaged in treasonous activities. Whether he has colluded with foreign enemies who harbor intentions against our great Wu kingdom. Enough. Crown Prince, take note. I shall outline the following directives. The Crown Prince quickly took out his notebook to record. Crown Prince Yifeng will oversee the entire operation, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Censorate. And the secondary officials will be responsible for apprehending guilty officials, conducting trials, determining sentences, and recovering the embezzled funds. The Ministry of Works, along with the third brother, shall assess the condition of the river embankment and reinforce it. The Shadow Guard, accompanied by the fourth brother, is tasked with apprehending all suppliers associated with the river embankment, interrogating them one by one, and those found complicit shall be consigned to the depths of the dungeon, facing the ultimate punishment. The Imperial Guards, led by the fifth brother, must vigilantly monitor the unruly factions in the realm, eradicating any signs of insurrection. Repeat this to me. I shall oversee the entire operation. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the second brother shall be responsible for the capture of guilty officials, their trial, sentencing, and the recovery of embezzled funds. The Ministry of Works, with the third brother, will investigate the state of the river embankment and fortify it. The Shadow Guard, alongside the fourth brother, shall detain the suppliers, ensuring that those implicated meet their demise. The Imperial Guards, with the fifth brother, must remain vigilant against any disturbances in the realm and eliminate them entirely. Yifeng swiftly recapitulated the orders. Thus, you may withdraw. Chapter 5. The Eastern Palace. Yinan stumbled out of the imperial study, bewildered. Is this truly how I am to be dispatched to the riverbank? I have scarcely arrived and yet must endure hardship. Oh, heavens! I shall no longer call you my lord. You show no compassion for your grandson. How blind you are. Yinan lamented internally, tears streaming down his face. Third brother. You appear quite dejected. Are you dissatisfied with Father Emperor's arrangements? Yifeng observed, regarding Yinan with concern. Not at all. Dear brother, please do not besmirch my character. I am rather fond of this duty. Labor brings me joy. Yinan hastily defended himself. Then make haste to prepare for your departure. We must prepare the levees before the rainy season arrives. You carry the lives and fortunes of countless citizens, as well as the fate of the great Wu kingdom upon your shoulders. It is imperative that you do not take this lightly. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you with all my strength. Yifeng spoke earnestly. What a miserable fate! While others receive tasks of capturing criminals or recovering stolen goods, I am the one condemned to toil and suffer. Yinan grumbled. I appreciate your concern, dear brother. Yifeng replied graciously. As Yifeng's figure receded into the distance, Yinan gritted his teeth. Damn it, he even has the audacity to be courteous. An hour later, in the Eastern Palace, useless, useless, useless. Yifeng fumed, berating Wang Lei for his incompetence in this matter. How many heads does he possess? Fortunately, Father Emperor harbored no suspicions this time. Otherwise, even executing Wang Lei's entire clan would not suffice. At that moment, a palace attendant entered, announcing, Your Highness, the Minister of Works, Lord Cheng, seeks an audience. Cheng Xian? Allow him to enter, Yifeng replied, momentarily taken aback. It was no surprise that Cheng Xian sought him out. With such a significant case in the Ministry of Works, as the minister, he could hardly escape blame. Given the emperor's recent fury, Cheng Xian's dismissal would be a light punishment, and exile could very well await him. The only ones capable of rescuing him were the Crown Prince and the Empress Dowager, who was currently at Lingyan Temple praying for blessings too distant to offer immediate aid. Thus, he had come to seek help from Yifeng. Your Highness, please save me. Cheng Xian pleaded, kneeling as he entered. Lord Cheng, what are you doing? Rise. Yifeng urged. Your Highness, I implore you to spare an old minister's life. I would be eternally grateful. Cheng Xian exclaimed. Get up first. I shall assist you, provided that you have not colluded with Wang Lei. Yifeng stipulated. Rest assured, Your Highness, I was utterly unaware of Wang Lei's treachery and did not partake in any wrongdoing. I beseech Your Highness to see my innocence. Very well. Return for now. I will inform you should there be any developments. Thank you, Your Highness. Cheng Xian departed, But Yifeng remained unsettled. Wang Lei had been a subordinate he had nurtured for many years. Once Qing Xian retired, Wang Lei was to be the next Minister of Works. Wang Lei possessed talent and quickly grasped matters concerning engineering and machinery. He was undoubtedly a strong candidate for the role. Yet, how could he have caused such a grave blunder? Fan Ling, you now hold my token. Go to the dungeon and speak with Wang Lei. He must divulge all his sordid dealings and return the embezzled funds. Tell him to comply with my instructions, and I shall ensure the safety of his wife and children. The Crown Prince commanded the attendant Fan Ling. At your command. What the Crown Prince is unaware of is that, not only did he send someone to find Wang Lei, but the fifth prince, Yifei, also discreetly dispatched individuals to infiltrate the prison. However, unlike the Crown Prince's men, those sent by the fifth prince were there to escort Wang Lei on his final journey. Long before Wang Lei deposited the ill-gotten gains into the bank, Yifei had secretly withdrawn the funds and sent them to the Luoyuan sect. Wang Lei hailed from a family of craftsmen. His family supported his studies, and upon passing his examinations, he was gradually promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works due to his early exposure and understanding of engineering machinery. After marrying, he had 2 sons and a daughter with his legitimate wife. Yet unbeknownst to others, he had also taken a mistress who bore him a son. Wang Lei felt a sense of guilt towards this child, who happened to possess some talent in martial arts. Consequently, he financed the boy's apprenticeship at the Luoyuan sect. During the identity verification process, it was discovered that there was a legitimate child of a 4th-rank official within the sect, and they leveraged this connection to establish ties with Wang Lei. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Yinan found it was already noon. After having lunch, he proceeded to the study. The Lijiang River, in proximity to the capital, stretches nearly 500 kilometers, with its furthest reaches exceeding 1,000 kilometers. It remains uncertain when he would return from this journey. It was imperative to arrange matters efficiently. 3 royal estates, 1 tavern, and 1 trading house, all sources of income that must not cease. He would draft a proposal. Although this was a world predominantly for women, the Empress was currently embroiled in palace intrigues. The Duchess was preoccupied with managing her household and educating her wayward children, and the Defei was still in a phase of discreet development. Moreover, she was not a formidable contender, as the daughter of the minister posed little threat. The young Fuowo was still nursing, thus even if his identity were to be exposed, it would not pose a significant issue. If necessary, he could confront them directly. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. 2 hours later, he organized his development plans for the royal estates, tavern, and trading house. He also purchased various high-yield grains from the market. With the system now at his disposal, he felt no fear of the Crown Prince. His primary objective was to amass wealth swiftly, aiming to acquire the Void Gate within the marketplace, thus enabling him to expand his business across countless realms and truly profit from trade. The key to substantial earnings lay in foreign commerce. Only by reaching the pinnacle of development in this world could one hope to earn a modest fortune. Therefore, growth and expansion were of the essence. Currently lacking the means for self-preservation, he needed to develop discreetly. Once he accumulated wealth, he would surely purchase 109th tier guards. At that time, he would confront the emperor directly and engage in business with him, aiming to siphon off his treasury, which was notoriously overflowing with riches. It is known that the emperor's treasury consistently receives substantial annual income, despite considerable expenditures, yielding an overall surplus each year. The Great Wu Kingdom boasts vast territories, ranking among the top 10 of the 100 nations on the Tianhuang continent. It is noteworthy that the Tianhuang continent is nearly 100 times larger than the original water sphere, and this is merely considering land area. The ocean's expanse adds even more to this magnitude. The tavern would adopt a membership system, the trading house would evolve into a chain supermarket, and the estates would cultivate high-yield crops. He decided to procure hybrid seeds that were incapable of reproduction, ensuring that others could not covet them. After 1 generation, they would be edible but unusable. Seeds were inexpensive, and for now, he would focus on defense, drawing out the lurking threats. In the Imperial Palace, within the grand confines of Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress is diligently preparing for the floral banquet. The harsh winter has just receded, giving way to the blossoming of spring, a time when flowers vie for attention in their splendid array of colors. The royal garden is in full bloom, showcasing nature's artistry. Annually, the floral banquet serves as an official matchmaking event organized by the Great Wu Kingdom. This year, several princes remain unmarried. The second prince is engrossed in martial pursuits. The third prince, a stubborn individual, refuses to consider marriage. The fourth prince's looks have hindered him from securing a suitable match. while the fifth prince is already bound by an early engagement, thus exempting him from the matchmaking process. The primary objective of this year's floral banquet is to assist the second, third, and fourth princes in finding their romantic counterparts swiftly. Chapter 6. Journey to the Jiangdi. As the queen fervently prepared for the blossom banquet, a maid named Qiuyue hurried into Kunning Palace. She approached Queen Shuiqian and respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, news has just arrived from the previous court. Several princes may be unable to attend the blossom banquet." "What is the matter?" the queen inquired. "It is reported that, apart from the crown prince, the other princes have been assigned tasks outside the capital by His Majesty and may not return in the near future. Therefore, they will not be able to attend the banquet. Since the princes have their duties, we cannot insist. It is a pity for the young ladies who will not see the fourth prince. The invitations were sent out a month ago. Nonetheless, let the blossom banquet proceed as planned." "Understood." Qiuyue acknowledged and departed. The following day, Yunnan convened the managers of taverns, estates, and trading houses, presenting them with the plans he had devised. After all, it is prudent for professionals to handle their respective domains. He would refrain from interference. Those who performed well would be rewarded, while those who faltered would face dismissal. With his current financial constraints, he could not afford any losses. His immediate task was to journey to the Jiangdi to repair it, as the well-being of hundreds of thousands of citizens was at stake, demanding utmost diligence. Upon his arrival at the city gate, personnel from the Ministry of Works awaited him, led by Deputy Minister Xue Shan. This time, the entire ministry had mobilized, as the blunder caused by Wang Lei was too significant to overlook. Should they fail to address it properly, all would be held accountable. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Qi King. No need for formalities. Are all present?" "The full 73 from the ministry have assembled." "Then let us depart swiftly. Time is of the essence. We are racing against the heavens. We must move as quickly as possible." "Understood." 3 days later, at the Li River dike, the group arrived, weary yet determined. Fortunately, officials in this world possess some martial prowess. Otherwise, their journey would have been perilous. Covering 500 kilometers in 3 days would have been unthinkable in the ancient world, particularly as they had encountered 2 assassination attempts along the way, causing several hours of delay. Thankfully, he had brought along 50 snow dragon riders, which ensured their journey was relatively smooth. Upon reaching the dike, the scenery was splendid. The embankment meandered like a slumbering dragon, safeguarding the prosperity and tranquility of the banks. Willows swayed gently along the shore. In the distance, the setting sun cast its golden glow upon the river, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to a blanket of gold leaf. A few egrets glided gracefully across the scene, enhancing this natural masterpiece. The lingering chill of the river breeze brushed against their faces, invigorating and refreshing. Awakened by the rejuvenating breeze, Yinan instructed, "Lord Shui, have your men begin inspections and mark the sections that require reinforcement. We must mobilize laborers to commence fortification, at least to withstand this year's rainy season." "Your command is noted. Your Highness, several governors along the route have arrived. Shall we meet with them?" "Yes. Let us meet. Their cooperation is essential. Invite them over." Moments later, 3 or 4 individuals clad in the robes of governors approached. Among them one stepped forward and respectfully declared, "This humble official, Lu Wanhai, pays his respects to Your Highness, the Qi King. Please, let us dispense with formalities. I trust everyone has received the court's briefing regarding the recent incident. I hope for your cooperation in swiftly reinforcing the river embankments to mitigate potential hazards. Your Highness, rest assured, we shall assist you to the best of our abilities." "Indeed, Your Highness, I stand ready to heed your commands." Others chimed in with various remarks. Now, esteemed officials, our foremost priority is to mobilize laborers and procure stone materials. The previous stone merchant has likely met with dire consequences, and I trust the forthcoming suppliers will take heed. I grant you a period of 10 days to gather no fewer than 30,000 laborers at the embankment. The means of recruitment is for you to determine, but it must be both reasonable and lawful. The court demands urgent compliance, and those who answer the call shall receive triple the standard labor compensation. We must complete the repairs before the onset of the rainy season. I accept the directive." In the following days, the Ministry of Works diligently inspected the embankment over a stretch of 50 li, uncovering several hidden dangers, all stemming from the use of inferior materials. This Wang Lei deserves the utmost punishment for his transgressions. Indeed, he dared to deceive regarding a project that concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands. Such an act is unforgivable, and he warrants the harshest retribution. As the 10 days quietly elapsed, laborers began to arrive in droves at the embankment, transforming the site into a bustling scene. The newly transported stones also reached the location, and repairs commenced in earnest. Your Highness, news from the capital indicates that Wang Lei has perished in the dungeons. Perished? It is said he succumbed to poison. Huh, my fifth brother is indeed cunning, even able to navigate the depths of the dungeons. Inform our associates to maintain discretion. We shall not involve ourselves in this murky affair. Let the Crown Prince and my fifth brother contend with it first. We must focus on safeguarding our own interests. Understood. At this moment, within the Crown Prince's residence, frustration boiled over. A group of inept fools. The dungeons, guarded by an 8th-tier master, and yet someone has managed to die there. What purpose do you serve me? Yifeng was nearly beside himself with rage. Your Highness, please temper your anger. How can I temper my anger? A life was lost in the dungeons. Jiang Kuan. As the warden of the dungeons, you bear significant responsibility for this incident. A death occurred on your watch. I demand an explanation, or I shall provide you with one. Your Highness, grant me 3 days, and I will uncover the perpetrator. 1 day? You have 1 day to identify the culprit, or you shall join Wang Lei in his fate. As you command. Begone. As Jiang Kuan exited the Eastern Palace, he realized his back was drenched in sweat. His heart racing with anxiety, soon followed by a surge of fury. As the 8th-tier warden, he had allowed a life to be extinguished under his oversight. This was either due to his negligence or the sheer audacity of his enemies, who did not regard him with the respect his rank demanded. He vowed to make those who underestimated him pay dearly. Time was short, he had only 1 day. Returning to the dungeons, he understood that investigating the matter was of utmost importance. At the Shuang Mansion, Your Highness, the situation has been addressed. Ensure that all traces are eliminated to prevent future complications. Rest assured, Your Highness, that Qian Huan will never leave any future troubles in his wake. For now, you all should remain in seclusion. Our prince may appear cultured and refined, but when he takes action, he is quite ruthless. It is advisable to keep a low profile during this time. Should you be discovered, you know what must be done. The prince? As long as you have yet to ascend the throne, we all have our chances. Why should you be the sole heir? That position should be earned by merit. My dear elder brother. Oh, and let us not forget my esteemed third brother. I've prepared a gift for you, and I hope it pleases you. Under the reflection of the setting sun, Yi Fei's silhouette stretched long before the window. Chapter 7. The falling meteorite, is it confirmed? Indeed, it is. It was the handiwork of Qian Huan, who disguised himself as a prison guard and poisoned Wang Lei's water with a deadly potion. Yet, we lack evidence. Evidence? Why do we need evidence? Since my fifth brother wishes to play, I shall indulge him fully. Dispatch orders to remove a few key infiltrators from the Liu Yun sect and observe how he responds. Meanwhile, matters in the capital are set aside. As for the riverbank, after 3 months of diligent efforts, it has finally been repaired. It's done at last, Yinan remarked. This has been quite exhausting. Though Yinan did not physically labor on the reinforcement of the embankment, he was responsible for coordination and oversight, which weighed heavily on his mind. Your Highness, everything is in order. We may set forth back to the capital. Then let us depart and return to the capital at the earliest, came the reply. The group embarked on their journey towards the capital. They had hastened their travel on the way there, but now they were not as pressed for time. After 3 days, they had barely covered half the distance. Your Highness, we are nearing Yinzhou Prefecture. Should we rest here for the night or continue to our next destination? After months of toil, everyone is weary, and there is no rush to return to the capital. Let us rest here for the night, was the consensus. The group arrived at the Yu Lion in Yinzhou City, while the guards set up camp outside the city. Yunan and his companions did not disturb the local authorities. After dinner and washing up, just as Yunan was preparing to retire for the night, a thunderous sound resonated from the sky. Yunan opened the window to gaze at the heavens, where a colossal fireball descended from above, trailing a long fiery tail. Its intense glow painted the sky a deep crimson, as if the very heavens were ablaze. The object grew larger, resembling a mountain plummeting from the sky, exuding an unstoppable force. As the fireball drew nearer to the ground, the air compressed to its utmost limit, and Yinan heard a sharp, explosive sound. As if the entire world held its breath at that moment. Boom! The fireball struck the earth with a deafening roar. Flames surged skyward, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud. And the scorching wave of heat rushed forth. Fortunately, the city walls provided shelter. Otherwise, that blast could have leveled Yinzhou City. In that instant, the starry sky was illuminated as if it were day, and the stars, overshadowed by the brilliance of the flames, appeared dim. The air was thick with the scent of charred earth, as if the very ground were ablaze. A meteorite. Yunnan snapped back to reality. My goodness. It veered off course. Had it struck the city, I would have likely been the first-time traveler to perish. A wave of dread washed over him. Someone come. Your Highness, are you all right? Most of the people had regained their composure, and others hurried to protect Yunnan. I am fine. Bring me my token and immediately seek out the governor of Yenzhou. Have him open the city gates at once. I must go outside to investigate. Your Highness, that is unwise. The situation outside the city is unclear. For your safety, you cannot leave the city, Shueshan cautioned. Your Highness, Lord Shui is correct. You cannot venture outside now. The circumstances beyond the walls will be clarified by the authorities of Yenzhou, the others concurred. Amidst the clamor of voices attempting to dissuade him, Yunnan calmly interjected, All right, let the guards investigate thoroughly. We must secure the meteorite first. We shall examine it tomorrow morning. After speaking, he turned and returned to his chamber. The town of Yuzhou buzzed with activity throughout the night. At the break of dawn the following day, Yunnan and his entourage arrived outside the city. The meteorite that fell the previous night had landed to the east of Yuzhou. Upon their arrival, the meteorite still radiated an intense heat, rendering it hazardous to approach. It had created a massive crater, with part of the meteorite buried deep beneath the surface. The crater's diameter exceeded 100 meters, as if the earth had been violently torn apart by an unseen giant hand. Portions of the surrounding rocks had melted into glass-like crystals, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. The land around was overturned by shock waves, strewn with debris and charred earth, resembling a desolate wasteland. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred materials and sulfur, making it suffocating. In the center of this vast pit stood a large stone, roughly 100 square feet, silently narrating the cataclysmic impact of the previous night. The immense meteorite was a deep brown hue. How can it still be so hot after an entire night? Yunnan commanded, Send for water to create a path. I wish to examine it closely. Before long, his subordinates brought in several carts filled with spring water, pouring bucket after bucket onto the ground. The temperature began to decrease swiftly. As Yunnan approached the meteorite and touched its surface, he was taken aback by the stark contrast, while the ground remained scorching. The meteorite felt cool to the touch. Just as his hand made contact, the long-dormant Kaishin system unexpectedly activated. Ding! High-value item detected upon host's touch. Would you like to sell it? Goodness! Could you at least announce your presence? You nearly scared me to death. Would you like to sell it? First, enlighten me on what this object is. How can I sell something I know nothing about? Scanning in progress. Please wait, scan complete. The item is a level 7 world artifact, a core component of the chat group system. A level 7 world? What level is this world I currently inhabit? Host resides in a level 1 world. A level 1. Yunnan raised a finger, incredulity etched on his face. Yes, the host indeed resides in a level 1 world. But this world has ascension to immortality. How can it be classified as merely level 1? This world has not developed any outer civilization, thus it is deemed level 1. Then what about ascension? In this world, ascension refers to transitioning to an alternate space without departing from this realm. What a revelation! I've inadvertently stumbled upon another secret. Would the host like to sell this item? Oh, right. Since you claim this is a core component of some chat group system, can I utilize it myself? I could very well choose not to sell it. The current damage level of the system is 75%, with only the core component intact. Given the host's present conditions, it would require approximately 100,000 years, along with 30,000 Emperor Crystals. Emperor Crystals? What exactly are they? Emperor Crystal, currently recognized as the highest grade trading currency in the known world, serves not only as currency but also as a resource for cultivation. The known world is categorized into 9 levels, with each level containing numerous star systems. Within each star system resides a singular Emperor Star, which is the sole source of Emperor Crystals. The quantity of these crystals varies. However, it is generally accepted that no Emperor Star yields more than 100 crystals. Moreover, to restore them, mere possession of Emperor Crystals is insufficient. Additional materials are required, some of which one may never encounter in a lifetime. Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me? The system never lies. I do not believe it. All merchants are cunning. Should the host choose to retain it, that is their prerogative. The system is indifferent. There exist multitudes of systems across various realms, and the god of wealth can seek them out at leisure. After careful consideration, Yunnan inquired, if I were to sell it to you, what price would you offer? Subsequently, the system would integrate a chat group as a plugin, imposing a 30% transaction fee on trades conducted within the group. The system presented the host with 3 options. 1. 100,000 Emperor Crystals. 2. 50,000 Emperor Crystals, with 1% of future chat group profits 3. 2% of chat group profits. I desire all of them. Yunnan unabashedly declared. That is impossible. The host may select only one, responded the system. In that case, I choose option 3. Yunnan was aware of the limitation of choices. Yet he wished to test the waters, wondering if the obstinate system might relent. However, the system promptly declined his request. Very well. Please place your hand upon the meteorite for 10 seconds. Yunnan complied, resting his hand upon the meteorite. Transaction completed. Yunnan gazed at the meteorite and remarked, Did you not intend to take it? Why does it remain? The core within is what the system will retrieve, now that the core has been extracted. The outer shell is unnecessary. The shell is still considered a valuable item in this world, capable of being forged into formidable weapons. All right then. If you do not want the shell, I shall keep it. I can later fashion it into a weapon and sell it in the chat group for a handsome profit. Until we meet again. Patting the meteorite, Yunnan declared, Send word to the capital. A meteorite has been discovered. Let my father dispatch soldiers to retrieve it. Chapter 8. Return to the capital after dealing with the meteorite. Yunnan did not linger any longer and hastened back to the capital. His first order of business was to report to his father. At this moment, Yi Zhen wore a grave expression. The eldest and the fifth brothers were at odds with each other, and the stolen silver remained unfound. The officials in the court were embroiled in mutual accusations, leading to utter chaos in governance. Although he had ordered the punishment of a few troublemakers, the situation remained largely unchanged. Today, he had no choice but to summon both brothers for a stern reprimand. If that failed, he would have to let them experience a father's love in a rather different way. Now, speak up. What are you two intending to do? Engaging in mutual accusations and causing strife amongst brothers. Do you mean to drive me to my wit's end? Both knelt on the ground. Yufeng stared straight ahead while Yufei gazed at the ceiling, avoiding each other's eyes. What are you two fighting over? It is not I who wishes to contest with him. It is he who seeks my demise, forcing my hand. Yufei retorted defiantly. Father, I act out of duty. For the sake of De Wu, and for you. He added, moreover, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Who employs underhanded tactics? You are the expert in that regard. What have those governors done to you? You have driven them to ruin. What have they done to me? Do they dare to confront me? Besides, they are corrupt and exploitative. Must I not act according to the law? I assure you, if this happens again, I shall bring them to their knees. Do you dare to try? Come, let us see who concedes first. Whoever yields is the lesser. Yifeng growled. The two had ignited genuine fury, each wishing the other ill. Silence. This is utterly insubordinate. What do you think, eldest? Do you still wish to assume the role of my father? Yuzhen said angrily. Father, please do not be enraged. I harbor no such intention. And you the fifth? If he does not relent, then I shall not either. Let us see who meets their end first. Yi Zhen, exasperated, raised the ruler in his hand to strike both of them. They winced in pain. Although one was at the 5th level and the other at the 4th, neither dared to employ their true energy in front of Yuzhen, lest they face even harsher consequences. It was known that Yuzhen was at least a 7th level expert, having been at his peak 6th level the year he ascended to the throne. Ah, splendid. You both have grown wings and no longer regard your father, the emperor. Very well, continue then. Beat some sense into each other, instilling the legacy of our ancestors within your stubborn heads. Yuzhen declared. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Qi, has returned and requests an audience outside. At that moment, Chao Mao cautiously entered to announce. If this trio was not interrupted, it seemed unlikely that the day would conclude peacefully. The third brother? Let him in, Yuzhen replied. Yunnan sauntered into Yuzhen's study, immediately greeted by the sight of the eldest and fifth brothers grimacing on the floor. Your Majesty, your son has returned to report. The embankment of the Lijiang River has been successfully reinforced, Yunnan stated with utmost seriousness. Stop pretending to be so grand. Speak properly. Yuzhen retorted with irritation. Ah, I merely wish to bring you some joy. Look how flustered you are. Day by day, none of you brings me any solace. The elder brother lacks the demeanor of a true elder, and the younger brother fails to embody the essence of a sibling. Is this how I have raised you? I have previously stated that regardless of the factions you may form in the past, you may contend as you wish, but always remember that you are brothers, bound by blood, and must allow each other an escape route. Look at these two wayward sons, determined to bring about each other's ruin. Yunnan was momentarily taken aback. Had the situation deteriorated to such an extent? In the original narrative, although the brothers were embroiled in secret rivalries, they maintained a semblance of harmony while Yuzhen was alive. It was only after Yizhen's passing that Yunnan initiated rebellion, prompting Yi Feng to respond. The foundation of Dou Wu suffered a loss of at least one-third. Subsequently, Yi Fei, under the guise of avenging the third brother, targeted the esteemed General Shui Wenqing, leading to yet another fierce battle, costing Dou Wu another third of its strength. Moreover, the fifth brother's side possessed a surplus of high-level combatants, placing Yi Feng in peril on several occasions. Though he did not meet his demise, he sustained grave injuries, ultimately leading to his premature death, leaving behind a widow and orphans. Through the brothers' efforts, Dou Wu's original 13 provinces were reduced to a mere 6, with over half the land seized by foreign foes. Is this truly the case? Yinan exclaimed in astonishment. I must ask, elder brother, how can you treat our fifth brother in such a manner? We are blood relatives. Did you not once vow to treat us with kindness? And you, fifth brother, do you think that flaunting a few ninth-tier connections makes you superior? Have you no regard for your elder brothers? Is it not a shame that you would dare to bully your elder? Have you forgotten who helped you endure the beatings when you sneaked out of the palace? Who shielded you from assassination attempts? It was your elder brother. How can you now wish to bring about his demise? Does your conscience not ache? Father, I believe they have not suffered enough. Perhaps I should step outside and give them a good thrashing? What do you think? Yunnan suggested. Upon hearing Yunnan's words, Yi Feng and Yi Fei fell into a deep sense of guilt, regretting their recent actions. However, upon hearing Yunnan's last statement, they simultaneously exclaimed in dismay, Damn it! We were too quick to be moved. We knew Yi Sen was no good. Yi Zhen, who had been immersed in the atmosphere of brotherly affection, suddenly felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. Get out of my sight! Yu Zhen shouted, throwing off his shoes towards Yinan. All right then. You three continue your game. I shall take my leave. Yinan retorted as he dashed toward the hall's exit. Huh, that mischievous lad. Yi Zhen chuckled, watching Yinan flee, his anger dissipating considerably. Although Yu Zhen held the esteemed title of emperor, he was markedly different from emperors of previous dynasties. The most significant distinction lay in his approach to parenting. He treated all his children equally, whether it was the eldest, Yi Feng, or his other sons. All the brothers, upon reaching the age of 16, were granted titles early on. Yet, in a bid to spend more time with his sons, he refrained from sending them away from the capital. While this decision may have sparked unwarranted thoughts among others, it is undeniable that Yi Zhen was a competent father. While he was alive, the brothers, despite their incessant conflicts, managed to remain unharmed, with only relatives from their mother's side perishing. Why don't you two just roll away? Once you step out of this door, cease your quarrels. Should there be a next time? Fifth, you shall retreat to your fief, an elder brother. You shall reside in the ancestral hall for a few years. The two stood up, casting glances at one another. Humph, they both simultaneously uttered. Hurry up and leave. Your presence vexes me. Yu Zhen hurled his other shoe at them. The pair ducked and fled, exiting the palace, only to spot Yunnan waving to them from a distance. They approached him, for the space between them could accommodate a horse-drawn carriage. I say, you two have had enough. We are brothers, after all. Is it worth turning against each other over a mere throne? What is there to gain from being an emperor? Rising with the rooster-s crow and retiring later than the owl, toiling from dawn until dusk while juggling the interests of the previous dynasty and the harem. Not to mention the external pressures. Honestly, if the throne were offered to me, I would refuse it. Look at Second Yi. He lives so comfortably, dedicating his days solely to cultivation, free from worries and inquiries. What bliss! And Fourth Yi, frolicking amidst a myriad of blossoms, reveling in sheer delight. Yet here you two are, with minds muddled as if struck by a dog. What do you hope to achieve? Yinan chided. Yet, the true thoughts swirling in his mind were known only to him, a throne rendered worthless, his rivals cast aside, and thus it would rightfully belong to him. What man does not yearn to recline upon the dragon throne in splendid ease? Who wouldn't wish to experience the intoxication of beauty at their side and the power of the world in their grasp? It would not be in vain for him to have traversed realms for this. Chapter 9. The chat group goes live. Haha. Yi Laosen, you speak so lightly. Why not try it yourself? Indeed, do not consider others to be fools. You, my friend, are the most cunning of them all. Hey, when did you two start sharing the same trousers? Truly, good intentions have turned into a source of resentment. I owe you both a debt. Even attempting to mediate a quarrel has led to animosity. Well, since you two refuse to heed advice, carry on. I shall refrain from meddling further. Farewell to you both. Yunan turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Humph. Both Yi Feng and Yi Fei simultaneously huffed, each turning away to depart. Once outside the palace gates, Yinan murmured to himself, these two are quite difficult to deceive. Strolling back to the royal residence, he found the steward waiting at the study door for quite some time. "My lord, regarding the 3 matters you entrusted before your departure. The chain of businesses has now spread across most of Dawu, with over 200 establishments in total, including a dozen directly managed in the capital. While the other regions operate on a franchise model, the franchise fees alone have yielded 100,000 taels. The first batch of grain from the imperial estate has been harvested, with sweet potatoes yielding an average of 110 dan per mu, corn 50 dan, and potatoes 200 dan. Since implementing your highness's membership system, the tavern has become a gathering place for the city's dignitaries, with daily revenues exceeding 10,000 taels. Just tell me how much the royal residence has left. No need for further details. Your highness, the current treasury holds 180,000 taels. And the grain? Has anyone set their sights on it?" During this time, Lord Chao visited and subsequently stationed a squad of imperial guards at the estate. He said nothing. He did not utter a word. "Good. Understood. You may leave." The steward bowed and withdrew. "This old fellow is quite composed. Hasn't he even inquired about me? I had hoped to have a proper feast at his expense. Since you do not ask, I shall remain silent. Let us see who can endure longer." Yunnan mused. "System. Yes, host. Recharge. Transfer the entire 180,000 taels to me. Recharge successful. Now, summon me a few 9th-tier masters." Seated in the study, Yunnan's fingers lightly tapped the table, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Clearly, Lord Chao was aware of the situation. Grain is the foundation of Dawu. Moreover, this old fox from the palace would not engage in frivolous actions. His deployment of the imperial guards to the estate clearly indicates his intentions regarding the grain. Yunnan rose and moved to the window, gazing at the busy servants within the residence, gradually formulating his plans. Grain is one of his most crucial bargaining chips, especially high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes, which could significantly alter the grain landscape of Dawu. "It seems I must make some preparations in advance," Yunnan whispered to himself. The following morning, Yunnan set out from the royal residence with several trusted confidants, heading straight for the imperial estate. The estate, located on the outskirts of the capital, boasted vast fields, their golden hues indicative of the harvest season. The banners of the imperial guards fluttered outside the estate, and the soldiers bore solemn expressions, evidently adhering strictly to Lord Chao's orders. As Yunnan disembarked from the carriage, the steward of the estate hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, you have arrived." "Indeed." Yunnan replied. "Have there been any unusual occurrences at the estate of late?" The steward shook his head. "In response to your Highness, all is well. The Imperial Guard is merely stationed on the outskirts, without interfering in the affairs of the estate." Yunnan nodded thoughtfully as he walked towards a patch of sweet potato fields. He knelt down and casually unearthed a sweet potato, weighing it in his hand with a satisfied smile. These high-yield crops were seeds he had procured from the system, though they were only viable for a single generation. With careful nurturing, they had taken root in the lands of Dawu, becoming a crucial asset for him. "Your Highness, the yield of these sweet potatoes is truly remarkable. If promoted nationwide, the common folk will no longer have to fear famine," the steward remarked with admiration. Yunnan smiled, but remained silent. He was indeed keen on promoting the seeds. Harvesting the world with these crops was his ultimate ambition, contingent upon his collaboration with Lao Dang. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yunnan immediately summoned several trusted aides to devise plans for the forthcoming days. "Your Highness, there has been no word from the Emperor. Should we take the initiative?" one advisor inquired. Yunnan shook his head. "There is no need. If my father has not spoken, it indicates he believes the time is not yet ripe. We must merely observe the developments while fortifying the estate's defenses to ensure the safety of our provisions." "Understood." "Your Highness," the group responded in unison. Ding. A system announcement echoed. The Fortune God system is set to undergo an update, expected to last 72 hours. During this period, certain functionalities will be unavailable. We appreciate your understanding regarding any inconvenience caused. The system is updating? Yes, the core of the chat group has been repaired, and the chat feature will soon be available. Splendid. I shall never fear financial woes again. 3 days later, ding. System update complete. Chat mode is now enabled. The host may add 1 friend for free each month, with friend levels not exceeding the host world level. The host can engage in chatting and trading, with a transaction fee of 20% of the total amount and a platform delivery fee of 5%. Only 1 edition per month? Is this not absurd? What a waste of time. Moreover, the rules state that only 10 individuals may form a group. The chat group is a creation of a level 7 world. and its functionalities are inherently limited. The trading feature has been an addition from the system. Otherwise, only exchanges of technology and techniques were permissible. Tangible transactions could not occur. Very well, it appears I must toil diligently. Host has one opportunity to add a friend this month. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Let me see who the first friend will be. Searching, please hold on. Search successful. Please select one from the following 3 individuals to add. 1. Indestructible kidney. 2. Jade-faced little white bug. 3. One more bottle. What peculiar names? What can one discern from such titles? I shall choose randomly. Option 3 seems the most reasonable. Please hold on. Adding. Consent from the other party is required for a successful addition. The addition was successful. The host can now communicate with others. In an unknown apocalyptic world, amidst the ruins, a disheveled individual gazes eagerly at the interface within his mind. Shenhai has been traversing this realm for several days now. Previously, a voice echoed in his consciousness, informing him that he had bound himself to a system known as the Wealth God system. Upon his arrival, unaware of the circumstances, he exchanged for clean water and food, only to have the provisions snatched away by those around him, who proceeded to maim him and abandon him among the ruins to await his demise. To make matters worse, the system announced that it required an update and subsequently vanished. Just moments ago, the system informed him that the update was complete and that someone named Yi Jia Lao San had added him as a friend. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the request. He now continues to tend to his injuries, for if no one comes to his aid, he will perish in a couple of days. Chapter 10. The end of the world. Shenhai lay amidst the ruins, searing pain radiating through his limbs. His right arm contorted at an unnatural angle, while the bone of his left leg pierced through the skin, blood staining the rubble beneath him. Just a few days prior, before he had bound himself to the system, he had been scavenging for supplies. However, disaster had struck this world for 2 or 3 years, and from an initial global population of 10 billion, fewer than 5% had survived the viral outbreak. The rest had either succumbed to death or been transformed into zombies. In the aftermath, the survivors gradually congregated, establishing various bases. It was soon discovered that the zombies' brains produced an array of crystal nuclei. Consuming these would not only prevent transformation into zombies but also grant a variety of supernatural abilities. Shenhai's original self was a level 2 Earth-type ability user. The overwhelming number of zombies left humanity struggling to survive, with resources exceedingly scarce. Recently, he had acquired the system and exchanged a crystal nucleus for 100 taels of silver, which he used to purchase some food and water. Just as he had retrieved them, he was ambushed by others, resulting in the brutal severing of his limbs. As night fell and the cold wind howled, Shenhai felt his body temperature plummeting, his consciousness beginning to blur. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. System update complete. The host may add 1 friend each month. Yi family's third son requests to add the host as a friend. Would you like to accept? Yes, no. Add. A translucent screen appeared before Shenhai, displaying the image of a man in ancient attire. Clad in a flowing green robe, he possessed striking features. To think I would add such a wretched friend. Yinan gazed at the disheveled, contorted figure on the screen and uttered, "Help, save me." Shenhai managed to utter with his remaining strength. Yinan leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing Shenhai's injuries. All limbs severed, excessive blood loss. How fortunate. I happen to possess both a bone restoration pill and a body refinement pill. I have no money. Shenhai replied weakly. Not to worry, Yinan said, shaking a jade vial in his hand. The system allows for loans, though the interest is quite steep. With no alternatives, Shenhai nodded slowly. Transaction completed. Loan amount, 10,000 taels, interest, 20 per month. Yinan placed the 2 jade vials into the transaction area. The green one is the bone restoration pill, which will allow your broken bones to regenerate. The red one is the body refinement pill, which not only heals your injuries but also enhances your strength. Shenhai gazed at the 2 vials that had materialized before him and, with his still functioning left hand, he struggled to open the green vial. A jade-green pill rolled into his palm, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. He placed the pill in his mouth, where it dissolved into a warm current coursing through his limbs. A tingling sensation surged from the side of his broken bones, and he felt the shattered fragments begin to regrow and reconnect. He could not suppress a cry of agony. The pain of bone regeneration surpassed that of the original breaks. Yunan's voice reached him. Bear with it. The process of restoration is indeed painful. Once your bones have healed, take the body refinement pill. Shenhai gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He could distinctly sense the growth of his bones and the repair of his muscles. This process lasted a full hour, and when the pain finally subsided, he discovered that his limbs had returned to their pristine state. Eagerly, he opened the crimson jade vial and swallowed the body-refining pill. This time, a surge of intense energy erupted within him. His skin began to flush, and black impurities seeped from every pore. This was the process of cleansing the marrow and expelling toxins from the body. Yinan explained that his extraordinary abilities would likely see an enhancement. Chen Hai felt a force surging within, as if his earth-based powers had undergone a transformative evolution. When he attempted to harness his abilities, he found he could control a broader expanse of land while expending less energy. Staring incredulously at his hands, Chen Hai exclaimed in disbelief, "Level 4. Quite impressive." Yinan remarked with a smile, "It seems my elixir works wonders." Chen Hai clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy within him. "Thank you. No need for gratitude. It is merely a fair transaction. You've paid for it. By the way, when you have a moment, could you help me find some crystal cores? The abilities from your world seem quite intriguing." "All right, but before that, I must settle a blood debt," Chen Hai replied through gritted teeth. As Chen Hai set off for revenge, Yinan had gathered from their conversation a clearer understanding of Chen Hai's world. It was a post-apocalyptic realm, ravaged 5 years ago when an ancient virus was unearthed from deep within the earth, turning nearly all of humanity into zombies, save for a fortunate few. However, within the bodies of these undead, humans discovered crystal cores, which enabled them to evolve. Thus began a widespread hunt for zombies. Yet, the undead continued to evolve as well. And after several years, a delicate balance emerged between humans and zombies. By the second year, a first-level beast king, the golden white tiger, had evolved. In the third year, marine life also witnessed the emergence of several beast kings, the most formidable being the Azure Dragon King, a pinnacle-level creature renowned for annihilating entire nations. The nation of Wonu was famously submerged by the Azure Dragon King's tail, sending all living beings, be they human, beast, zombie, or fowl, into the depths of the sea to feed the fish. The crystal cores were marvelous. Once ingested, they held a certain probability of awakening extraordinary powers, regardless of one's innate talents, far surpassing the martial arts of the Tianwang continent, which were exceedingly selective about qualifications. Those lacking aptitude would never transcend beyond the second tier in their lifetime unless they encountered extraordinary materials to alter their innate abilities. The potential harvest of influential figures on the Tianwang continent from these crystal cores was unfathomable, with the speed of acquisition incomparable to that of grain seeds. Of course, this wasn't to imply that the effects of grain seeds were inferior to those of crystal cores. It was merely that crystal cores offered rapid results. Observing the solitary name in his friend's list, Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. The system permitted only one new addition per month, leaving him powerless. However, Chen Hai's world presented opportunities, as its resources were highly beneficial to him. Yinan hoped for Chen Hai to exact his revenge swiftly and achieve stability soon. Chapter 11. The Emperor's summons. Since Yinan had added Chen Hai to his circle, he had not paid him much attention. It appeared that Chen Hai was also a traveler from another realm. With a system at his disposal, he was unable to withstand the trials of this world. If he met his demise, it could hardly be attributed to anyone else. Yet, within the friends list, Chen Hai's name still emanated a vibrant green, indicating his well-being. When Yinan had first added him, his name had been a blood-red hue, suggesting he had been gravely injured. This transformation indicated that he was likely unscathed now. Yinan spent the following days in carefree bliss, until one day, the chief eunuch, Chao Mao, arrived at the residence of the Prince of Qi. "Your Highness, I pay my respects. There's no need for formalities, Chao Gonggong. What brings you to this humble abode?" "Your Highness jested. I come bearing a decree from His Majesty, summoning you to the imperial study tomorrow at noon. My father wishes to see me. Do you know the reason for this summons?" The Emperor did not specify. "Oh, I see. Thank you for your trouble. Your Highness is too courteous. I take my leave. Steward, please escort the eunuch out." "At your command." "The old man wishes to see me. It must be regarding the grain issue. He can no longer contain his impatience," Yinan remarked with a sly smile. "At last, I can wield my sickle and commence the harvest." The following day, Yinan arrived at the palace punctually. The imperial study was occupied solely by Yizhen. "Your son pays his respects to His Majesty." Yinan saluted. Yizhen ignored him, continuing to sift through the memorials before him. "Your son pays his respects to His Majesty," Yinan repeated. Still, Yizhen remained indifferent. "I say, dear father, have you had your fill of the silent treatment? If you continue to ignore me, I shall take my leave," Yunnan declared. "Get lost." Your presence vexes me. Very well, until we meet again. Yunan turned to depart. Come back here. Yuzhen shouted as he noticed Yunan truly intended to leave. You were the one who told me to go. And now you call me back. Regarding the sweet potatoes, corn, and tubers, you may present your terms. Yizhen glared at Yinan. Initially, he had hoped Yinan would voluntarily disclose information, but this ungrateful child was obstinate. It had been more than 10 days since Yunan's return, and Yuzhen's confidence had waned into impatience. After all, with such high-yield crops, not being in control of them deprived him of peaceful nights. At first, he had thought Yunan, possessing such a divine artifact, would promptly report to garner credit. Yet, as he waited in vain, he was left with no choice but to summon this rebellious child for clarification. In Yuzhen's mind, Yinan's failure to report the high-yield seeds indicated ulterior motives regarding the dragon thrown beneath him. He did not expect to receive the grains without compensation. Hence, he allowed Yunan the opportunity to negotiate terms. Terms at my discretion? Indeed, as long as they are not excessively outrageous, such as demanding the title of crown prince. Yizhen replied, I can provide the seeds, and the conditions are quite simple. Payment is required. If funds are lacking, jewelry, elixirs, or martial arts manuals will suffice for exchange. I am not particular. Moreover, I must clarify that my seeds may only be utilized for one season. The resulting grains are for consumption only. Should they be planted again in the subsequent season, they will not germinate. I must forewarn you. What? Only for one season? Indeed. Yuzhen gazed at Yunan in disbelief, finally grasping his intentions. This rebellious son aimed to seize control over the nation's grain supply. Regardless of who ascends the throne in the future, the lifeblood of the empire would remain firmly in Yunan's grasp. Once high-yield crops were utilized, a population surge would inevitably follow. When the populace reached a certain threshold, the existing grain varieties would no longer suffice, necessitating the continued use of high-yield strains. This equated to Yunan holding dominion over the grain of the entire realm. Such ambition, young man, is indeed remarkable. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Yunan retorted, even if I did possess any, it would not be directed against our own people. Is there no seed that can be used indefinitely? None. Truly. There is none. Are you certain? Absolutely, at least not at this moment. Very well, I shall take your word for it, Yizhen replied with a smile. The two continued their discussion, finalizing the price of the seeds and the scope of cultivation, after which Yunan departed from the imperial study. As Yunan exited the study, preparing to return to the royal residence, a palace maid approached. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yunxiang, the chief maidservant to his mother. Tangro, Your Highness, please wait. The Empress has requested your presence. Does Mother have something to discuss? The Empress has long wished to see you, as she misses you dearly. His Majesty informed her that you would be entering the palace today. Thus she instructed me to await you outside the imperial study. Since arriving in this world, Yinan had yet to meet his biological mother. In his memories, Tang Ro was as her name suggested, a gentle woman, mild in temperament, who caused no strife within the harem. However, with two capable elder brothers, the emperor did not neglect her. Yet, in the original narrative, due to Yinan's treason, she was implicated and ultimately confined to a cold palace, leading to her melancholy demise after Yinan's death. Upon reaching the Zikan Palace where Tang Ro resided, Yuzhen had not designated a favored consort, so Tang Ro, as the foremost of the four consorts, enjoyed a respectable status within the harem. As Yunan entered, the woman approached him swiftly. Her brows resembled distant mountains adorned with greenery, and her eyes, like autumn waters, brimmed with emotion. Her radiant gaze and pearly teeth complemented her snow-like skin, delicate as jade, seemingly fragile to the touch. Her graceful figure and light footsteps resembled willow catkins dancing in the breeze. She exuded an air of elegance, propriety, and virtue, with every gesture reflecting her charm. No wonder she was favored by Yizhen and became the object of jealousy for Empress Xue Qian throughout her life. Tang Ro hastily embraced Yinan, exclaiming, You ungrateful child! You return to the capital, yet do not come to see me. Mother, Yinan attempted to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Enough of that. Come, let your mother have a good look at you. Tang Ro scrutinized Yunan from head to toe, remarking, You have grown darker and thinner. By the way, during your absence, Lady Kong entered the palace and mentioned that her daughter, Jing Shu, has reached marriageable age. She seems to have intentions toward you and wishes to know your thoughts. Kong Jing Shu, Yinan exclaimed in astonishment. This Kong Jing Shu is no ordinary individual. She is the daughter of a high-ranking official renowned for her divination skills. In her previous life, She was the 72nd direct disciple of a prestigious sect endowed with exceptional talent, and the foremost practitioner of the 8 calculations of the mystical sect over the millennia. During her tribulation, she was struck by lightning and transported to this world. In an era of declining spiritual energy, she managed to cultivate to the point of transcending tribulations, arriving in this ancient realm brimming with spiritual essence. She is undoubtedly like a fish in water. In terms of innate ability, she might even surpass Yi Laoer. Considering the timeline, Kong Jingshu has already undergone a transformation. The current incarnation of Kong Jingshu is a formidable figure within the mystical sect. In the original narrative, due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, she became the consort of the crown prince, who ascended to the throne with her assistance after eliminating the original host and the 5th sibling. However, the crown prince, gravely injured by the 5th sibling, ultimately met an untimely demise, leaving no heirs behind, and eventually, Kong Jingshu ascended to a higher realm. Chapter 12. Kong Jingshu, Kong Residence. Haiding Courtyard. Kong Jingshu stood in a daze, gazing at the profusion of begonia blossoms filling the courtyard. As a prominent figure of a certain celestial sect with a distinguished lineage spanning thousands of years, she had inadvertently been struck by a bolt from the heavens and transported to this world. It was truly perplexing, had she not merely jested during her tribulation, likening the thunderstorm to a mere tickle. Surely, the heavens were being excessively petty, at the very least. Her current status as the legitimate daughter of the minister's household afforded her some comfort, sparing her the anxieties of daily sustenance. In her previous life, before entering the celestial sect, she had been an orphan, often experiencing the pangs of hunger. It was only after her initiation into the sect that her fortunes began to improve. "Miss, the madam requests your presence," a maidservant announced. Although Kong Jingshu felt a tinge of confusion, she followed the maid to the room of the minister's wife. The minister's wife, Wang Lan, was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Lord Qifeng, Wang Junyan. In the past, when Kong Ru achieved the remarkable honor of placing 3rd in the imperial examinations, the old marquis had summoned Kong Ru, leading to his meteoric rise to the position of Minister of Rites, a success greatly aided by the Wang family. This had secured Wang Lan an undeniable authority within the household. Upon entering her mother's chamber, Kong Jingshu found Wang Lan poring over the household accounts. "Mother, I have arrived. What is the matter that you summoned me?" "My child, come here. I have a matter to discuss with you." "What is it, mother?" "You are aware that a few days ago, the virtuous empress summoned me to the palace. You are approaching the age of maturity, and Prince Qi remains unbetrothed. You are of similar age, and the empress has taken a liking to the two of you. I wish to know your thoughts on this matter. Although Prince Qi is the 3rd prince, he is undeniably exceptional." "That mischievous lad?" Kong Jingshu recalled her acquaintance with Yunnan from 7 or 8 years prior, their meeting at a royal banquet leaving her with the impression of a playful little rascal. "Mind your manners," Wang Lan chided Kong Jingshu lightly. "I have heard from your father that Prince Qi has grown into a remarkable young man, adept and efficient in his affairs, demonstrating capabilities that rival those of the crown prince. He is indeed a worthy match. If you are amenable, I could arrange for you to meet the empress to facilitate an introduction. To be pressed into marriage so soon is quite exasperating," Kong Jingshu thought silently. "Mother, I am still young, not yet 15. There is no urgency for marriage. In her previous life, girls her age were likely still in middle school. The thought of marriage at such a tender age in this era sent shivers down her spine. Not too young at all. Look at the granddaughter of the Duke of Changhua, who was married before she even came of age. And the eldest daughter of the General S family was wed shortly after her coming-of-age ceremony. If you delay, all the good suitors will be taken. And then what will you do?" Wang Lan remarked, poking Kong Jingshu gently on the forehead. "Mother, I truly do not wish to marry at this moment. I am not suggesting you marry immediately, merely that you meet him. Who knows if Prince Qi will even take a liking to you? If both of you find favor in one another, you may agree to wait a year or 2 before marrying. He would not find me appealing? I still cannot bring myself to regard him. Who do I think I am? I am Kong Jingshu." As she uttered these words, she abruptly realized that she was no longer in her former world. Now, she was the daughter of a minister, a lady of high status. Had she completed her statement, there would have been no need for matchmaking. Her mother would have summoned a sorcerer to exorcise her. Observing her mother's astonished expression, Kong Jingshu chuckled. "I was merely jesting, dear mother. Please do not take offense. You startled me. I thought you had been possessed. Such talk should only remain within our household. When you meet His Royal Highness, you must refrain from uttering such things. You cannot afford to offend anyone, You understand? Wang Lan cautioned. Do we really have to meet? You are no longer a child. There is no harm in meeting him. If you truly find him unappealing, you can simply refuse, Wang Lan replied. Yet, she did not consider that if it were a typical prince who took an interest in someone, could they genuinely decline? Well then, let us proceed with the meeting. Very well, I shall deliver a petition to the palace this very moment, Wang Lan exclaimed with delight. In the matter of assisting their children in finding companionship, both the virtuous consort Tang Rou and Lady Wang Lan shared a remarkably aligned perspective. As long as Yunnan and Kong Jingzhu were willing to meet, half of the task was accomplished, the other half would depend on what transpired after their encounter. A few days later, after Tang Rou and Wang Lan conspired and finalized the details, the meeting was scheduled for the 15th of June, which also happened to be Tang Rou's birthday. On that day, she would invite her close companions into the palace to celebrate, and Yunnan, as the son of the virtuous consort, was expected to be present. This arrangement provided an alternative form of protection for the unmarried Kong Jingzhu. Meanwhile, what was our other protagonist, Yunnan, engaged in? He was contacting Chen Hai to procure supplies. After days of effort, Chen Hai finally avenged himself by eliminating the enemy who had crippled him. In the base where Chen Hai resided, a level 4 ability user was considered a mid-tier member. He had established his own team and, during this time, had hunted quite a number of crystal cores, albeit primarily of level 3 and below. Nevertheless, for Yunnan, this was sufficient. He intended to open an auction house specializing in items that were non-existent in this world. Rarity begets value. Only those things absent from this realm could fetch a high price. What would maximize profitability? Naturally, it would be through auctioning, where the highest bidder prevails. A level 1 crystal core has a recovery price of 100 taels of silver. Yunnan offered Chen Hai 200 taels, allowing him to earn a significant profit even after a 25% handling fee. During this period, Chen Hai had been diligently hunting, as he still owed the system 10,000 taels, with a monthly interest rate of 20%. Should he fail to repay within a year, the system would randomly confiscate one of his body parts. Losing a hand or foot could be remedied, but should his manhood be taken, it would be a far more grievous matter. Death would seem the more merciful option. Thus, after avenging himself, he promptly ventured out of the city to hunt. Upon reviewing his harvest for the day, he nodded in satisfaction and contacted his sole friend, Yi family's third son, via the chat interface. Another round. Third brother. The crystal cores are ready. Will you buy? Yi family's third son. How much? What level? Another bottle. 30 of the first level, 9 of the second level. Yi family's third son. Excellent. Let us finalize the transaction. Yi family's third son. 200 taels for the first level, 500 taels for the second level. You have no objections, right? Another bottle. No objections. Third brother. It's much higher than the system's purchase price. The system only offers 100 taels for the first level and 300 for the second. Your price is indeed generous. Yi family's third son. Hurry and upgrade. Procure higher level crystal cores as soon as possible. I will take them all. Another bottle. Understood. Third brother. Yi family's third son. In total, it amounts to 10,500 taels. I'll round it up to 11,000 taels for you. Another bottle. Third brother is so magnanimous. Yi family's third son. By the way, do you need any elixirs? If so, I can settle with elixirs next time. Another bottle. Yes. If third brother can procure elixirs, that would be wonderful. Honestly, the last elixirs were truly magical. If I can get more. I won't even need to hunt to earn money. Yi family's third son. All right, next time we shall settle with elixirs. Chapter 13. Turmoil at the birthday banquet within the grand confines of the Imperial Palace. The atmosphere was vibrant with lights and decorations as the birthday celebration of the esteemed consort Tang Rou commenced. As the foremost lady beneath the Empress, the festivity was naturally extraordinary. Noble women from the court and unmarried daughters from various esteemed families gathered to extend their congratulations, creating an air of lively exuberance throughout the palace. Yunnan stood outside the hall, his brow slightly furrowed. He was not fond of such gatherings. However, as Tang Rou's son, he felt compelled to make an appearance. Dressed in an elegant dark robe adorned with intricate patterns and cinched at the waist with a golden silk belt, he exuded an aura of poise and gravitas. As his gaze swept across the crowd within, a sense of agitation brewed within him. To be frank, he was reluctant to encounter Kong Jingzhu, for the woman possessed an uncanny ability to discern one's inner thoughts with just a glance. At that moment, a servant beside him softly urged, "Your Highness, it is time to enter." Yunnan nodded and stepped into the hall. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a chorus of melodious laughter. He lifted his eyes to behold a group of noble ladies huddled together, seemingly engaged in an amusing discussion. His attention was drawn to one particular lady, causing him to momentarily pause. Clad in a delicate lavender gown adorned with exquisite plum blossom embroidery, she radiated an air of elegance and nobility. Her features were striking, with a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if she possessed an innate understanding of all that surrounded her. Her demeanor was distinctly different from the other noble women. Resembling a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mud, Yinan felt a stir within him, recognizing her as the daughter of the Minister of Rites, the renowned prodigy of the Xianyuan lineage. Although he was reluctant to admit it, she was indeed extraordinary. Approaching the consort, Yinan respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "Your son wishes you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains." Consort Tang Ro smiled gently, her eyes brimming with affection. "Ah, Nanner, you have arrived. Come, meet your Aunt Wang Lan. We were close companions in my youth." Yinan's heart stirred, sensing the underlying meaning in his mother's words. He glanced towards Wang Lan, the minister's wife, who regarded him with a smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Nanner, this is the daughter of Aunt Wang's family. You should get to know her well," the consort encouraged warmly. Nodding, Yinan turned to the lady in lavender. She smiled softly and performed a graceful curtsy. "I am honored to meet His Highness, Prince Qi." Yinan returned the gesture, replying, "There is no need for such formalities, Mississippi." Their eyes met, and Yinan felt a subtle tremor within. Her gaze was clear and profound, as if it could penetrate the depths of one's soul. He mused silently, "Truly, she is a remarkable figure from the Xianyuan lineage." At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted, "Ah, is that not His Highness, Prince Qi?" Yinan turned to see Shuela standing not far off, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Shuela, the son of General Shui Wenqing, was a cousin of the crown prince and a nephew of the empress, and he had always been at odds with Yinan. Yinan offered a faint smile. "Mr. Shui has graced us with his presence today. How rare." Shuelu scoffed, remaining silent, for he had suffered several defeats at Yunan's hands and was in no mood for pleasantries. Disinterested in further engagement, Yinan turned to Kong Jingshu and suggested, "Miss Kong, shall we take a stroll over there?" Kong Jingshu smiled slightly and nodded, "Certainly." Two individuals walked side by side out of the palace, and as Shui Lu observed their figures retreating, a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. Kong Jingshu was the woman favored by the crown prince. Although Crown Prince Yufeng had the military support, the backing from civil officials was rather scant. Should he cultivate a relationship with the Minister of Rites, Kong Ru, the Crown Princess position would be as secure as a fortress. In the garden outside the palace, the moonlight cascaded like water upon the two figures. Yinan turned his head towards the lady beside him and smiled gently. "This should be our second encounter, am I right?" She responded with a slight smile, "Indeed. During our last meeting, a certain mischief maker nearly set the entire palace ablaze." Yinan, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "That was merely an unfortunate accident." Kong Jingshu chuckled softly. "Is that so?" Yinan affirmed, "Absolutely. You must comprehend what our meeting today signifies, correct?" Yinan was momentarily taken aback by her forthrightness. He nodded, "Certainly. But I wonder what Miss Kong's thoughts on this matter are." Kong Jingshu gazed up at the night sky and replied coolly, "What do you think, Your Highness?" Yinan pondered for a moment and said, "Though I am a prince, if you are unwilling, I shall explain this to my mother." Kong Jingshu turned to face Yinan directly. "Why do you presume I would be unwilling?" "Of course, it was because I have no intention of courting you, the renowned figure of the female realm. Who would wish to marry a woman who possesses no secrets before her?" Yinan felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and coughed lightly. "I am merely a leisurely prince. I fear I may not be worthy of your affections." Kong Jingshu scrutinized Yinan intently. How presumptuous of him to disdain her. The fact that she even considered him was quite remarkable, and yet he dared to express disdain. Upon first seeing Yinan today, Kong Jingshu sensed something unusual. His visage bore an aura of impending doom. Such a countenance suggests either a certain death in the future or a spirit that is already past. Yet, here he stood before her, alive and well, eliminating the former possibility. However, beyond that aura of death, his face radiated with a more refined energy than that of imperial majesty. Known within the realm as the energy of variables, those imbued with such energy possess an unpredictable future, a chameleon-like existence, ever-changing and unfathomable. As Yinan contemplated his next words, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned to see Shui Lu arriving with several companions. Ah, Prince Chi, what brings you to this secluded spot? Shuela remarked with a cold sneer. Do you find the palace too noisy and seek solace here? Yinan frowned. Shuela, I spared you in front of my mother earlier. Do not test my patience. If you dare disrupt my mother's birthday banquet today, we shall be at odds. Very well, I shall grant you this courtesy. The gifts have been delivered, and now we shall depart. A flicker of malice crossed Shuelu's eyes as he thought to himself, Yinan, do you believe you can remain in such high spirits indefinitely? One day, you shall learn the consequences of crossing the Shui family. Forgive me for the disturbance, Miss Kong, he said with a smirk. This man will not live much longer. Kong Jingshu remarked. What does Miss Kong know about such matters? Yinandao's visage was originally one of great fortune and prosperity. However, just moments ago, it underwent a transformation, becoming shrouded in an aura of death. Such a person cannot expect to live long. Furthermore, Your Highness, you are not of this world, are you? Although Kong Jingshu posed the question, her tone was imbued with unwavering certainty. Yinandao, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought to himself, I am at a loss as to what Miss Kong is referring to. Yinandao, do you require me to provide you with a secret code? Very well then. Let us begin. The king covers the earth, the 3 hooks and 4 strings, the palace's jade liquid wine. Do I oil my life or not? Hello, hello. How are you? Enough, enough. Yinandao, observing that Kong Jingshu was about to continue, hastily interrupted her. So, does this mean you concede? Kong Jingshu replied with a smile. What is it that I am conceding to? Yinandao, feeling somewhat exasperated, queried. You are not from this world, are you? Kong Jingshu affirmed with certainty. Yes, you have guessed correctly. Is that sufficient? Yinandao felt quite speechless, for he knew that this remarkable individual would surely deduce his own origins as a traveler. Ha ha, I knew it. You must surely be from my homeland. Kong Jingshu exclaimed with delight. Chapter 14. The division of wealth arrives, what fellow townsman? Yinan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Isn't it true? Did you not come from some ball? Kong Jingshu remarked, her tone dismissive. Ignoring her, Yinan chose to walk away, wishing to distance himself from her presence. You cannot leave. You haven't yet told me whether you are indeed my fellow townsman. Kong Jingshu intercepted him. Do you truly wish to know? Yinan inquired. Of course. You must comprehend my current sentiment, encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Do you realize how you appear at this moment? How? A fool. You scoundrel. How dare you insult me? Subsequently, Yinan admitted to being a traveler from another realm, leading to a cordial negotiation between the two, culminating in a mutually agreed-upon arrangement. The terms of the agreement dictated that they would feign an engagement, abstaining from marriage for the time being. They were to care for one another, provide mutual support, and serve as allies. After the banquet concluded, Yinan departed from the palace. My lord, there are a few small rodents behind us. Shall we deal with them? Inquired Lu Chong, a guard stationed nearby. Lu Chong was one of the 6 9th-tier experts Yinan had procured, tasked with ensuring his daily safety, while the others were assigned to protect the estate or carry out various missions. How many are there? What is their strength? Yinan probed. Quite a few, over a dozen. The strongest among them is at the 7th tier. Then let us eliminate them, Yinan commanded. Yinan was prudent, though some might deem it fearful. Unlike many other travelers, he did not possess an inflated sense of superiority. He prioritized his own safety above all, ensuring that no threats loomed over him. Any potential danger would be eradicated at its inception. Lu Chong melted into the shadows of the night. Yinan had encountered similar situations upon returning to the capital. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to acquire 9th-tier experts. Despite having earned several million taels since his arrival, he still found himself in a precarious financial situation, prompting him to curse the system. To be frank, system, you are utterly useless. You call yourself the wealth god system, yet your functions are grossly misaligned with your name. What kind of host must still earn their own living? Look at the neighboring sign-in system, or the billion-fold return system. And then there's you, perhaps you should be dubbed the frugal system, Yinan lamented. Host, please refrain from questioning the system. This system is the only authentic one under the banner of the wealth god path, distinct from those flashy imposters. The hosts chosen by those systems are merely products of hasty cultivation, knowing only how to take and take. Should these individuals ever lose their systems, they would become incapable of survival. In the myriad realms, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous, and ultimately, one must rely on oneself. The wealth god system is dedicated to fostering true wealth creators, not mere idlers. The prerogative lies with you. Whatever you say goes, Yinan replied, feeling at a loss. If only it were possible, he would indeed prefer to be the kind of idler described by the system. After all, What could be more joyful than being a carefree recipient of unearned fortune? Furthermore, the host must be aware that the wealth god system is not unique to you. Within the myriad realms, there exist countless hosts akin to yourself. Only those who contribute the most to the system will ultimately acquire its authority. Enough said, please take heed. Dear host, how many times must I reiterate that you are merely a subsystem? The more I earn and spend, the higher your level will ascend, thus bestowing upon me greater benefits. I understand. Faced with the system's incessant chatter, Yinan impatiently remarked, "Come forth, system, display my current status." Host, Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty, age, 17 years and 351 days wealth. 1, 550, 000 taels of silver. I cannot fathom why. Being a system of considerable stature across the myriad realms, you insist on using silver as a unit of measurement. Surely, not all worlds employ silver as currency? Certainly not. However, in 60% of the realms, silver serves as the standard. There are also numerous worlds that operate on a gold standard, while a few utilize spiritual stones or celestial stones as currency. If you find silver distasteful, you may convert it to points. 1 tael of silver equals 1 point. It's all equivalent. Then I shall stick with silver. The conversion process is rather tedious. Yinan mused, contemplating the necessity of expediting plans for the auction house. By the time he returned to the palace, night had fallen. After completing his evening rituals, Yinan retired for the night. The following day, at the break of dawn, Cao Mao arrived at the palace seeking an audience. Yinan, yawning, made his way to the main hall. Cao Mao promptly rose and bowed. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince. Yinan casually waved his hand, dismissing the formalities. No need for such courtesies, Lord Cao. What brings you to my humble abode so early? His Majesty wishes for your Highness to prepare 20,000 acres of seeds within 10 days. He believes there is still ample time for another harvest in the southern regions and wishes to experiment in Yunnan to see if the yields match those of the northern empire. Very well, I shall prepare swiftly. Have my father ready 20,000 taels to be delivered in 3 days. I will ensure the seeds are sent to you. I shall convey your intentions to His Majesty. My task is complete. His Majesty requires his attendance, so I shall take my leave. Cao Mao replied. Safe travels, Lord Cao. Lu Chang, see him off. Yinan instructed Lu Chang. Certainly, my lord, Lu Chang responded. Cao Mao's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Lu Chang, sensing a threat. It was evident that Lu Chang was also a 9th-tier expert, and his skills appeared formidable. Yet, while he had encountered many skilled individuals within the prince's residence, Lu Chang was a stranger to him. There is no need for concern. Mr. Lu is a newly recruited retainer of mine and will be responsible for my safety. You shall see him often, Yinan clarified. Your Highness is fortunate to have recruited such a capable expert, Cao Mao genuinely complimented. Too kind, Lord Cao. Lu Chang responded with a slight smile. After bidding farewell to Cao Mao, Yinan found himself unable to return to slumber, summoning several trusted confidants from the residence. He made his way to the estate outside the city, intending to expedite the seed preparations while he had the time, thus avoiding future complications. A few days later, Emperor Yi Zhen dispatched individuals to retrieve the seeds, and upon the arrival of the funds, Yinan shifted his complete focus to the auction house. During this period, he amassed a considerable collection of rare treasures, including the medicinal pills required by Chen Hai. These pills ranged from 1st to 7th or 8th grade. However, given Chen Hai's current financial capabilities, it was impossible to afford even the 5th or 6th grade pills, let alone those of the 7th or 8th grade. A 6th grade pill begins at a staggering 100,000 taels, while the 7th grade ones start at a minimum of 300,000 taels. Nevertheless, Yinan continued his collection, understanding that while some things may not be immediately necessary, they could prove invaluable in the future. It is better to gather resources in advance than to scramble at the last moment. His ambitions did not stop at merely collecting pills. He also intended to establish a guild dedicated to alchemy, offering a basic salary to alchemists while ensuring that the potions they produced were prioritized for sale to him. He was determined to invest significantly, recognizing that his current power was limited. He aimed to begin with medicinal pills, aspiring to eventually consolidate all unique products of this world into his possession. Ding. This month's profits have been credited. Please check. Host. Chapter 15. Grand Procurement what? How much did the profits amount to? Hurry, let me see. Yunan's spirits soared instantly. Host. Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty, age, 17 years and 362 days wealth, 2 billion 550, 000 taels of silver 2 billion. Yinan was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that a mere 2% yield would net him such a staggering sum in silver. Especially in the first month, future gains would likely exceed this. However, the thought that the system profited even more left him with a twinge of regret. Lamenting that he could not repair the chat group system, it was disheartening to realize that the lion's share went to the platform, while he merely sipped the broth. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, reminding himself that it was a windfall, a fortune granted by fate, and a loss would merely signify good fortune elsewhere. With 2 billion taels, he was undoubtedly the wealthiest individual in the Great Wu Kingdom. Thus, he resolved to embark on a grand undertaking. "Come forth, system, I am ready to indulge," Yunin proclaimed exuberantly. He felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, money emboldens a man. The aura of a wealthy man transformed his demeanor entirely, and he found himself daring to pursue opportunities he once deemed unattainable. Pure Yang Body, 2 billion, top-tier comprehension, 2 billion, Guardian Puppet, Grandmaster 2 billion. 9th tier cultivation upgrade card, no side effects 1, 5 billion. 8th tier cultivation upgrade card, no side effects 1 billion. After perusing the available items, Yunan couldn't help but lament that despite the swift influx of wealth, it still felt insufficient to fulfill his ambitions. Prioritizing his cultivation was paramount. Survival was crucial. "System, present me with a 9th tier card," he declared, casting aside any hesitation and purchasing the cultivation card. "The cultivation card has been credited. The host may withdraw it at any time. Wealth deducted, 1. 5 billion. Available balance, 515,000,000 taels. Let the fusion commence." Upon uttering this phrase, Yinan's body erupted in warmth, a sensation akin to being enveloped in a steamer. This intense feeling lingered for a full quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had undergone a cleansing transformation, his physique noticeably leaner yet imbued with newfound vitality. It was akin to emerging from a thorough sauna, and the world around him appeared utterly transformed. In a vague, almost ethereal manner, he sensed the existence of another layer of space, which startled him. "System, is ascension upon me? Please, not yet. I am not ready to depart." "Fear not, esteemed host. The system merely offers a 9th tier cultivation card, which will not lead to ascendance. This is merely an illusion." "That is a relief," Yunan replied, still somewhat shaken. His extensive plans in the Great Wu were only beginning, and he had yet to consider the entirety of the Tianwang continent. The true expanse of the Tianwang continent remains an enigma for once. A 9th tier master endeavored to traverse its entirety but spent his life in pursuit, never reaching the world's end, even upon ascension. Yinan had once perused a tome titled Geography of the Tianwang continent, which chronicled bizarre and fantastical accounts, some so outlandish that even his discerning mind found them remarkable, rivaling the legendary Shan Haijing from his previous life. According to the aforementioned account, the Tianwang continent is merely a fragment of the vast world, a realm whose entirety remains unseen by any soul. Even the obscure author of this tome is unaware of the true expanse of the world. The Tianwang continent, which has eluded even the most accomplished experts for a lifetime, is but a mere corner in the eyes of this author. This illustrates the immense scale of the world. Until it is fully explored, Yinan cannot bear to depart. During his time here, he has profoundly felt the love bestowed upon him by Emperor Yuzhen and the wise consort Tang Rou, an experience he never grasped in his previous life. In the original narrative, Emperor Yuzhen succumbs to a sudden illness. However, Yunan has discovered that Yuzhen is in robust health and appears to be a 9th tier expert. How could he possibly suffer from a debilitating ailment? It is well known that a 9th tier master, absent of hidden injuries, can live for at least 2 centuries. Given this, if it is not an illness, it is highly probable that he has been the victim of foul play. Who would dare conspire against an emperor and succeed at that? The most likely culprits would be himself, the crown prince, or the 5th son, Yi Fei, while the other 4 can be disregarded. Excluding himself, we are left with the crown prince and Yi Fei. The crown prince's chances are slim due to his limited access to elite forces, making Yi Fei the prime suspect. Yi Fei's maternal grandfather, Xiao Tianxi, is a pinnacle 9th tier master. Should he resort to nefarious means, it is conceivable that he could cause Yuzhen's untimely demise. Moreover, it was also Xiao Tianxi who inflicted mortal injury upon Yi Feng, shattering his lungs with a single strike, leading to Yi Feng's ascension to the throne. Yet he could not endure for even 3 years thereafter. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the second prince eventually intervened. During their most intense struggles, he had remained an observer. At that time, the second prince, Yi Hao, had just entered the ninth tier and was not a match for Xiao Tianxi. Although Yi Hao's involvement was partly due to Yi Fei's cunning strategy, he may have also discovered the true cause of Yi Zhen's death. It is worth noting that Yi Hao, among his brothers, was the most dutiful, having lost his mother, a palace maid, shortly after his birth. He was raised by Yi Zhen himself. As the emperor personally nurtured him, it was believed by the ministers that Yi Zhen might pass the throne to him. Yi Hao faced countless assassination attempts during his childhood, prompting Yi Zhen to designate Yi Feng as the crown prince for his safety, which subsequently quelled the threats against Yi Hao. Thus, the other princes envied the second prince. Despite losing maternal affection at an early age, Yi Zhen provided him with paternal love, treating each son as fairly as possible. Yunan's current task is to gradually develop, striving to avert any tragic occurrences in the future. System, please renew the lease for Lu Chong and the others for another decade. The annual rental for a 9th tier expert is 1 million taels, for 6 individuals over 10 years, that totals 60 million taels. The payment has been deducted, and the host's available balance is 441,550,000 taels. Returning to a few days ago, recharge the entirety of 180 million taels. Recharge successful. Now, summon me several 9th tier experts. The host's available balance is insufficient. What? This is 1,800,000 taels, not just 180. The purchase price for a 9th tier expert is 2 billion taels of silver each. What? Why don't you go steal it then? This system is legitimate. It never resorts to thievery. Speechlessness is the native tongue of Yunnan. What about my safety? I've encountered several assassination attempts already. If I perish, this subsystem will have to start anew. Not only would that be a waste of time, but encountering a high-quality asset like me is no small feat. The host can temporarily rent a 9th tier expert for a rental price of 1 million taels per individual per year. Just as I enter the treasury, I find I lack sufficient funds to rent even 2 9th tier experts. Come on, debts are nothing to worry about. Bring me 6. Sell everything in my treasury. The total value of items in the host's treasury is 5 million taels. Shall we proceed with the sale? Yes, sell it. My life is paramount. Thus, Yunan's treasury resembled a place where even a mouse would emerge weeping. The housekeeper was so frightened he nearly considered self-harm. Fortunately, Yunnan explained quickly, otherwise, he would have lost an excellent steward. Chapter 16. The second transaction. Yunnan concluded his shopping expedition when suddenly a message appeared in his mind's chat box. Another bottle. Is the third one there? Yi family's third, present. Another bottle. Brother San, I've hunted another batch of crystal cores. Are your pills ready? Yi family's third. How many? Another bottle. 10 level 3 crystal cores, 50 level 2, and 123 level 1. I've formed a hunting team, so there's a bit more this time. However, with more people, the supplies are limited, hence I'm contacting you in advance. Yi family's third. I'll take them all, 1-for-1 exchange. Another bottle. All right. Brother San, a few days ago, I discovered an alloy factory with dozens of tons of tungsten chromium cobalt alloy. The production lines and equipment are still intact. I heard you are in an ancient setting and haven't yet developed modern industry. If I process it into swords and blades, would you be interested? Yi family's third. Wow, absolutely. 1,000 taels each increased the production for me. In his previous life, he had heard of tungsten chromium cobalt alloy, renowned for its cutting capabilities due to its exceptional hardness, wear resistance, and corrosion resistance. If fashioned into weaponry and supplied to the soldiers on the borders or the Imperial Guard in the capital, the combat effectiveness of such a force would be significantly elevated. A whole army equipped with divine weapons could even compel 9th tier experts to retreat. After concluding the transaction, both were immensely satisfied. Yunnan valued the crystal cores as they could awaken latent potential in ordinary individuals to become warriors, a fact he had already tested. Several former common servants in his manor had consumed the crystal cores and transformed into warriors with respectable qualifications. Chenhai, on the other hand, appreciated that their cultivation could utilize crystal cores, although the absorption rate was less than half, rendering the remainder wasted. In contrast, the medicinal pills lacked this shortcoming, boasting an absorption rate of 90 to even 100%. While both belonged to the same tier, first tier, one stimulated potential, while the other ensured efficiency, each possessing its own merits and demerits. Days later, a 10-acre tall building rose in the capital, occupying the site previously home to several taverns and shops. Following amicable negotiations with the steward of the Qi Wangfu, they consented to sell the property to Yunnan. After significant renovations, the auction house, named Chaotian Pavilion, was nearing completion. Inside, the decor was resplendent, with dazzling crystal chandeliers suspended from the grand hall center. Imposing marble pillars standing tall, and jade-paved floors exuding sophistication. The auction platform, carved from golden thread Namu wood, was both solemn and elegant, surrounded by exquisite, intricately designed chairs adorned with gilded craftsmanship, all elements reflecting the opulence of this auction house. As the behind-the-scenes proprietor of this establishment, Yinan had been exceedingly busy in recent days, preoccupied with selecting items for the grand opening. The success of the auction house's inaugural event hinged on how astonishing his offerings would be. The professional auctioneer has been chosen, a remarkable woman among the 6 ninth-tier masters, named Leah. Possessing a commendable business acumen, the operations of the auction house have been entrusted to her. An auction house must be fortified with formidable strength, as the continent is rife with desperate rogues. Without such protection, even the most exquisite treasures would be vulnerable to theft. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days to be a thief, but not a single day to guard against one. On the 1st day of July, a propitious date, the Chaotian auction house officially opened its doors. Yinan extended invitations to dignitaries from the court, including numerous affluent individuals from the 4 prominent families. Third brother, how could you embark on such a lucrative venture without including me? That's rather ungracious. Yi Fei, the first among the brothers to arrive, exclaimed. I would take you along, but what would you do? Are you not afraid the censor would report you to father, accusing you of profiting at the expense of the common folk? Yunnan replied. Since you're not afraid, why should I be? Yi Fei retorted nonchalantly. With your temperament, you wouldn't handle this well. It's best you sit this one out. Today, whatever catches your eye, bid freely. It's a gift from third brother. Yinan offered. Really? Of course. With your intellect, could I possibly deceive you? That is true. Thank you, third brother. Shortly thereafter, the 4th brother, Yutian, arrived. Third brother, congratulations on the grand opening. Come inside. The private rooms are ready. Bid on whatever you desire today. It's on me. Leah, please escort 4th brother in. Lastly, the crown prince, Yi Feng, dressed in casual attire, made his entrance. Third brother, congratulations on the grand opening. Big brother, please come in. With Yi Feng's arrival, the auction commenced in earnest. The chandeliers overhead illuminated the hall with a fervent glow. As the head of the auction house and the auctioneer, Leah was the first to address the attendees. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the inaugural auction of the Chaotian auction house amidst your busy schedules. This auction features a multitude of items, with countless rare treasures on offer. I hope each esteemed guest finds something to their liking. Without further ado, let us present our first item for auction. As Leah concluded her introduction, a maid appeared, carrying a tray upon which lay a lustrous jade pendant. It is widely acknowledged that martial artists require the absorption of spiritual energy for their cultivation. However, they must also expel the impurities within that energy, which can hinder their training speed. This jade pendant, imbued with spiritual essence, autonomously absorbs spiritual energy while eliminating impurities and storing the essence. While cultivating, one need only grasp the pendant tightly and continuously absorb the energy it contains. The spiritual essence stored within can sustain a 6th-tier martial artist for an entire day, after which the pendant requires 3 days to restore itself. It is indeed a rare treasure. The starting bid for this item is 30,000 taels of silver, with each increment not less than 1,000 taels. Let the bidding commence. As soon as Leah finished her announcement, bids began to flow in. 40,000 taels. VIP number 67 bids 40,000 taels. 60,000 taels. VIP number 43 bids 60,000 taels. 150,000 taels. VIP number 8 bids 150,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid? This extraordinary treasure is reusable. A 6th-tier master can save a day's worth of labor every 3 days, while those below the 6th tier will save even more time. Acquiring it will elevate your cultivation speed beyond that of your peers within the same tier. 200,000 taels. The bid from Box 6 stands at 200,000 taels, truly a testament to the grandeur of esteemed families. The Chaotian Pavilion boasts 7 levels, with the auction house occupying merely 2. The first level is the Grand Hall, which accommodates only 100 participants who can actively engage in bidding. The remaining seats are reserved for spectators, who are not permitted to place bids. To occupy one of these coveted 100 seats, one must either undergo a prior financial verification or receive an invitation from the auction house. The second floor consists of 18 private boxes. The first 3 are reserved for the royal family, while the other 15 are by invitation only, designated for prominent figures or wealthy elite, who generally prefer to maintain a low profile. 200,000 once, 200,000 twice, 200,000 thrice. Sold. Let us extend our congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 6 for successfully acquiring this spirit-imbued jade pendant. Now, let us welcome the next item for auction. Chapter 17. Auction of the Crystal Core. This auction item is the magnum opus of the master swordsmith Cha Ching, renowned as one of the top 10 swords. The Heavenly Essence Sword, which is also a 9th tier sword. As Li Ye's voice faded, the hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What? It is indeed the Heavenly Essence Sword, a 9th tier divine sword. The Chaodian auction house has actually put a 9th tier divine sword up for bid. At that moment, the heads of the 4 prominent families rose abruptly from their respective private chambers. Among them, the Luo family's heir, Luo Tianxi, was present, a 9th tier sword. Our Luo family is in dire need of such a weapon. We must secure this sword at all costs. Fu Bo, immediately send word to my father, urging him to gather the necessary funds swiftly. Others from the various family chambers also emerged, seemingly with intentions akin to those of the Luo family. The Prime Minister's residence was represented by his daughter, Yang Miaoyin, known as the most talented woman in the capital. Not only was her intellect remarkable, but her beauty also ranked among the finest in the city. Rumors circulated that she, along with General Tang Tao's daughter Tang Yao, Minister of Rights Kong Ru's daughter Kong Jingshu, and General Zhao Feng's sister Zhao Ziyu, formed the 4 great beauties of the capital. Yang Miaoyin's talent was exceptional. Tang Yao was endearingly charming, Kong Jingshu was serene and virtuous, while Zhao Ziyu excelled in martial prowess. Each possessed unique attributes. As the leader of the Huainan faction, Prime Minister Yang Ping was not lacking in wealth, but they were in dire need of high-end combat power. Upon hearing of the 9th tier sword, Yang Miaoyin immediately dispatched a message to her father, who responded that they would spare no expense to acquire this sword. Despite their financial resources, the Huainan faction was significantly lacking in elite fighters, and obtaining this sword would bolster their foundation, whether to recruit 9th tier experts or to retain it for their own use. The general's faction also took action. The remaining prominent families quickly echoed the sentiment, determined to secure the sword at any cost. The Heavenly Essence Sword commenced bidding at a starting price of 1 million taels, with increments no less than 100,000 taels. The competition began. 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 1,700,000, 3,500,000 taels. In an instant, the competition for the Heavenly Essence Sword reached a fever pitch, as these noble families and high-ranking officials sought to enhance their family's prestige, resulting in a frenzy of bids. Third brother, I recall this sword is from Father's private treasury, isn't it? Yifeng gazed incredulously at Yunnan, as though trying to see through him. Hee. Do you know about the seeds? I was the one who provided them. Consequently, when father was in high spirits, he allowed me to choose freely from his collection. And this sword ended up in my possession. Yunnan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Third brother, you know how much father cherishes his swords. If he discovers you are auctioning off his treasured sword, do you believe he won't come charging to the Qi Wang residence with it? Yufei interjected sympathetically. He consented to it. Can I be blamed for that? He was the one who let me choose freely. Yunnan protested vehemently. Third brother, this is akin to selling off Father's land without remorse. Father expended considerable effort to acquire this treasured sword, and you simply sell it off. How ungrateful. Yifeng remarked that he possessed an abundance of swords, asserting that it was unreasonable for him alone to wield them. As his sons, it seemed only fitting that they partake in their use. Observing the reluctance of his brothers, he added, Eldest brother, if there truly is a matter at hand, would you neglect your younger brother's well-being? Yunnan, with a pitiful expression, turned to Yifeng and said, Oh, do not involve me. This matter is beyond my control. Yifeng, with a look of disdain, replied, Fourth brother, fifth brother? Yi Tian and Yi Fei immediately turned their heads, feigning ignorance. What a farce of brotherly affection. Yifeng mused. I had intended to bestow upon you some golden kidney pills, yet this is the reception I receive? I shall feed these pills to the dogs upon my return. What? Golden kidney pills. The brothers swiftly gathered around Yunnan. Third brother, this is all a misunderstanding. As brothers, how could we remain indifferent to your punishment? Rest assured, if father were to penalize you for this, we shall certainly intercede on your behalf. They all fervently assured him. Where are the pills? Yunnan inquired. Here, take them. He produced 3 white jade vials and tossed them to his brothers. The golden kidney pill, as its name suggests, pertains to matters of vitality. However, it is not a mere one-time remedy. These pills have the capacity to permanently enhance one's vitality. The golden kidney pill is valuable yet scarce, and while the formulation is no secret to princes such as themselves, the ingredients are exceedingly rare. Yinan had dispatched a ninth-tier expert to procure one of the primary ingredients from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains to concoct these vials. With the brothers appeased, the bidding commenced its final stages, drawing near to a conclusion. The crowd in the hall struggled to keep pace with the escalating bids, predominantly driven by the affluent families in the private booths. Booth 4, 7,500,000. Booth 5, 8 million. Booth 6, 8,110,000. Booth 4, 8,300,000. Booth 5, 9 million. Within Booth 5 sat Luo Tianxi, while Yang Miaoying occupied Booth 4. After Li Yao announced the 9 million mark, silence enveloped the room. The capital had its share of auction houses, yet they were typically modest affairs, with items fetching nearly 1 million taels being a rarity, let alone 9 million. Even Yifeng could not help but exclaim how the four great families were astonishingly wealthy. The Huainan faction was not to be underestimated either. They frequently lamented their supposed poverty in the court, claiming the hardships endured by the Huainan populace, which was merely a facade. Yufei also expressed his frustration. It seemed a reckoning was due for the families and the Huainan faction, as even the ever-calm Yutian could no longer remain passive. While the brothers lamented, Liya, noticing the absence of further bids, called out 9 million once, 9 million twice, 9 million, 9,110,000. Booth 4 countered, 9,110,000. Is there any further bid? 9,110,000 once, 9,110,000 twice. After a brief pause, observing the lack of additional bids, the auctioneer's hammer fell with a decisive thud. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 4, who has triumphantly secured the Celestial Essence Sword, masterfully crafted by the venerable O Changqing, for an astounding sum of 9,100,000 taels of silver. As the gavel descended, the expansive auction hall seemed to awaken, resonating with exuberant chatter. 9,100,000 taels, such an exorbitant amount that even selling our entire lineage would scarcely equate to that value. A voice from the audience lamented, in 3 lifetimes. I could never amass such wealth. 3 lifetimes. What a boast. Another retorted, if you can't achieve it, do you think I can? Huh, neither can I. As the cacophony gradually subsided with the rhythmic strikes of Li Ya's gavel, several more medicinal pills were auctioned, yet none reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Essence Sword's price. After 2 hours of spirited bidding, the total sales soared to an astonishing 20 million taels of silver. Leah tapped her gavel and announced, now, we arrive at the final item of today's auction. It is widely known that within the continent, those with the innate talent can cultivate into warriors, while those lacking such talent are doomed to remain at the first tier for their entire lives. Talent is an immutable trait. One is either endowed with it or not, predetermined from birth. However, our Chao Tian auction house has taken an innovative approach, unveiling a substance that allows ordinary individuals to acquire such talent. We have named it the Crystal Core, a catalyst that can unlock the potential within commoners, transforming them into warriors. Chapter 18. A fiery explosion of surprises. What? Is there truly such a marvel? Something that can transform an ordinary individual into a warrior. The attendees of today's auction have certainly had their eyes opened. First, the Celestial Sword, and now the Crystal Core. Each item vividly showcases the formidable prowess of the Chaodian auction house. While it is undeniable that many esteemed families possess remarkable offspring, it is also true that every household has its share of significant failures. Previously, one could only resign to fate, but now, with the emergence of the Crystal Core, a miraculous opportunity has arisen, offering hope to those deemed worthless. Of course, there are skeptics among the crowd. To verify the authenticity of this phenomenon, we shall invite an ordinary person to the stage for a demonstration. To avoid any accusations of deceit, we welcome volunteers or suggestions from the audience. Leah smiled charmingly. Before long, a fortunate individual was selected, a youth of 18 or 19 years clad in a moon-white robe. Li Dong was still in a state of bewilderment. He had been seated comfortably in the audience when, unbeknownst to him, he was unceremoniously thrust onto the stage. As a mere commoner, he had no means to resist. Today, he had merely come to broaden his horizons. Yet a delightful surprise awaited him. However, returning now was out of the question. The influence of those running the auction was undoubtedly vast, leaving no room for a commoner to retract his steps. Now, let us welcome this young gentleman to the stage, Liu announced. Embarrassed, Li Dong approached the platform. Simply consume it. Leah instructed, gesturing toward the crystal core on the auction block. Without hesitation, Li Dong grasped the crystal core and swallowed it whole. All eyes in the auction house were fixed upon him. Moments later, he began to undergo a transformation. His body heated up, and wisps of smoke began to rise. "It's so hot. So hot. Water, please," Li Dong exclaimed, his face flushed. Liu waved her hand, signaling for someone to bring cool water. Li Dong gulped down the contents of an entire large barrel, yet his stomach showed no signs of change. Meanwhile, his figure was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and all the water he consumed evaporated from within him. After a quarter of an hour, Li Dong returned to normalcy. Leah then summoned an appraisal stone to test whether he had indeed transformed into a warrior. In the land of Tianwang, determining if one is a warrior is a straightforward task. One must lift a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. Taking a deep breath, Li Dong embraced the stone. "Lift," he bellowed, rallying his spirit. His face reddened, veins protruded, and although the effort was immense, he ultimately succeeded in lifting the stone. By heavens, it's true. It truly works. With a series of 3 emphatic strikes of her gavel, Leah quelled the uproar. "Silence, everyone. You have witnessed the efficacy of the crystal core with your own eyes. The Chowdian auction house will periodically auction off crystal cores. Today, we have 5 sets available, each containing 10 cores, starting at a price of 10,000 taels, with minimum increments of 100 taels. Let the bidding commence. 11,000 taels. 12,000 taels." The final 5 sets of crystal cores were sold at prices of 300,000, 310,000, 330,000, 290,000, and 320,000 taels, respectively. The 51st grade crystal cores fetched nearly 155 million taels, transforming an initial investment of merely 10,000 taels into an astonishing 155-fold profit. It is no wonder that middlemen reap the most rewards. I truly consider myself a conscientious merchant, offering such life-altering items at remarkably low prices. Yunan's smile was as difficult to suppress as an AK. These crystal cores were entirely acquired by members of noble families, with each of the 4 great clans purchasing a set. Of course, these purchases might merely be preliminary tests. Should they prove useful, these long-term patrons would inevitably return. After all, within large clans, every patriarch is an adept master of servitude. And there are plenty of ordinary individuals within each noble family. If one ascends to become a martial artist and is forbidden to use it, it could very well lead to discontent among the clansmen. Thus, Yunan could foresee a substantial wave of wealth flowing into his embrace. With the conclusion of the first auction, the reputation of the Chowdian auction house soared in the capital, and the fame of the crystal cores drifted far and wide with the departing guests. "I pay my respects to Father, wishing you good health." Following the auction, Yuzhen learned of the news that his treasured sword had been auctioned off by a family trader. "Good health? I am far from well, Your Highness. The Prince of Qi is well. I offer my respects." Yizhen saluted Yinan with a bow. Startled, Yinan immediately knelt in supplication. An hour later, Yinan emerged from the imperial study, bruised and limping. "Old Dang, just you wait. There will come a time when you seek me out." Yinan glared back at the study with fervor. On the 10th day of the 7th month, the day Yinan had long awaited had finally arrived. It was time for the system to match him with his second friend. Having already profited immensely from the first match, he was even more eager for the next. The system interface flickered continuously before settling on 3 names: Flying Scissors, Mother Kong, and the whole is too small. Yunan stared in disbelief at these peculiar names. Just as before, there were no ordinary names. Who among the normal would possess a system? Never mind, I'll just choose one, he decided. Mother Kong, it's you. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy known as the Blah Blah Supercluster, within a laboratory, Meng Qinshan had just concluded her latest experiment. Since binding with the God of Wealth system, her research had progressed by leaps and bounds. The materials she had long sought could now be found in the system's marketplace. Moreover, the system now allowed for friend matching. Last month, she added a friend, also a woman and a time traveler, who had inexplicably landed in the harem of a certain emperor as a favored concubine. Recently, she had even requested Meng Qinshan's assistance in procuring a chemical for the castration of the emperor. Such morally reprehensible substances were strictly prohibited in the system's marketplace, prompting her to inquire immediately after adding her first friend whether such a drug was available. Reluctantly, yet compelled by the overwhelming offerings of the enchanting consort, she ultimately bestowed upon her 10 vials. It has been a fortnight since the consort last made her presence known, leaving one to ponder whether her endeavors have borne fruit. A moment of silence is warranted for their emperor. Just then, the long quiet chat interface stirred to life, Yi family's third son has added host as a friend. Do you accept? This month, Meng Qinshan had been preoccupied with experiments, neglecting to seek out friends in the chat group. Accept. Observing the name. It seemed to belong to an ordinary individual. Previously, the consort's moniker had been, "My mother often slaps Zhao Zilong," among the 3 names she had discovered earlier. Aside from the consort, 2 others were decidedly unusual. One was named Old Pig Peppa, and the other Little Lustful Dragon. It was evident they were not of the ordinary sort. With a pinch of her nose, she randomly selected, "My mother often slaps Zhao Zilong." Chapter 19. Meng Qinshan. Upon her recent graduation from university, Meng Qinshan was assigned to a biological laboratory, where her daily tasks revolved around the dissection of macaques. Akin to the laboratory mice of Earth. Daily, she was treated as a workhorse by her superiors until she forged a connection with the wealth god system, which enabled her to procure an array of experimental materials she had only previously heard of, but never encountered. However, her financial resources were limited, to put it plainly. She was in need of funds. Otherwise, she would not have been allotted a mere 10,000 taels by the enchanting concubine. As the screen illuminated, a striking young man clad in a red python robe appeared. Before he could utter a word, Meng Qinshan, an aficionado of beauty, felt an immediate satisfaction with this new acquaintance. Yi family's third son. Oh, a beautiful lady. Greetings, fair maiden. Mother Kong. Hello, hello. Yi family's third son. What sort of world do you inhabit? Mother Kong. A world of technology, though our country has already established several planets. Can you comprehend what a planet is? By your appearance, it seems you hail from ancient times. Yi family's third son. Certainly. My realm can be classified as a high martial world, where ascension is attainable. Mother Kong. Ascension to immortality? Yi family's third son. Not precisely. Lifespan is extended. Yet documented accounts reveal that the most formidable 9th-tier masters have lived up to 360 years. Mother Kong. Then what is the point of cultivation? Here, people can simply receive a gene optimization injection, and even the most basic one grants a lifespan of 500 years. In fact, with a top-tier gene optimization injection, one could live for at least 5,000 years. However, such elite enhancements are beyond my current means. Yi family's third son. 9th-tier masters possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, and can briefly traverse the void. Mother Kong, that does possess its merits. No wonder it's a high martial realm. Aside from our advancements in biotechnology, other aspects here are rather unremarkable. Yi family's third son. You mentioned that your gene optimization liquid can prolong life. How is it priced? Mother Kong. The system offers a low-tier recovery price of 1,000 taels, mid-tier at 5,000 taels, high-tier at 10,000 taels, and top-tier at 100,000 taels. Yi family's third son. In that case, sell it to me, and I shall pay double. Mother Kong. I currently cannot procure top-tier products, as I am still a mere novice, unable to access such elite commodities. Even high-tier items are challenging to obtain, though I can certainly make an attempt. Meng Qinshan rolled her eyes, remarking that it was evident the Yi family's third son was not lacking in wealth. However, for someone of her humble status, acquiring high and top-tier items was indeed a formidable challenge, and even obtaining mid-tier products in bulk proved to be a daunting task. Low-tier items, however, were readily available. They could be found in abundance at any pharmacy. Yi family's third son. Very well, I will accept whatever you can acquire. Additionally, in your advanced biotechnology realm, do you have any means of dealing with zombies? Or to rephrase, can you develop an antidote to eradicate them? Mother Kong. I have never encountered the zombies you speak of. However, if you possess a sample, you may send it to me, and I shall provide you with an answer after my research. Yi family's third son. They are human beings who have been infected by a virus, transforming them into mindless creatures capable of self-evolution. Mother Kong. A virus? Intrigued by your words, I am eager to receive more. The 2 individuals engaged in profound conversation for 2 full hours, during which they disclosed their true names and the backgrounds of their respective worlds. Yinan learned about the nature of Meng Qinshan's realm, where biotechnology has reached remarkable heights. In her world, individuals are administered a low-level gene optimization serum at birth, ensuring that, barring untimely deaths, they can live for at least 5 centuries. Consequently, their planet has become overpopulated, prompting expansion to other celestial bodies. And their nation now encompasses several planets. Moreover, their world has nearly eradicated disease, as they have mastered the intricacies of the human body. However, the practice of cultivation is non-existent there, and despite their advanced genetic technology, which can bestow immense strength and longevity, they have encountered a plateau in further development. Upon hearing that Yinan possesses cultivation techniques and that another world offers supernatural abilities, Meng Qinshin's interest peaked significantly. Should she acquire these assets, she would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10 outstanding youths of the upcoming supernova event, thereby elevating her status and transcending class boundaries. After concluding their conversation, Yinan retrieved the low-level gene optimization serum he had obtained from Meng Qinshin. With a sly grin, he mused, "Well, old dang. Let us see if you will submit this time. You dare strike me? We shall see if I can bring you to your knees, your private hoard. Both walls and ground shall eventually belong to me." Yinan ventured into the palace that very night, the nature of the discussions between him and Yizhen unknown. Nonetheless, upon exiting the palace, he wore a smile, accompanied by a carriage that had emerged from the emperor's private treasury. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yinan commanded that the contents of the carriage be stored in the estate's treasury. The steward, rendered speechless by the astonishing items, realized that the hall comprised imperial treasures. It appeared that the prince had once again targeted the affluent. Since moving into the royal residence, the prince had never left the palace empty-handed. The least he had done was procure a luminous pearl from the emperor's chamber. This time, Yinan's nocturnal visit was motivated by the imminent demise of several elderly members of the royal family, the very foundation of their power. As long as they remained alive, other factions would remain firmly suppressed. Their absence would incite unrest among rival powers. In the original narrative, several royal elders were destined to pass away the following year, followed by Yizhen's affliction and subsequent death, leading to a fierce struggle among the princes. Ultimately, the original host's demise, along with the deaths of the fifth and eldest princes, would leave the royal family in disarray, with the second prince ascending, the fourth seeking solace elsewhere, and the seventh retreating into obscurity, leaving only the ineffectual sixth prince to manage royal affairs. With the prospect of life-extending resources at hand, priority would undoubtedly be given to his kin. Yet, Yinan, harboring a keen sense of retribution, resolved to retaliate against old Deng, who had struck him over a mere sword. He was determined to deplete old Deng's private treasury, for he would not be associated with the surname of one who wronged him. Upon receiving the miraculous elixir capable of extending life, Yizhen promptly journeyed to a secluded estate beyond the capital. Within this sanctuary resided several esteemed elders of the royal lineage. After a formal announcement, Yizhen was granted an audience with the eldest of them all, the venerable Zhao Wang Yiding, who was nearing 3 centuries of age. 2 centuries prior, Yiding was a legendary figure of the Great Wu dynasty, revered as the god of war. At that time, the Great Wu was not yet the formidable power it is today. When the northern barbarian tribes invaded and threatened to reach the capital, the court found itself in a state of paralysis, with many ministers suggesting the relocation of the capital to safeguard the Yi family royalty, while others advocated for outright surrender. In that moment of despair, Yiding emerged, a mere 30 years of age, restoring order and executing those who favored capitulation, thus instilling fear among the ranks. He subsequently led the Golden Dragon Guard, decisively routing the barbarian forces and driving them from the lands of Great Wu. His campaign did not cease there. He pressed northward, expanding the territory by 1,000 miles, establishing the current boundaries of 2 or 3 provinces in northern Great Wu, all of which were won through his valor. Throughout his life, the old Zhao Wang Yiding dedicated himself to the Great Wu. If anyone were to be deemed most deserving of the first extension of life, it would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 20. The Elixir of Life. Oh, is there truly a miraculous potion that can extend one's lifespan? Yiding exclaimed in astonishment. His concern, however, was not solely for himself. There were several others within the royal family facing the imminent end of their days. As a 9th-tier master, he was acutely aware of his mortality. While such masters could choose to ascend to prolong their existence, this path was fraught with uncertainty. According to the royal family's clandestine records, ascension was not an advisable option. He preferred to embrace a tranquil death in this world rather than relinquish control over his own life. Hence, in recent years, he had been diligently suppressing his cultivation, resigning himself to the inevitable return to dust. Yet, the royal family still harbored many 7th and 8th-tier individuals whose lives were also nearing their twilight. If there existed a means to prolong their existence, these individuals could potentially ascend to the 9th tier, thereby solidifying the royal family's unassailable position. Sen won't lie about such matters, Yuzhen declared. Though Yinan often appeared frivolous, he was never one to deceive, especially concerning significant affairs. Let us give it a try, Xiao Wu. Go fetch that lad Yun. If memory serves, he is nearing the end of his days as well. We might as well treat a dying horse as if it were alive. Let him have a chance. Yiding instructed an elderly man standing by. This elder, Shui Wu, had once been Yiding's personal guard, fiercely loyal and endowed with exceptional talent. Now a ninth-tier master himself and a pillar of the royal family. Has Jin come again? What troubles you this time? Speak up while these old bones of ours still have some mobility. Let us eliminate any potential hazards. Yiding chuckled warmly. Great-grandfather, I am not here out of trouble, but rather, my third brother has discovered a miraculous drug said to extend life by 500 years. I thought to bring it for you to test, Yi Zhen replied respectfully. In this moment, Yi Zhen bore none of the airs of an emperor, resembling instead a dutiful child. If Yunnan were to witness this, he would surely be taken aback, for Yu Zhen had never displayed such humility before him. Shui Wu nodded and made his way to the back courtyard. Shortly, he returned, assisting an elderly man who appeared close to his last breath into the main hall. Once the elder was seated, he took his place behind Yiding. Yungjin has arrived? What is the matter this time? Alas, it is regrettable that I cannot assist you, for I am now more spirit than flesh, Yi jested, devoid of any melancholy associated with impending death, embodying instead a serene acceptance of life as transience. Great-grandfather, my third brother has found a miraculous potion that can prolong life. Grandfather Ding wishes for you to come and try it, Yuzhen conveyed. Is that so? A means to extend life? Yun inquired, regarding Yi Ding. Indeed. Yungjin vouches for his third brother's credibility. Would you be willing to assist us by giving it a try? Yi Ding asked Yun. Of course. If it truly can extend life, I would be gaining a considerable advantage. If it cannot, I hold no grievances against you. It would merely be a matter of a few days' difference. Yin laughed heartily. Bring it forth, Yungjin. Yin extended his hand as Yuzhen produced a vial containing a vibrant green liquid, which flowed within the container as if imbued with life. Yin uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. A quarter of an hour later, the white hair upon his head began to darken. And after another quarter, the age spots upon his visage began to fade. An hour later, the wrinkles on his face gradually vanished, and after 2 hours, his stooped posture straightened. As the sun rose in the east, Yi Zhen gazed at the middle-aged man before him, who was now reminiscent of his own age, still incredulous. Had he not witnessed this transformation with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly implausible that such a phenomenon as rejuvenation could exist. Yiding nodded, exclaiming, Indeed. The results are remarkable. It appears to be genuine. Yet, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed the excitement coursing through him. I must thank your third brother for granting me a second life, Yi Yin declared. Not only had his appearance reverted to youth, but his voice also mirrored that of his younger self. If he were to venture out alongside Yi Zhen, others might easily mistake them for brothers rather than grandfather and grandson. Such a miraculous elixir, how much of it do you possess? Yi Ding inquired. His question was not unfounded, as many elders of the royal family were nearing the end of their lives. If they could successfully extend their existence, the Great Wu would remain unassailable. There are 9 portions remaining, Yuzhen replied, producing the rest of the medicine. Yes, keep the medicine. You may return now. The nation cannot endure a day without its sovereign. Go attend to your duties. Do not concern yourself with us. If you can procure more of the elixir, please do so, Yi Ding instructed. Yi Zhen then returned to the imperial palace. Upon his return, he visited the quarters of the virtuous concubine, presenting a lavish array of gifts, leaving the concubine, Tang Rou, bewildered. Subsequently, Yuzhen dispatched Chao Mao to convey his intentions to the Yinan residence, insisting that the supply of elixir must not cease. Days later, at the Honglu Temple in the capital, the minister of Honglu was receiving envoys from the Shiliang Kingdom. Ever since Emperor Yi Zhen had rejected their matrimonial proposal over 6 months ago, the Shiliang Kingdom had persistently petitioned the Great Wu, seeking to marry a princess. Even if a princess was unattainable, they would be satisfied with a marriage to a member of the royal family. Minister Wei De regarded the envoys with a pained expression, stating, Our emperor has declined numerous times. The crown prince and several princes also disapprove. I believe we should let this matter rest. The envoy replied, Minister Wei, our crown prince has long admired the Great Wu and sincerely wishes to wed a royal lady from your esteemed realm. Even if your emperor is unwilling to marry his daughter abroad, our crown prince would willingly accept a member of the royal clan. Moreover, he guarantees that if a princess were to be married to us, she would become the future queen of Shiliang. I implore you, Minister Wei, to mediate this matter. You make my position exceedingly difficult, Minister Wei said, visibly troubled. Is there no way you could facilitate this? The envoy from the Western Liang Kingdom casually handed over a substantial stack of silver notes. Wade cast a glance and noted that each bore a denomination of 10,000 taels. Observing the thick pile, which contained at least a dozen or 20 notes, he realized it amounted to a staggering 200,000 taels. Wade swallowed hard. Such a sum was beyond the reach of his salary, which would take a century to accumulate. Very well, you shall wait quietly at the Honglu Temple for a few days. I shall first ascertain His Majesty's sentiments and endeavor to fulfill your request, he declared, swiftly stowing the envoy's silver notes into his sleeve. Chapter 21. The Marriage Alliance. After receiving the envoys from the Western Liang Kingdom, Wade proceeded to the Ministry of Rites to consult with the Minister Kong Ru regarding the matter. At that time, Kong Ru was still on duty within the ministry. Upon entering, Wade was directed to meet Kong Ru, who had just concluded a meeting. Greetings, Lord Kong. Wade saluted respectfully. Oh, it's you, Diching. I heard from my subordinates that you were eager to see me. What is it that concerns you? Kong Ru inquired. Reporting to you, my lord. The envoys from the Western Liang Kingdom have returned. This time, they have lowered their demands. They no longer insist on marrying a princess. Rather, they propose to wed a member of the royal family instead. His Majesty has already declined this proposal several times, and I thought it prudent to discuss with you how we might address this matter, Wade explained. Are they still so persistent? Kong Ru expressed his astonishment. It was indeed shocking. The Great Wu had previously rebuffed the Western Liang's request multiple times, clearly stating that no royal daughters would be wed to them. Yet, the Western Liang continued to petition, which was quite vexing. Nevertheless, as a recognized nation, albeit one with a territory less than a third of that of the Great Wu, they possessed a complete governmental structure. A blunt refusal could yield negative repercussions for regional relations. Indeed, they have returned, and it seems they are determined to succeed this time. If it comes to it, we might counsel His Majesty to consider allowing a member of the royal family to be married off. Perhaps even a palace maid elevated to the status of a princess, as long as it satisfies the necessary appearances, Wade suggested. Have you considered why the Western Liang Kingdom persistently seeks to marry one of our princesses? Kong Ru queried. I have heard some rumors. The Crown Prince To'obarong of Western Liang has been facing difficulties since the passing of his mother. The monarch, To'oba Tao, has taken a new queen, who, 3 years ago, bore another prince named To'oba Yuan. The young prince is exceptionally gifted, and the monarch is contemplating the establishment of a new crown prince. Thus, To'obarong is urgently seeking support, Wade elaborated. However, the Great Wu has no intention of entangling itself in their turbulent affairs. The Western Liang region resembles a remote and impoverished land to us, lacking in resources and talent. They have no notable sects, and this time, their hopes will likely be dashed once more, Kong Ru remarked. Nevertheless, they are envoys of a nation, since they have come. We must treat them with proper hospitality to avoid giving them any cause for complaint. This matter can be reported to His Majesty during tomorrow's morning court, where he shall decide, Kong Ru concluded. After informing Kong Ru of the situation, Wade departed from the Ministry of Rites. However, instead of returning to the Honglu Temple, he went directly to the residence of Prince Shu, Yifei. It is unclear what transpired between the two, but Wade left with a smile. The following day, at the morning court, those with matters to present, please step forward. Those without, you may retire. With the resounding call of the Grand Eunuch Chow Mao, the morning court commenced. Reporting to Your Majesty, 3 months ago, His Highness the Prince of Qi brought back a meteorite from outside Yenzhou City. The Ministry of Works has finally succeeded in melting it down to forge 3,000 sets of armor and weaponry after numerous efforts. Tests have shown that these armors are resistant to damage from ordinary weapons below the 6th tier. An official from the Ministry of Works stepped forward to report. Excellent. Truly remarkable. The might of the Great Wu Kingdom has grown stronger. A reward shall be granted. All craftsmen who participated in the forging of the armor will be duly compensated. The Ministry of Works will submit the document for approval, and after deliberation by the cabinet, it shall be presented for my imperial decree. Yushin exclaimed with joy. Previously, there were sturdy armors crafted, but this is the first time the Great Wu Kingdom has produced such an abundance of such formidable ones. If valiant warriors are chosen to don this armor, they shall be invincible on the battlefield. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials of the Ministry of Works bowed and withdrew. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Xiliang Kingdom arrived at the Honglu Temple yesterday, once again broaching the subject of a marriage alliance. Wade stepped forward. They have become as persistent as a stubborn plaster. I have reiterated countless times, it shall not be permitted. Yushin replied. His earlier good mood regarding the newly forged armor somewhat dampened. This time, they have lowered their demands. They no longer seek a princess, but only wish to marry a member of the royal family. Wait a stated. Yijin pondered for a moment and asked, "Has Uncle Wang arrived?" "I am here." At that moment, a senior official clad in a dragon robe emerged from the ranks of civil officials. He was the royal lineage's head, Yimu. "As the head of our royal lineage, you are most familiar with any eligible young ladies awaiting marriage. Pray tell, are there any suitable candidates within our royal family?" Yujin inquired. "Your Majesty, the last eligible young woman of the royal family married last month, and there are currently no suitable candidates available," Yimu replied. "Alas, such unfortunate timing. I too wish to form a bond with Shiliang, regrettably. Fate does not align with my desires," Yujin lamented. "Your Majesty, Shiliang has approached us thrice. As the saying goes, one can refuse once or twice, but not thrice or 4 times. The Shiliang kingdom's intentions towards our great were sincere. To refuse them again may damage their dignity. Since there are no suitable candidates within the royal family, it would be prudent to select a suitable candidate from elsewhere within our great Wu kingdom. Adopt her as a foster daughter and marry her to Shiliang," Wei proposed. Lord Wei's suggestion, esteemed officials, what are your thoughts? Yujin asked. "Your Majesty, I believe Lord Wei's words hold great merit. Since there are no eligible young women in the royal family, it would be wise to follow Lord Wei's counsel. This would alleviate your Majesty's concerns while also appeasing Shiliang, a truly advantageous solution." An official from the Ministry of Rights stepped forward. "Minister Yang, what is your opinion?" Yizhan turned to Prime Minister Yang Ping. "Your Majesty, I believe Shiliang's urgency for a marriage alliance with our great Wu must stem from a significant reason. According to our intelligence, the Shiliang Crown Prince, Tuobo Rome, finds himself in a precarious position and is eager to seek external support. However, given Shiliang's limited resources and populace, their value is negligible. Nevertheless, should your Majesty have other plans, the proposal by Lord Wei could be enacted. Ultimately, it is your Majesty's divine decision." Yang Ping stated. "What a cunning old fox, saying much yet revealing little." Yizhen rolled his eyes. "What are your thoughts?" Yizhen addressed the group of princes. "Your Majesty, I believe Lord Wei's method addresses both the immediate desire for a marriage alliance with Shiliang and reinforces the might of our great Wu. I am in agreement." Yi Fei was the first to speak among the others. "I too find this approach feasible." Yi Feng added. "I believe." "Very well, since all agree. Let us have the Empress select a suitable candidate, and on an auspicious day, we shall proceed with the marriage." As Yunnan was about to voice his opinion, he was abruptly interrupted by Yizhen. "To hell with you. This old man is undoubtedly seeking revenge." Yunnan silently gritted his teeth. With the conclusion of the morning court, the news of De Wu's intention to select suitable young women for marriage to the Western Liang Kingdom spread throughout the capital, causing quite a stir. The daughters of prominent families certainly looked down upon the impoverished lands of Western Liang. Yet the daughters of minor officials and humble households were eagerly drawn to the prospect. After all, despite its small stature, Western Liang was still a nation, once selected. Not only could their daughters ascend to the status of a prince's consort, but they would also elevate their families to the ranks of royal kin. Chapter 22. Princess Engoed in the West Pavilion of the Yunhui General's Mansion, Huang Yu opened her eyes, having embraced the memories of the original Huang Yu. The original identity belonged to Huang Kai, the daughter of the esteemed Yunhui General, at the tender age of 18. A time when one is on the cusp of blossoming. Just a few days prior, news had spread through the court about the Western Liang Kingdom seeking to marry a daughter of De Wu as a consort for their crown prince. While the high-ranking officials and prominent families remained indifferent, those of lesser status perceived this as a golden opportunity for social advancement. Her father, Huang Kai, sought connections and navigated the political landscape, ultimately securing her a place among the candidates for selection. Through her own determination and talent, she triumphed over numerous contenders, emerging victorious. However, while this may have been a stroke of fortune for the original Huang Yu, it posed a rather grim prospect for the present her. In just 3 days, the day of her formal enfeoffment would arrive, and time was slipping away. She would soon find herself wed in a manner reminiscent of Wang Zhaojun. Huang Yu murmured to herself. Moreover, just 2 days prior, the palace had dispatched a matron to instruct her in the proper etiquette, ensuring that the enfeoffment ceremony would not suffer any slip-ups that could tarnish De Wu's reputation. Regret was futile now, she mused. Was this the beginning of a catastrophic downfall or an unexpected twist of fate? Given the original identity, had she not been selected, it was unlikely she would secure a marriage of high esteem. The most probable outcome would be a match with someone of equal standing or, worse yet, being used by her ambitious parents to curry favor with a powerful family or superior, destined to live as a minor concubine. Embroiled in the petty intrigues of a back chamber, competing with other women. If one must engage in such machinations, it is only wise to seek a substantial platform. Otherwise, her years of experience in palace dramas would be wasted. In this alternate realm, or perhaps in the harem of the Ming dynasty under Zhu Yuanzhang, she believed her skills could hold their own against Ma Xiaoying. Miss, Matron Qin has arrived. She wishes to assess your progress in etiquette practice and plans to review it once more this afternoon to ensure everything is flawless for the enfeoffment ceremony in 3 days. Announced her maid, Itsue. Understood. I shall practice again this afternoon. Huang Yu expressed that these rituals pertained to her future, and she could not afford to overlook them. Early the next morning, a ceremonial procession arrived at the palace, indicating that she was to be escorted to the royal residence to acclimate for 2 days and meet members of the royal family, ensuring she would not mistake anyone during her official coronation. As Huang Yu entered the palace alongside the procession, she encountered the resplendent and regal Empress Xueqian, the gentle and graceful consort Tang Rou, as well as the imposing Emperor Yizhen. Although the Emperor Yizhen offered only a few words of encouragement before departing the inner palace, Empress Xueqian took it upon herself to instruct Huang Yu thoroughly, for in just 2 days, she would be required to address her as Mother Empress. Consort Tang Rou also treated her with utmost kindness, bestowing upon her numerous gifts from the palace. The Crown Princess Zheng sent an abundance of offerings from the Eastern Palace, leaving Huang Yu overwhelmed by the generosity and allowing her to meet several members of the royal family. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, a multitude of palace maids entered Huang Yu's chamber to assist her in her ablutions and adornments, dressing her in the ceremonial robes of a princess. After a thorough grooming, she proceeded to wait outside the Tai Chi Hall for her summons. Inside the Tai Chi Hall, the morning court session was underway, and the Minister of Rites, Kong Ru, stepped forward to announce, Your Majesty, regarding the proposal from the Western Liang Kingdom to wed our esteemed Princess De Wu, after careful selection by the Ministry of Rites, it has been determined that Huang Yu, daughter of the esteemed General Huang Kai, is both beautiful and virtuous, and thus suitable to be a princess. Very well. Let the decree be proclaimed. Emperor Yizhen signaled to Chao Mao. Announce, the commoner Huang Yu shall ascend the court. Huang Yu, adhering to the proper etiquette, stepped forward into the hall, bowing as she proclaimed, I pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace. I am at peace, replied Yuzhen. Chao Mao, proceed with the announcement. Yes, your majesty. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I, under the will of heaven, govern the realms. My virtue extends across the seas, and my grace blesses the world. Today, the commoner Huang Yu, known for her virtuous qualities, beauty, and upright character, has captured my heart and is henceforth adopted as my daughter. Thus, I hereby confer upon Huang Yu the title of princess, bestowing the honor of Ngua to signify my favor and affection. From this day forth, she shall enjoy the privileges of a princess and shall be revered by the royal family. Her family shall also gain prominence and illuminate their lineage. I expect Huang Yu to uphold the dignity of a princess, embody a heart of benevolence, serve as a paragon for all women, and assist me in guiding the populace towards a prosperous age. Thus it is decreed. Upon the completion of the first decree, Chao Mao presented another edict for reading. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I, under the will of heaven, govern the realms, my virtue extending across the seas, and my grace blessing the world. Today, Princess Ngua Huang Yu, known for her virtuous qualities, beauty, and upright character, has captured my heart. The crown prince of Western Liang, Tuobo Rome, is both wise and valiant, possessing benevolence. The friendship between our two nations is indeed a match made in heaven. Therefore, I hereby decree the marriage of Princess Ngua Huang Yu to Crown Prince Tuobo Rome of Western Liang, solidifying our diplomatic ties. May the two of them live in harmony and respect each other, creating a beautiful legacy. Princess Ngua Huang Yu shall henceforth enjoy the honor of Crown Princess of Western Liang, receiving the admiration of both nations' subjects. Thus it is decreed. After the reading of the 2 edicts, Chao Mao addressed Huang Yu. Your Highness, expressed your gratitude. Thank you for your esteemed grace, Father Emperor. Huang Yu replied, bowing deeply. There's no need for formalities. You shall soon wed into Western Liang. I hope you will uphold the etiquette and serve as a bridge of friendship between our two nations, assisting the Crown Prince well and maintaining harmony with the royal family of Western Liang. I shall heed Father Emperor's teachings. I will endeavor to be a model of virtue and will not tarnish the dignity of De Wu. Huang Yu remarked, very well. You may withdraw. Go to the harem and bid farewell to your mother and several brothers. Soon, we shall be worlds apart, so do take leave of your biological parents as well. Off you go. Yizhen replied, your son takes his leave. Huang Yu performed a respectful bow and exited. Once Huang Yu had departed, Yizhen continued to deliberate with the ministers regarding state affairs, ultimately resolving matters such as Huang Yu's dowry before dispersing the court. For Huang Yu and the Huang family, the conferral of the title of princess was a momentous occasion. However, for the emperor and the esteemed ministers, it was merely a trifling matter. After all, the elevation of a princess served primarily as a diplomatic gesture, lacking in prestige. To them, this event was of little consequence. Had it not been for the purpose of placating the Xiliang kingdom, the conferral of a princess for marriage would not have been necessary at all. Chapter 23. Interception. As for Huang Yu, after the completion of her official title, she proceeded to the imperial harem. After meeting with the various concubines, she then paid her respects to the parents and siblings of her original self before heading to the princess mansion bestowed by Yi Zhen in the capital. Although ostensibly to appease the Xiliang kingdom, she adhered meticulously to every requisite procedure, receiving all the privileges befitting a princess. Yi Zhen ensured that not a single entitlement was overlooked, and legally, no one could find fault with her status. Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction and secretly reveled in her fortune. She had become a princess upon her arrival and was soon to be the crown princess of a nation. If all went according to plan, she could ascend to the position of a revered matriarch, unlike other female transmigrators who typically had to endure countless palace intrigues. For her, it seemed as though success was preordained, and as long as she navigated the process smoothly, Huang Yu would become the mother of a nation. On the 19th of July, deemed auspicious for weddings and family gatherings, this day marked Huang Yu's nuptials. Crown Prince Yi Feng was tasked with escorting the bride outside the city. After considerable effort, the ceremonial procession was finally set in motion. Though she was an adopted daughter, the dowry provided by Yizhen was substantial, filling dozens of carts, accompanied by numerous handmaidens, as well as a contingent of imperial guards for protection. The official envoy for the wedding was Qi Qingfeng, a deputy from the Ministry of Personnel. Once Huang Yu had departed, the court of the Great Wu dynasty returned to its usual tranquility. During this time, Yinan also found a semblance of peace. He ceased his visits to the palace to extract favors from Yizhen. Instead, he was engrossed in establishing his military forces. The territories assigned to the princes had recently been finalized, and Yinan's domain lay in the southeastern Gaoyu County. Although he was not required to travel there immediately, it was essential for him to prepare the land where he would eventually reside. Consequently, he dispatched his chief historian, Gu Yiming, to oversee all matters pertaining to his fief. Before his departure, Yinan felt compelled to impart some instructions to Gu Yiming, primarily handing him a tome titled 5-Year Development Plan for the fief. At only 27, Gu Yiming possessed a maturity and composure that belied his years. Having served for many years under Yinan's uncle, Tang Tao, in the Ministry of Personnel, he had cultivated a calm demeanor and a steadfast character, embodying all the qualities expected of a chief historian. Yinan felt assured placing the development of his territory in Gu Yiming's capable hands. At the very least, the affairs would remain on course. Moreover, the formidable weapons commissioned from Qinghai were soon to be delivered. Yinan had already tested the samples, which rivaled those of the 7th tier. It is worth noting that 7th tier divine weapons were rare in this world. Upon their emergence, they would undoubtedly be sought after by the prominent families. For a superior weapon could determine the outcome of a battle. Yinan possesses an abundance of weaponry, yet what he truly lacks are talented individuals. Although he has the option to purchase or lease them from the system, it proves to be impractical. The 9th tier experts are beyond his financial reach, while the 7th and 8th tier ones are exorbitantly priced, and the 5th and 6th tier experts are of little use. Thus, he can only recruit a few from the real world. It is important to note that Yinan currently holds the title of the Emperor's son and is also the Prince of Qi in the Great Wu. It is often said that one should master both civil and martial arts, especially if one is part of the imperial family. Were he to venture out to recruit followers, he could easily gather 3,000, but there is no necessity for such a large entourage, as too many guests might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings among others. Furthermore, he is currently protected by 6 9th tier experts, ensuring that a mere 100,000 troops would not dare approach him. Thus, he chose a different path, redirecting his manpower to his fief, developing it discreetly. Although he is not currently inclined to seek a higher position, one can never predict when someone might foolishly present him with a throne. His primary task now is to cultivate quietly and develop alongside his friends from various realms. striving for mutual prosperity with the hope of becoming the wealthiest among them. A few days ago, he once again contacted Ming Chen and successfully acquired dozens of gene optimization solutions. After retaining 10 for her own use, the remainder was entrusted to Yijin, effectively resolving the royal family's foundational issues. The remaining 10 he intends to auction, as funds are still insufficient. Moreover, once the fief begins to develop, he envisions it becoming a voracious beast for resources, requiring substantial financial investment. He plans to transform his fief into an otherworldly version of Utopia, a sacred city within the myriad realms. Meanwhile, on Huang Yu's side, the procession advanced swiftly. Under the persistent urging of the Western Liang envoy, they accelerated their pace. The commander, Dan Aisheng, being the uncle of the crown prince, was well aware of Tu Oberon's precarious situation in Western Liang. The sooner they returned, the more secure Tu Oberon's position as crown prince would become. Any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. They were racing against time. My lord, we are approaching the border between Great Wu and Western Liang. A princess inquired whether they might pause for a moment, having traveled for 3 hours. The horses may not tire, but surely we must be weary. At that moment, a guard rode up beside Dan Aisheng and inquired about their progress. Dan Taisheng looked up and, seeing that the day was still young, replied to those around him, "Since Her Highness is fatigued, let us take a brief respite. Instruct the men to set up a cooking pot in the flat area down the slope, to feed the horses and provide water. We shall rest for an hour. Today, we aim to reach Hongliang City." The city of Hongliang, located at the border between Great Wu and Western Liang, is modest in size, and its commander is a former student of Dan Taisheng. Reaching Hongliang City would signify their temporary safety. Throughout the journey, his right eye had been twitching, as he sensed that something was amiss. As the procession arrived at the designated resting spot, the group began to prepare their meal. Huang Yu, assisted by her maidens, dismounted from the carriage. After nearly 6 hours of travel, she felt as though she might fall apart from the discomfort of the ride, as the carriages of this era lacked any shock absorption systems. "Your Highness, there lies a small river ahead. Allow me to fetch some water for your ablutions. Once the meal is prepared, you may partake in it," announced Itsue. "Very well, do go, but take 2 attendants with you for safety," replied Huang Yu. "No need. I can manage on my own," Huang Yu responded. Itsue, being Huang Yu's trusted maid, knew that Huang Yu would not forget her when she traveled to forge an alliance. Thus, she would accompany her to the Western Liang Kingdom. As everyone busied themselves with meal preparations, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, indicating the approach of a cavalry, and a considerable one at that. "To arms!" Chi Feng shouted to the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard swiftly mounted their horses, drawing their swords and preparing for the impending threat. The Western Liang envoy's guards also became alert, having spotted the cavalry charging forth, and their numbers exceeded 3,000. Instead of slowing down, they accelerated towards their target. "Protect Her Highness!" cried Chi Feng. "Safeguard the princess, retreat!" bellowed Dan Aisheng. Yet it was too late. The cavalry was now mere 300 paces from the princess's entourage, surging forward in an instant. The riders advanced without a word, unmistakably elite warriors, mercilessly slaying anyone in their path. Before long, half of the princess's retinue lay slaughtered. Huang Yu, trembling in fear, hid within the carriage, aghast at the realization that even a diplomatic marriage could pose a mortal danger. Had she known, she might have preferred to marry a commoner in the capital. As Huang Yu quaked in terror, the cavalrymen brandished their preloaded crossbows and began to shoot. The Imperial Guards, unable to withstand the onslaught, fell one by one, leaving the area around the carriage eerily deserted. Chi Feng was struck by countless arrows, resembling a porcupine, while Dan Taisheng was reduced to a mere pulp amidst the cavalry's charge. With no further threats remaining, one of the cavalrymen dismounted and approached the carriage, lifting the curtain to reveal the quaking Huang Yu in the corner. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 soldiers followed, dragging Huang Yu from the carriage. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am the princess of the Great Wu," Huang Yu screamed. The leader remained silent, gesturing for his soldiers to draw their blades. In a swift motion, they beheaded Huang Yu, who, until her last breath, could scarcely fathom that her life would culminate in such a manner during her journey through time. Chapter 24. Total warfare. After mercilessly slaying Huang Yu, the cavalry departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a grim scene of carnage, while the ceremonial wedding gifts remained untouched. From a distance, Itsue, who was drawing water by the riverside, stifled her cries, fearing that even the slightest sound might attract the wrath of death. Once the cavalry had retreated, she dared to approach the battlefield cautiously. Upon glimpsing the headless corpse of Huang Yu, she nearly fainted. "Your Highness," Yi Chui wailed. Her heart shattered. Huang Yu had always treated Yi Chui with kindness, both before and after her transmigration. They had grown up together, akin to sisters. Though Yi Chui was a servant, Huang Yu had never mistreated her. Just before leaving the capital, Huang Yu had playfully promised that she would bestow upon Yi Chui the title of concubine once she became empress. The memory of Huang Yu's voice and laughter lingered vividly in her mind, yet the sight of the lifeless body served as a brutal reminder that her mistress, the princess of Ngua, Huang Yu, had met a tragic end, executed without mercy. After weeping for a time, Yi Chui regained her composure and found a shovel among the ceremonial items to bury Huang Yu where she lay. She then mounted one of the remaining horses and hastened back to report the situation to the army of Dongwu. Vengeance for her mistress was imperative. She needed to relay the news back to Dongwu. In the general's manor in Huanchuan City, General Shui Su was in a foul mood. Originally stationed at the eastern frontier of the empire to guard against the barbarians, he had been reassigned to the western region due to the nonsensical proposal of a certain court official, Xiao Yong, who argued that a general should not command an army for an extended period lest the soldiers become overly loyal to their general rather than the emperor. Thus, he was relocated from the east to the west. In the east, skirmishes with the barbarians occurred every 3 days, with significant battles every 10 days. However, since arriving in the west, he found himself idly twiddling his thumbs, as the people of Shiliang trembled in fear of Dongwu, presenting no opportunity for battle whatsoever. As he vented his frustrations, a messenger entered, announcing that a woman sought an audience. "A woman? What woman? I shall not see her," Shuesu retorted irritably. "But she claims to be the maidservant of the Ngua princess, stating that their procession has been ambushed at the border of Dongwu and Shiliang." The messenger continued. "What? Who dares to attack the princess of Dongwu?" Shuesu exclaimed, taken aback. This was no trivial matter. He was aware of the impending marriage between Princess Huang Yu and the Shiliang kingdom, having recently been visited by Qi Qingfeng while passing through Huanchuan City. "Bring her in at once." Moments later, the messenger escorted a weary woman into the room. Upon seeing him, she collapsed to her knees, crying out, "I implore you, General, avenge my princess. She met a most heinous fate." "What? The princess is dead?" Shuesu initially assumed she sought assistance, but was shocked to learn she came bearing such grave news. "We encountered a band of cavalry at the border, who indiscriminately slaughtered all in their path. The delegation from Shiliang and our own were completely annihilated. I was fortunate to escape while fetching water by the river. They executed the princess. I beseech you, General, avenge her." As Itsue repeatedly bowed her head, she disregarded the possibility of blood trickling from her forehead. She fervently prostrated herself before Shuesu, and before long, her face was drenched in blood. Regaining his composure, Shuesu hastily assisted her to her feet and said, "My lady, please rise. I am aware of the situation. I shall immediately dispatch a message to the court and send men to locate this cavalry. As long as they have not fled far, I will ensure they are brought to justice for the fallen of our great Wu." While comforting Itsue, he commanded the troops to assemble and proceed to the site of the incident. Furthermore, he sent a message via the Fei Chuan, a swift messenger akin to a carrier pigeon, yet smaller, stronger, and faster, capable of covering thousands of miles in a single day. In the capital at the communication office, the recipient of the Fei Chuan message did not dare to delay and promptly reported it to the cabinet. The cabinet members, upon receiving the report, wasted no time in conveying it to Emperor Yi Jinping. "How outrageous! How dare they murder our princess of Dongwu?" Yi Jin's fury ignited as he glanced over the contents of the message. Although Huang Yu was his adopted daughter, she bore the title of princess, and to have her slain in broad daylight without consequence would mean his own demise in the imperial circle. He might as well find a block of tofu to end his life. "Summon the cabinet, the crown prince, and the various princes to the Taiji Hall for deliberation," Yi Jin commanded. A quarter of an hour later, all were assembled. "Behold, some dare to ambush the envoy of our Dongwu after 3 days without punishment." Yi Jin passed the message to Yi Feng. Upon reading it, Yi Feng's expression soured, and after finishing, he handed it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao, after reading, passed it to Yi Nan, who, after a mere glance, turned crimson with rage. The brothers, after perusing the message, were all aflame with indignation. "Father, I request permission to head to the border and eliminate this cavalry without mercy." Yi Fei was the first to erupt. "What say you all?" Yi Zhan did not respond to Yi Fei, but turned his gaze toward the cabinet ministers. Yang Ping stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, according to the maid's description, this cavalry spoke not a word. They are likely the elite mute cavalry of the Western Liang Kingdom. Their commander is the current Empress's nephew," indicating that internal strife within Western Liang has reached a boiling point, and they have now openly resorted to violence against us. Our Dao Wu has merely become an unwitting victim. Unwitting victim? The ease with which Yang spoke was disconcerting. Regardless of Western Liang's internal conflicts, they should not have entangled our Dawu in their strife. Having brought harm upon us, they must bear the wrath of Dawu. Yunan interjected. "His Highness, the Prince of Qi, speaks wisely. We ought to issue a decree condemning the ruler of Western Liang and demand the surrender of the perpetrator to provide Dawu with an explanation." Minister of Personnel Tang Tao asserted. "Shui Aiqing, what is your perspective?" "Your Majesty, in my view, our Dawu is currently robust and well supplied. After a prolonged period of peace, some have forgotten our former might. It is time we remind these lesser entities of their place." Shui Wenjing responded. "Indeed. Shui Aiqing's words resonate with my intentions." Yi Zhen proclaimed. "Draft the imperial edict and issue the command, appointing Shui Su as the Grand General of Pingliang. Raise an army of 300,000, comprising 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry. Inform Shui so that I am not concerned with the number of enemies he annihilates. I only wish to see how much territory he can expand for me. Let us wage an all-out war against the Western Liang Kingdom and bring about its destruction." Chapter 25. Shui Su divides his forces upon learning of the tragedy that befell the diplomatic convoy. Shui Su immediately dispatched troops in search of the cavalry unit, which seemed to have vanished into thin air. Shortly thereafter, an imperial edict from Yuzhen arrived, appointing him as the Grand General of Pingliang. Besides the Crown Prince, each of the other adult princes was to command 5,000 troops, engaging in a full-scale war, much like in Yi Zhen's youth, when his father had thrust all his brothers into the military upon their coming of age. This practice had become a tradition within the Yi royal family over centuries. Despite the occasional folly of errant emperors inciting rebellion, the relentless efforts of the other royal princes had restored the realm to the Yi lineage. The emperor who re-established the Great Wu, after unifying the world, left behind a decree that mandated all royal offspring, regardless of their future roles as emperors, should undergo military training to understand the affairs of war. Having completed his own military training on the eastern frontier shortly after reaching adulthood, it was now the turn of the second, third, fourth, and fifth princes to participate in the campaign to annihilate the Western Liang. Thus, the brothers set forth, each commanding 5,000 soldiers. By the time they arrived at the front lines, Shui Su had already captured 18 cities of the Western Liang. Shui Su was indeed a prodigious general, the most gifted commander in the past 2 centuries of the Great Wu, and Yinan silently admired him. Had their allegiances not been so starkly opposed, Yinan would have spared no effort to recruit Shui Su. Alas, he was the uncle of Yifeng, creating an inherent rivalry between them. At the Grand Army Camp of Pingliang, a detailed map of the Western Liang hung prominently in the center, where Shui Su and several deputy generals were deliberating over their strategies for attack. "General, we should now temper our offensive pace. Otherwise, our supply lines will soon falter. If the enemy manages to sever our provisions, the rations we carry can only sustain us for 5 days. This is perilously risky. A single misstep could lead to our utter defeat." One deputy counseled. "Indeed, General, while our advance has been rapid, we must leave a sufficient garrison in the captured cities. The populace within has not acknowledged our presence, and should dissent arise, our meager forces will be woefully inadequate." Another added, "General, I hold an opposing view. Speed is of the essence. If we strike swiftly and reach the capital of Great Liang, capturing the ruler of Western Liang will be a trivial matter." Yet another voice chimed in. As the discussion grew animated, Shui Su remained contemplatively fixated on the map, lost in thought. At that moment, a messenger burst in, declaring, "General, reinforcements have arrived, led by several princes. Let us go and offer them our welcome." Shui Su remarked that although, as the frontline commander, he could easily disregard a few royal princes seeking to embellish their status, he felt it necessary to extend a semblance of courtesy, particularly since they were the sons of the emperor's sister. At 32 years of age, Shui Su had matured beyond the impetuousness of youth. Had this been a decade prior, he would have thought little of these princely figures. Accompanied by his fellow generals, Shui Su exited the tent and spotted Yi Hao and several companions awaiting him outside. "Your humble servant Shui Su, along with my fellow generals, pays respect to your highnesses." Shui Su initiated the formal greeting. "General Shui, you must not. You are our elder, and it is inappropriate for us to receive your bow." We have come at Father Emperor's behest to serve under you. Please regard us as ordinary soldiers within your ranks. We shall follow your commands without question. Yi Hao quickly interjected, refusing to accept Shue's gesture of respect. Indeed, General Shue, as newcomers to the military, we may falter in our conduct, and we hope you will graciously offer your guidance. Yinan added, yes, Father Emperor has tasked us with assisting General Shue. Treating us as regular soldiers will suffice. Yi Tian concurred. Very well. With such words from your highnesses, I shall not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, we were just discussing our strategy for the impending assault. Your highnesses are most welcome to join us in deliberation. Shue suggested for everyone to return to the main tent. This is our current position. We are approximately 500 li from the capital of the Xiliang Kingdom, Daliang City, with 3 cities lying in between. Initially, we took advantage of Xiliang's unpreparedness and captured over a dozen cities. However, they have since rallied their forces to obstruct our advance. Should we choose to attack again, it will not be as effortless as before, Shuesu explained, pointing to the location on the map with a stick. Furthermore, the Xiliang military has dispatched 3 envoys seeking negotiations, proposing to surrender all soldiers of the Mute Army to us and offer appropriate reparations, urging our royal army to withdraw. They know the tide has turned. It is too late for regrets, Yunnan exclaimed vehemently. Prince Qi is correct. Their remorse comes too late, regardless of their initial intentions. They have caused harm to our princess, and they shall face the consequences. Shuesu asserted, my proposal is this. We currently command 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, divided into 3 forces, advancing simultaneously. The 3 armies shall be stationed 100 li apart. I will lead 200,000 in a central offensive, while the remaining 2 forces, each comprising around 50,000, will execute flanking maneuvers. The Xiliang forces have amassed their troops directly in front of us, and I surmise their flanks must be relatively weak. The other 2 armies will encircle them from behind, striking decisively to secure victory. Is this not too reckless? They are mobilizing 1,000,000 troops, while we number only 30,000 at most. Can we truly overcome them? Yi Hao voiced his concerns. Rest assured, Your Highness, this is not to belittle the Xiliang army. Compared to our formidable forces, their 1,000,000 troops are but mere clay pigeons. Our soldiers are at least martial artists, whereas the Xiliang ranks contain fewer than 1/10 of such warriors. 30,000 against 100,000 victory is within our grasp. General Shue's confidence is commendable. I have no further inquiries. Please issue your orders. Very well. Let it be commanded. Deputy General Wang Song shall lead the left flank, accompanied by His Highness Prince Yi Hao and His Highness Prince Yi Fei, commanding 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry to launch an assault from the left. They must reach the enemy's left rear within 3 days. Furthermore, Deputy General Guosheng shall command the right flank, alongside His Highness Prince Yi Nan and His Highness Prince Yi Tian, also leading 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry to attack from the right. They are to ensure they arrive at the enemy's right rear within 3 days. Any who fail to reach their designated positions within this time frame will face the military law. After General Shue issued the commands, he instructed all to prepare their horses and troops, leaving only the 2 deputy generals behind. Do you know why I have retained you two? General Shue inquired. We do not, they replied. You may falter, yet it is imperative that you safeguard the princes. Should you fail in this, even victory will not spare you from dire consequences. The presence of the princes among your ranks presents both an opportunity and a peril. Your duty is to protect them at all costs. You may perish, but not a single hair on the heads of the princes must be harmed, General Shue admonished. Chapter 26. Annihilation. Wang Song and Guosheng were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. I shall obey your command. The entire army began to mobilize with great urgency. Yunnan and Yu Tian each led 5,000 cavalry, advancing as per Guosheng's instructions. Half a day later, scouts reported that a large enemy force had obstructed their path. Continue to investigate. Ultimately, the news came that the enemy ahead was indeed the elusive Mute army they had been seeking. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, yet hell has no door that you do not willingly enter. The entire army surged forward, ordering 10,000 cavalry to the front lines. The Mute army, fully assembled with 8,000 elite soldiers, comprised the finest cavalry of the Xiliang Kingdom. All members practiced the Buddhist technique of silent meditation, advancing swiftly in the early stages of their training. However, once they uttered a sound, their prior efforts would be rendered futile. The soldiers of the Mute army boasted a minimum cultivation level of the 2nd tier, while their commander, Sima Rue, was a formidable 7th tier expert. After issuing the military orders, Guosheng hastened to the front lines. Although the cavalry of Dao was exceptional, their commander was merely at the 5th tier, making him no match for Sima Rue. Once the battle commenced, Sima Rue would engage in a one-sided massacre against the lower-ranking commanders and soldiers. Only he, as the commander of the right flank, stood a chance of contending with Sima Rue. As the steadfast anchor of the right flank, he bore an inescapable responsibility. When Yunnan and Yitian received the news, the forces ahead had already begun to clash. Relay the order. Advance at full speed. Yunnan commanded. The 10,000 cavalry commenced their rapid movement. By the time Yunnan and his contingent arrived at the battlefield, the 8,000 mute army soldiers were overpowering the 10,000 Dewan cavalry. Long live Dao! Charge! Yunnan shouted loudly and was the first to charge forward. He was accompanied by the 9th-level master Lu Chang, who provided him with a sense of security, allowing him to focus solely on the battle. Yutian was also present, accompanied by a royal protector, an 8th-level master. Although these princes were out to hone their skills, the emperor had dispatched royal guardians to ensure their safety. Yunnan, with the 9th-level master Lu Chang by his side, declined Yuzhen's goodwill. Like Yufei, he was often accompanied by a 9th-level elder from the Lu Yun sect. Yitian, lacking such substantial backing, required the protection of the royal guardian. As for Yihao, the rare genius of the royal family, he needed even greater protection. Although Yihao was already at the 7th level and generally not threatened by ordinary dangers, the loss of a genius would render him utterly invaluable. Once the additional 10,000 cavalry of Dawei entered the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned, with Dawei's forces stabilizing their formation and gradually launching a counteroffensive. The two armies became locked in a fierce struggle, with the mute army finding it impossible to retreat. The Dawei cavalry seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity without hesitation. Both sides began to showcase their strengths. The 7th-level masters Sima Rue and Guosheng were engaged in combat, their vital energies radiating outward, leaving a 20-step radius devoid of soldiers. Sima Rue wielded a Fong Tian Huaji, while Guosheng brandished a crescent moonblade. As their weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the intensity of their energies forced soldiers beyond 20 steps to retreat in haste. Meanwhile, Yunnan was cautiously developing his skills. Despite being a 9th-level master, he had grown up in a sheltered environment, a product of privilege, and had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. In the unforgiving realm of battle, one must eliminate others lest they be eliminated themselves, and he was grappling with this psychological barrier. Armed with a spear, Yunnan darted left and right, initially striving to avoid striking fatal blows, only injuring his enemies. However, upon witnessing an injured mute soldier perish alongside his guard, he realized the folly of his restraint. Setting aside his sentimental inclinations, he began to strike without reservation, and with a single thrust of his spear, he pierced through 7 or 8 mute soldiers like a string of candied hawthorn. A 9th-level master on the battlefield posed a threat akin to that of a nuclear weapon. Before long, the number of mute soldiers falling to Yunnan's spear reached the hundreds. By the time Sima Rue assessed the battlefield situation, it was too late. The mute army was reduced to fewer than 2,000. Sima Rue repelled Guosheng with a fierce thrust, grinning wickedly as he retrieved a black pill from his pocket and swallowed it. In an instant, his aura surged, breaking through the shackles of the 7th level. Yet, this was only the beginning. His aura continued to swell, approaching the 8th level, before gradually subsiding, leaving him at the pinnacle of the 8th level. Release the arrows. Guosheng, witnessing Sima Rue's rising power, acted without delay, commanding an immediate volley to disrupt Sima Rue's ascent. Unfortunately, countless arrows shot towards Sima Rue were deflected by his surrounding energy. Clenching his teeth, Guosheng advanced to engage Sima Rue in combat. Yet the latter's newfound strength rendered Guosheng utterly outmatched. With a single thrust, Sima Rue sent Guosheng sprawling, blood pouring from his mouth as he fell to the ground, incapacitated. Just as Sima Rue was about to bring an end to Guosheng, Yunnan galloped in, striking Sima Rue's deputy Guo aside with a thrust of his spear. Are you unharmed? Yunnan asked as he helped Guosheng to his feet. Thank you, Your Highness, for your life-saving grace. I am fine, Guosheng replied. Now, leave the rest to me. Your Highness, be cautious. Sima Rue has consumed a medicinal pill, greatly enhancing his strength. He now possesses at least the peak of the 8th tier, if not the 9th. Fear not, he is but a mere chicken, Yunnan declared as he lunged forward, aiming directly at Sima Rue. Sima Rue raised his hand to block, but Yunnan unexpectedly altered his attack, transitioning from a thrust to a sweep. Caught off guard, Sima Rue could not defend in time and was disarmed, His Fa Tianhuaji sent flying from his grasp. With a swift motion, Yunan's spear struck Sima Rue forcefully, sending him hurtling dozens of feet away, shattering every rib in his body, leaving him unable to rise again. Despite Sima Rue having advanced to the peak of the 8th tier, Yinan was indeed a genuine 9th tier master. Though he was the least formidable among the 9th tier warriors, he was far beyond the capabilities of Sima Rue, who had relied on drugs to achieve his peak. As the dust settled, Sima Rue had succumbed to death, and the remaining soldiers of the Mute Army, witnessing their commander's demise, lost their morale and began to flee. However, they were soon surrounded by the advancing infantry, leaving them with no escape. In this battle, the Great Wu cavalry suffered over half their numbers, while the infantry sustained almost no casualties. Meanwhile, the elite Mute army of the Xiliang Kingdom was completely annihilated. With Sima Rue's death, the Xiliang Kingdom was gravely weakened, and its remaining conventional forces posed no threat to Great Wu. 3 days later, the two armies arrived punctually at the designated location. 3 divisions of the Great Wu forces formed a triangular formation, encircling the million-strong army of Xiliang in the center. All 3 armies awaited the command from Shuesu, and once given, they would charge forth. Time was running out for the million-strong army of Xiliang. Chapter 27. The Fall of Xiliang. This battle raged for 5 days, transforming the battlefield into a river of blood, littered with the remnants of shattered walls. Although the Xiliang Kingdom's million-strong army was nearly annihilated, the Great Wu's 30,000 troops suffered substantial losses as well. Shuesu gazed silently at the casualty figures from the original 300,000. Only 129,387 remained, with over 170,000 lives lost. This was not merely a statistic, each life represented a shattered family. War is ruthless. The rise of a general is often built upon the bones of the fallen. This is not an empty saying. The princes had matured somewhat through the crucible of war. Yihao no longer wore a perpetual frown but displayed a spectrum of emotions. Yunnan had ceased his incessant laughter, while Yutian became more vibrant, no longer preoccupied with his personal image. Yufei stopped viewing everyone through a lens of suspicion. It was as if the brothers had aged overnight. The battlefield truly is a profound forge for character, Yunnan mused. Following this conflict, the Great Wu army advanced unimpeded, and Xiliang could no longer mount any effective resistance. This battle seemed to have broken the backbone of Xiliang, with its city surrendering without a fight. Upon reaching Daliang City, the gates were firmly shut, prepared to withstand the Great Wu's assault. The Great Wu's forces encircled Daliang City, determined not to let a single person escape. Within Daliang City, chaos reigned. The elderly emperor of Xiliang was pale and distraught, having lost his esteemed general along with the million-strong army. Leading the officials was Prime Minister Sima Ling, father of the current empress, Sima Wanqing, and grandfather of Sima Rue. It was he who had ordered the assassination of the Great Wu's diplomatic envoy, underestimating their resolute nature. He believed that eliminating the envoy would suffice to deter Great Wu from launching an offensive against Xiliang. Unbeknownst to him, the reason a tiger refrains from preying on mice is not due to an inability to catch them, but rather because they are deemed insignificant. At this juncture, the Sima clan held unparalleled power in Xiliang, with half of the officials connected to the family, treating the kingdom as their personal enterprise. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Tuobo was beset by anxiety, fearing for his life as rumors circulated in the court that the calamity befalling the nation was a result of his ambitious marriage to the princess of Great Wu. It was suggested that he should die to atone for the nation's sins. In the Crown Prince's residence, Tuobo paced like an ant on a hot stove, his agitation palpable. Just then, a hurriedly dressed steward burst into the room. "Your Highness, dire news. Word from the palace indicates that His Majesty has decided to hand you over to the Great Wu army as a form of penance." "What? Has father truly succumbed to the treachery of the minister Sima Ling and resolved to sacrifice me?" Upon receiving the report, Tuobo immediately turned pale and collapsed into his chair. In that moment, it seemed as though all his vigor had been siphoned away. "Your Highness, perhaps you should flee at once. The prince's residence still has 800 guards remaining. With these men, you can surely escape, and once you do, never return. Flee. Where can I escape to? In this vast world, there is no longer a place for me, to Oberon. Since my father shows no mercy, he must not blame me for my lack of loyalty." A sinister expression crossed to Oberon's face. "Summon the guards. At the 3rd watch tonight, open the city gates to welcome the Great Wu army. If they will not let me live, then let us all perish together. Your Highness, please reconsider," the steward implored, his face stricken with fear. "Reconsider? My father is ensnared by Sima Ling, believing that by surrendering me, The mastermind, he can avert calamity. How naive they are. The price for wild dogs challenging tigers is death. Great Wu will not spare them. Rather than await our doom, we must fight fiercely. To flee like a scared dog is not my desire. If we open the gates to welcome the Great Wu army, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Enough said, go and execute my orders. Tu Oberon commanded, waving his hand. Seeing Tu Oberon's resolve, the steward said no more and slowly exited to gather the guards. That night, at the third watch, sounds of fierce combat erupted from the eastern gate of Daliang City. The scouts outside immediately conveyed this intelligence to Xuesu. Xuesu certainly would not let this rare opportunity slip by. It appeared that a potential internal conflict was brewing in the Western Liang Kingdom. The eastern gate could open at any moment. Someone needed to guard the entrance, and if the gates were to open, they must rush in to seize control and hold it firmly until the army could enter. I volunteer for the mission, Yi Fei exclaimed eagerly. Old 5, stand down. Yi Hao admonished. Your Highness, this is no trifling matter. Once the gates are opened, you will need to hold your position for at least half a quarter of an hour, facing the onslaught of the frenzied Western Liang army. I am willing to sign a military oath, Yi Fei declared. Very well, since His Highness the Prince of Shu has made up his mind, I shall say no more. I wish you victory. An order was given. Yi Fei of Shu would lead 5,000 troops to stand ready at the eastern gate of Daliang City. Should the gates open, he was to seize control immediately, while I would personally lead the main army into the attack. Each of the other 3 gates would have 10,000 men stationed to ensure not a single member of the Western Liang royal family escapes. Yi Fei accepted the command and prepared to depart. Old 5, you are too impulsive. Old 4, Yi Tian, interjected to block Yi Fei. Fourth brother, as a prince of Great Wu, how can I retreat in the face of difficulty? What others can do, we must do even better. Yi Fei replied. You. Sigh. Very well, remember, do not overreach. If the situation turns dire, turn back immediately. Fourth brother does not wish to collect your remains. Rest assured. I have elderly by my side. Nothing will go awry. Yi Fei spoke with unwavering confidence. The Li Lao he referred to was the 9th-tier elder dispatched by the Lu Yun sect to assist him, as Yi Fei led 5,000 troops to the eastern gate. It fortuitously swung open. Seizing the moment, Yi Fei shouted, Brave warriors, charge forth and secure our position. Onward. With that, he gallantly surged ahead. The soldiers of the Great Wu, witnessing their prince's fearless charge, were instantly invigorated with renewed morale. Xuesu, commanding the troops, successfully seized control of Daliang City, where the royal family, including Emperor Tuoba Tao, along with the officials led by Chancellor Sima Ling, were taken into custody. They soon realized that it was indeed Tuoba Rong who had aided them that fateful night by granting them access through the city gates. 3 days later, Emperor Tuoba Rong formally issued a decree for the nation to surrender and announced his abdication. The Western Liang Kingdom was absorbed into the realm of Great Wu, marking the end of the Western Liang as a historical entity. Henceforth, there would be no more Western Liang, only the Liangzhou of Great Wu. Chapter 28. The unremarkable companion of Fan Xian. 3 months later, the 4 imperial princes officially returned to the capital. The ruler of the former Western Liang Kingdom, Tuoba Tao, was also escorted back, where he was conferred the title of Marquis Anil by Yi Zhan, and his entire family was placed under house arrest. A significant number of officials from Western Liang, led by Sima Ling, were executed. During these 3 months, numerous events transpired. However, for Yunnan, the most significant occurrence was the closure of the system marketplace. The customer service representative of the fortune god indicated that a nefarious force was encroaching from beyond the heavens, necessitating the diversion of resources to the front lines for defense against external threats. As a result, the marketplace was temporarily shut down, with the reopening date yet to be determined. Nevertheless, transactions among friends in the chat group remained unaffected, though the requisite handling fees must be paid in full. During this time, Yinan also connected with a friend. The reason he referred to this individual as a friend was that, after adding him, 2 others had declined the request, leaving only Fan Xian's rather unremarkable companion to accept. Yunnan was quite vexed, as this meant he had lost 2 potential avenues for profit. This companion, who was evidently a transmigrator, was not a mere sheep, but rather Fan Xian's twin brother, named Fan Fei. In his past life, Fan Fei was a top-tier hacker, meeting his end later than Fan Xian in the cataclysm of nuclear war. Upon contacting Yunnan, Fan Fei was promptly informed of the plot, and he wasted no time in journeying to the Arctic to decipher the temple's program, thus gaining control over it. He discovered that the number of robots within the temple was far greater than the 5 mentioned in the narrative. They merely lacked energy for operation. At the age of 16, this year marked the beginning of the story's timeline, and he was secretly orchestrating events as the enigmatic sixth behind the scenes, thoroughly enjoying himself. Additionally, he exhibited a certain talent for commerce, surpassing even his mother. Beginning his entrepreneurial ventures at the tender age of 10, 6 years had passed, allowing him to command 1/10 of the world's economy, with countless extraordinary individuals under his command. In comparison, Fan Xian was utterly overshadowed. The two had engaged in several transactions. Yunnan sold him crystals, elixirs, and gene optimization liquids, while Fan Fei provided Yunnan with several formidable temple robots. The combat prowess of these robots reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier in Yunnan's world. Despite the brief duration of their friendship, he and Fan Fei shared the closest bond among Yunnan's 3 friends, perhaps due to an instant connection and mutual understanding. With their ages closely aligned, Yunnan at 18 and Fan Fei at 16, both in their prime, their shared status as princes provided ample topics for discussion. Fan Fei, the unremarkable companion of Fan Xian. I say, old Yi, do you reckon my father is that old fellow, the Emperor Qing? And isn't he a grandmaster? Ye's 3rd son. Indeed, your first concern over there should be that old coot, hidden so deeply. I've warned you countless times. Do not take this lightly. Beside Fan Xian, a comrade remarked, are you suggesting that all the beauties in this world are somehow connected to that scoundrel Fan Xian? He is truly fortunate in love. Yi family's 3rd son replied, indeed. Lin Wanner, Zhang Dodo, Hai Teng Duo, Si Li Li, and Lu Si. These enchanting ladies are either his wives or have been entangled with him romantically. The comrade beside Fan Xian retorted, damn. Should I just castrate this brat? He's infuriating. Yi family's 3rd son laughed. I see your envy and jealousy are evident. Ha ha ha. The comrade responded him. I have wealth. I have connections. Why would I envy him? My principle is to traverse the flower-laden paths without leaving a trace. Women? They would only hinder my grand ambitions of unification. He continued, just wait. Once I unify the world, I will ensure Fan Xian is appointed as the Grand Duke. Yi family's 3rd son interjected, enough of this idle chatter. I am on my way to the capital now. Let me tell you, I am currently a 9th tier master. In this campaign, I have slain no less than 800 foes. By the way, I will select a martial arts manual for you to practice. Otherwise, the day your subordinates are absent, you might fall victim to the schemes of Emperor Qing. The comrade lamented, I am indeed foolish. Why did I not enhance my own abilities when the system marketplace was available? It's too late for regrets now. Being stuck at the 6th tier is hardly better than that scoundrel Fan Xian. Yunnan closed the chat interface, ignoring the incessant chatter of this nagging companion. Inside the Taiji Hall, Yi Zhen was discussing rewards for merits. The greatest contributor to the recent War of Annihilation was none other than Xue Su. Before the battle, he was a 3rd-tier general, and now he had been promoted to General of the Cavalry, elevated in rank to the title of Duke of Dawuyuquan. With rewards of 10,000 taels of silver, 3,000 bolts of cloth, and a fief of 1,000 households. Others received promotions ranging from 1 to 3 ranks. All soldiers who participated in the war were generously rewarded. Naturally, the princes were also granted their respective honors. After the court session, Yunnan returned to the royal residence, indulging in a leisurely and profitable lifestyle. On this day, Yunnan was boasting with Fan Fei, who had already gone to the capital with the Red Riders. Yunnan was inquiring whether Fan Fei had seen Fan Xian's beloved chicken leg girl. Your Highness, Miss Qiuyu from the palace has arrived, announced a servant. Qiuyu? Quickly, please invite her in. Yunnan responded. This Qiuyu was a senior maid beside the virtuous consort Tang Ro. From the age of 10, Qiuyu had taken care of Yunnan, and their relationship was exceptionally close before he left the palace. Shortly after, a woman dressed in a light green palace outfit entered, her complexion radiant and resembling a friendly neighborly sister. At first glance, she was not striking, but the longer one looked, the more captivating she became, possessing a face that exemplified peace and prosperity. Your servant pays her respects to His Highness, the Prince Qi. Qiuyu greeted. Qiuyu, I have always said that when we meet privately, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Yunnan quickly assisted Qiuyu to her feet. Thank you, Your Highness. Have you come to convey a message from Mother? Indeed. The virtuous consort has expressed that Your Highness is no longer a child, and she is eager to embrace her grandchildren. She urges you to swiftly finalize your union with Miss Kong and to marry at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, the consort has selected several maidservants for you from the palace, and I have brought them along. Come in, you several. As Qiuyu's voice resonated, for maidens adorned as handmaidens entered. Introduce yourselves to His Highness, one by one. I am Chuanhing, I am Shachan, I am Choching, I am Dongshin. Once the 4 maidservants completed their introductions, they stood in a line. The virtuous consort has decreed that these maidens will attend to your Highness's daily life, and should your Highness desire, they may also be welcomed into your chambers. There is no need for further words, Your Highness. I have conveyed the consort's message. I have matters to attend to in the palace. So I shall take my leave now. Without acknowledging the still astonished Yunnan, Qiuyu turned and departed. Chapter 29. The phoenix-winged golden spear. By the time Yunnan regained his senses, Qiuyu had vanished without a trace. Very well, from now on. You few shall remain in the palace to serve, Yunnan remarked with a hint of resignation. Thank you, Your Highness. All right. Go find the steward and have him assign you your tasks. Yunnan waved his hand dismissively. Once the group departed, he returned to his leisurely pursuits. His auction house had now found its rhythm, conducting regular auctions every 10 days, featuring items such as crystal cores, divine weapons, and high-grade elixirs. A grand auction occurred monthly, which included not only the usual offerings, but also gene optimization liquids. This life-extending substance had created quite a stir in the surrounding nations ever since Yunnan introduced it last month. The inaugural auction fetched a staggering 70 million taels. Fortunately, his foresight led him to rent several 9th-tier experts from the system, and with the entire Grand Wu backing him, he could safeguard such a precious commodity. Presently, the daily income from the auction house was substantial, not to mention the profits shared with him by the system. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that he was the wealthiest individual on the entire Huangtian continent. His businesses and territories required no personal management. He entrusted the governance of his lands to his chief steward and left the commercial affairs to professionals. Yunnan firmly believed in the principle that professionals should handle their respective specialties, and he never meddled in matters beyond his expertise. As long as he compensated them generously, there were plenty willing to serve him devotedly. The thousands of troops in his territory had reportedly gained some combat prowess after months of training. Once they saw battle, they would transform into elite soldiers. It is worth noting that they had initially been mere martial artists at the time of recruitment, and over the past few months, Yunnan had generously supplied them with crystal cores and elixirs. Even a herd of pigs, under Yunnan's resource infusion, could take to the skies. After a few days of such existence, Yunnan felt that merely lounging was not a viable option. Inspired by a restless mind, he decided to venture out of the palace. Clad in casual attire, he set out accompanied by Chuanheng, Shachan, and his personal guard, Lu Chong. The capital of Dou spans 70 miles east to west and 100 miles north to south, making it the largest city within a 1,000-mile radius. The city was divided into various districts, with the imperial city at its heart. The imperial city, oriented north to south, measured 15 miles from east to west and 20 miles from north to south. Having resided in the imperial city for over a decade, Yunnan found nothing particularly novel about it. Thus, upon exiting the palace, he made his way westward through the city. To the east of the capital reside the esteemed nobility and illustrious families. To the north lies the barracks of the imperial guards. To the south, the district of common folk. And to the west, the bustling commercial hub teeming with taverns, gambling houses, brothels, flower boats, street food, and an array of performances. In the wake of his ascension to nobility, he has been preoccupied, and having been exposed to the world in his past life, he had not ventured westward. However, the monotony of his current existence stirred a desire to explore the exotic allure of that region. The group, without a specific destination, found themselves traveling in a carriage to the most vibrant thoroughfare of the capital, 9-Foot Alley. As the oldest street in the city, originally a mere 9 feet wide, it has undergone several expansions to become one of the broadest streets in the capital, bearing witness to the rise and fall of the Great Wu. Upon arriving, they first visited a renowned weapons shop known as the Divine Armory. The reason for their visit was that Yunnan, despite being a 9th-tier expert, had yet to acquire a suitable weapon, which left him feeling somewhat diminished. In the past, he could not afford one due to his lack of funds. But with wealth now at his disposal, he found that the marketplace had vanished. As they entered the shop, an attendant approached them. "Esteemed guests, how may I assist you today?" Yunnan inquired, "What is the highest tier of weaponry you can forge here?" The attendant replied, "Esteemed sir, I assure you, as long as the materials are sufficient, our master craftsman at the Divine Armory can forge a 9th-tier divine weapon for you. However, the materials must be provided by yourself, and the cost is not insignificant. Neither money nor materials pose an issue, but the weapon must be crafted according to my specifications." Upon realizing that Yi Nan was financially secure, the attendant promptly remarked, "Please, esteemed sir, allow me to fetch our manager while you enjoy some tea." After the attendant escorted them to the reception room and departed, it was not long before a middle-aged man clad in silk entered. "I have heard from my staff that you wish to forge ninth-tier weaponry. May I inquire if you have a design? Here you go." Yi Nan presented a blueprint. This design had been crafted by Meng Chunshan according to his vision. The manager unfurled the drawing, revealing a weapon vividly depicted on the page. It was a magnificent spear, measuring 2 yards in length, adorned with a coiling dragon along the shaft, culminating in a phoenix's wing at the top, its edges sharp and formidable. This weapon was none other than the illustrious phoenix wing gilded spear. The weapon can indeed be forged, but the materials must be supplied by you. And the cost will be 1 million taels, with a deposit of 300,000 taels required up front, the manager stated after contemplating the blueprint for a moment. "Chana, settle the payment." "Yes, my lord." Xia Chan promptly retrieved 30 banknotes and handed them to the manager. "Materials will be delivered shortly. When shall you be able to complete the weapon?" "Please return in 2 months, esteemed sir." "Very well, I shall await the good news." Equipped with weapons, Yi Nan noticed that the hour was still early. Instead of taking the carriage, the group leisurely wandered along the bustling streets. Jiuqi Alley truly lived up to its reputation as the most prosperous street in the capital, lined with numerous shops. Just as they were indulging in the sights, the sudden clatter of hooves echoed from the front, accompanied by raucous laughter and the anguished cries of bystanders. Turning his head, Yi Nan beheld several galloping horses, upon which a cadre of ruffians brandished their whips, recklessly driving away pedestrians. Instead of exhibiting any remorse, they laughed heartily, clearly accustomed to such antics. At that moment, a figure darted into the street, delivering a sharp slap to the lead horse's head. The horse collapsed instantly, throwing its rider far from the saddle. "Who dares to attack me? You seek death." The fallen rider was helped to his feet by a group of onlookers and began to curse vehemently. "It's me. If you have the guts, come and hit me." Yi Nan observed with amusement, recognizing that the assailant was none other than Xuelu. While the other party was familiar as well, Kong Jingshu. It seemed these two had crossed paths. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Miss Kong. Just the other day, His Highness the Crown Prince was speaking of you, and today we meet by chance. How fortuitous. Xuelu jested, pushing away his sycophants with a toothy grin. "Miss, I have no time for your antics. Let me make myself clear. Should you continue to ride recklessly and harm others, I shall ensure you pay for it each time we meet," Kong Jingshu declared, preparing to leave. "Don't go. Since we've encountered each other, Miss Kong, how about accompanying me to meet His Highness the Crown Prince?" Xuelu exclaimed, signaling his lackeys to encircle Kong Jingshu and her maid. "Moreover, you struck me and now wish to depart? That hardly seems appropriate. If this were to escalate to the magistrate, it would be your fault. Step aside, or you may find yourself in a bloody predicament," Kong Jingshu retorted. "Since when did Miss Kong adopt the ways of the underworld? A bloody ordeal? You should inquire about who I, Xuelu, am. No one has been born who could bring me such misfortune. Ha ha ha." Xuelu boasted with a sneer. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Chapter 30. The Calamity of Bloodshed. "Alas, my head." Xuelu cried out in agony while clutching his head. "See, I warned you of impending misfortune, did I not? Who dares to ambush me? Oh, what a striking appearance you have, young Master Xue." Yi Nan strolled leisurely over. "Yi Lao San, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? You are not fit to be a son." Xuelu shouted vehemently. "How can this be deemed a sneak attack? Miss Kong has already forewarned you of the impending calamity, yet you chose to disregard her words." Yi Nan lamented with feigned sorrow. "Yi Lao San, do not think that because you are a prince I am afraid of you. What is this? Young Master Xue intends to strike me? Such an assault on royalty is a heinous crime that could lead to the annihilation of your family. Are you not terrified? According to the great martial law, one is permitted to retaliate without restriction if harmed. A sovereign is not above the law, and should I slay you, it would be within the bounds of the great martial law. Oh, after months of absence, young Master Xue has seemingly forsaken martial prowess for literary pursuits, eloquently articulating his arguments. Indeed, you may retaliate, but can you best me? With your mere 4th tier? You jest. I recently attained the latter stage of the 5th tier. I would not dream of bullying you. I would allow you to use but one hand." Unbeknownst to Xuelu, Yi Nan had ascended to the 9th tier, and his understanding of Yi Nan's abilities had remained stagnant since months prior, when Yi Nan was, indeed, only at the 4th tier. However, in the present, Yi Nan would easily surpass even Xuelu's father, General Xue Wenjing, in terms of sheer strength. Is that so? Then it is settled. No turning back. You may use but one hand. Yinan rolled up his sleeves, preparing for combat. Shuelu, with one hand clutching his bleeding head, advanced toward Yinan with the other. Observing the numerous openings in Shuelu's stance, Yinan swiftly struck him across the face. In an instant, Shuelu spun 3.5 rotations before elegantly plummeting to the ground. Dazed, Shuelu could hardly comprehend that, despite using but one hand, he, a fifth-tier late-stage expert, should not have been subdued by Yi Lao San's single blow. Upon landing, he felt a peculiar numbness in his mouth, accompanied by a rough sensation. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he discovered a tooth had been knocked out. Yinan had indeed struck it from him. Even a ruffian cannot be so brazen. Shuelu erupted in fury. As the legitimate heir of the Shui family, the eldest son of General Shui Wenjing, the nephew of the Empress Shui Qian, and a cousin of the crown prince, not to mention the nephew of a general of cavalry. How could he endure having a tooth knocked out in public? How could he maintain his reputation in the capital? What would his followers think of him? Even if his assailant was the emperor's son, he vowed to exact a fierce retribution. Brothers, teach him a lesson for me. I shall take the blame for any repercussions. Shuelu bellowed with fervor. Behind him, a dozen followers charged forward with a roar. Lu Chong surged ahead, effortlessly dispatching them in a matter of moments. A ninth-tier expert, after all, could not be compared to these pampered young masters. Meanwhile, Yinan approached once more and delivered another slap to Shuelu. You can withstand this? With what do you intend to withstand? With that, he struck again. What a pity. You dare to trample the streets with such audacity? Is this reckless abandon? Even if your father is a general, it won't avail you here. The Shui family has upheld loyalty for 3 centuries, yet you turned out to be such a wretched insect. Yinan remarked as he struck Shuelu, leaving him bruised and battered, utterly defenseless. Stop. If you continue, he might perish, Kong Jingshu implored, gazing at the barely breathing Shuelu. Very well. For Miss Kong's sake, I shall spare you today, but I hope you will exercise caution in the future, Yinan declared. Miss Kong, I presume you haven't dined yet? I've heard that the Chui Xiong Lu ahead offers delightful cuisine. Might you honor me with your company? Of course. I would be delighted. Kong Jingshu had anticipated Yunan's presence in Jiuqi Alley today. Her objective was indeed Yunnan, and she could not refuse his invitation. The group abandoned their unfinished tasks and proceeded to Chui Xiong Lu. May I inquire what dishes you gentlemen would like to order? A waiter greeted them as they entered the establishment. Please prepare a private room for us and serve one of each of your signature dishes. Certainly. Right this way. Esteemed guests, the waiter, noticing the group's affluent demeanor, beamed with delight and welcomed them with increased enthusiasm. Upon ascending to the upper floor, Kong Jingshu and Yinan entered the private room, while the servants remained outside to attend to their needs. Before long, the culinary delights were prepared. Esteemed guests, these are the specialties crafted by our master chef. Braised chicken wings, scallion braised sea cucumber, clear braised skirt steak, steamed pomfret, oil-sought egg crispy delicacies, fried kidney, marinated jellyfish, and our house-made Chui Xiong grape wine. Please enjoy. All right, you may leave now. Call for you if needed. Once everyone had exited, Kong Jingshu collapsed onto the chair, completely disregarding her poise. Miss, are you here specifically to see me? Yunnan inquired. Of course. What other reason would I have to come here? You must understand that I am now a prominent young lady, Kong Jingshu replied. Huh? Which esteemed young lady can be struck down with a mere slap? Yinan muttered under his breath. Let us eat while we converse. Yinan poured a cup of wine for both of them. By the way, how have you found your time on the battlefield these past few months? You can't imagine, at home, I am constantly engaged in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, or in female crafts and etiquette, with no freedom whatsoever. Even a stroll in the garden requires vigilance against the endless, underhanded schemes of those noble young ladies. Though their tactics are trivial, they are still quite bothersome. Do you not agree? Kong Jingshu instantly opened up, venting her frustrations to Yinan. That's true. These 17 or 18-year-old young ladies, some haven't even graduated from high school in their previous lives. What schemes could they possibly possess? In your eyes, these tactics must appear as childish games. Yunnan chuckled. Indeed, while their methods may lack sophistication, they are still irritating. And one cannot simply eliminate them. Do you wish to eliminate them? Of course. In my heyday, I was not one to tolerate sand in my eyes. Were it not for my concern for my family in this life, given their transgressions, it would be a mere trifle to rid the world of them. I would even consider altering their family fortunes, setting up a lethal trap, so that they could all report to the king of hell together. You truly are. Yunnan found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he also understood that in her previous life, Kong Jingshu was hardly a paragon of virtue. Although she did not indiscriminately slay the innocent, she was far from being merciful. In the original narrative, the sudden demise of Yi Zhan, a suspected ninth-tier master, could very well have been orchestrated by Kong Jingshu. It is important to recognize that quietly eliminating a ninth-tier expert is no trivial feat, however. With the geomantic arts that Kong Jingshu wields, such an act is indeed within her capabilities, albeit not without a certain cost. Chapter 31 Engagement. You have yet to enlighten me. Is the battlefield enjoyable? Enjoyable? The battlefield is perilous, not a place for amusement. Yinan rolled his eyes and replied. The two then engaged in a discussion about Yunan's experiences on the battlefield. By the way, my mother is incessantly urging me to marry. What do you think? I shall simply observe. Yi Lao-san, you seek death. Kong Jingshu, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, hurled her chopsticks at Yinan, who deftly evaded them. Who would dare to marry someone like you? Yinan jested. If it weren't for the fact that the ancestor sees you as a fellow townsman, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Do you truly believe that apart from you, the ancestor cannot find a suitable match? If it weren't for the lack of common ground with the men of this era, the ancestor wouldn't even spare you a glance. Kong Jingshu scoffed. Very well. Very well, the ancestor is indeed formidable. Yunnan conceded. However, speaking of which, our crown prince seems quite taken with you. After all, he is the crown prince. Don't all you women who have traversed through time aspire to become empresses? Following me, you shall not attain that title. Yinan continued. The ancestor is unlike those superficial women. In my previous life, I endured enough toil. In this life, I intend to be a carefree fish, preferring to recline rather than sit, and I see the essence of the Tao within you. Following you shall only bring benefits, at the very least. There shall be no shortage of funds. If you say it that way, I am reassured. Here rests the plan. I shall visit the palace to see my father and request a marriage decree for us. You should also return and inform Minister Kong to prepare himself mentally. All right, it's a deal. Rest assured, with the ancestor around, no one shall scheme against you. The two enjoyed their meal in a pleasant atmosphere and reached an agreement. After dining, Kong Jingshu departed with her maid. After settling the bill, Yunnan, accompanied by Chun Hung, Xia Chan, and Lu Chang, continued their shopping until the final moments before curfew, returning to the Wangfu. Inside the Wangfu, Sun Chuanfu had been waiting for quite some time. This attire suits you well, Lord Sun. Yunnan teased upon seeing Sun Chuanfu. A month prior, Sun Chuanfu had been recommended as the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue after the former Right Assistant Minister, Wang Lin, retired to his hometown. Your Highness flatters me. Were it not for your support, I would never have attained the position of Right Assistant Minister. I am deeply grateful to you, and in the future, I shall serve you dutifully. Sun Chuanfu bowed deeply to Yunnan. We are all on the same side. There is no need for such formality in private. Please, rise. Yunnan waved his hand dismissively. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Lord Sun? I have come regarding two matters. The first is that the ministry's mining experts have discovered two gold mines in Luzhou, one large and one small. The larger one will certainly be reported to the court, but I have chosen to conceal the smaller one. I came to see if there are any arrangements on your end. The Luzhou Eagle Beak gold mine, as revealed in the original text, was discovered to yield an astonishing 10 million taels of gold within a single year. This windfall amplified the original owner's ambitions to an unsustainable degree, ultimately leading to his demise. However, he is currently not in want of wealth. The auction house in Chaodian generates monthly profits exceeding 10 million taels of gold, rendering any risk for such trifling gains unnecessary. It would be prudent to report everything to the court. Chuanfu, from now on, any matters concerning finances must be conducted in an official capacity. Your prince lacks for nothing and surely does not wish for errors to arise from monetary issues. The second matter pertains to the catalyst for the destruction of the Xiliang kingdom. I have received news that the former envoy of Xiliang, Dan Aishang, once bribed Wei De, the Minister of Justice, with 200,000 taels, which is why Wei De was so eager to facilitate the marriage alliance. Yunnan pondered for a moment and remarked, This is a matter for the censorate, and not one you should discuss with me. I understand, sir. Afterward, the two engaged in some inconsequential chatter before Sun Chuanfu departed from the royal residence to seek out talent. Otherwise, he would have no one to consult in times of need. Yinan mused silently, for he had always been a man of action. The following day, he presented a list to his trusted guard, instructing them to embark on a quest to find capable individuals. In the palace, the imperial study, Your Majesty, the third prince seeks an audience. Chow Mao announced as he entered. The third? Let him in. I pay my respects to father. Speak. What brings you here, my son? As you say, I cannot visit my esteemed father without reason, can I? I can tell by your demeanor that you have a scheme in mind. You wouldn't come to my imperial study without a motive, would you? Your Majesty is astute. Yinan chuckled. It's clear you are aware I have something to discuss. Speak freely. As long as it is not unreasonable, I shall grant you permission. Considering you have presented me with the longevity elixir. Father, I am no longer a child. This. Oh, do tell. Which young lady has captured your fancy? Just days ago, your mother lamented to me, saying I pay no heed to your matrimonial affairs. The legitimate daughter of Minister Kong. Kong Jingshu. Ah, so it is that girl. You have discerning taste, indeed. Very well. I shall select an auspicious day to decree your union. Await my command. Yi Zhan was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure and smiling. Thank you. Father, enough of this. Be gone, and remember to visit your mother. As you command. Yinan exited the imperial study without mentioning his majesty. This Miss Kong possesses extraordinary capabilities. Nearly the entire capital is aware of the crown prince's intentions to take her as a concubine. Now, the third prince has come seeking a marriage grant. After Yinan departed, Chao Mao whispered to Yuzhen, the eldest is a bit anxious. Although Yuzhen spoke only half a sentence. Chao Mao understood that the emperor harbored dissatisfaction towards the crown prince. Indeed, the crown prince's influence has grown excessively, should he manage to draw in the minister of rights. The balance within the court would be irrevocably disrupted, making it difficult for even the emperor to navigate the ensuing chaos. For Yi Zhan, the sentiment is clear. I can offer you the throne, but you must not seize it. It is crucial to recognize that Yi Zhan is merely 37 years old. In the prime of his life. Historically, no emperor has abdicated at such a young age to become a retired sovereign. Naturally, Yi Zhan is reluctant to set such a precedent. Although Yi Feng is a crown prince that Yi Zhan holds in high regard. Capable of shouldering imperial responsibilities should the throne be passed to him, Yi Zhan's inclinations are not without self-interest. One must remember that with a new emperor comes a new court. If he were to pass the throne to the crown prince now, what would become of his other sons? Perhaps only he knows that Yi Feng, despite his outwardly refined demeanor, harbors an iron will. 5 years ago, while honing his skills in the military, he commanded the execution of 30,000 barbarian foes. Ultimately, to shield the crown prince from accusations of cruelty, Shuesu bore the blame. Thus, until his other sons have matured, Yi Zhan will not bequeath the throne to Yi Feng. Chapter 32 Engagement. Part 2 On the 8th day of October, an auspicious day for weddings, the servants of the Minister of Rights residence began their duties before dawn. Hurry up. Ensure the pathways are spotless, and give the windows and doors another thorough cleaning. Sui Hong, please check the gown the young lady will wear. We must not err today. Do you all understand? The steward, Chu Jian, was bustling about, fully occupied. Today was of great significance to the Minister of Rights household. For the emperor was to issue an edict granting marriage between Prince Yinan and the minister's legitimate daughter, Kong Jingshu. This matter was taken very seriously throughout the household. At the second hour past the 6th, the emperor's decree was proclaimed. By the mandate of heaven, I govern the realm, fostering harmony among people to establish both family and state. Today, I decree a union between the third Prince Nan, a gentle and virtuous man, endowed with both talent and virtue, and Miss Kong, a noble daughter whose character is refined and whose heart is as fragrant as orchids. Both are of suitable age and kindred spirits, indeed a match made in heaven. I have personally scrutinized this union and hold it in high regard. Thus, I bestow this marriage to manifest the grace of heaven. Let the astronomical bureau select an auspicious date, and the Ministry of Rights shall prepare accordingly, ensuring a splendid ceremony. May their future be filled with harmony and diligence, honoring the ancestral temple above and bringing comfort to my heart below. Let it be known throughout the realm. Thus decreed. Lord Kong, Miss Kong, please accept the edict with gratitude. After reading the imperial edict, Chao Mao addressed Lord Kong and Miss Kong. Your servant accepts the decree with gratitude. I, too, accept the decree with gratitude. Lord Kong, along with his family, bowed in thanks. After handing the decree to Lord Kong, Chao Mao remarked, Lord Kong, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not keep you. Please accept some tea as a token of our hospitality. Lord Kong produced a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and offered them to Chao Mao. You are too kind. Lord Kong, from now on, we are family. Chao Mao replied with a smile, accepting the notes. Typically, he would not accept such gifts. But given the mutual satisfaction of the marriage arrangement, he considered it an auspicious gesture, and refusing would have been impolite. Chow Mao then proceeded to the prince's residence to announce the decree, solidifying the matter at hand. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the crown prince's residence was starkly different from the jubilant mood at the Kong and Prince Ye's households. The tension was palpable, with palace maids and eunuchs too frightened to breathe. Crash! A teacup shattered on the floor, its shards scattering. How outrageous! The third brother dares to ruin my plans. Yifeng exclaimed, his face twisted in fury. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Wang Ting, a trusted aide to the crown prince, urged. Calm? How can I calm down when the entire capital knows that Kong Jingshu is meant for me? Does the third brother not realize this? He knows full well. Yet he still dares to take what belongs to me. Truly, he is my dear little brother. Yifeng seethed. Very well, since the third brother wishes to play. As the elder brother, I shall indulge him. Inform the Ministry of Justice to thoroughly investigate Deputy Minister Tang Hai. Your Highness, temper your wrath. The root of this matter lies with His Majesty. If the Emperor does not agree, the marriage would never have been granted. The Eastern Palace has been expanding too rapidly of late, which has aroused His Majesty's suspicion. We must exercise caution. You are still young, and there is ample time ahead. Wang Tung advised. Moreover, once Your Highness takes action against Tang Hai, it would signify a declaration of comprehensive war against Prince Qi. Although the power of Prince Qi pales in comparison to ours, should they resist with all their might, it would not bode well for us. We must not forget that there is also the King of Shu, lurking with keen interest. Do you wish for me to simply watch as the third brother strengthens his own influence? Such a balance of power cannot be allowed to flourish. If Your Highness truly cannot contain your anger, you might consider pruning some of the branches and vines of Prince Qi's faction. This would neither alert them nor fail to relieve your frustrations. Let us seize Luozhou. The governor of Luozhou, Li Shaocheng, is Tang Tao's mentor. We should first apprehend him. Chen Xilian has already defected to us. Let us arrange for him to replace Li Shaocheng. Your Highness has considered this thoroughly. I shall attend to it at once. Wang Ting praised Yifeng before departing to execute the task. Third brother, if you aspire to the throne, you shall learn from your elder brother what it means to entertain delusions. At the Shu Wangfu, well done, third brother. You have outmaneuvered our crown prince. The entire capital knows that he has long sought to marry Miss Kong to win over the Kong scholars. You have effectively cut the ground from under him. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Yufei clapped and laughed heartily. Indeed, Prince Qi has certainly outclassed us this time, elderly remarked. Now that the third brother has made his move, we can no longer remain passive. Dispatch messages to our sect. The prepared disciples may now enter the world. The border troops, the palace guards, and the imperial army shall be prioritized for arrangements. We shall secretly present a grand gift to our elder brother. Yes, Your Highness. At this moment in the Chu Wangfu, Yi Tian was reclining leisurely, basking in solitude and beauty. What is our protagonist, Yunan, up to? He was engaging in banter with Fan Fei. Yunan, brother is getting married. Fan Fei, no way, someone like you can find true love. Yunan, true love? Do I need that? I seek physical satisfaction, not emotional entanglement. Fan Fei. Yigu, V587. Yinan, just splashing water. Yinan, by the way, you mentioned you and Fan Xian were heading to the capital? What came of it? Fan Fei, what else could happen? Fan Xian went ahead first and encountered his drumstick girl. That little vixen, you have no idea. She's now all consumed by thoughts of him. It's utterly laughable. I want to tell him that his drumstick girl is actually his betrothed. Yinan, you rascal, I like it. Fan Fei, I've dug a massive pit for Lao Dang, along with Li Yunrui and the silver coin crown prince. If this succeeds, we'll bury them all together. Yinan, be cautious of capsizing in the gutter. None of these three are easy to deal with. They are all wily characters. Fan Fei, don't worry. Even if I do capsize, it won't affect me. I'm currently playing the role of a harmless little rabbit. Who would pay attention to a non-threatening little rabbit? Besides, with Fan Xian shielding me, I only need to focus on my own growth. Yunan, how effective was the elixir I provided you last time? Fan Fei, how remarkable. I have now reached the 8th rank. I never anticipated that this world, filled with nuclear radiation, would possess such abundant spiritual energy. The cultivation methods and elixirs you provided are proving to be exceptionally effective here. Yunan, as long as they are effective, that is all that matters. Just be cautious and avoid any unnecessary trouble. You know how complicated it can be to seek vengeance across realms. Fan Fei, fear not. Even if you were to encounter peril, I would remain unscathed. I aspire to be the man who operates from the shadows, hidden the deepest. Chapter 33. The fourth friend. Yunnan and Fan Fei engaged in idle chatter for quite some time before finally concluding their conversation. Yunnan recalled that today marked the day he could match with new friends, an event he had been eagerly anticipating. Upon opening the friends list, he found 3 names quietly resting there: Running Teacup, Stars in the Sky, Sweet and Sour Intestines. There wasn't a single normal name among them. Yunnan sighed in exasperation, having grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Oh well, let us see what Sweet and Sour Intestines tastes like. With a casual tap, he inadvertently clicked on Stars in the Sky instead of the intended name. Your request to add Stars in the Sky as a friend has been sent. Awaiting confirmation. Oh no, this is disastrous. Based on previous experiences, the more normal the name, the harder it is to add them. After what felt like an eternity, Yinnan's eyes began to ache. Your friend request has been accepted. You are now friends. Feel free to chat. Accepted? Yinnan exclaimed in surprise. Yi family's third son. Hello, are you there? Stars in the Sky here. Quite the aloof one. Yi family's third son. Your profile doesn't suggest you're that aloof. Stars in the Sky, are you done with your rambling? Had I known, I wouldn't have added you. Shall we unfriend each other? Yi family's third son. No, I was wrong. Just then, a face appeared in the chat, exuding a playful charm that surpassed even the most beautiful celebrities from his past life. So stunning. Yunnan wiped away the drool. Stars in the Sky, what is your name? Yi family's third son, Yunnan. And you? Stars in the Sky, Shinxingchen. It seems like your world is set in ancient times. Alternate reality? Historical? Or high martial arts? Yunnan. It leans towards high martial arts with a hint of fantasy. Shinxingchen. Mine is a technological world, having already ventured beyond our star system. Yunnan. A high-tech world. How intriguing. I'm still in the early stages. Shinxingchen. How advanced is high martial arts over there? Yunnan. Capable of moving mountains and filling seas, ascending to the heavens. Shinxingchen. Are there cultivation techniques? Yunnan. Certainly. Not only do we have cultivation techniques, but I also possess ability crystals, longevity potions, and lifelike robots. Shinxingchen. Quite the resourceful bunch. I have high-tech weapons, island rule weapons, and upgrade points. Listening to the array of weapons Shinxingchen listed, Yunnan was left in awe. In comparison to Shinxingchen's world, his advantages felt rather negligible, save for the gene optimization liquid, which was even his but belonged to Mingqinshin. Yunnan, since your world is high-tech, can you customize satellites or similar devices? Shinxingchen, of course. However, we must first investigate your gravitational forces and atmospheric height. I'll send you an environmental probe. Once the survey is complete, just send me the data, and I'll have my team create it for you. Yunnan, thank you. Rest assured, I will pay every penny owed. Yunnan and Shinxingchen engaged in a conversation about the cultural nuances of their respective worlds. Ultimately, Yunnan refrained from purchasing advanced weaponry from Shinxingchen. Rather, his primary curiosity lay in the vastness of the Tianwang continent. He resolved to launch a satellite to ascertain whether the continent constituted a single landmass or an entire planet. While Yunnan pondered the significant matters of the world, emissaries from the Zhou and Qin kingdoms approached the grand city of Dao, their intentions shrouded in mystery. The power of Zhou and Qin kingdoms was not significantly inferior to that of Dao. The 3 kingdoms shared borders and had engaged in conflicts in the past, each suffering losses. However, the past decade had seen a period of relative peace among them. The need for Zhou and would fend off invasions from the eastern barbarians further maintain this tranquility. Yet, the emergence of the longevity elixir and crystal cores in Dao had disrupted the delicate balance among the 3 kingdoms. In this shifting dynamic, it would not be long before Dao's strength would vastly surpass that of the other 2, leaving their emperors in a state of unrest. Consequently, both kingdoms conspired to dispatch envoys to Wu. Should Wu be amenable to relinquishing the crystal cores and longevity elixirs, matters would remain amicable. However, if they declined, the 2 kingdoms would have no choice but to unite their forces to annihilate Wu. Rather than succumb to a slow demise, they preferred to take decisive action. As the envoys hastened toward the capital, Yuzhen received news and promptly convened his ministers in the imperial study. Have you all reviewed the reports from the Night Owl? Speak up. What strategies can we devise? Yuzhen inquired. Your Majesty, the intentions of the envoys from the 2 kingdoms are clearly hostile. They are evidently after the longevity elixir and crystal cores. Yang Ping responded. Father, the longevity elixir and crystal cores are strategic resources for our nation. They must not be surrendered to either kingdom, lest we lose our advantage. Moreover, for the sake of safeguarding these items, I believe it prudent to nationalize them and have the court secure them, the Crown Prince Yifeng asserted. Your Highness speaks wisely. The envoys will soon arrive in the capital, and I've heard that this delegation includes several renowned ninth-tier masters. To ensure the safety of the longevity elixir and crystal cores, it would be best to store them in the national treasury, Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai added. Yi Zhen cast a sidelong glance at the two, remaining silent. What is your perspective, General Shui? Yi Zhen asked the Grand General Shui Wenjing. Your Majesty, although our Dao is formidable and not fearful of the Zhou and Qin kingdoms, we have recently endured the Western Liang campaign. Our soldiers are in dire need of rest, and the lands of Western Liang require assimilation. It is inadvisable to engage in further conflict in the short term. Our foremost task now is to stabilize relations with the two kingdoms rather than provoke hostilities, Shui Wenjing replied after a moment of contemplation. Your Majesty, it seems we cannot reach a conclusion here. Since the items belong to Prince Qi, it would be prudent to summon him and seek his opinion. Minister of Justice Ma Xueli suggested. Minister Ma makes a valid point. Chao Mao, go to the Qi princess residence at once and summon Nan. We shall inquire directly whether he is willing to entrust these two items to the national treasury for safekeeping. Yi Zhen commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon receiving the imperial edict from Yi Zhen, Chao Mao did not dare to delay and promptly made his way to the residence of Prince Qi. Your Highness. Lord Chao seeks an audience, claiming to bear a decree. Yunnan was in his study, contemplating how to utilize his current resources to seize control of the realm. Just then, Xia Chan entered to report, Chao Mao? What brings him here? Let us go and meet him. Yunnan proceeded to the Grand Hall, where he encountered Chao Mao. What brings you to my humble abode, Lord Chao? Your Highness, you jest. I come bearing the Emperor's edict, summoning Prince Yunnan to the palace with utmost urgency. There must be no mistakes. Thus it is decreed. Your son acknowledges the decree. Your Highness should depart at once. The Emperor awaits. Very well, let us be on our way. Along the journey, Chao Mao divulged some information. Oh, it appears they are after the gene optimization liquid and crystal cores. I have been pondering how to expand my business, and this seems fortuitous. Furthermore, the Elder has already begun to take action against me. In that case, if you play the role of the first, do not blame me for acting as the 15th. Chapter 34. The return of talent. When Yunnan arrived at the imperial study, several prominent figures in the court were awaiting his presence. Your humble son pays his respects to the Emperor. Be at ease, Minister Yang. Please inform the third prince of the current circumstances. Your command is acknowledged. Subsequently, Yang Ping began to relay the present situation to Yunnan, which was largely consistent with what Chao Mao had conveyed. After listening, Yunnan remained silent. Casting a sidelong glance at Yifeng. Third brother, the longevity elixir and crystal cores are strategic resources of our Dawu. They must not be handed over to foreign nations. Given your lack of ninth-tier experts, it would be prudent to surrender them for the court's safekeeping. Your Highness, I am grateful for your kind intentions, but my brother and I will ensure the proper custody of these items. There is no need for your Highness to concern yourself. Prince Qi, did you perhaps misunderstand? The envoys from not only two nations have arrived, but there are also numerous ninth-tier experts among them. If these formidable individuals seek to forcibly seize the longevity elixir and crystal cores, it would indeed prove exceedingly difficult for you to withstand their onslaught. I suggest we adhere to the prince's advice and entrust them to the national treasury for safekeeping, remarked Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai. Upon hearing this, Yunnan rolled his eyes. He could easily discern the ulterior motives of both men. Yifeng sought to undermine him. While Zhao Wenhai was undoubtedly envious of the value of the longevity elixir and crystal cores, who manages the treasury? It was none other than Zhao Wenhai himself. Allowing him to oversee them would be akin to placing a mouse in a grain store. Furthermore, while it may be easy to relinquish the items, reclaiming them would be a formidable challenge indeed. With a slight smirk and a glimmer of derision in his eyes, Yunnan began to speak. It is quite flattering to see the concern that His Highness and Minister Zhao exhibit for the resources I possess. However, he paused, smiling as he continued, I have heard that last month, the treasury was pilfered of 300,000 taels of silver, a case that remains unsolved to this day. If one cannot safeguard silver, how can one expect to protect the longevity elixir and crystal cores? He deliberately left his sentence unfinished, causing Zhao Wenhai to break into a cold sweat. His involvement in that incident was not insignificant. Yunnan chose to ignore his distress and continued, if, as you both suggest, ninth-tier experts can easily seize resources, then surely my personal guards would be rendered utterly ineffectual. It is worth noting that among my retainers, there are also ninth-tier experts. As soon as Yinan concluded his statement, Yi Feng's gaze shot up in disbelief. He was utterly astonished to learn that the third prince had ninth-tier experts at his disposal. While ninth-tier experts were not entirely rare in the Tianhuang continent, they were not easily found either. Each ninth-tier expert represented a formidable force in their own right, and it could be said that every such expert commanded their own domain. In Dawu, the reason families were deemed prominent was that each possessed at least one ninth-tier expert. The reason the Luyun sect was regarded as the foremost sect in Dawu was due to its leader and the Grand Elder, both of whom were ninth-tier experts. Yi Feng's impression of Yunnan had lingered on several months prior, when the strongest expert by Yunnan's side was known as Tu Lai, a product of the Tang family's upbringing, who had only reached the 7th tier. Now, upon hearing Yinan claim to have 9th-tier experts among his entourage, his initial reaction was disbelief. However, upon reflection, he realized that Yinan had no reason to fabricate such a claim, especially regarding matters of this significance. "Is the individual by your side named Lu Chang?" Yuzhen inquired. Having been informed by Chao Mao that the guards surrounding the Qi King were suspected to be 9th-tier experts, and indeed, he was one of them, Yinan replied. "One among many? Are there others?" Yi Feng, taken aback, asked. "Of course, Li from the auction house is also among them." Yinan then revealed another card, prompting astonishment among all the ministers, including Yi Zhan, as it became apparent that the Qi King's residence now boasted 2 9th-tier experts. With a nonchalant shrug, Yinan remarked, "All mere illusions, not worth our concern." Yi Feng, consumed by envy, felt an almost maddening frustration. As the esteemed crown prince, the strongest fighter at his side was merely his uncle, Shui Wenjing, who was only at the late 8th tier. The 2 9th-tier experts from his younger brother's maternal family had already made him uneasy, and now another from his third brother seemed to imply that heaven itself was conspiring against him. Such unfairness, Yi Feng seethed internally. Although the former third brother relied on the affluent Tang family, he lacked military power and high-tier combat strength, rendering him insignificant. However, the sudden emergence of 2 9th-tier experts had entirely eclipsed his standing. One 9th-tier expert could rival an army of 100,000, unless one possessed an equally powerful adversary to counteract. Even an army of 100,000 could not guarantee safety from a 9th-tier expert's lethal intent. After Yinan disclosed the presence of 2 9th-tier experts, the minister's gazes towards him became markedly clearer. Furthermore, the longevity elixirs and crystal cores were merely auction items, to be acquired by the highest bidder. As long as they provided the funds, it was not detrimental for wealth to eventually flow into our Dawu, was it? "Your Highness Qi, as you mentioned, we have obtained wealth, yet both nations have also fortified their strengths. In the end, does this not merely serve to bolster our adversaries? Fear not, this prince shall regulate the quantity. Moreover, I have not forgotten my identity as a prince of Dawu. As long as you are aware of your position, that suffices. Now, since the Qi King is mindful of this matter, we shall refrain from further interference. In 5 days, the envoys from both nations will arrive in the capital. The Honglu Temple must be prepared to receive them, and we must not tarnish the dignity of Dawu." Yuzhen declared decisively, concluding the meeting. "Understood." The ministers replied in unison. Upon Yunan's return to the royal residence, he was greeted by the steward at the entrance. "My lord, the guards you dispatched to search for individuals have returned." "Oh, where are they?" "Bring them to me at once," Yunnan exclaimed joyfully. For he knew the list he provided contained only the most astute individuals from the original narrative. If even one were located, his burdens would be alleviated. "They are all waiting in the side hall." "All? How many have you found?" Yunnan felt an increasing sense of elation, sensing that it was more than just one. 3 have arrived." "3? Ah, splendid," Yunnan exclaimed. "For each of the guards who sought them, grant them 1,000 taels and triple their monthly salary, along with 100 acres of land. Your subordinate shall convey your gratitude to them. Never mind, do not bring them here. I shall go to them instead. These shall be my cherished treasures." Yinan laughed heartily. Yinan burst into hearty laughter. In the side hall, Zhuge Jia, Jia He, and Zhang Jing were fidgeting restlessly. Zhuge Jia hailed from Dongshan County, but after the untimely demise of his father, he sought refuge with his uncle's family in Nanshan County. Under his uncle's guidance, Zhuge Jia received an exceptional education. At 18, he was of a similar age to Yinan, yet possessed a mind brimming with complexity. Initially, Zhuge Jia was reluctant to venture to the capital. Ultimately, he resorted to knocking out his own guard with a punch. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself hundreds of miles away from his hometown. No matter how he pleaded with the guard, The fellow remained unresponsive, not uttering a single word throughout the journey, leaving Zhuge, despite his remarkable intellect, utterly at a loss. Jia was rescued by the guard from a bandit's lair. Had the guard arrived 2 days later, the lad would have risen to become their leader. Zhang Zheng's situation was comparatively smoother after the guard explained his purpose. Zhang Zheng pondered for an entire night before settling his family affairs and accompanying the guard. "Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, to the capital." Yunan's voice resonated before his presence was seen. Chapter 35, The Layout. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the residence of the Qi King." Yunan entered the side hall and addressed the 3 individuals. "Very well, you may now proceed to collect your rewards." Just moments ago, the king decreed that each person involved in the recent recruitment would receive a silver reward of 1,000 taels, and their monthly stipend would triple henceforth, along with a grant of 100 acres of land. Gratitude poured forth from the guards, their faces alight with joy. It is worth noting that even a modest courtyard of merely 10 paces in the capital would not typically exceed 1,000 taels. Although the cost of living in the capital is indeed steep, this sum could comfortably sustain a family for at least a decade, especially with the added boon of 100 acres of land. This land is of utmost significance, for in Dawu, as long as one does not sell it, ownership can be passed down through generations. The law of Dawu further stipulates that any rare minerals or treasures discovered within the land rightfully belong to the landowner, who is protected from any attempts of encroachment. Yinan took his seat at the main table. "Esteemed gentlemen, I understand that those below may lack decorum. The means employed to summon you may not have been entirely proper. However, I am in dire need of capable individuals to assist me. I implore your understanding of my fervent desire for talent." "The king is too kind," replied Zhuge, "though I possess only modest intellect and am but a dullard. Should the king choose to employ me, I fear it would elicit ridicule." Zhuge had endured considerable frustration on his journey and now seized the opportunity to speak his mind, not intending to extend any courtesy to Yinan. "Your humility is unwarranted, Mr. Zhuge. I am well aware of your talents and need not elaborate further." Yinan interjected, knowing full well that this individual would later become the Chancellor of Dawu, a loyal minister who would uphold the nation's fortunes for 50 years. There was no way Yinan would let him slip away. "This must be Mr. Jia. Yes? Would you be willing to serve me?" "I would gladly serve the king unto death." In contrast to Zhuge, Mr. Jia was much more straightforward. "And what of you, Mr. Zhang?" "I am deeply honored to have caught the king's attention and would be more than willing to serve." Zhang Zheng, now 45, had once harbored grand ambitions of mastering the arts of both civil and martial affairs to serve the imperial family. However, harsh realities had taught him a bitter lesson, with repeated failures attributed to both misfortune and a dark political landscape. Now, presented with an opportunity by a significant figure, he approached with a heart full of gratitude, unwilling to dally or feign humility. Time was fleeting, and as a man of advancing years, he yearned to secure a prosperous future for his grandchildren before his time came to an end. "Very well, since you gentlemen are so agreeable, I shall be equally generous. Steward, please arrange accommodations for these gentlemen within the estate. Over the next few days, let us scout the capital for available properties, purchasing a residence for each of the 3 gentlemen, no less than 3 courtyards, mind you. Additionally, I shall allocate 3,000 acres from the royal estate beyond the city limits to each of you. Your annual stipend shall be provisionally set at 100,000 taels. Should any of you contemplate entering the court service, know that I shall offer my full support." Yunan's opening words were an enthusiastic offer, emphasizing an abundance of wealth. Even Zhuge, who had his reservations, was left astounded upon hearing the annual stipend of 100,000 taels. It was not that he wished to counter the proposal. Rather, the princely sum bestowed by His Highness Qi was simply overwhelming. 100,000 taels represented the entirety of a modest family's fortune. This amount not only covered the annual salaries of the 3 of them, but also implied that by serving Yinan for a decade, he could amass 1,000,000 taels. With such wealth, he could indulge himself in the beauty of nature, free from the burdens of family sustenance, and retire in peace. Contemplating this, the notion of laboring for a decade for a lifetime of happiness became quite appealing. Jia and Zhang Zheng were equally moved. Jia hailed from the borderlands, where his childhood was fraught with instability due to constant threats from marauding tribes. It was only after he began his studies that life improved. Zhang Zheng, from a farming family, had to support a household of over 10, including an elderly mother and children. Though they managed to make ends meet, it was a constant struggle. Thus, upon hearing of the annual stipend of 100,000 taels and 1,000 acres of fertile land, it was evident how their spirits soared. He could only express one sentiment to Yinan: "Your Highness, loyalty." After settling in and resting for 2 days, the trio could no longer afford to squander time. They proactively sought out Yi Nan to request assignments. Why not rest a bit longer? One might ask. However, as loyal subjects, it was only fitting to serve His Highness who had summoned them for a purpose. We must repay your generosity with our service, Zhang Zheng remarked. Jiahe concurred. Indeed. Your Highness has offered such generous terms. Our lives now belong to you. To linger any longer would be akin to wasting our lives. Zhuge Jia remained silent. Yet his expression spoke volumes. Very well, Yinan replied. I appreciate your eagerness. Zhuge, there are several families in the fief who remain uncooperative. I need someone to persuade them. You shall have full authority over the resources within the fief, and in the future, the military forces of the royal household will be under your command. I only require results. Jia. The royal household is currently in dire need of intelligence regarding De Wu and the outside world. I hope you can establish an intelligence network from the ground up. You will have access to the treasury, but you must recruit the personnel yourself. Zhang, your responsibility will be to oversee all the royal enterprises, the imperial farms, the fief, the commercial ventures, and the auction houses. I require you to integrate all these enterprises and devise an effective management strategy. The trio was deeply moved to be entrusted with such significant responsibilities upon their arrival. A soldier is willing to die for a true friend, they thought. Once their duties were assigned, Yinan let out a sigh of relief. At last, he could breathe a little easier. Although others had assisted with these mundane tasks, the burden was heavy. It is often said that those who cannot lead a team will exhaust themselves to death, and he had grown to understand this sentiment profoundly. Now, with these 3 versatile talents by his side, he finally extricated himself from the quagmire of trivialities. The pursuit of talent must not cease. Gathering those with notable skills around him would be Yunan's forthcoming priority. Would anyone truly hesitate to serve His Highness Qi? Since Yunan acquired the system, he has firmly believed in one principle. Every individual possesses a price. If others are unwilling, it is merely a reflection of the inadequacy of the offered remuneration. Wealth has the power to transcend the mundane. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn the mill. If you refuse my offer, I shall simply increase my financial persuasion until you relent. But should the price reach its zenith and you still remain obstinate, then I have no choice but to send you to meet the King of Hell, who, I trust, will be able to convince you. The 3 individuals have commenced their new roles, and thus the grand vessel of the Qi Wang mansion set sail on its journey. Chapter 36. The envoys enter the capital 2 days later. The envoys from both nations formally arrived in the capital. In the chamber of the Zhou envoy, the chief envoy, Di Jia, was engaged in conversation with Li Feng, the foremost expert of the Zhou nation. His Majesty has commanded us to ensure the acquisition of the longevity elixir for the divine capital. In these extraordinary times, employing extraordinary measures is permissible. What are your thoughts? Lordly? Indeed, His Majesty speaks wisely. Ever since the news of the longevity elixir emerged from the Wu nation, it has stirred the world. Who does not yearn for this elixir to prolong their life? For the stability of the court, we must secure the elixir at all costs. It is certain that the Wu nation will not allow us to succeed easily. We must be prepared to pay the price. Obtaining the longevity elixir is no simple matter. It is only natural to expect sacrifices. I do not plan to return to the divine capital alive. Should I fail to return, I hope, Lord D, that you will look after my family. Rest assured, should that time come, I shall do my utmost. However, we need not be so pessimistic. With His Majesty's army of 500,000 stationed at the Zhou border, if the Wu nation refuses to yield the elixir and we cannot retrieve it, His Majesty will surely order the army to march into Wu, forcing their hand. Meanwhile, the Qin envoy was engaged in similar discussions, primarily revolving around the longevity elixir and the crystal nuclei. However, this time, the Qin delegation boasted not 1 but 2 9th-tier experts. The chief envoy of Qin, Lu Wenlong, was accompanied by Chun Jinma, a prominent member of the royal family. Though unbeknownst to others, Lu Wenlong himself was also a 9th-tier expert. Their dual presence illustrated Qin's resolute determination to obtain the longevity elixir. On the 3rd day of their arrival in the capital, as the court session drew to a close, Wei De, the Minister of Rights, stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Majesty, the envoys from Zhou and Chun have arrived in the capital and are awaiting an audience. Shall we summon them? Let them enter. Announcing the presence of the envoys from Zhou and Chun, Lu Wenlong and Di Jia entered the hall. Lu Wenlong was a tall, slender middle-aged man, exuding an aura of military bearing. It was no surprise, as he had previously served as a general on the borders of Chun before transitioning to a civil role. Jia, in contrast, was of average height but rather rotund, always wearing a smile that evoked no animosity. After they exchanged formal greetings with Yijin, Jia spoke first. I, Jia, serving at the behest of our emperor, extend heartfelt wishes for the health and prosperity of your esteemed monarch and for favorable weather in your land. Lu Wenlong reciprocated with the customary greetings. Please, esteemed envoys. There is no need for formalities. What brings you from afar? Yujin inquired deliberately. We have heard that your nation has recently discovered a miraculous medicine that can extend life. Our esteemed ancestor is in declining health, and my sovereign wishes to avoid separation from the exalted spirits of our forebears. Hence, I have been dispatched to beseech your emperor for this elixir, hoping for your generous grant. The aims of both envoys align. Jia interjected. You speak boldly, daring to covet our Wu nation's divine medicine. Do you believe our defenses are lacking? The imperial physician Xiao Yang stepped forward. It is not mere coveting. It is out of desperation for our revered ancestor's life that we implore your emperor to consider the filial piety of our show's sovereign. Lord D is absolutely correct. The production of the longevity elixir is limited, and our nation, Wu, has not enough for itself. So how could we provide it to you? It is a fanciful notion. Another official stepped forward, declaring, our nation, Zhou, is willing to pay a high price for it. We beseech your majesty's favor. Lord D speaks the truth. The materials for the longevity elixir are scarce, and production cannot commence in the short term. The missing materials, we in Zhou are willing to seek and provide. Lord D is indeed correct. Since both nations are filled with sincerity, if our nation, Wu, were to refuse to sell, it would reflect poorly on our stature. Therefore, let the two of you return to the Honglu Temple and wait a few days. We shall have the alchemists organize the list of missing materials. Whenever your nations can deliver the materials, we shall commence the refining process. Of course, we shall not send you away empty-handed. Upon your return to your homeland, we shall ensure you take back a portion of the longevity elixir as a token of our sincerity. Thank you, your majesty. Both men exclaimed in unison. Once the two exited the hall, the grand historian Xiao Yang inquired, Your majesty, do we truly intend to grant them the longevity elixir? Of course. A ruler's word is his bond. How could I speak lightly? Chancellor Yang Ping replied. However, acquiring the longevity elixir will not be an effortless endeavor. If both nations wish to take it without offering something in return, do they truly believe that our Wu-S court is devoid of substance? Indeed. While we shall not inflict severe hardships upon them, we must ensure they feel the sting of their ambitions. They must learn that coveting treasures from other nations comes at a cost. The assembly clamored in agreement. Enough. There is nothing more to discuss. Let us disperse and return to our duties. Yizhan interjected, interrupting the cacophony. The affairs of the court were of little concern to him now. He was relishing life. Ever since he had handed over responsibilities to Zhang Jing and his companions, he had embarked on a path of leisure. Apart from visiting the warehouse every 7 days for supplies, he found little else to occupy his time. In just 3 days, he had already developed a team of 50, and Zhuge Jia had arrived at the fiefdom, with messages returning indicating that he intended to act soon, ensuring that the prince's fiefdom would be unified under the command of Prince Qi in the future. Among the three, Zhang Jing bore the heaviest and most varied workload. He had been familiarizing himself with various industries. However, as the most distinguished minister of revenue in the 600 years of Wu, it was believed that he would soon consolidate his understanding. In the original narrative, if Zhuge Jia was likened to the towering white jade pillar of Wu, then Zhang Jing was the solid foundation beneath it. If the foundation is weak, the pillar, no matter how erect, shall surely topple. During Zhang Jing's tenure as Minister of Revenue, the court had never lacked for funds. He was a top-tier logistical talent. Just as he indulged in leisure, the dormant system unexpectedly sprang back to life. Chapter 37. The Wealth God Competition Ding. The grand opening of the 101st Wealth God Competition is upon us, and we eagerly await your presence. This competition adopts a fully participatory model, with contestants automatically registered and required to participate. The system will evaluate each contestant's current assets over the course of 1 year, with the individual whose assets double the most emerging victorious. According to the asset rankings, first place, 1 Heavenly Tao Weapon second place, 1 Innate Supreme Treasure third place, 1 Exceptional Innate Spirit Treasure 4th to 10th places, 1 Exceptional Spirit Root each 11th to 50th places, 1 Medium Grade Innate Spirit Treasure each 51st to 100th places, 1 Low Grade Innate Spirit Treasure each 101st to 1000th places, 1 Random Immortal Artifact each. All participants will receive a consolation prize upon the conclusion of the competition. During the competition, any assets acquired by the contestants will remain their own. For further details, please refer to the contestant guidelines. System, are you alive? I have not perished. But let us not dwell on that. What exactly is the Wealth God competition? This competition is held once every 1,000 years. And now it is time for it to be renewed. That seems rather unfair. Some individuals possess little wealth, making it easy for their assets to double, while others with substantial assets find it challenging to ensure their wealth does not diminish. Your concerns are addressed within the contestant guidelines. Participants will be categorized into different divisions based on their asset levels. Those with comparable assets will compete in preliminary rounds together, followed by elimination rounds, and finally, a ranking competition culminating in the top 10 finals. Is it truly so complicated? Typically, the top 10 from each competition ultimately ascend to become figures of great power across the realms. A bit of complexity is beneficial. I'm not one to shy away from challenges. Moreover, securing a place within the top 1,000 grants one an immortal artifact, which would render you fearless in this world. If you put it that way, my weariness has vanished. Rest assured, I shall strive for an admirable ranking. By the way, during the competition, those like you who have provided plugins to the system will have their profit shares suspended until the event concludes. What a travesty. Is this not an injustice to the honest? To ensure fairness and impartiality in the competition. Very well, I concede. When does the competition commence? According to your timeline, it begins in 7 days. Understood. You may take your leave. Ding. Your system appears disinterested in your plight and has hurled a lump of foul refuse at you. Hey. After a moment of heated exchange, Yinan decided to contact Shinxingshan once more. Beautiful lady, has my customized satellite been completed? Since their last communication, Shin had sent him several detectors, which he returned after analyzing the data a few days prior. Days passed without any updates, prompting Yinan to inquire again. The atmospheric layers in your region are unimaginably high, necessitating adjustments to the satellite's parameters. My team is working tirelessly, Shin replied. I urgently need it. Please expedite the process. Yinan insisted. Stop rushing me. It's quite vexing. Shin retorted. I'll offer more money, Yinan proposed. What does that matter? Does it indicate your wealth? Shin shot back. 10 billion. Advance payment, Yinan stated. All right, boss. I admit my tone was a bit harsh earlier. Rest assured. We'll have it ready within 3 days. Shin confirmed. 3 days later, Yinan asked, is it as simple as pressing a button to launch this? Indeed. Our satellite launches are now foolproof. One-button operations, Shin explained. Moreover, the satellite is lightweight, enabling a single rocket to deploy multiple satellites. Every mountain and terrain within 1 trillion kilometers will be visible to you. Okay, I trust you. Yinan responded. Looking forward to your next visit, boss. Shin replied cheerfully. Yinan gazed at the several boxes before him, opening one to reveal a structure resembling a launch tower, merely a meter tall, akin to a toy from a previous life. Upon opening all the boxes, he discovered a complete launch system along with a holographic projection setup. This satellite was not only designed for terrain exploration. Yinan had also requested a communication feature, albeit for an additional fee. He dismissed the minor expense, focusing instead on his immediate goal. In the royal courtyard, he assembled the launch system and holographic projector, promptly pressing the launch button. The diminutive rocket ascended, and the screen displayed its altitude. 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 300,000 meters, 1 million meters, until it reached a staggering height of 12 billion kilometers, at which point it ceased to rise. Yinan could not help but curse under his breath, feeling a pang in his chest. He quietly returned to his room, where the holographic projection had activated. Through it, he glimpsed a fragment of this world, boundless oceans, vast grasslands, towering mountains that pierced the sky, and serpentine rivers winding through the continent, seemingly flowing toward the end of time. With hundreds of satellites, the exploration range exceeded 1 trillion kilometers, yet only a small portion of the world was revealed, underscoring its vastness. In the grand scheme of things, even a 9th-tier expert seemed insignificant, akin to a grain of sand in the expansive Tianwang continent. Yinan sighed. Forget it. No need to dwell on such thoughts. Come forth and summon Jia, for this prince possesses something extraordinary for him. Shortly thereafter, Jia entered the chamber. Upon beholding the holographic projection, he momentarily believed himself to be in a dream, before exclaiming in awe of the prince's boundless magical prowess. Yinan elucidated the concept of advanced technology to him and demonstrated its usage, after which he instructed Jia to take the surveillance equipment with him. Accompanying this were 50 sets of communication devices generously gifted by Shen Xingchen, which were remarkably compact and hardly occupied any space. After departing with the equipment, Jiahe arrived at the intelligence center he had established, nestled within an inconspicuous courtyard in the capital. However, this courtyard served merely as one of the entrances. As the true intelligence center lay beneath the surface, he intended to showcase the prince's miraculous achievements through this system, despite the countless wonders already attributed to him. It was akin to carving out a space of 1,000 square meters hundreds of meters underground. Though subterranean, it was far from dark. As the lighting provided by the prince illuminated every inch of the underground realm, the moment had arrived to witness a marvel. Chapter 38. Shui Lu causes trouble. He activated the projection system, revealing the majestic mountains and terrains within 1,000 billion range. If further exploration was required, one could zoom in on specific areas. What an extraordinary device! Jiahe marveled. Moreover, the art of transmitting sound over 1,000 miles is equally enigmatic and skillful. After expressing his admiration, he reflected on the immense advantages of such a technique not only for intelligence dissemination, but also for its irreplaceable role in military strategy. With this tool at their disposal, commanders could effortlessly and timely adjust their tactics. Meanwhile, Yinan was still basking in the joy of successfully launching the satellite when calamity struck the envoy. A death had occurred. The deputy envoy of the Qin kingdom, Wei Xiong, the youngest son of Prime Minister Wei Zhong. This young man had been specifically arranged into the envoy for the purpose of gaining prestige, holding the title of deputy envoy. However, he had barely spent 3 days in Dajiang City before succumbing to his restlessness, seeking pleasure in the renowned brothel, the Qing Luchang Chunyuan, extravagantly spending his wealth while accompanied by only a 5th-tier bodyguard. As fate would have it, he crossed paths with Shui Lu, who had just recovered from his injuries and was seeking solace in drink. Upon witnessing the prodigal Wei Xiong, the son of the Grand General, the nephew of the Empress, and the cousin of the Crown Prince, how could young Master Shui indulge him? A confrontation ensued, as was to be expected. However, after his previous injuries, Shui Li's security had evidently been upgraded significantly, now accompanied by a 7th-tier guard from the Shui family. Although Shui Li's 5th-tier abilities were somewhat lackluster, he easily overpowered the defenseless 3rd-tier Wei Xiong, delivering 3 precise punches that sent Wei Xiong to the afterlife. After dispatching Wei Xiong, Shui Lu ordered the body to be disposed of outside, continuing to revel in his pleasures, still oblivious to the trouble he had stirred. It wasn't until Wei Xiong's bodyguard returned to the Honglu Temple to report the incident that Lu Wenlong learned of Wei Xiong's demise. Given that Wei Xiong was the favored son of Prime Minister Wei Zhong, one could only imagine the depths of his wrath, especially considering the risks Wei Zhong had taken to secure his son's position in the envoy. Now that Wei Xiong was dead, Lu Wenlong was filled with fury and commanded Qin Jinma to apprehend Shui Lu. Upon being brought back, Shui Lu was swiftly incapacitated as Qin Jinma severed his limbs. Upon hearing the news of his son's capture, Shui Wenjing, leader of the city guards, immediately surrounded the Honglu Temple, warning Lu Wenlong that if he dared to harm a single hair on his son, he would ensure that the Chun Kingdom's envoy could not leave the city. Lu Wenlong, undeterred by the siege, calmly stepped outside and, upon seeing Shui Wenjing, clasped his hands in greeting. General Shui, your son Shui Lu has killed my envoy's deputy. I require an explanation. An explanation? Release my son first, and I shall provide you with one. Even if my son has committed murder, it falls under the jurisdiction of Dajiang, and it is not your place to apprehend him. Release him at once. Ha ha ha. Is Dajiang attempting to belittle the Qin Kingdom? To kill my envoy's deputy, and yet act so brazenly? Do you truly believe I would not dare to take action? Lao Mo, seize him. As Qin Jinma stepped outside, one hand bearing Shui Lu and the other wielding a battle blade, he heard Lu Wenlong's words. With a swift motion, Qin Jinma severed Shui Li's arm. You dare? Shui Wenjing exclaimed, baring his teeth in anguish. Dare? Shui Wenjing, you are still unaware of who the deputy envoy of my faction is, aren't you? He is the youngest son of our prime minister. Now that he has perished, I have no means to explain myself upon my return. Thus, your son must accompany him to the grave. No, no, no. Lord Lu, please, temper your wrath and spare my son. I am willing to compensate. Just grant me my son's life. Seeing Lu Wenlong on the verge of losing his composure, Shui Wenjing hastily interjected. Yes, you desire longevity elixirs, do you not? I shall procure them for you. Very well, I demand 10 portions. 10. I no longer want my son. You may kill him. At most, I can offer 1 portion. 7 portions. 2. 5. 3 portions, agreed. First, you shall retrieve the longevity elixirs, and we shall oversee young Master Shui until you return with them. Shui Wenjing hurried to the palace, urgently seeking an audience with Yuzhen. After explaining the situation, he implored, "Your Majesty, please save Luer. Wenjing. Luer has become unruly in the capital. After this incident, he must be properly disciplined. This shall be the final opportunity. There will be no next time. Thank you, Your Majesty." Shui Wenjing understood that from this day forth, his personal ties with Yuzhen would be severed. The several past acts of heroism and service to the crown would be rendered null and void. Henceforth, their relationship would be strictly that of ruler and subject, with even their familial bonds diminished by a third. However, he realized that rescuing Xuelu would come at a price. He knew that Yunnan possessed longevity elixirs, and the elixirs held by Yizhen were also provided by Yunnan. Yet, why did he seek Yizhen instead of Yunnan? Because he understood that Yunnan would never assist him. Their families were political adversaries, and Xuelu had provoked Yunnan on several occasions. Yunnan would relish the downfall of the Shui family. How could he possibly save Xuelu? Thus, he sought Yuzhen without delay. As for why he didn't purchase the elixirs from the auction house, it was because only 2 portions had been auctioned thus far, both snatched up by other noble families at exorbitant prices. Furthermore, the auction house only held such sales every 3 months, making it impossible to procure them now. Reluctantly, he turned to Yizhen, knowing it would cost him their friendship. He also pondered why he did not request Yizhen to dispatch 9th-tier experts to rescue Xuelu. If 2 9th-tier experts were to clash in the capital, it would likely reduce the grand city of Dawu to ashes, a cost far exceeding the benefit. And Yuzhen would never consent. Shui Wenjing received 3 portions of the longevity elixir from Chao Mao without hesitation and swiftly made his way to the Honglu Temple to retrieve Xuelu. The details of Xueli's return to the Shui residence remain unmentioned. Upon learning of these events, Yunnan was overjoyed, reveling in his adversary's misfortune. Days later, Yizhen presented the required materials for the longevity elixirs to the envoys from both nations, distributing a portion of the elixirs to each faction, not without cost. In addition to Qin Guo providing 10,000 warhorses, Zhou Guo was tasked with delivering 10,000 sets of armor, alongside a monetary payment of 10 million taels from each nation. Yunnan is also making preparations for the Wealth God competition. Chapter 39. 1,000 small goals. The long-awaited Kaishan competition finally commenced under the anticipation of Yunnan. Host: Yunnan race, human age, 19 realm, 9th stage, Tian Wang continent, wealth, 10 billion silver. This constitutes the initial profile of Yunnan in the Kaishan competition. Within a year, the more wealth Yunnan accumulates, the higher the multiplier effect he can achieve, leading to a greater rank and more substantial rewards. The competition is divided into 4 phases: preliminary, knockout, ranking, and finals, with each phase lasting 3 months. The preliminary standard requires a 10-fold increase in assets. Failure to meet this requirement results in immediate elimination. In the knockout phase, all participants are divided into 10 groups, with the top 100 from each group advancing, while the rest are eliminated. The ranking phase similarly consists of 10 groups, wherein only the first place from each group moves forward, while others are ranked according to their performance. The finals will feature the top competitors from each group, totaling 10 participants, who will engage in the final 3-month competition to determine the ultimate rankings. Upon the conclusion of the rankings, rewards will be distributed uniformly. 10-fold increase in 3 months. Are we certain this is correct? After reviewing the competition rules, Yunnan felt his name was indeed fitting. The challenge was formidable. With a current wealth of 10 billion taels, he believed he was relatively affluent in the Tianwang continent. However, a 10-fold increase in 3 months seemed nearly impossible. Given that the entirety of the Great Wu Kingdom might not even possess 100 billion, considering their annual tax revenue barely exceeds 10 million. A 10-fold increase? Is this not a challenge designed to torment me? Yet, there was no recourse. The rules were set by the system, and his protests would have little impact. He could only brace himself and endure the system's trials. After perusing the details, he promptly contacted Ming Qinshin and Qinhai to begin procuring goods. The two were evidently participants in the competition, their unease palpable. Once the procurement was complete, Yunnan retained only what was necessary for the royal family, consigning the rest to the auction house. Furthermore, he decreed to hold a grand auction in a month to showcase the valuable items he had acquired during this period. Recently, Fan Fei had added a friend from an island world, an environment rich with treasures reminiscent of a game. Fan Fei had initially invested considerable resources to elevate his friend, and at last had received a bounty in return, presenting Yunnan with several exceptional items that surpassed gene optimization liquid in quality. Gazing at the jade ring in his hand, Yunnan felt a modicum of reassurance. A tenfold increase was not entirely unattainable. The most lucrative ventures often lie in foreign trade. Forgive me, old dang, but I am left with no choice. Yunnan looked towards the imperial city, pausing for a moment in silent tribute to Yizhen. Subsequently, Yunnan commanded the Tian auction house to expand its reach beyond the capital and into the world. The merchant convoy he had previously assembled, laden with substantial resources, set forth on its journey, aiming to maximize profits within 3 months. Since he had entered the competition, he was determined to give his all, striving to progress through multiple rounds. After all, how could he preserve his princely dignity otherwise? The Chiwang Mansion, a lucrative enterprise, commenced its rapid operations, and its merchandise began to be exported abroad. Naturally, the satellite, for which Yunnan invested $1 billion, would not solely serve the purpose of exploring the world. Subsequently, he sought to procure 1 million communication devices from Xinjiang, intending to establish a communications conglomerate. For there is no venture more profitable than collecting call fees. Furthermore, from a long-term perspective, the telecommunications sector harbors immense potential, if fully developed. Daily communication expenses could reach astronomical figures. He also planned to create a healthcare group, underpinned by the various miraculous medicines from Meng Qinchen's world. The crystal core, classified as a strategic resource, could be auctioned in limited quantities, yet the majority would be allocated for the advancement of his own influence. The longevity medicine must be vigorously developed, as its success within 3 months could determine whether his assets multiply tenfold. He assessed his current power and armed forces. 5,000 soldiers were stationed in his domain, although none had ever seen battle. Fortunately, all 5,000 were now advanced martial artists. Within the mansion, there were 800 guards, and he possessed 20 robots sold to him by Fan Fei, each equivalent to an 8th-level master. Additionally, he had 6 9th-level masters, bringing the total to 7. The high-end combat strength was temporarily sufficient. In terms of talent, he currently had 3 individuals, Zhuge Jia, Jia He, and Zhang Zheng, all of whom leaned towards civil administration, leaving a notable deficiency in military leaders. Moreover, the 5,000 soldiers lacked a commanding officer. As the saying goes, while wealth may be easily acquired, a good general is hard to find. A capable leader can exponentially enhance a troop's combat effectiveness. However, the Grand General tightly controlled the army, monopolizing all talent. Must he truly await the return of Fu's father? No, such a wait is untenable, for the variables are far too great. In the original narrative, Fu's father, Lin Hui, is a champion of the Great Wu, holding the esteemed position of a third-rank general of the southern town. He does not belong to the faction of the Grand General. When Yi Zhen realized his time was limited, he urgently summoned Lin Hui to the capital. Lin Hui, living up to Yi Zhen's expectations, engaged in a back-and-forth with Grand General Xue Wenjing. However, in a previous life, Kong Jingshu, sacrificing 10 years of her lifespan, disrupted Fu's fortune, leading to Lin Hui's eventual defeat and retreat, taking his family to foreign lands and paving the way for Yi Feng's ascension to the throne. Now, Yi Feng has taken action against him, and the principle of not being able to turn back once the bow is drawn is well understood by any adult. Recently, Yunnan has also contemplated presenting Yi Feng with a significant gift. While directly removing Yi Feng from the position of crown prince is currently unrealistic, it is feasible to assign him some tasks. Coincidentally, fifth brother, who had just been bullied by Yi Feng, is brimming with indignation. Yunnan first dispatched 5 doses of longevity medicine and subsequently sent evidence of the crown prince's underlings' corruption to Yi Fei. Fifth brother should know how to proceed. He must develop rapidly, ultimately overpowering Yi Feng with undeniable authority. Furthermore, the military leadership is not a monolithic entity. Where there are people, there are conflicts and rivalries. He is skeptical that with his current assets of 100 billion, he cannot cultivate a few loyal generals. Additionally, the Xue family's influence has grown too rapidly in recent years, leading to a mixed quality among the younger generation. Many capable individuals within the military have begun to experience suppression, and instances of military achievements being usurped have become commonplace. There is also the issue of inflated troop numbers. Great Wu currently registers a military force of at least 1 million, yet the actual count may be reduced by 100,000. With the surplus funds ultimately flowing into the Xue family. The Xue family has indeed proven formidable in warfare, having turned the tide in critical moments for Great Wu, contributing invaluable support. Nonetheless, the royal Yi family has not treated the Xue family poorly, bestowing upon them unparalleled honor. Emperor Yi Zhen's complete trust in Shui Wenjing is evident, as he entrusted him with the dual roles of Minister of War and Grand General, granting the Shui family immense prestige. However, in recent years, the Shui family has grown somewhat arrogant due to their favored status. What Yinan needs to do is to douse the Shui family with a bucket of cold water. Chapter 40. Peril. Yinan was still scheming to leverage his substantial wealth to secure the loyalty of several steadfast generals. Meanwhile, Yifeng was increasingly restless. Acutely aware of the looming threat, the capture of Shui Lu was merely a part of it. Ever since Yinan acknowledged in the imperial study that he had 2 ninth-tier experts at his command, Yifeng discreetly ordered an investigation into the Qi Wangfu. To his dismay, he discovered that Yi Laosen not only possessed 2 ninth-tier subordinates, but also had a dozen or so suspected 8th-tier masters. It was crucial to note that the strongest expert in his East Palace was merely of the 7th tier. Even with the inclusion of his uncle Shui Wenjing and Shui Su, alongside his grandfather Shuili, their collective prowess still paled in comparison to Yinan's. Presently, Yifeng was plagued by insomnia and anxiety. His grandfather was a 9th-tier expert, but had sustained severe injuries in his youth. Should he engage in battle, his vitality would surely be depleted, leading to a perilous fate. His eldest uncle stood at the late 8th tier, while his younger uncle barely reached the 7th tier. Such meager strength was wholly inadequate against Yi Laosan. Thus, it became imperative to strike preemptively. Shiyu Tower, a notorious assassin organization spanning over a dozen nations, was known to accept any contract, provided the remuneration was sufficient, from nobility to commoners. As long as the price was right, they could deliver the target's head within the stipulated time frame. On this particular day, a contract of 1 million taels for the assassination of the 3rd Prince of Dewu, Qi Wang Yinan, surfaced at Shiyu Tower. Target: Yinan, 3rd Prince of Dewu. Qi Wang, strength, late 4th tier bodyguards. Lu Chang, 9th tier. Leah, 9th tier. Reward: 1 million taels. Within 7 days, the Dewu division of Shiyu Tower erupted in excitement. Such a lucrative contract had not been seen in over 300 years, the last being for the head of the Emperor of Zhou, also priced at 1 million taels. However, upon noting the bodyguard details, many felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Attempting to assassinate the target under the protection of 9th-tier experts was akin to courting death. Yet, the client was willing to pay handsomely, igniting a frenzy. Completing this contract could ensure a lifetime of wealth. Ultimately, the contract was accepted jointly by 3 gold-level assassins from Shiyu Tower. The ranking of assassins was determined not only by their cultivation level, but also by the number of missions completed and the total number of kills. The minimum requirement of an 8th-tier cultivation alone disqualified many. Furthermore, to attain gold-level status, an assassin needed to complete at least 500 missions and claim a minimum of 1,000 lives. Only by meeting all criteria could one achieve the rank of a gold-level assassin. The Dewu division had only 5 gold-level assassins, and the sudden emergence of 3 for this contract underscored its significance. On that day, Yinan received a notification from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, indicating that the Phoenix Wing Golden Halberd was nearing completion, pending only the final quenching process. In the Tianwan continent, the quenching of 9th-tier divine weapons required a drop of the owner's blood to ensure a closer affinity with the master. Of course, omitting this step was possible, but it would result in a lack of spirit. As this weapon was the first he had wielded in both his past and present lives, Yinan sought perfection. He proceeded to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, accompanied by Lu Chang and Xia Chan. Upon his arrival, the shopkeeper was already waiting inside. "Young master, you have arrived. We have been awaiting your presence." After finishing his words, he led Yinan and others to the backyard. The backyard housed numerous furnaces for weapon forging, though now they stood empty, save for the largest furnace at the center, where a weapon glowed a fiery red. "Young master, please," the shopkeeper said, handing Yinan a dagger. Yinan took the dagger and made a swift cut along his hand, with blood immediately cascading down the blade. He extended his hand over the furnace, and as the blood dripped in, the temperature surged, intensifying the weapon's crimson hue. At that moment, an elderly craftsman with white hair commanded, "Seal the furnace." A group of 5 or 6 robust men lifted a large furnace cover, enclosing the entire forge. Approximately an hour later, a humming vibration emanated from within the cover. The tremors persisted for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding, and the furnace's temperature slowly began to decline. "Remove the cover." At the elderly craftsman's command, several strong men lifted the cover, unleashing a wave of heat. As the heat dissipated, a black weapon stood within the furnace, quenching. The men, each wielding a pair of tongs, collectively lifted the weapon and submerged it into a pre-prepared basin of beast's blood. After a few seconds, they lifted it again and placed it into an unknown oil, ultimately immersing it in water mixed with white powder. Only when the weapon's intense heat had faded was it finally extracted. Before their eyes, the weapon transformed into a brilliant yellow hue, measuring about 12 feet in length and akin in thickness to a child's arm, adorned with a coiling dragon design. Its head resembling a phoenix in flight, with tips of its wings glinting like frost. Yinan eagerly grasped the weapon, his eyes brimming with delight. He had awaited this masterpiece for 3 whole months, and the result was indeed satisfactory. Chonner, settle the bill. After uttering this, he couldn't resist channeling his energy into the weapon, and with a smooth surge, it penetrated the ground, creating a basin-sized pit. Yinan erupted into hearty laughter. Marvelous. Truly a divine weapon. May I ask the esteemed name of the master craftsman? I dare not claim to be esteemed. I am merely the old man Oyuchi. He replied. So, he is a descendant of the legendary craftsman. No wonder he possesses such skills. My apologies for my misjudgment. You honor me too greatly, said the shopkeeper. I shall take the weapon with me. Please do, young master. Should you require anything in the future, I hope you will continue to choose the divine weapon pavilion. Certainly. Yinan placed the golden feathered halberd into the box prepared by the shopkeeper. Soon after, they departed in their carriage, but halfway through their journey, they encountered a bustling and congested scene ahead. Lu Chang jumped down from the carriage to investigate. After a brief moment, he returned, saying, Your Highness, there has been an accident up ahead, and the road may remain blocked for some time. Then let us take a detour. Yes. The group navigated a side road, where the flow of people gradually diminished. Lu Chang sensed something amiss. Your Highness, something feels wrong. We may be ambushed. Yinan lifted the curtain to glance outside. Noticing the eerie silence enveloping the surroundings, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows whizzing through the air echoed from a distance. Crossbows. Your Highness, be cautious. Lu Chang, while loudly alerting Yinan, simultaneously activated a mechanism on the carriage. Instantly, 10mm thick alloy steel plates emerged around the vehicle. Lu Chang drew his sword, for the arrows posed no threat to a 9th-tier master like himself. He deflected the incoming arrows with ease, while those from the other directions were repelled by the steel plates, leaving only faint white marks upon their surface. Observing that their arrows were futile and would not harm their target, the hidden assassins resorted to a direct assault. Dozens of figures clad in dark attire, their bodies concealed save for their eyes, charged at Yinan and his companions. Lu Chang smirked derisively and unleashed a wave of sword energy. His technique, once deemed nearly infallible, was abruptly countered by a similar wave of sword energy from the adversaries before it could reach the advancing assassins. Lu Chang's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The ability to withstand his sword energy indicated that his opponent was likely a fellow 9th-tier master. Be cautious. My lord, there is a 9th-tier adversary ahead. Signal for reinforcements. Although Yinan himself was also a 9th-tier master, he never allowed himself to be placed in a precarious position. Lu Chang retrieved a flare gun from his pocket and fired a shot into the sky, where a dragon-shaped firework erupted above the capital. Anyone outside in the city could behold its brilliance. The members of the Qi Wangfu, upon witnessing the firework, were struck with alarm. The Lord is in danger. Hurry to his aid. Chapter 41. The Death of Xuelu and the Peril of Yinan. The news struck like a thunderclap. Where were we? In the capital of the Great Wu, a realm where a prince could be brazenly assassinated in his own city. This was a direct affront to the dignity of Great Wu, and, more specifically, to Emperor Yizhen himself. Thus, it was not merely the subordinates of the Qi prince's residence that sprang into action. The palace's elite were also mobilized. Yizhen dispatched 2 royal 9th-tier guardians for rescue efforts, while every available creature, even 2 pet dogs, from the Qi prince's estate was involved in the endeavor. Leah of the auction house, upon receiving news from her subordinates, immediately set aside her current tasks and hurried to the scene. Meanwhile, Jiahe, upon learning of the situation, was filled with regret, wishing he could bash his head against a wall. As the chief of the Qi prince's intelligence organization, equipped with advanced technology, he had failed to receive prior warning of the assassination attempt on the prince. As the head of intelligence, he deemed himself derelict in duty. He promptly commanded that all satellites be focused on the location. He yearned to uncover which audacious organization dared to strike at the prince, vowing to make them rue their existence. At the scene, blood flowed like a river as Lu Chang and Yinan, centered around a carriage, had slain no fewer than 100 assailants. Yet the killers continued to pour in. The gold medal assassins at the rear were cautiously observing the battlefield. The situation appeared dire. The intelligence had been gravely flawed. The target was not merely at the late 4th tier, he was undoubtedly at the 9th tier. One middle-aged man, appearing somewhat despondent, remarked, "This means the target has been masquerading as a fool, possessing greater talent than the second prince, Yi Hao. Now is not the time for such discourse. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, with the support of the Qi prince's residents and the palace arriving, we shall find ourselves ensnared like fish in a barrel. We must strike together. We have but one chance. If we fail, we retreat immediately. There is no staying in Great Wu. We shall regroup in Qin country." "Agreed. Agreed," the other two responded. With that, one of them gradually faded from sight until he vanished completely, while another slipped into the shadows of a corner. The last individual even descended underground. The trio approached Yin and using their respective skills. Yinan, preoccupied with the bothersome flies before him, suddenly sensed a chilling presence. "Your Highness, be cautious. There is murderous intent." "I felt it too. You must also be on guard." Though his eyes perceived nothing, Yinan was acutely aware of impending danger. Suddenly, a short dagger appeared to his left, grazing his forehead as it passed. With no time to evade, he could only lean back, the blade catching several strands of his long hair. Before he could regain his balance, a long sword emerged from beneath him, thrusting directly toward his back. In a swift maneuver, Yinan executed a backflip, his golden-bladed halberd striking fiercely against the ground. An assailant surged forth from the earth, absorbing the impact of his blow before vanishing below once more. In the following moment, Yinan spotted a shadow darting towards him with alarming speed. As the figure drew near, he raised his halberd defensively against a fatal strike. Although he dodged this ambush, the short dagger reappeared, slicing into his left arm and causing blood to flow profusely. Having succeeded in their attack, the trio of elite assassins swiftly retreated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. While Lu Chang remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Yunnan was already injured. By the time Lu Chang grasped the situation, the 3 gold medal killers had vanished. Yunnan pressed his hand against his wounded arm, unfazed, for he was now a 9th-tier master, capable of enduring such pain. However, Lu Chang's alarm grew as he observed the blood seeping from Yunnan's wound turning black. "It's poisoned," he exclaimed. Yunnan, feeling a wave of intense dizziness, immediately summoned his internal energy to suppress the flow of blood. Alas, this only mitigated the symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. He was fortunate to have purchased Qi body source flow earlier, for his energy was extraordinary. Otherwise, a typical 9th-tier master would have succumbed to the poison long ago. At that moment, the other assassins from the Drizzle Tower, seeing the gold medal killer succeed, attempted to retreat. Unfortunately, their plans were thwarted by the arrival of reinforcements from the Prince Qi's residence in the palace. Upon noticing Yinnan's injury, the guards from the Prince Qi's residence were filled with rage. Yinnan had always treated them well, and the princess household was among the elite in the capital. If anything happened to Yinnan, finding such lucrative employment would become an impossible task. To ruin one's livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. Envy was an impossible sentiment. Kill. The assassins scattered like startled birds. The guards of the prince pursued them with ferocity. 2 palace attendants rushed to Yinnan's side. One of them, upon seeing the black blood seeping from Yinnan, gasped, "Blood dissipation." "What is blood dissipation?" Lu Chang immediately inquired. "Blood dissipation is a poison from the Drizzle Tower. It acts swiftly, and there is no cure for those afflicted." "Your Highness," Lu Chang exclaimed in shock. "Do not speak. Take me back to the prince's residence." "Your Highness, I possess an antidote pill. Take it. It will sustain you for a moment. I will immediately report to His Majesty. Rest assured, he will spare no effort to save you." "Thank you." Lu Chang paid no heed to the battlefield as he hurriedly transported Yunnan back to the prince's residence. As the poison took hold, Yunnan's head began to spin uncontrollably. He fought against the dizziness and quickly contacted Meng Qinshan. "Yi family third. Help?" After a moment, Meng Qinshan replied, "Teacher Kong. Yi family third. I've been poisoned. Teacher Kong, send me a drop of your blood." Yinnan promptly transmitted a drop of his blood. "Teacher Kong, give me 10 minutes. Hold on." 10 minutes later, Kong Shermu said, "Take this medicine. The red pills orally, 2 at a time, 3 times a day, for 3 consecutive days. The syringe contains the detoxifying serum for intravenous injection." Ye's third son replied, "Thank you. I owe you my life." Kong Shermu responded, "No need for formalities. You are my esteemed client. You cannot afford to perish." Do ensure to procure more supplies in the future. Ye's third son was left speechless. At that moment, Yinan had returned to the Wang residence. Administer the intravenous injection. He commanded Lu Chang as he collapsed. Lu Chang, adept with the syringe, completed the injection. After a quarter of an hour, Yinan regained consciousness and took the red pills. Who did this? Yinan inquired calmly. Shiyu Tower. He chuckled. Only the boss and the fifth could possess the capability to place a death order with Shiyu Tower. The fifth would not resort to such measures. And even if he did, he would not squander resources on Shiyu Tower. Therefore, it must be the boss. Informed Jiahe. I wish to witness the fireworks descending from the heavens. That afternoon, Yinan was ambushed in the street, poisoned by a rare and lethal toxin. The news had yet to settle in the capital when that very evening, a meteorite struck the Grand General's residence, crashing directly into the quarters of young Master Xuelu, leaving no trace of him behind. Chapter 42. The madness of the Xue family. The backyard of the Xue residence now lay in ruins. Xue Wenjing cast a somber gaze upon the desolation before him. Although Xue Lu was inept, in Xue Wenjing's eyes, such behavior was merely that of a child. He had always felt that he could support the Xue family for another decade or two, allowing his son ample time to mature. Yet now, a chasm separated them, and his only son's remains were utterly lost. Master, you must avenge your son. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence, cried Madame Cui Ming, the general's wife, with tears streaming down her face. Cui Ming bore a significant share of the blame for Xuelu's shortcomings, having indulged him excessively since childhood. Xue Wenjing, a staunch advocate of strict discipline, had been constantly thwarted by Cui Ming's interference, resulting in Xue Lu becoming notorious as a wastrel in the capital. Rest assured, I will uncover the perpetrator behind this tragedy, and when I do, I shall eradicate their entire lineage. Xue Wenjing replied with an air of calm determination. Of course, this presupposed that he could first eliminate the murderous intent lurking in his own heart. What? The third prince has been poisoned with the rare blood-scattering toxin? Indeed. Your Majesty, I cannot be mistaken. It is the blood-scattering toxin. Quickly, summon all the imperial physicians to the Prince Chi's residence at once, and ensure no errors occur. At once, replied Chao Mao, standing nearby. We shall proceed to Prince Chi's residence immediately. I must ascertain the situation. Moreover, unleash a full-scale assault on the Misty Rain Tower. I want this pack of rats to suffer. And do not inform the virtuous consort of the poisoning incident, commanded Yi Zhen, striding towards the palace exit. At the Tang residence, a crash resounded as a teacup shattered on the floor. What did you say? His Highness the Prince Qi has been attacked and poisoned with the blood-scattering toxin? Yes. It is said that the prince has not been seen since returning to his residence. This is intolerable. We had already relinquished our ambitions for that position. Why can he not leave the prince in peace? The prince must not come to harm. Spare no expense in procuring antidote ingredients and send them all to Prince Chi's residence. In the Kong residence, in Kong Jingshu's chamber, she had secluded herself ever since hearing the news of Yi Nan's assassination. The meals brought by her maid remained untouched, and the household was greatly concerned that Kong Jingshu would be too grief-stricken, leading to further misfortune. Within her room, Kong Jingshu's countenance was as tranquil as water. Before her lay a tortoise shell used for divination, a treasured artifact from the mystical sect of her past life that had ultimately found its way into her possession. With a mere wave of her hand, she cast a divination, and the omen revealed. Perilous situations transformed into safety. Kong Jingshu exhaled in relief. It seemed that Yinan would be all right. However, her expression soon darkened. How dare they lay hands on someone of her ancestral lineage? They were utterly oblivious to the consequences. Your Highness, I had no intention of targeting you, but your restlessness leaves me no choice. I shall strike you down. With that, Kong Jingshu formed a seal with her hands and chanted incantations. Heaven and earth, primordial source of all energies, heed my command, sever. Upon concluding her incantation, her complexion turned ashen, and her body weakened. I shall fight you to the bitter end. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Cut, cut, cut. With that, she spat a mouthful of blood and fainted. In the East Palace, in the prince's study, a voice inquired, has it truly been accomplished? Indeed. The residence of the Qi prince is now in utter chaos, and it appears unlikely to endure through the night. Ha ha ha, splendid work by the Misty Rain Pavilion this time. They have alleviated a great burden from my heart. The Crown Prince Yifeng is currently in high spirits, for his brother Yunnan is on the brink of death. Once Yunnan passes, the remaining siblings pose no threat, and no one will covet the throne that rightfully belongs to him. As the elder brother, It is my duty to visit my wounded sibling. I shall proceed to the residence of the Chi Prince to see my dear brother. The Chi Prince's abode is indeed in disarray. Yinan has been attacked, and the situation remains unclear. Everyone seems to have lost their sense of direction, like ants on a hot stove. Fortunately, Zhang Jing returned in time to stabilize the situation. Each person resumed their duties. The residence was placed under strict lockdown, and discussions regarding the prince's health were strictly prohibited, with violators expelled from the estate. Security measures were heightened, and no one was permitted to approach the prince's chamber without cause, with violators facing dire consequences. All the physicians in the city were summoned. A generous reward awaits anyone capable of healing the prince. Zhang Jing issued his orders with composure, and the Chi Prince's residence began to operate in an orderly fashion. His Majesty has arrived. A voice rang out from the front courtyard. Zhang Jing hurriedly stepped outside to greet the emperor. Your Majesty, no need for formalities. What news of the Chi Prince? He remains in a deep coma. Yuzhen disregarded the formalities of the other attendees and swiftly made his way to the back courtyard. Entering Yunan's chamber, upon seeing his son lying on the bed, Yuzhen felt a surge of heartbreak. Yunan lay pallid, his lips devoid of color, with a trace of dark blood at the corners of his mouth. The once lively boy now lay on the bed, teetering between life and death. Where are the physicians? Where have they gone? It's been far too long. Your Majesty, the physicians are en route. Give them another 15 minutes if they do not arrive within that time. They need not come at all. If anything befalls my son, I shall hold them accountable. In that moment, Yi Zhen was not merely an emperor. He was a father in anguish. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was in good spirits, eager to witness the state of his third brother. It promised to be quite entertaining. However, just as he stepped out of the East Palace, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a spurt of blood. He sensed something vital was being severed from his body. He wished to cry out, but his throat felt as though it were bound, rendering him voiceless. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. While Yuzhen exerted every effort to save Yunnan, the physicians, having hurriedly made their way, finally arrived at the Chi Prince's residence within the allotted time. Your Majesty, it is confirmed that the Chi Prince has been poisoned with a rare and lethal toxin. Ordinarily, the critical period for the toxin has passed, yet the prince possesses an extraordinary force protecting his heart, which has temporarily spared him from harm. Is there a remedy? Well, speak plainly. Out with it. Unless an antidote is found, it seems the prince's life remains in peril. Then procure it. But, Your Majesty, crafting the antidote requires the rare ninth-order herb, Wujin Chao, which is exceedingly scarce. The Imperial Hospital has no stock and cannot prepare it. Then go and find him. Spare no effort to save Prince Qi. While Yi Zhen is still seething with anger over Yinan, Chao Mao stealthily approaches and whispers into Yi Zhen's ear. What? Leave half of the physicians here. The others will accompany me to the Eastern Palace. At the Shui residence, Shui Wenjing has yet to recover from the shock of his son's death when news arrives from the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Shui Wenjing's face instantly flushes with alarm. The death of his son has severed the future of the Shui family, and should anything happen to His Highness the Crown Prince, it would be the annihilation of the Shui lineage. Upon receiving the news, the Shui family descends into a frenzy. Chapter 43. Court Conspiracies. Shui Wenjing was on the brink of madness. His son was dead, and his nephew was gravely injured, teetering on the edge of death. The Shui family had not faced such dire straits in decades. Yet, despite the anguish of losing a child, his foremost concern was the protection of the Crown Prince, for it was pivotal to the future of the Shui clan. He promptly commanded the family guards to assemble, intent on personally leading a contingent to the Eastern Palace to safeguard His Highness. Meanwhile, at the Qi Wangfu, Jia He, Zhang Jing, Lu Chang, and Li had gathered. The prince had been attacked, and it was now certain that the infamous assassin organization, Shi Yu Lu, was behind it. The assailants were the three renowned assassins, Huan Yin, Ning, and Dundee. As for the mastermind behind this heinous act, it was evident to all. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince himself? Just now, our informant relayed that the bounty on the princess head is set at 100,000 taels. It is my fault for not receiving this intelligence sooner. This is a dereliction of duty on my part. Once the prince awakens, I shall accept whatever punishment he deems fit. Should he not survive, I will take my own life in atonement for failing to protect him. Jia spoke with a calm demeanor. Where could these three be? Li inquired. Upon learning of the prince's attack, I mobilized our surveillance to track their movements. They have already fled the capital, splitting up without any sign of pause, and their destination remains unclear. Inform old Wu and the others, they must not linger in the 10,000 great mountains. They need to emerge and pursue these scoundrels with all their might. If it weren't for Lu Chang, we would have already dealt with those 3 miscreants. And you, Lu Chang, how are you safeguarding the prince? If you cannot fulfill this task, you should step aside for someone more capable. Li stated without reservation. Lu Chang's face flushed crimson, unable to retort, for he knew he had failed to act swiftly in rescuing the prince. I shall take vengeance on the crown prince in retribution for our lord. Return, you reckless fool. The priority now is to ensure the princess' survival, not to rush into vengeance. We must deliberate on revenge at a more opportune time. As they deliberated, Xia Chan knocked and entered, announcing, the prince has awakened and requests the presence of the esteemed lords. The prince is awake. Splendid. The group's faces lit up with joy. And soon they arrived at Yi Nan's chamber. Yi Nan appeared pale, his condition looking dire. Cough, cough, I am fine. Do not fret. Do not inform my mother about the attack. I wish to spare her the worry. Furthermore, the counteroffensive plan shall be entrusted entirely to Mr. Zhang, who may employ necessary measures if deemed essential. For now, we must eliminate the Shui family. Yes, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty. Also recall Mr. Zhuge to the capital. I require a period of recuperation and will not meet with outsiders. Any matters can be discussed among you. You may leave now. Rest well. My lord, we shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. After Zhang Jing and his companions exited the palace, they commenced their practice involving all the factions affiliated with the Qi Wangfu, including the Yushi Tai, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Rights, as well as the 5th Prince Yifei. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. And the treasures of the Qi Wangfu are not easily obtained. The morning court session the following day would undoubtedly toll the death knell for the Shui family and the Crown Prince's faction. Indeed, on the morrow, Yuzhen arrived at the court looking utterly exhausted. He was mentally and physically drained, his 3rd son recently attacked and in a state of uncertainty. And to make matters worse, his eldest son mysteriously collapsed, with the royal physicians unable to ascertain the cause of his ailment. Little did anyone know that Kong Jingshu had severed the dragon energy or fortune from Yi Feng. The fortune of a nation's crown prince is immensely vast. And Kong Jingshu had paid a significant price, exhausting nearly 30 years of her own lifespan. Upon awakening, Kong Jingshu's heart ached, her lips twitching in distress. She resolved that when next she encountered Yi Nan, she would demand compensation for her losses. Deprived of his dragon energy, Yi Feng was now akin to an ordinary person, a being bereft of fortune, even lesser than the common folk. Present your petitions if there are matters to address. Otherwise, withdraw from the court. With Chao Mao's commanding voice, the morning court commenced. Minister Qiao Yong of the Yushi Tai has matters to present. Qiao Yong stepped forward. Speak. Yi Zhen, fraught with anxiety, dispensed with pleasantries. Your Majesty, the Minister of War, Shui Wenjing, during his tenure at the Ministry of War, has engaged in rampant corruption, embezzling military funds, inflating troop numbers, suppressing emerging talents, and forming cliques for personal gain. His crimes are unforgivable, and I implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment. Do you have evidence? The evidence is here for your Majesty's perusal. President Yi Zhen took the memorial, and after reading it, looked incredulously at Shui Wenjing below. Look for yourself. Behold the deeds you have committed. I have treated you with kindness. Yet can you justify your actions to me? Yi Zhen hurled the memorial at Shui Wenjing. Shui Wenjing bent down to retrieve the memorial and, after leisurely reading it, replied, Your Majesty, any accusation can be met with a rebuttal. I firmly believe that every action I have taken honors the Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the common folk. I am innocent and do not plead guilty. Even now, you continue to argue. The innocent shall clear themselves. I too possess a memorial, which I beseech your Majesty to examine before determining my guilt. This memorial meticulously details the collusion between the Tang family and the 3rd Prince Yunnan in selling official positions, oppressing the populace, and hoarding military provisions with the intent of treason. Very well, splendid. So, my loyal ministers have begun to slander one another, have they? President, I wish to see how much remains unknown to me. Chao Mao cautiously presented the memorial to Yuzhen. Upon reading it, Yuzhen was so incensed that he could hardly contain his laughter. He had always believed that through his efforts, the Dewu dynasty was flourishing and governance was exemplary. Yet he had been oblivious to the multitude of scandals concealed from his sight. Are there any more memorials? Present them all. I wish to broaden my understanding. Your Majesty, I, Minister Wu Hui, hereby report that the Minister of Justice, Wei De, has been implicated in egregious acts of embezzlement and bribery, with sums involved being profoundly substantial and the circumstances exceedingly grave. Furthermore, I also bring to your attention that the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Sun Qing, and the Deputy Minister of Rights, Shueshen, have engaged in malpractices regarding the imperial examinations. I, the Minister of Works. I. After a quarter of an hour, the memorials collected by Chow Mao have filled the imperial table. All memorials shall first be submitted to the cabinet for processing, and once completed, shall be presented to me for imperial approval. I must emphasize that the cabinet must not engage in favoritism or corruption. Any violations discovered will be dealt with severely. Dismissed. Chapter 44. The disgraced crown prince in the imperial study, Yuzhen, infuriated, hurled his teacup to the ground with a crash. How outrageous. Simply outrageous. My dear crown prince, my own son, has committed such numerous misdeeds behind my back. Chow Mao. What need does he have for such vast sums of money as a prince? The greatest parasite of the great Wu kingdom turns out to be my own flesh and blood. How tragic, how lamentable. I often liken myself to my ancestors, claiming that during my reign, the nation thrived in peace. What a disgrace. I cannot even discipline my own son. I am unworthy of my forebears. What initially seemed to be a mere courtly dispute ultimately led to revelations concerning Crown Prince Yifeng. Upon investigation, the findings were startling. Our crown prince indulges in extravagant pleasures and is surprisingly adept at deception. Who would have imagined that the most notorious embezzler would be a crown prince? Statistics reveal that since being designated as crown prince at the tender age of 10, he initially lived a restrained life for 4 to 5 years. However, a pivotal change occurred when he married at the age of 15. After his nuptials, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened. That year he began to engage with the military and political powers of the Great Wu, relishing the thrill of authority and amassing wealth recklessly. Most of the military funds embezzled by the Shui family ended up lining the pockets of our crown prince. According to the regulations of the Great Wu, the Eastern Palace comprises 6 divisions, each with 500 soldiers, totaling 3,000 troops. Yet, in reality, the Eastern Palace has clandestinely amassed nearly 10,000 men. Furthermore, the crown prince has been secretly recruiting soldiers, engaging in examination fraud, embezzling taxes, selling official positions, framing loyal subjects, and suppressing dissenters. These matters may seem trifling, especially since the future of the Great Wu will eventually rest in the crown prince's hands. What truly infuriates Yizhan is that this foolish pig has shamelessly promoted numerous members of the Shui family. While some are competent, several of their debauched offspring have risen to high ranks, and the family of the crown princess has also ascended, occupying many significant positions within the court. All these issues came to light following Kong Jingshu's severance of Yifeng's fortune. In the Eastern Palace, Yifeng slowly awoke, feeling sluggish and taking a considerable time to regain his senses. Your Highness, you are awake. Wang Ting appeared before Yifeng at once. What has happened to me? You suddenly fainted, which alarmed us all. How long have I been unconscious? It has been 3 days. 3 days? What of my third brother? There is still no news from Prince Qi, but I have instructed our people to keep a close watch there. What of the court? Has the Tang family retaliated? What is the situation? Your Highness, your primary concern should be your health. The matters of the court are best left to us subordinates. Tell me. Yifeng raised his voice. The situation is rather dire. The Grand General has been impeached and has now lost his military authority, relegated to idleness at home. Our Eastern Palace has also faced impeachment and is currently sealed off by the Imperial Guards, allowing no entry or exit. How can this be? Help me up. I must see Father. Your Highness, please remain calm. The Emperor is in a furious state and will not see you. Then I shall go to see my mother. Father and mother share deep affection. Surely she will intercede on my behalf. It has come to my attention that the Queen is also confined within Kuan Ning Palace, unable to emerge. How could my father be so ruthless? Have I brought trouble upon my mother? What of the 6 commanders? The morale remains relatively stable. The commanders have all pledged their unwavering loyalty to your Highness. That is reassuring. My efforts have not been in vain. The situation is dire now. You must find a way to leave the palace and contact my uncle, urging him to regain control of the city's defenses. If that proves impossible, we shall have no choice but to risk everything. Yifeng, with a placid expression, gazed at Wang Ting and declared, I am willing to serve until death for your Highness. My entire Wang family will follow your Highness's lead. Very well, Wang Qing. Rest assured that after our success, you shall be the Prime Minister of the Great Wu Kingdom. Go now, and proceed with utmost caution. My father is not to be underestimated. At your command. Wang Ting bowed and gradually exited the chamber. Father, you have forced my hand. Do not blame me. Yifeng murmured, unaware that a palace maid had vanished following Wang Teng's departure. Upon receiving Yifeng's message, Shui Wenjing promptly visited the ancestral home to confer with his father, Shueli. Is the situation truly that critical? Shueli, now aged and frail, inquired. It is a matter of life and death. Since you and Fenger have made your decision, there is nothing more to discuss. I shall fully support you. I will lead our family to stall the royal family's 9th-tier experts. You must be swift. We cannot hold them for long. Shui Wenjing and Yifeng, having received Wang Teng's message, agreed upon a time to initiate their plan, set for the early hours 2 days hence. At that time, the 6 commanders of the Eastern Palace would swiftly seize control of the palace, allowing the city defense troops to enter the imperial city. If they act quickly enough before the emperor and the powerful families can react, the Great Wu shall not descend into chaos. Should all proceed smoothly, Yifeng would announce his ascension to the throne that very day, branding the 3rd and 5th as traitors. Once the dust settles, the half-alive 3rd and the self-righteous 5th will find themselves unable to defend their actions, no matter how many words they conjure. All preparations are complete. We await the thunderous strike. In the imperial study, Yuzhen stood silently by the window for half an hour, no one daring to disturb him, not even Xiao Mao. Has this rebellious son truly resolved to rebel? Given their clandestine communications and the frequency of troop movements, it seems the crown prince has made up his mind. Splendid. Truly, my beloved son, let me impart one final lesson. Send out the orders, do not hold back. Those involved in the rebellion, aside from that wayward son, shall face extermination of their entire line. Xiao Mao, you too must go. The Duke of Protecting the Nation is likely to intervene. So take the palace attendants and stop him. Your Majesty, please consider, if I leave, who will protect you? Your safety is paramount, and I cannot comply. You need not worry about my safety. I have already notified our ancestral grounds. They will send someone. Rest assured and carry out your orders. Since your Majesty requires no concern from me, I shall naturally obey your command. 2 days later, the stillness of Zhuke Street was abruptly shattered in the early hours. At this hour, the city defense troops, who should have returned to their encampment, suddenly sprang into action. The sounds of battle emanated from the direction of the East Palace. Swiftly approaching the Imperial Palace, Shui Wenjing, leading 30,000 city defense soldiers, hastened towards the Imperial City. As he reached the city gates, the Imperial Guards, who had long awaited their opportunity atop the walls, unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, decimating at least 1/3 of the city defense forces. An ambush. Realizing the dire situation, Shui Wenjing immediately adjusted his strategy, yet time was of the essence. If there was an ambush on his side, the princess situation would undoubtedly be even more precarious. Shield bearers moved to the front, bracing for the assault. The city gates must be breached within half an hour. All participants would receive a promotion of 3 ranks and a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Under the lure of such generous rewards, courage would surely arise. That night, they informed the soldiers of the alleged rebellion by the 3rd prince, Yinan, asserting that they were entering the city to protect the crown. The soldiers must remain unaware of the truth, and even if they were to learn it, now was not the time. In the imperial study, the edict for the deposed crown prince had been meticulously prepared by Yuzhen, yet the jade seal had yet to be affixed. Yuzhen still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Yifeng would halt his reckless course and voluntarily acknowledge his mistakes. However, as the sounds of battle echoed from the East Palace, the last vestiges of hope in Yuzhen's heart extinguished. He cast one final glance at the edict before decisively placing the jade seal upon it. Chapter 45. The Grand Wedding. After sealing the jade seal, Yuzhen sank wearily into his seat, as if all his strength had been utterly drained. The disheartening sensation of having dismantled the heir he had nurtured for over a decade weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he found himself compelled to take such drastic measures. If he refrained from intervening in the current turmoil, and should Yifeng ascend the throne, the influence of the maternal clan would become uncontainable. Ultimately, the Yi family would lose the imperial crown, leaving Yuzhen with no face to confront his ancestors. The massacre continued unabated that night. Yifeng, leading an army of 10,000 from the Eastern Palace, was poised to advance towards the Tai Chi Hall when they collided head-on with Commander Lin Li and his 30,000 Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards swiftly encircled the 6 regiments of Yifeng's forces. "Your Highness, cease this madness," Commander Lin implored. "I advise you to step aside now, and I shall reward you handsomely once I ascend. Otherwise, your entire clan shall face destruction." Yifeng retorted, "Your Highness, do not cling to such delusions. His Majesty is already aware of your treachery. Your chances of victory are nil. And what of it? If I surrender now, will my father spare me? Will he show mercy to my brothers behind me? Knowing my father, we would all be annihilated. Thus, it is better for us to fight fiercely. For there remains a glimmer of hope. Foolishness. Imperial guards, heed my command. Eliminate the traitors. Attack. Lindley ceased his entreaties, recognizing that further persuasion would be futile. At the city gates, Shui Wenjing was consumed with anxiety, taken aback by the tenacity of the Imperial guards that night. An hour had passed. Yet the city defense forces had made no headway. Reluctantly, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Clutching a broadsword, Shui Wenjing mounted his fiery steed and surged towards the gates. As a late-stage 8th-tier expert, his presence commanded respect, further amplified by the formidable aura of his 6th-tier beast. The fiery steed. Raising his broadsword, he unleashed a colossal arc of blade light towards the gates. With a thunderous crash, the 3,000-pound wooden gate splintered into fragments. Shui Wenjing's complexion paled. This strike had drained nearly 70 to 80% of his internal energy. Should a peer-level expert confront him now, he would stand no chance. Yet, he had no alternative. If calamity befell the Crown Prince, even breaching the gates would be in vain. Speed was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Kill. Follow me into the city. Shui Wenjing bellowed, leading the charge. His loyal guards followed closely behind. Upon breaching the gates, Shui Wenjing refrained from engaging the Imperial guards atop the walls and galloped swiftly towards the Tai Chi Hall. Halfway there, he encountered an individual ahead. Upon closer inspection, he recognized none other than Lu Chang, Yunan's bodyguard. General, in such haste, where are you bound? Lu Chang inquired urgently. Stand aside, Shui Wenjing commanded. And if I refuse? Lu Chang retorted defiantly. Then you shall meet your demise. Combined technique. Overlord ascends. Shui Wenjing, although his internal energy was severely depleted, could not afford to be hindered at this critical moment. Even when confronted by Lu Chang, a master of the 9th tier, he resolved to fight valiantly. The combined technique, known as Overlord ascends to heaven, was not unfamiliar to Shui Wenjing and his loyal guards, as he had once executed it alongside them during his 7th tier days. This formidable move had allowed him to successfully slay an 8th tier barbarian master and withstand a strike from a 9th tier expert, albeit at the cost of sustaining grave injuries. However, this only served to underscore the technique's extraordinary prowess. Now, over a decade later, this technique re-emerged, and both he and his guards were stronger than ever before. Thus, he was confident that he could repel Lu Chang with a single strike, even with his internal energy waning. With a thunderous impact, Shui Wenjing found himself gravely wounded, on the brink of death, while nearly all of his 800 loyal guards lay slain. Impossible, he gasped, blood spilling from his lips. One 9th tier expert is indeed insurmountable. But what if there were 3? As he raised his gaze, he was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. How could this be? You were poisoned. Yunan emerged slowly from behind Lu Chang, accompanied by Leah. Who says that being poisoned guarantees death? I refuse to believe it. You must be an impostor. Tell me, who are you? You cannot possibly be that brat Yunan. Why engage in such dialogue with a dying man? Lu Chang, finish him. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Chang seized a spear from the ground and thrust it toward Shui Wenjing, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the legendary life of General Shui came to an end. Yinan had initially contemplated severing Shui Wenjing's head to intimidate Yi Feng, but reconsidered. Though an adversary, Shui Wenjing had rendered significant service to the Great Wu. Sparing his corpse afforded him a semblance of dignity in death. Meanwhile, on the square before the Tai Chi Hall, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Yi Feng, disheveled and bloodied, found himself encircled by the Imperial Guard. Your Highness, lay down your weapons. His Majesty will not harm you. Ha ha. Victory and defeat are but the whims of fate. I concede my loss, yet I refuse to accept it. Yi Feng raised his bloodied face toward the Tai Chi Hall, spotting Yuzhen at the entrance. Father, I shall not yield. With a resounding cry, Yi Feng raised his sword and took his own life. Yuzhen abruptly lifted his arm, and as Yi Feng fell, his hand slowly descended. Throughout, Yuzhen remained eerily silent. After a long pause, Yuzhen turned and entered the Tai Chi Hall, leaving only a few tears upon the ground. A testament to the softness within his heart and the fatherly affection he held for Yi Feng. The news of the Crown Prince's rebellion and demise sent shockwaves through the capital. The Great Wu suspended court for 7 days. Upon the 7th day, a weary Yuzhen appeared at the court assembly. The first decree he issued was to abolish Yi Feng's title as Crown Prince, though Yi Feng was deceased. Until the decree was formally announced, he remained the Crown Prince of the Great Wu. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaimed, I, entrusted with the celestial mandate, govern the realms with benevolence and filial piety. Crown Prince Yifeng, who ought to exercise self-restraint and uphold propriety, has instead become arrogant due to favoritism, corrupt and unjust, harming the state and its people, with evidence of his crimes glaringly apparent. Moreover, in their obstinacy, they dare to muster forces and conspire against the state, seeking to overthrow the very foundation of our nation, a most heinous act, one that is intolerable to heaven and earth. The laws of our ancestors cannot be transgressed, and the weight of our realm cannot be taken lightly. Therefore, I hereby depose Prince Yifeng from his position, stripping him of all titles. To uphold the laws of the land, all those who collude with the traitors shall be apprehended and punished according to the law, without leniency. Let this proclamation be known throughout the realm, serving as a warning to others. Following this, the treacherous adherents of Prince Yifeng shall be eradicated. Those deserving of execution shall be executed, and those deserving of exile shall be exiled. None shall be spared. From this point forward, the faction of Prince Yifeng shall be rendered a mere memory. After dealing with the matter of Yifeng, Yijin announced the end of the court session. However, a nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day, nor can it be without an heir. 3 days later, the ministers submitted a petition urging the reinstatement of a crown prince. Yet, Yizhen paid no heed, instead using Yinan as a scapegoat. Yunnan is to wed Kong Jingshu. Chapter 46, Arrival at the Eastern Palace. This marriage has breathed a semblance of vitality into the otherwise stagnant court. In recent times, the atmosphere among the court officials has been fraught with anxiety, ever since the purge of the Crown Prince's faction. Nearly a quarter of the ministers have vanished, some extinguished entirely, while others have faced confiscation of their properties and exile. Among them, the Shui family was completely eradicated, and Shuesa mysteriously disappeared during his transport back to the capital, leaving his whereabouts unknown. At the Chiwang residence, today marks the day of betrothal to the Kong family. Yunnan is not sparing in his betrothal gifts, and given his current wealth, he is far from lacking in riches. Merely the crystal cores alone amount to a load, and he possesses several portions of the highly coveted longevity elixir, with these 2 items alone valued at no less than 30 million, not to mention the gold, silver, jewels, and silks, which are countless. The Chiwang residence is situated approximately 7 to 8 li from the Kong family estate, and the number of guards escorting the betrothal gifts is in the thousands. As the first load of gifts is carried into the Kong residence, many more remain at the Chiwang residence. Indeed, the Chiwang is exceptionally wealthy. How fortunate is Miss Kong to receive such attention from the Chiwang. It is said that the betrothal gifts alone amount to several thousand loads. And this is merely the initial offering. Should they marry, who knows how extravagant the bridal procession will be? 10 miles? Perhaps that is an understatement. Considering the Chiwang's temperament, wouldn't he circle the capital 3 times to make a statement? After all, it is common knowledge that the Chiwang is not constrained by financial worries. After the bride price was delivered, the royal family formally set the engagement date for the couple, which was scheduled for the 7th day of the 2nd month, half a year later. At this moment, Yunnan's primary concern was not the wedding. He had already adequately compensated Kong Jingshu. He felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Had she not risked her life to sever Yifeng's fortune, Yifeng would not have been so easily defeated. Yifeng was, by all accounts, a child of destiny. And based on his extensive study of countless novels, he understood that as long as a child of destiny had not exhausted their fortune, they were exceedingly difficult to vanquish, often requiring more than 50 chapters to accomplish such a feat. Currently, Yunnan's focus remained on the god of wealth competition, as it was pivotal to his future plans. He first revised the original distribution method and established a salary plus commission sales model. Previously, the profit distribution within the Chi Wang Fu mirrored the traditional practices of this world, which relied on fixed salaries, regardless of how many products one sold for their employer. The monthly compensation remained constant, determined solely by one's rank. This structure led to a lack of motivation among lower-tier sales personnel, significantly impacting sales performance. Although Chi Wangfu's products were never in short supply within the capital, this model proved unsuitable for traveling merchant caravans, especially given the existence of bandits and robbers during this era. Those who ventured into the world of commerce risked their lives daily. Thus, Yinan revolutionized the traditional approach. The first method involved providing living goods, with his subordinates tasked with sales while the Chi Wangfu ensured the safety of the merchant caravans. This arrangement offered a salary plus commission, relieving shopkeepers and assistants of concerns regarding potential losses from bandit attacks. The second method saw Yinan offering a base price. With the Qi Wangfu again responsible for caravan protection, any additional profit made from sales would belong entirely to the sellers, with no guarantees. Success depended solely on their abilities. The third method allowed goods to be sold at the base price, with Yunnan having no say in the pricing or destination as long as it was outside the Dawu territory. This innovative strategy instantly ignited the commercial sector of Dawu, attracting merchants of all sizes to the capital. Yunnan welcomed all. The most sought-after products were the crystal cores and longevity elixirs. However, Yunnan was reluctant to sell these items freely. These products were subject to a quota system. One had to purchase a minimum of 10 million taels of other goods to qualify for 10 crystal cores, or 30 million taels to receive 5 longevity elixirs. Naturally, these items were not complementary and required additional payment. Moreover, Yunnan seized the opportunity to launch communication devices akin to the old models of Nokia, which featured only calling capabilities. It was not that he did not wish to release a smartphone directly. Rather, he believed in maximizing profit before introducing more advanced technology. Thus, even the most basic communication device was sold for 100 taels of silver, enabling real-time communication within 1,000 kilometers. Once released, this device became a sensation throughout Dawu and even began to gain traction in neighboring countries. Although the price of 100 taels of silver seemed astronomical to ordinary citizens, it was trivial for the wealthy elite. For instance, the Huainan faction purchased no less than 10,000 units, and various government departments made significant acquisitions, with the Ministry of War alone procuring 5,000 units. What many did not realize was that Yunnan acquired these devices from Xinjiang at a rate of 10 units for a single tael of silver. The true expense lay in the hundreds of satellites overhead, which had cost Yunnan a staggering 1 billion taels. Nevertheless, it appeared that every effort was worthwhile. Jia He had transformed from a mere minister of intelligence into a dual minister of intelligence and communications. Within the court, the competition for the crown prince position reached a fever pitch, with Yinan and Yi Fei being the most likely contenders. However, Yunan's thoughts were not on the throne, which made Yi Fei particularly fervent in his pursuits. Should Yi Fei ascend to the position of crown prince, the court would fall under the influence of the martial world, a result most court officials were loath to accept, as they traditionally held a disdainful view of the unschooled and the rogue. In a scenario where the second prince, Yi Hao, was absorbed in martial arts and oblivious to worldly affairs, the fourth prince, Yi Tian, lacked any foundation, and the sixth and seventh princes were still children. The fierce competition between the third prince, Yi Nan, and the fifth prince, Yi Fei, culminated in Yi Nan successfully being named the crown prince. Congratulations, third brother. Having achieved his desires, Yi Fei turned to Yinan and, after exchanging a few sardonic remarks, took his leave. At the moment Yinan received the imperial edict, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Once, he harbored a fervent aspiration to ascend the throne, wielding the power of the world by day and indulging in the embrace of beauty by night, a quintessential dream for any man. However, upon witnessing the splendor of myriad realms, he realized that even the vast expanse of the Tianhuan continent was but a slightly larger prison. What he truly yearned for now was to break free from this confinement and explore the breathtaking vistas of the multiverse. Yet, with the edict issued and unalterable, he reluctantly took residence in the Eastern Palace and assumed his position on the throne of the Crown Prince. Chapter 47. The Flowing Cloud sect. At this moment in the Shu King's residence, Yi Fei sat quietly in his study, enveloped in silence. Despite expending every ounce of his effort, he found himself overshadowed by Yunan's esteemed position in Yunan's heart. Was it solely due to her lineage as the daughter of a sect member? He believed himself to be more worthy of the princely title than Yunnan. Although he currently had the backing of the Flowing Cloud sect, he mused that once he ascended to the role of the crown prince, he could easily abandon the sect's support. Yet, his father refused to grant him even a single opportunity. He felt utterly despondent during Yi Feng's tenure as crown prince. He still had a glimmer of hope, for he understood that Yi Feng's faction lacked formidable combat prowess. Though there was a certain Shueli, a ninth-tier expert, his grave condition rendered him a negligible threat to Yi Fei. In stark contrast, Yunnan possessed resources and high-end combat capabilities that left Yi Fei in the dust. Initially, this disparity was bearable, but ever since the revelation that Yunnan had not one but two ninth-tier experts under her command, Yi Fei recognized that his aspirations for the princely title were slipping farther from his grasp. Moreover, recent rumors suggested that Yunnan herself was a ninth-tier master, belonging to the upper echelon among them. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand the effects of a lethal poison. There were even accounts that the three renowned assassins from the Drizzle Tower had attacked Yunnan for a quarter of an hour, only managing to inflict a minor wound on her arm. Had it not been for the poison on their blades, those three elite assassins would have likely met their demise at her hands. As a result, with Yunnan now positioned as the crown prince, Yi Fei found himself powerless, reduced to merely venting his frustrations with a few bitter remarks in her presence. Li Lao, please respond to this sect. All plans are to be put on hold. Since we cannot overcome them, let us change our strategy. Aligning ourselves with the crown prince could be a commendable alternative. Your Highness, tread carefully. Even if we are not a match for Prince Qi, surrendering is not our only recourse. We may be unable to contend with Prince Qi, but he does not dare to act against us lightly. Maintaining the current state could be advantageous. That is not a prudent suggestion. Send the message. Oh, and I have heard that the Third Brother Esh Trading Company is now selling a communication device called Nwoji. When you have the chance, procure a few to send to my grandfather, as well as to my mother. It has been over a decade since she last returned to the Flowing Cloud sect. I am sure she longs to hear from him. Even if they cannot meet, hearing his voice would be a comfort. Since your Highness has made a clear decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. The remaining matters will be handled with care. Thank you, Li Lao. After Yi Fei made the necessary arrangements, he instructed the gates of the residence to be shut, closing the doors to visitors and proclaiming that His Highness the Prince of Shu would be entering seclusion for an intensive breakthrough. Days later, within the Grand Hall of the Luyun sect, situated in Hangzhou of the Great Wu, it could be said that the entire region of Hangzhou was predominantly under the influence of the Luyun sect. However, due to the formidable power of the Great Wu, they dutifully paid their taxes without exception and complied with the governmental decrees. As the largest sect within a 1,000-mile radius, the Luyun sect occupied a vast expanse of land. Nestled amidst the Hengshan mountain range to the north, its territory spanned several dozen miles. The geographical position was both defensible and difficult to assault, ensuring that once the mountain gates were closed, it became a secluded town, removed from the outside world. Reporting to the sect leader, the fifth prince has sent someone with a delivery. Elder Li Jingting, who was attending to external affairs, announced as he entered the hall where sect leader Xiao Tianxi was managing sect matters. Oh, has Fei sent something? What is it? It is said to be a communication device that allows for real-time conversation. It has become all the rage in the capital, with prominent families now utilizing this device known as Woji. However, it would be best to have the messenger explain the details to you, Li Jingying replied. Without suspicion, Xiao Tianxi waved his hand, signaling for the individual to enter. Moments later, a young man stepped into the grand hall. I remember you. Your name is Wang Huan. Years ago, I personally chose you and a few others to protect young Fei. Has he sent you back? Before the young man could speak, Xiao Tianxi recognized him as the disciple from the Luyun sect assigned to protect Yu Fei. Disciple Wang Huan pays respects to the sect leader. There's no need for formalities. What has young Fei summoned you back for? The fifth prince mentioned that circumstances have changed and all plans are now on hold. He also instructed me to bring back several communication devices and, fearing that everyone might struggle to use them, specifically asked me to return to provide instruction. Since he has made up his mind, then let us pause for now. Frankly, I had reservations about his plans from the outset. Inform the disciples to take the time to reflect. The last statement was directed at Li Jingting. Understood, sect leader. After Li Jingtian departed, Wang Huan unwrapped the bundle behind him and retrieved a compact communicator. As a master of the 9th tier, Xiao Tianxi's aptitude for learning was undeniable. It did not take long for him to master the use of the communication device. With Wang Huan's assistance, he swiftly dialed Yi Fei's number. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Fei prompted Xiao Tianxi to call his mother, Xiaoyou. Having not seen each other for over a decade, both were momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, they conversed for a full 120 tales. Subsequently, Wang Huan returned to the capital to report back. On Yunnan's side, progress was steady. The talent scouting team had successfully brought back several exceptional individuals, including a skilled halberd wielder named Lu Ming. Lu Ming, an 8th tier master and a deputy in the border army, wielded the ghostly halberd with unparalleled finesse and was well versed in the art of military formations. In the original narrative, he ultimately became a rebel and carved out his territory. However, he was now recruited by Yunnan ahead of schedule. Another individual, named Li Kong, wielded a long iron staff, having remained undefeated across 7 states, with no opponent below the 9th tier able to match him. Reports from the talent scouting team indicated that the Qi Royal Court housed 9th tier masters with whom he could regularly spar, hence his arrival. Both individuals were assigned by Yunnan to serve as commanders in his personal guard. now that Yunnan had been bestowed the title of Crown Prince. His personal guard transformed into the 6 divisions of the Eastern Palace, allowing these 2 to rise in rank alongside him. Among them, Lu Ming was particularly elated. He was an ambitious man, willing to sacrifice his life for the right rank and wealth. Thankfully, Yunnan possessed an abundance of both. Aside from these 2, there were several promising civil officials. However, their talents paled in comparison to Zhugajia, Zhongjing, and Jiahe. Consequently, Yunnan took a hands-off approach, delegating the remaining candidates to Zhongjing for management. Upon receiving the edict of his appointment, Yunnan was urged by Yizhen to move into the Eastern Palace. With the coronation ceremony merely 3 days away, on a whim, Yunnan decided to stroll outside the imperial palace. He did not realize until he reached the entrance of a residence that it belonged to his 5th brother, Yi Fei. Perfect. A chance to catch up with him. Yunnan instructed Lu Ming to knock on the door. Chapter 48. Painting a grand vision for the 5th brother, Lu Ming approached the door, and after a lengthy pause, a yawning servant finally emerged. "What is it?" the servant inquired. "The Crown Prince has come to visit. You should promptly report this." Upon hearing Crown Prince, the servant instantly became alert. "Please wait a moment. I will inform Elderly right away." Elderly, upon receiving the notification, dared not delay and quickly sought out Yi Fei to report. "Elder Yi San has unexpectedly come to our residence. Is he here to flaunt his status?" "Your Highness, regardless of whether he comes to boast, he is already outside. It would be inappropriate to keep him waiting, especially since he is the Crown Prince. Let him in, but say I am still in seclusion. You can send him away on my behalf later." "Understood. It is settled then." When Elderly arrived at the entrance, Yunnan was reclining atop the stone lion at the gate of Yi Fei's residence, resting with his eyes closed. "Greetings, Your Highness. Long live the Crown Prince. I apologize for the neglect. Please forgive us. Enough. Let us proceed to meet my less than adorable 5th brother." Yunnan leaped down from the lion and made his way into the palace, inquiring as he walked, "Where is your lord?" "As his elder brother. I come to visit, and he does not even come out to greet me. He truly has a grand demeanor. He should be cautious, or I may just spank him." "Your Highness, I must apologize, but our lord is in seclusion at a critical moment and cannot be seen." Yunnan shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Do you expect me to believe that?" "Our lord is genuinely in seclusion," Elderly awkwardly insisted. "Very well, I understand. I shall not trouble you further. I will just have a cup of tea and then leave. Lead the way." Elderly guided Yunnan into the main hall, where Yunnan unceremoniously took a seat in the primary position. The servants presented freshly brewed tea, but after a sip, Yunnan found it lacking compared to that of the former Qi Wangfu. "Go tell the 5th brother that I have urgent matters to discuss. He should come out at once." "But our lord is truly in seclusion." "Hey, my temper is flaring. If you do not come out soon, I shall indeed take my leave. If you refuse this opportunity, I shall seek out the 4th brother instead." What a pity it would be to forfeit the 5 doses of longevity elixir, 1,000 crystal cores, and 1,000,000 taels of silver. As Yunnan spoke, he stood to depart. Elderly anxiously called out, "Your Highness, please wait. I will go inform the Lord to come out." "There is no need. The 5th brother's breakthrough is paramount. I shall pay a visit to the 4th brother's residence instead." As Yunnan turned to leave, he suddenly spotted Yi Fei standing at the door, wearing an expression full of resentment. Yunnan shivered. Being gazed upon in such a manner by a grown man made him feel decidedly uncomfortable. "5th brother, do not give me that death stare. If you keep looking at me like that, I swear your 1,000,000 taels will vanish in an instant. Is the Crown Prince here to mock me?" Yi Fei was clearly unfazed by his taunts. "Mock you? Whatever do you mean? Not mockery. Then have you come to flaunt your status? I admit I envy your ascension to Crown Prince, but there is no need for you to come to my residence to gloat." "Flaunt? I have no time to flaunt. I have matters to discuss with you. Each year, there is a profit of at least several million taels. If managed well, the profit from a single year could cover the entire tax burden of the Wu. Are you interested? With such a promising opportunity, would you seek me out?" Yi Fei, though somewhat skeptical, inquired further. "Of course, this venture is indeed indispensable for you. Then, please elaborate." "I plan to establish a martial arts academy, recruiting students from across the nation, akin to a traditional academy, yet it will be categorized into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary level will charge an annual fee of 1 tael, teaching first-tier martial arts. The intermediate level will charge 100 taels annually, teaching martial arts below the 3rd tier, and the advanced level will charge 1,000 taels, teaching martial arts below the 5th tier. I possess the necessary startup capital, however. I lack personnel. Given your connections with the Lu Yun sect, it should not be a problem to borrow a few thousand disciples to serve as instructors. We could then split the profits equally. What do you think? A few thousand? Do you believe the disciples of the Lu Yun sect are as common as cabbages? Such a number is far-fetched. If I were to truly request that, my grandfather would have my head. Moreover, you should be aware that the martial arts techniques of the Lu Yun sect are prohibited from dissemination. This business of yours may not be feasible. I am not suggesting that we teach the Lu Yun sect as techniques. You need not worry about the martial arts aspect. I will provide the curriculum. All I require from you is to secure the manpower. Once we are set, I will report to the emperor, granting each of these individuals a government position. Are you certain? There is an official position? Indeed, not only will there be positions, but they will also receive salaries. Your only task is to negotiate with the Lu Yun sect to provide the personnel. Once accomplished, I will supply you with 1,000 crystal cores and 5 longevity elixirs each month. How does that sound for sincerity? Very well. But I have one question that I need you to answer earnestly. What question do you have? Why are you doing this? Naturally, it is for development. Before answering this question, I would like to pose one of my own. Do you have any notion of the vastness of this world? How vast? I cannot specify. But I know it is immense. That is rather vague. Since you acknowledge its vastness, do not confine your vision to the narrow borders of Dawu. Now is the time to expand, while we are still young. Only through the empowerment of Dawu can we venture outward. Consider this. Dawu currently spans merely thousands of miles, as a prince of a nation of such modest size. Would your share of the benefits be greater than that of a prince from a nation encompassing billions of miles? We can liken Dawu to a delicacy on a plate. If we share a piece the size of a cup, neither of us will be satisfied. But what if it were the size of a basin? It is likely that neither of us would possess the capacity to consume it. So, the establishment of a martial arts academy is indeed for the development of Dawu? Certainly. However, with the current resources of Dawu, we cannot support so many martial artists. You need not concern yourself with the issues of resources. Your sole responsibility is to elevate the teaching staff. My ambition is to establish an advanced martial academy in each province of the Great Wu, a mid-level academy in every county, and a primary academy in each township. Once these academies are operational, within a span of 7 to 8 years, the martial prowess of Great Wu will ascend by several tiers. The current martial arts are predominantly developed through sects or familial traditions, leaving those without innate talent unable to become martial practitioners throughout their lives. However, the core I possess has the potential to alter the destinies of these individuals. Furthermore, once the academies are established, you shall assume the role of vice president of the Royal Martial Academy of the Great Wu Empire. With a well-crafted combination of a profit theory, financial strategies, structured organization, and the vice presidency, Yi Fei, somewhat dazed, acquiesced. After leaving the Yi residence, Yinan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Relieved that he had successfully convinced him and found him some tasks to preclude future troubles. Chapter 49. The assassins beheading Yinan painted an extravagant vision for Yi Fei, encircling him within its allure. Human beings ought not to succumb to idleness, for when one finds themselves with an abundance of leisure, thoughts begin to manifest, and over time, these thoughts may evolve into actions, just as in a past life. The prevalence of the 996 work schedule among numerous enterprises serves to deny individuals the very moments needed to ponder, lest those industrious souls entertain unwarranted notions. They toil relentlessly, leaving them so exhausted that even the thought of moving during the weekend feels insurmountable, yearning instead to remain in bed for an entire day. Upon departing from Yi Fei's residence, Yinan chose not to return to the Eastern Palace but instead made his way to the Tang estate. Since his elevation to the title of Prince of Qi, he had not visited it again. Following the ordeal of poisoning, the Tang family had boldly rallied to his side, and his ascension to the throne owed much to their unwavering support. Although the Tang family and he shared a fate of mutual fortune and misfortune, Yinan, being a man of gratitude, did not neglect their contributions. While he could not bestow upon them other industries under his control, he granted them a modest 1% of the communications group, an entity that would surely lay golden eggs. Though 1% may seem insignificant, it translates to a substantial annual dividend of several 100,000 taels at present, not to mention the future growth of the communications group. Of course, the royal family received a greater share, amounting to 5%. These stakes were not given without expectation. Both the Tang family and the royal family were required to provide personnel, for Yinan's resources were insufficient to manage such a vast communications enterprise. Only through collaboration could they achieve mutual success. With the reform of Yinan's profit distribution, a tempest swept through the commercial landscape of Dawu. while the allocation system for the longevity potion filled Yunan's coffers. Previously, the longevity potion was exclusively auctioned, with many unable to acquire it as it circulated solely among the upper echelons of society. However, the accessibility of this coveted elixir has now dramatically increased. By purchasing 30 million taels worth of goods from the Crown Prince, one could obtain 5 portions of the longevity potion. The elixir of longevity is a commodity without a fixed price. Merely possessing it elevates one to the status of a prominent figure. Moreover, the prince's cargo worth 30 million is comprised of highly sought-after items, ensuring that any trade would yield profit. Not only merchants from Da are in motion, but traders from neighboring Qin, Zhou, Man, and even the distant Jin are flocking to the capital of Da. The influx of merchants has caused every inn in the capital to be fully booked. Yunnan plans to wait a few more days before convening a trade conference, simultaneously establishing an agency system. It is essential to recognize that the annual agency fees amount to astronomical figures, and one should seize the opportunity. Naturally, he has discussed these matters with Yushin, ensuring that members of the royal court, who have little to occupy themselves with, will be engaged in meaningful tasks to prevent them from causing disturbances. Furthermore, Yunnan intends to allocate a portion of the profits to the court, understanding that to make a horse run, one must provide it with fodder. Yunnan not only painted a grand vision for Yifei, but also did not neglect Yushin. He had long ago sketched an expansive blueprint for Yushin, whose lifelong ambition is to surpass their ancestors. In Yunnan's vision, Dao is destined to conquer Zhou, Chun, and Man, and advance even further into uncharted territories. To instill confidence in Yushin, Yunnan has revealed more of his strategic cards. Currently, Yushin is brimming with confidence. He supports all of Yunnan's plans that promise to bolster the growth of Dao. Regarding the Huainan faction, Yunnan personally visited their leader, Prime Minister Yang Ping, engaging in a clandestine discussion that lasted nearly 3 hours. The specifics of their conversation remain a mystery, but it is known that from that day forth, the Huainan faction pledged their allegiance to the prince. In the military sphere, due to the death and disappearance of the Shui brothers, Yijin has purged many mid-level commanders, prompting an urgent recall of General Lin Hui from the southern front. Lin Hui's family has long resided in the southern border of Dao, with only his elderly mother and eldest son remaining in the capital. Upon receiving the summons, Lin Hui hastily brought his wife, Zhao Man, his concubine, Ping Xiang, and several of his children to the capital. As Yushin's trusted bodyguard in his youth, Lin Hui is a loyal confidant. Though his wife is pregnant and due to give birth in 2 months, he cannot defy the imperial decree and must bring his family to the capital. Moreover, the recall to the capital includes an unexpected figure, General Ma Feng, the uncle of the 4th son, Yu Tian. This surprise stems from the fact that Ma Feng is a distant uncle. Prior to entering the palace, the 4th son's mother shared a childhood bond with him, and had it not been for her royal ascension, she would likely have married Ma Feng. However, the past is immutable. She entered the palace and bore Yu Tian. Now 37, Ma Feng shows no inclination towards marriage, despite his family's previous pressure, which has since subsided. Both men have been summoned back to the capital, and with numerous military leaders missing, Yunnan has seized the opportunity to place many of his confidants in key positions, as well as to maneuver several commanders he has financially supported into crucial roles, such as Wei Qijin, the gatekeeper of Xuanwu Gate, and Chen Gong, the general before the court. Xiaolu has encountered misfortune. Although they secured a significant order, they nearly faced complete annihilation by Dao. Within an inn at the border of Dao, Huan Yin is tending to his wounds after being pursued for 7 days. Had it not been for his remarkable ability to remain undetected, he would have succumbed to his adversaries, who were formidable 9th-tier experts. Just as he finishes tending to his wounds and prepares to apply medicine, the door is forcefully kicked open with a resounding crash. The sound reverberated, and the flash of the sword arrived in an instant. Huan Yin was unable to evade in time and could only desperately dodge the vital points, yet he still lost an arm. The assailant was clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a mask that evoked the visage of a wailing ghost. Despite having lost an arm, Huan Yin, as a seasoned assassin, did not scream or cry out. Instead, he swiftly activated his cloaking ability. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him this time, as the blood flowing from his wound betrayed his position. The black-clad figure wasted no time and struck towards the source of the blood with a swift slash. Huan Yin's invisibility faltered, revealing his form. The assailant, undeterred, swiftly decapitated Huan Yin, and before his severed head could touch the ground, it was caught in the hands of the black-clad figure, who turned without a moment's pause and departed the inn. In stark contrast to Huan Yin, The shadow was far easier to eliminate. After being pursued by Old Wu, he sought refuge in the forest. Should he manage to enter, he would become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, Old Wu did not grant him the opportunity and dispatched him before he could reach safety. The Earth Burrower was the most formidable of the trio. His ability was akin to a bug in this world of martial prowess. The emergence of such a power as that of the Earthwalker was unparalleled. Fortunately, this individual could only remain underground for a maximum of a quarter of an hour, and upon resurfacing, he could not immediately burrow again. He needed to wait approximately 10 breaths before reactivating his ability. Ultimately, the Earth Burrower was successfully slain through the coordinated efforts of Old Wu and his companions. Utilizing the Heavenly Eye. Chapter 50. The Royal Investment Conference. Zhang Jing now exuded a sense of vigor and ambition. Following Yinan's elevation to Crown Prince, he assumed control of a portion of the Eastern Palace's assets. After an extensive conversation with Yi Zhan, the latter entrusted Zhang Jing with another segment of his holdings. Coupled with the subsequent support from the Huainan faction, it could be said that while Zhang Jing may not be the most powerful figure in Wu, he certainly wielded the greatest financial resources. With his promotion came a substantial salary increase. Yinan has always been generous towards his allies. Zhang Jing's annual remuneration soared from 100,000 taels to a remarkable 1 million taels, with Jia He's salary rising correspondingly. Zhuge, having quelled the internal strife in the fiefdom, was reassigned to Yinan's side as the Crown Prince's Grand Minister, overseeing Eastern Palace affairs. Jia He was appointed as Junior Grand Minister, while Zhang Jing, due to his management of a portion of Yizhan's assets, was designated as the Deputy Minister of Revenue, a title that bore more honor than functional authority. Zhang Jing also held the esteemed position of President of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. As one of the most astute financiers in the realm, Yi Zhan ensured that talents were well utilized. With the arrival of merchants from neighboring nations, Yinan's investment conference came to the forefront of the agenda. A notice was issued by the Royal Chamber of Commerce, announcing that in 10 days, a conference for agents would convene to delineate their territories. All prospective agents were required to attend, as only one agent would be appointed per region. Any additional merchants would need to procure their goods from the appointed agent. The annual agent fees would be negotiated based on the size of the region and its population, with the rights to the agency being auctioned to the highest bidder. Upon the dissemination of this news, all the prominent merchants in the capital recognized the lucrative opportunities within. In room number 1 of the ULI Inn, a sense of determination filled the air. We must secure the agency rights for the Huainan region at all costs. We must claim the agency for all products. Meanwhile, at Guilaijiu, the establishment was reserved by the prominent merchant Fan Tao of Qinghua. At that moment, Chen Tao was conferring with his subordinates about the procurement plans for the following day at the Royal Chamber of Commerce. A subordinate reported on the new policies of the chamber, and as the largest merchant in Qinghua, he keenly sensed the business potential. In today's market, what proves most profitable? Undoubtedly, it is the business that one can conduct while others cannot. Monopolies yield the greatest profits. The Royal Chamber of Commerce. Originally the Chaotian Chamber of Commerce established by His Highness the Qi King, now the Crown Prince Yunnan, had always boasted a limited supply of highly sought-after goods. Items such as white salt, white sugar, glass, mirrors, fine spirits, wine, and agricultural tools were immensely popular. Now, with the addition of crystal cores and longevity elixirs, merchants across the realm were driven to madness. The introduction of the agency system by the Royal Chamber of Commerce pleased Chen Tao immensely. Major merchants ought to collaborate, while smaller enterprises could thrive by merely reaping the benefits. The substantial transactions must be entrusted to the major merchants. We must secure the agency for Qinghua, regardless of the cost. However, the Zhang family had also arrived in Wu's capital, and they would not permit us to easily obtain the agency rights. It all comes down to who possesses the deeper pockets. When it comes to financial strength, I, Chen Tao, fear no one. Remember, my Chen represents Qinghua. The news swiftly spread throughout the capital, not only prompting merchants to take action but also stirring the prominent families of the city. Ultimately, a staggering 1,362 merchants registered to compete for the agency rights. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, Yinan decided to hold the event at the Chaotian Auction House, renowned for its capacity to accommodate thousands of attendees simultaneously. However, participation in the auction required prior financial verification, ensuring that only qualified individuals could partake. Consequently, several of the registrants were filtered out, and fewer than 800 merchants were ultimately permitted to attend. Outside the northern gate of the capital, a caravan of several hundred, weary from their journey, approached. "Reporting to you, miss, we have arrived in the capital of Dawu." A middle-aged man, dressed as a steward, respectfully addressed the individual in the ornate carriage. "Very well. Let us proceed according to plan. Is the lodging arranged?" "Rest assured, Mississippi 7 days ago, Steward Hua secured a residence within the city." "Good. Let us enter the city." "At your command." Meanwhile, at the eastern gate, another caravan arrived, comprised of towering individuals with formidable physiques and fierce countenances, distinctly not of Dawu. As they approached, the townsfolk hastily made way, whispering amongst themselves. "These individuals must be from the barbarian nation. How could they have entered our Dawu? Are the border guards merely idle? Moreover, they are armed. Look at that one leading the group with a wolf-tooth club. It must weigh at least several hundred pounds. A single blow could turn someone into a pulp." In no time, the barbarian caravan reached within 50 paces of the city gates, prompting the city guards to assume a defensive stance. Having faced the barbarians in battle numerous times, the military of Dawu was acutely aware of their formidable capabilities. It was said that the ancestors of the barbarians possessed the bloodline of mythical beasts, rendering each adult barbarian equivalent to a third-tier warrior of Dawu. The royal bloodline of the barbarians was particularly potent. Upon reaching adulthood, there were no less than fifth-tier warriors. Fortunately, the birth rate among the barbarians was low. While an ordinary person carries a child for 10 months, a barbarian must endure 3 years of pregnancy due to their bloodline, coupled with a notably high rate of complications during childbirth. Out of every 10 pregnant women, half would experience difficulties, and due to the underdeveloped medical facilities, only 3 out of 5 infants would survive, considered a stroke of fortune. Thus, despite their tremendous combat prowess, the barbarian population remained scarce. Each winter, they would raid neighboring countries but retreated post-plunder, avoiding the occupation of territory, which would dilute their strength and be challenging to defend. "Halt!" roared the captain of the city gate guards, Zhang Lingguang. The barbarian caravan came to a stop. "Ah Wu, go negotiate. Do not delay." A youthful voice resonated from within the carriage, indicating the speaker's relative youth. "Yes, young master." The individual named Ah Wu mounted his unicorn-like steed and emerged from the ranks. "Brothers of Wu Nation, we are a legitimate trading caravan, possessing the necessary documents for passage. Please do not be alarmed. Where are the documents? I must inspect them." "Here they are." Ah produced a folded document from within his robes and stepped forward to present it to Zhang Lingguang. After receiving and scrutinizing the document, Zhang Lingguang confirmed that it bore the official seal of the Dawu government and was indeed legitimate. However, he informed them that weapons were not permitted within the city walls. The city guards would ensure their safety upon entry, and the weapons could be temporarily stored at the city gate, available for retrieval upon their return. If they harbored any concerns, they could leave someone to guard outside the city. "Allow me to consult with our young master," Ah Wu replied. "That is acceptable, but please be swift. The city gate cannot remain obstructed for too long." Ah returned to the carriage, and after a brief exchange with its occupants, he soon came back to convey that they were willing to surrender their weapons. Zhang Lingguang, not wishing to complicate matters further, acquiesced. Once the weapons were relinquished, the city guards permitted them to enter the capital. Chapter 51. The Awakening of the Fourth Brother in comparison to the noble residences of King Qi under Yinan, King Shu under Yi Fei, and King Wei under Yi Hao. The estate of King Chu under Yi Tian appears rather humble. This is not a matter of size. When Yi Zhen allocated estates to his brothers, the regulations were largely consistent, with each receiving a starting fund of 100,000 taels. Naturally, Yi Zhen had his preferences. For instance, he favored Yi Hao, the most talented royal in centuries, blessed with exceptional aptitude. It is well known that achieving the 7th rank at the tender age of 18 is a rarity in the realm of martial arts. Consequently, Yi Zhen extended more support and resources to this son, a fact understood by his brothers. The youngest siblings, Yi Lu and Yi Qi, remain too young to grasp the nuances of their circumstances, while Yi San, Yi Nan, has proven to be the most ambitious, having successfully elevated himself to the status of crown prince. Yi Wu, Yi Fei, enjoys a comfortable life supported by the Luoyuan sect. Among the brothers, Yi Tian possesses the least presence. Devoid of ambition, he spends his days composing poetry, painting, and attending literary gatherings, occasionally indulging in boat excursions along the Imperial River. Blessed with striking beauty and remarkable talent, he is often hailed as the most handsome among his siblings, even being dubbed the foremost of the capital's 4 literary prodigies. He garners considerable admiration from the young ladies of the capital's noble families. Alas, though the goddess may have intentions, the prince remains indifferent, and to this day. His Highness, the Chu Prince, remains a solitary figure. Just a few months prior, the Queen, Xueqian, had been orchestrating a marriage for him. But with the Queen now under house arrest, the prospects of his nuptials remain uncertain. The four literary prodigies of the capital are Yi Tian, the artful pen of the peach blossom immortal, Yang Huan, the ink dragon's wild dance, a genius of the literary world, Li Mo, the scholar hero in painting, a living master of art, Su Lai, poetry that overwhelms the elite, a luminary of the ages, today. Yi Tian had intended to meet with Yang Huan to appreciate a recent masterpiece by the esteemed calligrapher Yan Qing. Unfortunately, Yang Huan had sent his apologies, stating he must accompany his mother to the Honglian temple on the outskirts of the city to fulfill a vow. Thus, Yi Tian found himself at leisure. In a moment of restless contemplation, Yi Tian recalled that a new courtesan had recently arrived on the flower boat along the Imperial River, someone he had yet to meet. He decided to embark on a journey to the river accompanied by his guards. As they neared the Imperial River, they encountered a merchant caravan comprising around several dozen individuals. One exquisitely adorned carriage caught Yi Tian's eye, its embellishments aligning perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. He was eager to meet the owner of this carriage. At that moment, as Yinan brushed past the caravan, a gust of wind lifted the curtains of the carriage, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her brows resembled distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes mirrored the autumn waters, her lips were like delicate vermilion, and her skin appeared as smooth as congealed fat. She possessed an ethereal glow, independent of worldly concerns, untouched by the grime of the mundane. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still for Yi Tian. He halted his horse, captivated, unable to return to reality. He felt himself falling in love, a sensation foreign to him. Despite having encountered the most beautiful women in the capital, including the daughter of the Chancellor, Yang Miaoyin, and others like Tang Yao, he had never experienced such feelings. His heart raced, and he felt his cheeks flush. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Until reminded by his fellow guard, he regained his composure, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and proclaimed, "We shall not go to the Imperial River today. Return to the residence." The guard cast a puzzled glance at Yi Tian, but who could argue with one's master? Thus, they returned. Once back at the estate, Yi Tian found himself unable to forget the encounter that had just transpired, his mind lingering on that divine visage. A voice within him persistently urged him to seek her out and possess her. Yet, Yi Tian's royal upbringing and rationality did not endorse such desires. He began to feel a sense of anxiety, unable to eat or sleep for 2 consecutive days. The steward, concerned, suspected that His Highness, the Prince of Chu, had fallen ill. Indeed, he was afflicted, suffering from the pangs of longing. Simply put, he was lovesick. "Third brother, it seems I am ailing," Yi Tian confessed one day, seeking out Yunnan to share his inner turmoil. "If you're unwell, you ought to consult the physician, not burden me with trivialities," Yunnan retorted, taken aback by Yi Tian's bashful demeanor. "Is there such a thing as love at first sight?" Yi Tian inquired. "Nonsense. All love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. You haven't taken a fancy to some girl, have you? Come, tell third brother all about it. Let me have a good laugh." Yi Tian blushed and defended himself. "I am certain it is love at first sight. Do not belittle my character. I have only witnessed such a state in a female cat in heat. Compose yourself. You claim it is love at first sight. Do you even know the young lady's name? Her age? What her parents do? Where she resides?" Yinan launched a barrage of questions. I do not know," Yi Tian replied awkwardly. "If you do not know, why not investigate? Instead of wallowing in self-pity, take the initiative." "But I have come to you," Yi Tian stammered. "Third brother, you know that the Prince of Chu's residence is but an empty shell, lacking in such talents. Oh, so you want me to send someone to assist you in wooing a lady? You truly are a piece of work. Very well. Go find Jia and have him send someone to help you. I have no time to indulge your whims." "Thank you, third brother. Once I am wed, I shall raise a cup in your honor," Yi Tian exclaimed before excitedly dashing away. "That rascal," Yinan reflected, watching his younger brother enter the throes of adolescence, a parental smile gracing his face. Yet, he too must remember that he himself was merely 18 or 19 years old. While Yi Tian busied himself with matters of the heart, a humorous gossip began to circulate within the Duke of N's residence. The eldest son of Duke Zhaochun was seeking to divorce his wife and bring his concubine into the household, a revelation that caused his mother, Madame Jing Ran, to faint from rage. Duke Zhaochun, a notable figure among military generals, unfortunately, had 3 sons who were all unremarkable. 7 years prior, He was dispatched to the front lines by Yijin to monitor troops during an invasion by a barbarian nation, where he met his untimely end due to a stray arrow in battle. His eldest son, Zhao Jian, as the legitimate heir of a military family, lacked both literary and martial prowess, which is why Yijin had yet to issue a decree for him to inherit the title. It was not a matter of revoking the Zhao family's nobility, but rather a test of his character. After all, Jingran, as Yijin's wet nurse, shared a bond with him, and Yijin harbored hopes that the Zhao family might produce another talent capable of serving the empire. Regrettably, none of the Zhao brothers have proven themselves worthy. The eldest, Zhao Jian, nearing 25, has secured a position as a clerk in the Ministry of War. Yet he is more often idle than diligent, indulging in leisure while maintaining an extramarital affair. The second brother, Zhao Tong, possesses a modicum of martial talent. Yet it is scant. At 20 years of age, he neglects home life, instead consorting with thugs to seize territory. The youngest, Zhao Xing, has always preferred the company of girls, leading to a somewhat effeminate demeanor, with his attire and mannerisms reflecting this inclination. Recently, due to the elder brother's antics, they have caused their mother to faint from distress. Upon hearing this news, Yi Zhen was consumed by fury. How could this worthless creature be so reckless as to drive their mother to such a state? Chapter 52. The injury of the fourth son. Convey my decree. Reprimand Zhao Jin. Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider. This matter pertains to the Zhao family. Reproaching the heir may not be appropriate, especially with the old lady's dignity at stake. Chao Mao interjected. I am truly beside myself with anger. Very well, let the offspring handle their own affairs. I shall not interfere. Yujin lamented. Chao Mao, relay this message to the matriarch. Zhao Jian is to be granted leniency this time. Should there be a next? Let Zhao Jian return to his ancestral home and refrain from lingering in the capital. I shall also reclaim the Zhao family's title until they cultivate a worthy heir. As you command. At that moment, chaos reigned in the Zhao household. The heir had inadvertently caused the matriarch to faint, and Zhao Jian was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. He deeply regretted suggesting the admission of Yunyang into the residence at such an inopportune time. Brother, your audacity is remarkable. You have truly distressed our mother. I warn you, should anything happen to her, neither you nor your mistress will escape my wrath. Zhao Tong, leaning against the plum tree in the courtyard, shot a sideways glance. What right do you have to admonish me? I am the true heir of the Zhao family, burdened with the legacy, while you remain oblivious to the circumstances. What? Have I struck a nerve? An heir, you say? For 7 years, has His Majesty decreed your ascension to the title? Just because I cannot inherit does not mean you can. Zhao Jian retorted, disdain evident in his tone. You loiter about like a vagabond, bringing shame upon the Zhao name. Enough, both of you. Our mother remains unconscious. Let us not engage in infighting. Zhao Xing, the third brother, implored. Pathetic crybaby, get away from me. Just the sight of you repulses me. Zhao Tong shot back mercilessly. Zhao Jin, despite his disdain for Zhao Tong, found the third brother's effeminate demeanor equally distasteful. What, brothers? You are bullying me. I shall inform mother. Silence. If you do not cease your wailing, I swear I will beat you. Zhao Tong could no longer tolerate it. His fists clenched with determination. He felt as though he could transform into a hammer of the northwest and crush that insufferable brat. In the room, Jing Ran slowly regained consciousness, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. As the youngest regional director at a prestigious investment bank, she had always been decisive and resolute. In her 30s, her colleagues privately referred to her as the Iron Lady of the financial world. As the regional manager, Jing Ran's ascent was fraught with challenges. After graduating, she commenced her career as a lowly employee, gradually climbing the ranks to become a regional head and partner. Her journey was marked by relentless competition, not merely against others, but also against herself. Thus, at the age of 36, during her zodiac year, she ascended to the position of regional manager. However, the consequence of her relentless work ethic led to her untimely demise after 3 consecutive days of overtime in the office. Upon awakening to her new reality, she discovered that she had been reborn as a woman in her 50s. Fortunately, her new identity was not ordinary. She was the wife of a duke, a woman of high rank, and the wet nurse of the emperor, an auspicious beginning indeed. Yet, thoughts of her original self's children plagued her. The former Jing Ran had 3 sons and 3 daughters, 2 of whom were already married, alleviating some of her concerns. However, the thought of her 3 sons filled her with exasperation. The eldest was inept, the second was an ne'er-do-well, and the youngest had become overly feminine. Destruction felt like the only solution. She was utterly fatigued. Ding. The host's consciousness has been detected. The parenting system has been activated. Time passed swiftly, and in what seemed like the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Yi Tian, through tireless effort, finally uncovered information about the woman he admired. Her name was Yuanya, hailing from the distant Jin state, the daughter of the proprietor of the Ping Merchant Association, the largest commercial entity in Jin, encompassing all facets of trade from clothing to food, housing, and transportation. Yuanya had come to Dou in search of a longevity elixir. As her family elder was nearing the end of life, the news of the elixir had spread to Jin 6 months prior, initially met with skepticism, but as word persisted, disbelief waned. Yet, it was only the Ping Merchant Association that took action, for no one would traverse thousands of miles to verify an unproven rumor. Had it not been for the elder's imminent demise, Yuan would not have journeyed to Dou. Thank you, elder of the Yuan family. Were it not for your frailty, I would not have the chance to meet Yuanya. Rest assured, your descendants will surely save you. Yi Tian mused joyfully. Although the Ping Merchant Association had registered for the auction, which would not take place for another 3 days, Yi Tian's yearning was as fierce as a flood. He could hardly bear to wait. That night, unable to contain his longing, Yi Tian stealthily infiltrated Yuanya's residence, yearning for a glimpse of her. He would have preferred a more forthright visit, but alas, he lacked a valid reason. For several days, Yuanya had sequestered herself within her abode, leaving Yi Tian without even an opportunity for a serendipitous encounter, thus resorting to this desperate measure. With the aid of the guards, Yi Tian successfully scaled the wall. He had previously utilized the celestial eye to ascertain that Yuanya occupied the central chamber of the residence. Peering through the window, he noticed that the light within the room was still aglow, sparking joy within him. Just as he was about to approach, a voice echoed in the night. "Who goes there, you little thief? Face my sword." A group of guards, clad in armor, lunged forward with their swords. Yi Tian, startled, executed a swift roll to evade the guards' long blades. The sudden commotion drew the attention of those inside the house, and soon Yuanya, accompanied by 2 maidens, emerged into the night. Yi Tian, disregarding Yuanya's presence, nimbly dodged the guards' assaults, exclaiming, "I am not a villain. Cease your attacks at once." What kind-hearted individual would invade another's residence at such an hour? "It seems you harbor ill intentions." One of the maidens retorted, "Seize him." Recognizing the perilous situation, Yi Tian deflected several guards with a powerful strike and dashed towards the wall, scaling it effortlessly. Just as he was about to escape, a maiden called out, "Wei Lao." Suddenly, a concealed dart shot through the air, heading straight for Yi Tian. As he reached the top of the wall, he attempted to plead his case. But before he could utter a word, the dart struck him squarely in the chest. In disbelief, he stared at the projectile lodged in his body. "What the?" he murmured, his vision blurring as he collapsed over the wall. Fortunately, guards stationed outside rushed to his aid upon seeing the prince fall, the dart protruding from his chest. They shouted in alarm and swiftly carried Yi Tian back to the estate. Thankfully, they arrived in time, and the dart was unpoisoned. Otherwise, Yi Tian's life would have been at stake. The following day, Yinan learned of the incident and burst into laughter, mocking Yi Tian for being an innocent romantic warrior. However, after the laughter subsided, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Despite Yi Tian's shortcomings, he remained a prince of Dou and Yinan's brother. Yinan was fiercely protective. Anyone who posed a threat to him, even to the point of seeking his life, would be sent to the depths of hell. Like Yufeng. Yet, those who did not threaten him or were not overly aggressive would not face his wrath. He might even collaborate with them, such as with Yufei. As for his second brother, Yi Hao, and his fourth brother, Yi Tian, he treated them sincerely, including the 2 young ones within the palace. If anyone harmed his brothers, especially within the capital, they would soon realize the gravity of their transgressions against him. Chapter 53. The royal banquet. Although Yi Tian's actions were rather unscrupulous, intruding into a lady's chamber in the dead of night, such behavior is deemed unacceptable in any nation. Yet Yi Tian, being of royal lineage, enjoys certain privileges that are intrinsic to nobility across realms. These privileges, though unspoken, grant him a degree of leeway. Since we are dealing with a merchant caravan, let us engage in commerce, ensuring that you do not suffer undue losses. Thus, I would not have wasted my princely status in vain. Yunan refrained from any physical retaliation for 2 reasons. Firstly, the preliminary phase of the God of Wealth competition was nearing its conclusion, and he relied on this auction to fulfill his mission. Each merchant caravan participating in the auction was akin to his own crops, and he would not take action until he had harvested what was due. Secondly, this was a lady favored by the 4th brother. Should any harm befall her, be it injury, disfigurement, or even death, the 4th brother would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Even if not in direct conflict, it would create a rift between brothers, for one must understand that a pure-hearted warrior lacks rationality. There was no need for such unnecessary complications, allowing the lady to experience a slight business setback would suffice. Furthermore, he intended to support Yu Tian's aspirations as a pure-hearted warrior. Should this lady prove unwilling in the future, he would not hesitate to assist the fourth brother in a more forceful manner, believing that time would foster affection. Regarding any potential rivalry with Yuanya over a woman, he could firmly assert that such a scenario would not occur. Although Yinan possessed a certain fondness for the fairer sex, he had previously confided to Fan Fei that he was a man of physical desires rather than emotional attachments, lacking the time for any notions of pure love. Moreover, with the presence of Kong Laozu in his life, he dared not pursue other women, as Kong Laozu's temperament might lead to dire consequences for him. Thus, for the sake of his younger brother's safety, it was wise for him to maintain decorum. Additionally, he was currently focused on his career. With no inclination to engage in such melodramatic affairs, he was no protagonist of a romantic narrative. The imperial harem since Empress Shui Qian was placed under house arrest in the Kuan-Ning Palace. The affairs of the harem fell under the stewardship of the esteemed and gentle consort Tang Rou. Following Yunan's elevation to crown prince, Tang Rou ascended in status, becoming the imperial noble consort, second only to the empress. Her naturally gentle disposition allowed her to manage the harem with a softer touch than Shui Qian. Yet the other consorts dared not overstep their bounds. While Tang Rou may have been mild, Yunan was not one to be trifled with. His current prominence deterred any from provoking him. Moreover, ever since Yunan faced an assassination attempt, he had become exceedingly vigilant regarding both his own safety and that of his mother. He procured 4 female robots of the 8th rank from Fan Fei, sufficient to ensure the protection of his mother, Tang Rou, and his sister, Yi Wanxi, within the palace confines. On this day, in the palace of Tang Rou, Yuzhen had just finished lunch and, on a whim, proposed to host a family banquet, entrusting Tang Rou with the responsibility. All members of the royal family in the capital were invited to attend. Traditionally, such banquets were orchestrated by Empress Shui Qian, who, to maintain her authority, never permitted others to interfere. Now, however, the emperor tasked her with this endeavor, leaving her somewhat flustered, particularly since he insisted that this gathering should be distinct from past conventions. The date was set for 2 days hence, the day before the Yinan auction. Tang Rou, in a state of distress, could not devise a suitable plan. Observing her predicament, Qiuyu suggested, since the empress is at a loss, why not consult His Highness the Crown Prince? He is always brimming with innovative ideas. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about Nanner? Qiuyu, please go to the Eastern Palace and fetch him at once. Yes, Your Highness. Upon Qiuyu's arrival at the Eastern Palace, Yunan was engaged in delineating the agency regions with Zhugeqia, Zhangjiang, Liwei, and Liu. The Great Wu's 17 provinces had been divided into 17 distinct areas, each with a starting bid of 10 million taels of silver annually. Other regions were standardized by the nation, but were categorized by individual products, each priced according to anticipated profits, with even the lowest yielding an annual agency fee of 1 million taels. As a servant reported Qiuyu's arrival, Yinan, noting that the delineation was nearly complete, instructed them to continue refining it while he stepped out to greet her. At that moment, Qiuyu was conversing with Xia Chan and several others in the front hall, as they were all familiar faces from the Xinfei Palace. Upon seeing Yinan enter, Qiuyu hastily bowed. This servant greets His Highness the Crown Prince. Let us dispense with formalities among acquaintances. Has your visit been prompted by a matter for mother? Yinan responded amicably, showing no pretense. Yes. His Majesty wishes to host a family banquet that departs from previous traditions, aiming for a fresh approach. This task has been entrusted to the Empress, but she finds herself momentarily at a loss for ideas, hence the inquiry into Your Highness's suggestions. The esteemed Lord Deng truly knows how to stir things up. However, the past family banquets were rather dull, merely consisting of dining, drinking, and watching court maidens dance, occasionally accompanied by a tune from the music house. Well, I am now aware of this matter. Allow me to ponder it carefully. Later, I shall draft a proposal for His Highness, the Crown Prince, which I will have Chuan Hung deliver. That said, I shall take my leave. By the way, Princess Changning mentioned a few days ago that she missed you. If you have the time, do pay a visit to Her Highness. Very well. I too have not seen Wanxi in ages. I shall go when I find the opportunity. At the thought of Yi Wanxi, a smile graced Yunan's lips. As Yunan's younger sister, she was not only cherished by Yuzhen but also held in great affection by Yinan. Though only 10 years old, Yuanqi had already blossomed into a graceful young lady. In the original tale, this sister, in her quest for vengeance on behalf of Yunnan, went so far as to marry the 8th prince of the barbarians, igniting a war between the two nations. Ultimately, although the formidable army led by Zhuge Jia repelled the invaders, the kingdom of Dewu suffered significant losses as well. Lord Deng certainly knows how to keep things lively. I am nearly overwhelmed with tasks. We must establish the martial academy to enhance the army's quality, and simultaneously create the literary academy to enrich Dewu's cultural foundation, all while overseeing the construction of direct routes. How convenient for Lord Deng to indulge himself, as he might say, after a lifetime of toil. Is it not time for some enjoyment? Very well, let us blend Eastern and Western influences. Traditionally, the Dawu royal family's banquets followed a set meal system, with each individual seated at a small table, and the dishes quite ordinary, lacking any distinctive flavor. Dining became a monotonous affair, with little more than a few performances to entertain before everyone returned home, devoid of any real enjoyment. Yunnan typically slipped away before finishing her meal. Even before being conferred a title and leaving the palace, she often took her younger brother, Yu Tian, to raid the imperial kitchen. This behavior frequently drew reprimands from her stern elder brother, Yi Hao. In Yunnan's eyes, the ideal candidate for the next Zongjing was undoubtedly Yi Hao, whose imposing demeanor could truly command respect, especially given his formidable martial prowess. Alas, I am simply destined for a life of toil. Spreading out a sheet of paper, Yinan sighed while beginning to draft the agenda for the family banquet. 15 minutes later, she finally completed her task. Chuanhong, you and your companions take our palace's chefs to find Mother Empress and deliver this proposal to her. Please also assist in her palace for a while. As you command. Your Highness. Chapter 54. The auction commences 2 days later. The royal family banquet was successfully held. Under the meticulous planning of Yunnan, the banquet, which seamlessly blended Eastern and Western elements and was overseen by the esteemed consort Tang Rou, received unanimous acclaim from all members of the royal family. Tang Rou was exceedingly pleased with her debut in hosting a family banquet that turned out to be such a triumph. Yi Zhan was also quite satisfied with the event, which alleviated some of the gloom he had felt for days due to Yi Feng's actions. After the banquet, Yi Zhan took his charming entourage for a stroll in the imperial garden, as the peonies were in full bloom at this time. During the event, Yinan finally encountered the much-anticipated Defei, the reincarnated one. However, he was profoundly disappointed to find that Defei was exceedingly low-key, to the point of being nearly invisible. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Defei was a master of subterfuge, much like a venomous serpent lying in wait for the opportune moment. During the most intense conflicts between Yi Feng and Yi Fei, she had struck unexpectedly, nearly eliminating the Empress. Though ultimately captured by the Empress's skilled allies, she left behind a permanent scar on the Empress's visage, prompting a frenzied retribution that transformed Defei into a grotesque figure, ultimately reduced to pickled remains. Unbeknownst to Yinan, due to his alteration of the storyline, Defei had not experienced any of the tribulations from her previous life. Instead, she found herself engulfed in self-doubt, rendering her increasingly cautious. Presently, she clung to the idea of survival, daring not to contemplate anything beyond that. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Yinan prepared for the upcoming auction. Aware that less than 2 months remained until the conclusion of the first phase of the Wealth God competition, he needed to expedite the expansion of his business. Without securing agents, he had no hope of accomplishing his mission. Over a month had elapsed, and despite an initial capital goal of 100, his progress had not even doubled. The urgency of his situation deprived him of sleep each night. Having entered the competition, he resolved to give it his all. Third brother, I am not inferior to anyone. Yinan, keep pushing. You can do this. He continually reminded himself. At times, he pondered the question of what constitutes a substantial amount of wealth. Even if he were to rest on his laurels now, the funds in his possession could sustain him for 3 lifetimes. Yet, having traversed to this realm, he felt compelled to leave a mark upon it. He chuckled bitterly, reflecting on how, prior to his transmigration, he had to toil alongside the masses, and now, even in this new life, he found himself competing with fellow transmigrators. The laws governing myriad worlds seemed to boil down to a single principle: competition. If you can compete, so can I. I will outlast you all. Yinan thought with gritted teeth, and with that determination, he immediately reached out to friends to bolster his inventory. Before dawn, the Chaodian auction house was bustling with activity, as throngs of merchants arrived to participate in the auction, clogging the entrance to the point of being impassable. All personnel at the Chaodian auction house were summoned to cancel their leave, preparing for an impending challenge. When the time came to verify invitations, they were instructed to be vigilant, ensuring that no malicious individuals slipped through the cracks. Reception staff were tasked with a thorough inspection of the tea, snacks, and fruits prepared for the guests. Recording personnel were on standby, ready to meticulously log each bid made by the patrons once the proceedings commenced. Additionally, security personnel were instructed to maintain order, strictly prohibiting any threats to participants bidding. Should such behavior be detected, they were to swiftly remove the offenders. The gates of the Chaotian Pavilion opened promptly at the hour of the snake, unveiling 6 passageways simultaneously. In preparation for today's auction, the Chaotian auction house underwent a meticulous transformation, allowing anyone who could enter to participate in the bidding. The 18 private rooms on the second floor were entirely contracted by affluent merchants who had already accessed the auction house through a VIP passage. However, entry to these exclusive chambers came at a price dictated by Yinan, with the lowest room fee set at 100,000 taels. Today, Yinan sold 3 royal chambers, which belonged to the imperial family. The prestigious Room 1 was sold for 1 million taels to a wealthy merchant from the Song Kingdom. A considerable number of wealthy merchants from the Song Kingdom attended today's event. After all, the affluent are often the most fearful of death. The allure of longevity elixirs possesses an irresistible charm for them. To these affluent individuals, the most daunting prospect is not death itself, but rather the thought of dying without having spent their riches. Thus, in their relentless pursuit of extending their lifespans, they spare no expense. In contrast, the number of merchants from the Great Wu who successfully passed the capital verification to enter the auction house is fewer than 100. While the Song Kingdom boasts the wealthiest among the neighboring nations, the Song Kingdom occupies the most advantageous geographical position among these countries. When compared to the Song Kingdom, Great Wu appears as a mere impoverished backwater. Yet, aside from their wealth, the inhabitants of the Song Kingdom possess little else of merit. How did the Song Kingdom respond to invasions in the past? Rather than deploying their own troops, they resorted to hiring foreign nations to combat their enemies. The people of the Song Kingdom are notoriously fearful of death, yet they are unparalleled in their business acumen, undeniably wealthy. Numerous merchants from other nations, such as the Shou, Chun, Man, Lu, Xian, and Jin, also gathered here today. The reception staff dispersed them throughout various sections of the hall to prevent collusion on pricing. After half an hour, with the final participant entering the auction house, the doors were promptly closed. Inside, the hall was illuminated as if it were daylight. Thanks to the modern renovations Yinan initiated during the construction of the auction house, featuring bespoke lighting sourced from friends. Today's auction was once again hosted by Li Ya, who welcomed everyone to the Chaotian auction house. It is presumed that today's esteemed guests are well aware of our purpose here, so I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity. The rules, I trust, are clear to all. We shall commence with the auction for the agency rights of Great Wu. The Royal Chamber of Commerce has delineated Great Wu into 5 regions based on its topography, demographics, and population structure. Each regional agent will be authorized to sell all products of the Royal Chamber of Commerce, with exclusive rights granted for comprehensive sales within their designated areas. The Royal Chamber will not interfere in how you collect agency fees from sub-agents. Similarly, other nations will follow this protocol, with fees collected solely from regional agents. The 4 regions are categorized into East, South, West, and North. We now auction the Eastern region, which encompasses the 4 provinces of Qing, Su, Yin, and Shu. With a starting bid set at 20 million taels of silver, the increment for each bid shall not be less than 1 million taels. Let the bidding commence. 25 million taels. As soon as Li Ya's words fell, bidding commenced. In the market of the 4 states, an initial price of 20 million taels was hardly excessive. Had the bidding encompassed the affluent regions of Huai Prefecture and Yang Prefecture to the south, the opening bid would likely have been even higher. Thus, some individuals contemplated a surprise attack to secure a parcel of land while others were still grappling with the moment. However, as savvy merchants, none were foolish. What one could conceive, others could likewise envision. 27 million taels, 30 million taels, 31 million taels, 50 million taels. The bidding continued until it reached 50 million taels, at which point there was a brief lull in the competition. Observing that several breaths had passed without further bids, Liu proclaimed, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million thrice, sold. Chapter 55. Lanterns. Those who had hesitated moments ago were now filled with regret, wishing they could retract their indecision. They had not anticipated that Liu would call for bids so swiftly, leaving them no time to deliberate. The auction for the agency rights to the 4 western provinces of Dada had commenced. These provinces included Liang, Pan, Zhe, and Li. With a starting bid set at 30 million taels and increments no less than 1 million taels. The reason for the higher starting price of the western provinces compared to the eastern ones was the presence of Liangzhou, the former territory of the western Liang kingdom, which had been vast and, after being conquered by Dao, was now integrated as one of its provinces. 50 million taels. The private room number 18 initiated a bid that could potentially eliminate the majority of competitors. The private room made its move. Having just allowed the Wang family to gain an advantage, the influential figures above had now entered the fray, leaving them utterly without opportunity. In the hall, 2 familiar Dao merchants whispered among themselves. 51 million taels. 53 million taels. 70 million taels. 73 million taels. 73 million taels once, twice, thrice, sold. The agency rights for the West were secured by the Tian family, one of the 4 great families of Dao. Next was the auction for the northern agency rights, encompassing Yu, Liao, Ji, and He provinces, with a starting bid of 30 million taels and increments of no less than 1 million taels. 60 million taels. The opening bid was a bombshell, instantly eliminating 9/10 of the competition. The Luo family had already acquired 1 region, and the remaining 3 great families were reluctant to fall behind. The Jing family, also among the 4 great families, began to make their bids. What a fierce contest! It would be wise for us to refrain from meddling and consider becoming secondary agents instead. Indeed, my friend, you are absolutely right. To participate now would be tantamount to becoming minced meat. Rather than being cannon fodder, it would be more prudent to observe quietly and gain insights. 70 million taels. 80 million. 90 million. 93 million. 95 million. 95 million once, twice, thrice, sold. The successful bid this time was secured by the Guo family, who boasted greater financial resources compared to the Jing family. The head of the Guo family prospered through mining, amassing wealth not only from iron and copper but also from their own gold mines, making the phrase the Guo family is as rich as a nation not an exaggeration. The Jing family, while prosperous, primarily thrived on their grain business. Soon, the auction shifted to the southern region of Dao, the most affluent area. Here, the power dynamics were intricate, and the Luo family, one of the 4 great families, had originated from the south, making this territory a crucial battleground for them. However, the south also included Huai and Nan provinces, strongholds of the Huainan faction, which would not tolerate outside interference. This promised to be a fierce contest. The auction for the southern territories, encompassing Luo, Huai, Nan, and Yun provinces, commenced with a starting bid of 80 million taels in increments of no less than 1 million taels. 100 million taels. The representative of the Huainan faction, the affluent merchant Shen Xian, was the first to bid. 130 million taels. The Luo family, unwilling to lag behind, hails from Luo Prefecture, adjacent to Yun Prefecture and the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. These mountains are rich in rare medicinal herbs, which is the foundation of the Luo family's wealth. 150 million taels. Shen Xian offered no respite to the Luo family, abruptly raising the price by 20 million to 155 million. The head of the Luo family, Luo Sheng, glared at Shen Xian with a gaze brimming with menace. 160 million. Shen Xian remained unfazed, for while their individual strength may not match that of the Luo family, the Huainan faction was remarkably unified. When one member faced adversity, the entire faction rallied like hyenas tearing into their prey. The Luo family lacked the standing to compel the Huainan faction to yield. 161 million. 170 million. Shen Xian's demeanor was composed, knowing that the Huainan faction had prepared a staggering 1 billion taels for this auction. As the wealthiest organization in the Great Wu Kingdom, they had never bowed to anyone. Father, let it go. If you raise the bid further, you'll fall into the enemy's trap, Luo Tianqi interjected urgently, seeing his father Luo Sheng's temper flare. All right. 170 million once, twice, 3 times, sold. The auction then commenced for the 5th region, Zhangzhou, which includes the capital city, starting at 15 million taels, with each increment no less than 1 million taels. Ultimately, Zhangzhou was successfully acquired by the 13 guilds of the capital for 33 million taels. Thus, all 17 provinces of the Great Wu were allocated, with the agency fees reaching a staggering 402,100,000 taels. This auction for agency rights garnered taxes equivalent to 3 years of the Great Wu's revenue. One wonders what expression Yi Zhen will wear upon learning this news. The Great Wu has always favored light taxation, primarily relying on agricultural taxes, with commercial taxes astonishingly low at 50 to 1. Even so, they managed to collect over 100 million taels annually. Merchants in the Great Wu are extraordinarily wealthy and among the prestigious families. Which one is not as affluent as a nation? Next, the auction for the Mangwa regional market commenced, with a starting bid of 3 million taels, and each increment no less than 100,000 taels. It is important to note that the Royal Auction House bears no responsibility for delivery once a region is acquired. The goods must be handled independently, a stipulation that applies to other national regions as well. The bidding began. Just 3 million taels? That is manageable. Consider carefully. How many heads do you have when dealing with the barbarians? Do the barbarians cease to eat or require daily necessities? With their limited intellect, a few clever words could seal the deal. And at such a low price, transporting goods a few times would easily recoup the investment. 3,110,000 taels. 3,200,000 taels. 5 million taels. 6 million taels. In box 8. A strikingly handsome man called out to a tall youth. A Wu. Yes, young Master 8. A Wu emerged from the box, drawing the attention of all present with his imposing figure. Barbarians? The Mangwa has sent someone. No wonder they managed to reach 7 million taels. If it were the barbarians, it would be understandable. For us, the market of the barbarian nation still requires exploration, while for them, it suffices to merely transport the goods. 7,500,000 taels. However, those with connections are unlikely to relinquish their claims easily. 10 million. Ao continued to cry out, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he dissuaded those who wished to raise their bids further. 10 million taels? Is there anyone else willing to bid? 10 million once. 10 million twice, 10 million thrice. Sold. Next, we proceed to the much-anticipated auction for the regional agency rights of the Song Nation. With a starting price of 300 million taels, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10 million taels. The bidding commences. 300 million? Did I hear incorrectly? Is this a dream? What is the matter? Have you not calculated how much was bid for the 5 regions of the Great Wu? 420 million taels. The Song Nation is exceedingly wealthy. A starting price of 300 million is quite reasonable. Indeed, why did the Royal Chamber of Commerce opt to divide the regions of Wu? It is because no single entity can claim all regions independently, whereas in the Song Nation, even a second-rate merchant can readily produce assets exceeding 100 million. Let us merely broaden our horizons and observe the performance of the merchants from Song. 400 million. Box number 10 bids. 500 million. Box number 12. 700 million. Box number 3. A light is hung. Box number 2. The crowd gasps. Look, look, box number 2 has indeed hung a light. In the auction house, a hung light signifies that the box has claimed the entire venue, meaning that regardless of the final price, the person who hung the light must outbid the last bidder by at least 1 bid. Box number 2 must belong to someone from the Song Nation. These affluent individuals truly possess great wealth. A light is hung. Box number 1. Chapter 56. Nangong Wanying. As the first private room began to illuminate, the auction escalated into a fervent competition. The affluent merchants of the Song Kingdom commenced their bids, delivering a modest shock to the financially constrained merchants of the Wu Kingdom. 800 million. 900 million. 1 billion. The price swiftly soared to a staggering 10 billion. 10 billion. A sum that could not be exhausted in a lifetime. Moreover, the bids from the Song merchants were not merely adhering to the minimum increment. They escalated by 1 billion at a time, as if such extravagance was the only way to convey their opulence. The audience below, now rendered speechless, could only gawk at the 2 bidders from the Song Kingdom. Backstage, Yunnan had already risen to his feet. Though he too was affluent, he had never witnessed such reckless spending. 10 billion equated to the tax revenue of the Wu Kingdom for 7 or 8 years, casually tossed aside. His thoughts had drifted far from the auction. He was now consumed with the urgency to develop the military, enhance its strength, and march northward to seize what belonged to the Song Kingdom. If mere merchants could so easily part with 10 billion, how wealthy must the Song Kingdom be? One cannot achieve wealth without unexpected fortune. Just as horses cannot thrive without night grass. This principle holds true on a national scale as well, in his past life. The Eagle Nation waged wars every couple of years for the same reason. Zhang Sibao was determined to oppose me to the end? He had already been at odds with me in Bianliang, and now in the Wu Kingdom, he continued to undermine me. Such audacity. The occupants of the second private room erupted in curses. I am infuriated. My lord, please calm your anger. There is no need to bicker with someone like Zhang. Your ultimate goal is the longevity elixir. The presence or absence of other items is inconsequential. During my time in the capital, I have assessed the market, and the products of the Daowu Royal Trading Company currently do not impact our business. Our primary trade lies in textiles, ready-made garments, and grain. If Zhang Sibao desires other markets in Song, let him take them. Furthermore, the fellows in Bianliang are not to be underestimated. Although Zhang Sibao is backed by the 8th prince, the prince himself has those he fears. You speak wisely. Zhang Sibao nearly drove me to distraction. Fine. I shall bid a couple more times and then cease. If need be, I will acquire the agency rights from the Jin kingdom later. My lord is indeed wise. How dare this insolent fool oppose me? I am never lacking in funds. I shall crush him with wealth until he resembles his name, soft and pliable. In the first private room, Zhang Sibao was mocking Yang Wei from the second room. Both were prominent merchants. Zhang Sibao, supported by the 8th prince, reaped immense profits in the Song commercial sector each year. Although Yang Wei had a powerful ally in the esteemed Qin Huairan, a member of the cabinet, the royal family's prestige is incomparable to that of a man who has only labored in the court for less than 20 years. 15 billion. 19 billion. 20 billion. In extended silence, Leo observed the absence of further bids. The guests in the first private room had placed a bid of 20 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid further? The Song state is indeed a land of immense wealth and prosperity, a rare treasure trove. With our goods and the favorable commercial environment of the Song state, transporting our products there is akin to acquiring riches effortlessly. As Lia's provocative words lingered in the air, Yang Wei from the second private room dispatched emissaries to place another bid, 2 billion. The esteemed guest in the second room had offered a staggering 21 billion taels. Is there any higher bid? This price is destined to etch a vivid mark in the annals of the Great Wu auction history, potentially recorded in the National Chronicles. A testament to a singular moment in time. Given the guaranteed profit from this transaction, could there be a more lucrative venture? After hearing Lia's words, Yang Wei's steward felt a sense of foreboding. As he glanced up, he noticed his master's face flushed with excitement. Yang Wei, hailing from humble origins, had ancestors who once flourished alongside the founding emperor of the Song dynasty. Though the emperor may not have known the identity of Yang Wei's forebear, the highest honor his family had achieved was a mention in the local county records. Since rising to prominence, Yang Wei's greatest aspiration has been to restore the glory of his ancestors. Now, an opportunity to be immortalized in history lay before him. It was only natural for him to feel exhilarated. Although it may not be the history of his own nation, being inscribed in the chronicles of a country is far more significant than a mere page in a family genealogy. He began to imagine how his name would be recorded in the history of Great Wu, in the 13th year of Wu Zhan. The great merchant Yang Wei from the Song came forth, extravagantly spending billions, securing the agency rights for the Song state, and paving the way for the illustrious Wu. With this thought, Yang Wei's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, only to be replaced by seriousness. The only obstacle remaining between him and eternal fame was Zhang Sibao. With determination, he declared, "Let no one stand in my way. The battle for dignity has begun." 25 billion. Amidst the fervent bidding, the price for the agency rights soared to 40 billion. 40 billion? Is there no higher offer? If not, I shall bring down the gavel. Although Liu was a 9th-tier expert, she too felt her body tremble with excitement, her throat parched. 40 billion once, 40 billion twice, 40 billion thrice, sold. Let us congratulate the esteemed guest of the second private room for acquiring the agency rights for the entire Song state at the price of 40 billion. This guest shall undoubtedly be remembered in the chronicles of Great Wu. A wave of relief washed over Yang Wei as he sighed contentedly, feeling more at ease than when in the company of his beloved concubine, Juanxiang. Damn it, you soft fool, just wait until I return. In the first private room, Zhang Sibao was fuming. Initiate the contingency plan, secure the agency rights for the Jin state. If we return without the longevity elixir, the prince will surely flay me alive. After the climax of the auction, Leo announced a brief intermission of 15 minutes. The staggering bids had undoubtedly left many in a state of heightened anxiety. The events of the auction spread swiftly throughout the city as news reached the capital. Those who learned of the outcome hurried toward the auction house, eager to catch a glimpse of the individual who had splurged 40 billion, including those with sinister intentions seeking to ambush the Song merchants. 15 minutes later, Leah announced the continuation of the auction. With 3 firm strikes of the gavel, the bustling auction hall fell into a hush. Let us proceed with the auction, she declared. The next item on the block was the regional agency rights for the Qinguo area, starting at 100 million taels, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 million taels. Following that were the bidding rights for the Zhougui area, the Lugui area, In the Xiangguo area, a succession of 7 or 8 regions was swiftly acquired by affluent merchants from their respective nations, with the lowest bid nearing 50 million taels and the highest for Zhouguo approaching 300 million taels. The final region was Jingguo, starting at 20 million taels. With a minimum increment of 300,000 taels, the bidding commenced. The reason Jingguo was the least expensive was not due to its barrenness, but rather because the nation was currently embroiled in internal strife. The ancestral leader of the Nanguang clan had passed away, leaving the young Emperor Nanguang Xian invulnerable, while the top 10 generals seized the opportunity to rebel, plunging the nation into chaos. The feasibility of transporting goods into Jingguo was highly questionable. Yinan had initially no intention of auctioning the Jingguo region, but upon learning that merchants from Jingguo were in attendance, and that it was indeed a Jingguo individual who had injured Yu Tian, he decided to propose a price that, while seemingly reasonable, was truly deceptive in nature. As a lesson for his prospective sister-in-law, 100 million, Zhang Sibao, filled with indignation, offered no chance for others, immediately elevating the price to astronomical heights. In Box 15, Nanguang Wanying's expression darkened instantaneously. Chapter 57. Nanguang Wanying meets Yu Tian. Nanguang Wanying, the eldest daughter of the royal Nanguang family of the Jin state, is regarded as the most talented woman within her lineage. She is the favored descendant of the ancestral figure, Nanguang Wudi, whose life now teeters on the brink of conclusion. The rumors of the royal ancestors passing are exaggerated. However, it is true that without the miraculous longevity elixir, Nanguang Wudi has merely 6 months left to live. Upon learning about the existence of such an elixir in the Great Wu, Nanguang Wanying embarked on a relentless journey, traveling for 3 months until she finally arrived at her destination. To her dismay, she discovered that Yunan's longevity elixir was available only through a bidding process and not for public sale. Consequently, she adopted the alias Yuanya to participate in the auction, bringing with her a staggering sum of 100 million. Initially brimming with confidence before the competition of 2 participants from Song Nation, her spirits plummeted upon witnessing the fierce bidding between Zhang Sibao and Yang Wei. However, when Leah announced the starting bid for the Jin region at a mere 20 million, her hope was rekindled. She envisioned securing the agency rights to purchase the elixir while also profiting from transporting goods back to Jin state. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Sibao entered the fray, driving the price to an overwhelming 100 million, casting her dreams into a chasm of despair. Her heart felt as if it were on a tumultuous roller coaster, unable to find solace. All her aspirations were shattered by Zhang Sibao's decisive bid. In the background, Yinan chuckled with delight, knowing that even without Zhang Sibao's interference, he had arranged for others to escalate the bidding until Nanguang Wanying could no longer compete. After all, she had harmed her foolish brother, and this served as a lesson to remind her of her folly. Nanguang Wanying placed a single bid of 103 million. 200 million. She felt utterly defeated, crushed beneath the weight of Zhang Sibao's bid. Ultimately, the agency rights for Jin state were secured by Zhang Sibao at the exorbitant price of 200 million. Thus, the auction for the royal trading rights concluded successfully, and Yinan felt immense satisfaction with the results, having amassed a substantial fee of several billion. In addition to the funds needed for the agents to procure goods, heralding a surge in his fortunes, Nanguang Wanying returned to her estate in a daze, locking herself in her room and not emerging for an entire day. The following morning, she resolved to regain her composure and stepped outside, acutely aware that time was of the essence. The longevity elixir was crucial to her ancestor's survival, and his fate was intertwined with the very existence of Jin state, leaving her no room for respite. That day, she would formally present a state letter to Emperor Yizhan of the Wu nation as the crown princess of Jin, hoping for a favorable response from the emperor. When Yinan beheld the state letter, a hand instinctively touched his forehead in realization. I should have anticipated this. With so much occurring lately, I neglected this pivotal matter. Nanguang Wanying, wasn't that the name of the 4th wife's character from the original tale? After her brother's demise, she was exiled from Jin state, only to be rescued by the wandering Yi Tian. Eventually, with Yi Tian's assistance, she returned to Jin state to become its empress. And the two shared a love that endured until old age, blessed with 3 sons and a daughter. It seems I have altered the course of history. The 4th destined romance is now within reach. What are your thoughts? Yi Zhan inquired. If you disagree, I shall find a reason to send her away. Oh, please don't. If you send her off, 4th brother will likely despise you. Oh, does this involve 4th brother as well? Yi Zhan's interest was piqued. Haha. Our 4th brother is indeed a pure-hearted warrior, charging forth for love. Yinan then recounted how Tian had scaled the wall of a young lady's home in the dead of night to pursue her affections. Yuzhen nodded repeatedly. This lad embodies some of my own spirit. Back in my day, I too scaled the Tang family's wall for your mother. You have no idea. Your uncle Tang Tao chased me for 2 miles, yet I was clever enough to elude him by taking a turn and then returning to meet your mother, ultimately succeeding in winning her heart. Yizhen said unabashedly. So it's a family tradition, Yinan scoffed. Let fourth brother handle the reception. As for how far they progress, that depends on him. Whether he can win the lady's heart rests upon his own capabilities. Your Highness. The Emperor of the Wu Kingdom has replied, stating that you should seek out the fourth prince, Prince Chu, Tian. Shall we proceed with the formalities now? Yes. The sooner the better. Inquire about this fourth prince's character and preferences, and prepare generous gifts. Get to it. At your command. As days passed, the merchants who left the auction empty-handed gradually departed from the capital. Finally, Nangong Waning received a response from Tian, agreeing to her request for an audience. Scheduled for the following day. Have you gathered information on the fourth prince's character and preferences, as well as the gifts prepared? Nangong Waning asked. Your Highness. The fourth prince holds a commendable reputation among the people of Dawu. Not only him, but the reputations of all the adult princes are quite favorable. Reflecting the Emperor Yizhen's emphasis on royal education, the fourth prince is even regarded as the foremost talent among the 4 talents of the capital. The fourth prince enjoys calligraphy and painting, and he is quite skilled in those arts. I have prepared the Lin Bei Tai from the Liu Bai family as a gift, reported the steward. Not sufficient. Also include Tao Ming's Wang Yu. But Wang Yu is your favorite painting, Your Highness. How can it be given away? If a single Wang Yu can secure the opportunity to obtain the longevity elixir, then it is indeed worth it. After all, a painting is but an inanimate object. If it can procure an opportunity, it has fulfilled its utmost purpose. The next day, Nangong Waning rose early to wash and adorn herself. For she now represented not only herself but also the dignity of the Jin Kingdom. At the hour of the snake, Nangong Waning set forth towards the residence of the King of Chu. Meanwhile, within the confines of the royal estate, Yi Tian had recently received intelligence from Yinan, revealing that Yuanya's true name was Nangong Waning, the eldest princess of the Jin Kingdom. Her purpose for this visit was not for commerce, but rather to procure longevity elixirs. Yinan had also apprised Yi Tian of the internal strife plaguing Jin, leaving the choice of action to Yi Tian himself. Unlike the Yi Tian of the future, who would find himself homeless and wandering, the present Yi Tian enjoyed the stability of his father, Yizhen, still alive, and harmonious relations with his brothers. His current life was affluent and carefree, devoid of concerns for survival. In the capital, everyone was well aware of his identity, and none dared to provoke him. Yi Tian possessed a relatively placid temperament, avoiding unnecessary conflicts, living a life of freedom, wealth, and leisure, coupled with his handsome appearance. He indulged in simple pleasures such as leisurely visits to art boats. His existence was indeed delightful. As a normal man, Yinan found it difficult to discern the reasons that would lead Yi Tian to choose Nangong Waning. Yet, what Yinan failed to grasp was that matters of the heart often defy logic. Chapter 58. The Pursuit of Shuai. Is it you? Upon encountering Yi Tian, Nangong Waning realized that the fourth prince was, in fact, the little thief who had scaled the wall some time ago. Yi Tian's face flushed slightly, naturally. He would not admit to such a foolish act. He replied, Oh, Your Highness, you remember me? Nangong Waning was taken aback by Yi Tian's audacity. But this was not the moment for such discussions. No, perhaps I mistook you for someone else. Oh, then please, Your Highness, you first. After you, Prince Chu. Yi Tian smiled faintly, refraining from further conversation as he entered the royal residence. Once inside the grand hall, everyone took their respective seats. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, at an inn, a strikingly handsome man from the barbarians was conversing with a Wu. General Shui visited his family's grave yesterday, did he not? Indeed, I owe my gratitude to His Highness the 8th Prince for bringing me to the capital. A Wu removed the human mask from his face, revealing the long-lost visage of Shui beneath. It turned out that upon receiving news of the Shui family's rebellion, Shuesu had realized the gravity of the situation. He had no time to flee, but managed to contact the barbarians through secret channels. It was the barbarians who rescued him during his return to the capital. Who could have imagined that Shuesu, who had valiantly fought against the barbarians for over a decade, had secretly allied himself with them? His past achievements now warranted a thorough reevaluation. What? You say the 8th Prince of the barbarians has disguised himself as a merchant to infiltrate the capital? And Shuesu is collaborating with them? Yes, Your Highness. This is a prime opportunity. If we can capture the 8th prince of the barbarians alive, we may instill fear in them, significantly increasing our chances of reclaiming Jizhou, which was seized by the barbarians years ago. Moreover, Shuesu's survival remains a liability. When Jiahe received this intelligence, he was astounded. He marveled at the audacity of the 8th prince, Xiao Yunjian, knowing well that the barbarians and the Wu kingdom were sworn enemies, each wishing the other's demise. Especially with Shuesu, a wanted criminal from the Wu, in tow. To think they would play under the cover of darkness. How delightful. I've grown complacent lately. It seems my mind is not as sharp as it should be. It is time to seek out Meng Qinshan for a remedy to sharpen my wits. Undeniably, Shuesu was a talented individual, but regrettably, Yunnan did not elaborate on the regret but simply ordered the capture of Xiao Yunjian and Shuesu. Outside the inn where Xiao Yunjian and Shuesu were holed up, Lu Chang led the Imperial Guard to encircle the establishment. However, upon entering, they found no trace of Xiao Yunjian and Shuesu. Lu Chang entered a room and noticed that the tea in a cup was still steaming. The tea is still warm. They cannot have gone far. Seal off the entire city and search. The Imperial Guard of the capital sprang into action, setting up checkpoints at every intersection. Isn't the Eye of Heaven always monitoring the movements of the inn? How could they have lost track of them? Indeed, the Eye of Heaven had failed to detect their whereabouts, which left only one possibility. They must have escaped through an underground passage. Search. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Imperial Guards conducting the search made a discovery. My lord, a secret passage has been found in the backyard. With urgency, Lu Chang led his men into the passage. This narrow corridor, only half a person's height and wide enough for a single individual to traverse, slowed their pursuit significantly. It was not until 2 hours later that Lu Chang emerged from the passage, only to find it led to the rear courtyard of a mansion, which appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Lu Chang and his men commenced a thorough search of the mansion, which was quite expansive. Yet they found no trace of Shuesu. At that moment, Lu Chang glanced upwards towards the rooftop, where a shadow flitted past. Got you, he exclaimed, as he leapt into action, chasing after the cloaked figure. A pursuit ensued across the rooftops, but the black-clad individual moved with remarkable speed. And despite Lu Chang's prowess as a 9th-tier expert, he found himself momentarily unable to close the gap. After a stretch of relentless pursuit, a sudden realization struck Lu Chang, prompting him to halt abruptly. This is bad. A diversion. Indeed, upon his return, he discovered that the Imperial Guards stationed in the abandoned mansion had been utterly annihilated, and the assailants had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lu Chang's communicator buzzed to life. Upon answering, Jiahe informed him that the Heavenly Eye had spotted several Shui CES within the capital, some in the west, others in the east, and yet more in the south. The Crown Prince, Yinan, had already issued orders to the royal guards to capture them. As time slipped away, a day passed without Lu Chang managing to apprehend Shuesu. However, he did manage to capture several spies from the barbarian nation infiltrating Dawu, which could be considered a small victory. In the capital, within a residence located in Kangchifang, Yinan was conversing with Xiao Yunjian and Shuesu. General Shui, rest assured, I have informed my father of our current situation. Although it is regrettable that we could not secure the longevity elixir, it matters not. Our barbarian tribe naturally possesses a longer lifespan than others. Should we successfully return to our homeland, I will petition my father to allow you to enter our royal altar for bloodline transformation. At that point, General Shui will truly become one of us. Thank you, Your Highness, for your esteemed consideration. However, for your safety, it would be prudent for us to leave the capital as soon as possible. The city is rife with those hunting for us, and should we be discovered, it would be disastrous, especially since Yunnan has exhibited a rather sinister disposition since last year. Very well, we shall heed General Shui's counsel and depart this evening. Rest assured, my family has operated within the capital for decades, and we possess 3 secret passages leading outside the city. We shall take the western route tonight. After approximately 100 miles, we will find assistance awaiting us. Subsequently, we will detour eastward to return to Daman. At this juncture, I shall not conceal any longer from General Shui. The moment I set foot in the kingdom of Wu, our 200,000 soldiers have already amassed at the barbarian Wu border, awaiting our strategic plans. Throughout our journey, we have meticulously charted the terrain of Wu, including its mountains, rivers, and defensive positions, as well as the approximate strength of their forces along the way. Now, we are merely in need of an opportunity to deploy our forces with legitimacy. The Grand Tutor of our dynasty hails from the state of Qin. He often articulates the adage, govern Shun with Chen's principles, and govern martial affairs with martial means. For us, the barbarian tribes aspire to unify the world, and thus we must master the art of utilizing individuals effectively. I find his words profoundly insightful. This time, let us glean wisdom from the various dynasties and proclaim our cause with legitimacy. Might I inquire, Your Highness, what name shall be employed? What do you think of the rationale that a prince of one nation is pursued in the capital of another, gravely wounded, and ultimately untraceable? Your Highness's discerning opinion is awaited. Although Shueisha does not deem this an admirable notion, he currently possesses no superior alternative. As long as it incites conflict between the barbarian and martial nations and avenges his family, he is indifferent to the notions of right or wrong. Chapter 59. Unrest among the barbarians at the eastern border of Wu Kingdom. At Weiqing Pass, the guard's mansion received alarming news. General, scouts report that the barbarian army is mobilizing. Over 30,000 troops are advancing towards Weiqing Pass. What? 30,000? Have the barbarians lost their minds? Do they seek to engage in war with our Wu Kingdom? Communicate this immediately. The entire army is to be placed on high alert. Report our situation to the Eastern General's mansion and request reinforcements. Understood. In the capital city, Yinan lamented. He ultimately managed to escape. The he to whom Yinan referred was Xiao Yunjian, his sister's husband in the original narrative. Undeniably, Xiao Yunjian was the most distinguished among the emperor of the barbarian kingdom's offspring. His talents and martial prowess were remarkable. However, the rivalry between brother-in-law and sister's husband is inherently adversarial. In the original tale, Yinan perished, leading his sister to seek vengeance by marrying into the barbarian kingdom, an act of desperation that forced her to wed Xiao Yunjian. Yet, Yinan was still alive. He would never allow such a fate to befall his sister. Moreover, she was not content in the barbarian lands, for Xiao Yunjian was not a man of fidelity. His military campaign against Wu Kingdom was not motivated by a desire to assist Yuanqi. He was driven solely by self-interest, devoid of familial or romantic sentiments. After all, how could one be the protagonist otherwise? Relay a message to Old Wu and the others, instructing them to continue their pursuit. Our current task is to ensure that subsequent operations are executed flawlessly. The aftermath of the auction must be handled with care. I have already prepared the goods, especially for a few individuals from Song Kingdom, providing the utmost convenience within the bounds of regulations. At the Royal Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Jing was methodically managing relations with merchants from various nations, particularly with Yang Wei and Zhang Xibao, who were at odds and thus met separately. Yang Wei was relatively manageable. His greatest aspiration was to be recorded in history. Under Yunan's guidance, the Grand Historian personally penned a biography for Yang Wei, comprising over 300 words. Upon receiving this biography, Yang Wei treasured it as a family heirloom, vowing to bring it back to Song Kingdom for venerations. His excitement reaching unparalleled heights. Zhang Jing was equally attentive towards Zhang Xibao, having gleaned from discreet channels that Zhang Xibao often felt overwhelmed. Yinan instructed Zhang Jing to present them with their specially supplied pills. After trying them, Zhang Xibao was astounded, for while other remedies existed in the Tianhuan continent, most were merely restorative. Yet, the medicine provided by Yinan yielded optimal effects in a mere 15 minutes, akin to a divine elixir in the hearts of men. Zhang Xibao proposed a substantial purchase of this miraculous medicine, and Yinan did not decline. In contrast to longevity elixirs, which were high-end one-time transactions, these pills were consumables. Yinan procured them from Meng Qinshan at the cost of 1 tael of silver for 10 pills, selling them to Zhang Xibao for 10 taels each. Zhang Xibao planned to return and market them at 100 taels per pill in Jin Kingdom. Yinan discreetly disseminated information regarding the availability of this medicine, resulting in a surge in sales that quickly sold out. Consequently, he sought to replenish his stock from Meng Qinshan, only to be met with her teasing. Since the commencement of their collaboration, Meng Qinshan and Yinan have gradually improved their lives. Both have established their own companies, and a newly upgraded research facility has emerged. Looking ahead, she intends to prioritize the establishment of a pharmaceutical factory, primarily due to the continually soaring sales from Yunan's side, which has also proven lucrative for her. Meng Qinshan plans to participate earnestly in the Kaishan competition, and since she and Yinan are not in the same group, there exists no competitive tension between them during the preliminary rounds. They currently assist one another. As for Chen Hai, with Yunan's support through medicinal elixirs, he has ascended to the rank of an 8th-tier ability user. Although the closure of the system marketplace has deprived him of access to affordable sustenance, he has nonetheless established a survival base supported by several friends. Now, within a 1,000-mile radius, Chunhai has become a notable figure, commanding a following of several thousand ability users. Consequently, acquiring crystal cores has become a trivial endeavor for Yinan, provided he has sufficient funds. He can obtain as many as he desires. It is worth noting that the original population of the world Chunhai traversed was in the hundreds of billions, with over 90% transformed into zombies after the cataclysm, not accounting for animals, plants, or aquatic and aerial life. On the other hand, Xinxingshan serves as a long-term supplier. The Xin family, to which she belongs, is one of the most esteemed families in their world, possessing immeasurable resources. Most of the goods sold by the Royal Chamber of Commerce originate from Xinxingshan. As for Fan Fei, aside from selling robots to Yinan, he has not engaged in any other transactions. Rather, Yinan has sold him numerous items. Their interactions are primarily casual banter, rooted in camaraderie, as their worlds align significantly, leading to considerable resource overlap. The recent auction for the Royal Chamber of Commerce's agency rights was undoubtedly a resounding success, with merchants from various nations returning home laden with profits. Yinan has reaped substantial rewards, creating a win-win scenario for all. This month, everyone associated with the Royal Chamber of Commerce will receive triple their usual remuneration. Furthermore, from now on, President Zhang Jing will hold the title of a third-rank official in the court, equivalent to that of a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Yinan has also selected 10 outstanding subordinates from the Royal Chamber of Commerce for significant rewards, promotions, and raises. He aims to convey to everyone that by diligently following him, each individual has the opportunity to realize their dreams. Naturally, Yinan is equitable in his approach, ensuring that rewards are distributed to all, albeit in varying degrees. Zhang Sibao is preparing to return to his homeland, having acquired the desolate Jin Kingdom region. Currently, the Jin Kingdom is embroiled in a warlord conflict, while the Song Kingdom is perhaps the least warlike nation in this world. Consequently, they exhibit no interest in the military equipment Yinan has promoted, merely procuring a few items to meet the quota for longevity medicine before halting further purchases. However, Zhang Sibao has significantly invested in small medicinal pills, accounting for 1/5 of Yinan's inventory. In contrast to Zhang Sibao, Yang Wei represents a genuine bulk purchaser. Regardless of whether it pertains to food, necessities, or recreational items, he imports everything that is unavailable in the Song Kingdom, ceasing only when his funds are nearly depleted. Moreover, he has signed a subsequent supply agreement with the Royal Chamber of Commerce. The goods he procured will hardly make a significant impact in the Song Kingdom, merely providing its citizens with a taste of novelty. Meanwhile, all the merchants participating in the auction, including those from the Chun and Zhou states, commenced a grand procurement. In a fleeting moment, the goods prepared by Yinan were entirely purchased, leaving even the toilet paper sold out, not to mention the other merchandise. Yinan had no choice but to urgently seek replenishment from Xinxingshan, who looked on with eager eyes. Had Xinxingshan not been relatively fair-minded, he would undoubtedly have raised the prices due to the overwhelming demand. Today marked the monthly event of matching friends. In the preceding 2 months, Yinan had only matched with a single friend named Wei Hu, whose world resembled the warlord era of the Republic of China. His existence offered Yinan no assistance whatsoever. After purchasing a few pills and a manual, Wei Hu vanished without a trace, leaving Yinan nearly oblivious to his presence as time passed. One could only hope to match with a more esteemed friend this time. Ding. Searching for friends. Please hold on. Search complete. Please select your friend from the following options. 1. Avid Konjac enthusiast. 2. Do you believe in light? 3. King of the Rogues. These names remain as abstract as ever, Yinan remarked. I choose the third option. Selection complete. Attempting to add the friend, awaiting approval. Ding. Addition successful. Yinan did not immediately engage in conversation with his new friend, but instead examined the profile section, a newly updated feature from the system that spared both parties from the need for self-introduction. Upon finishing, Yinan's eyes sparkled with delight. At long last, I have awaited your arrival, my little baby. Chapter 60. The World of War. At long last, my little baby, I have awaited your arrival. It is no wonder that Yinan is elated. His newly matched companion hails from the world of war. According to the introduction, this friend is named Lu Linyuan, and in his realm, warfare is perpetually unfolding. The weaponry technology is astoundingly advanced in this world, characterized by a unique feature. Regardless of the severity of the battles waged one day, the planet rejuvenates itself by the next. Consequently, the inhabitants of this world grow increasingly audacious. Warfare becomes ever more prevalent, and the sophistication of weaponry escalates, leading to a reality where conflict is omnipresent. In due course, a formidable figure emerged on the planet, revered by contemporary society as the progenitor of war. He unified the entire globe, yet the populace, having endured centuries of martial tribulations, has had a combative ethos ingrained in their very essence. In the short term, this may not pose an issue, but over extended periods, the world remains fractured. In pursuit of a more enduring future, the progenitor of war began to seek extraterrestrial civilizations, and indeed, he succeeded in his quest. Thus commenced the conquest of other planets. The initial phases unfolded smoothly. Under the progenitor's leadership, they were invincible, their aggressive nation subjugating countless planets and galaxies, evolving into a colossal entity spanning multiple star systems. Yet the conflicts persisted. Wherever this nation ventured, they waged war, earning the moniker of the War Nation among others in the cosmos. It was not until they encountered another warlike nation amidst the stars that a protracted conflict ensued, lasting several centuries. Yinan's match companion is a purveyor of weaponry, hailing from a lineage that established itself through a weapon manufacturing enterprise. A plethora of armaments, whether for the battlefield or personal defense, can be found within his domain. Upon perusing the introduction, Yinan's joy was akin to that of a lottery winner, unable to contain his exuberance. As Yinan pondered how to enhance the combat prowess of the Wu Kingdom's military, serendipity struck. King of Kings, greetings, my brother. Do you require war weaponry? The latest Star Destroyer developed by the Gu family group is available, not for $999, $999, $999, $999, but merely $999, $999, $999. Would you care to acquire one? I assure you, it will be a worthy investment. You family's third son, King of Kings, it's quite a bargain. I'm practically giving it away. King of Kings, should you not desire the Star Destroyer, I also possess city annihilation cannons, capable of obliterating an entire city with a single shot, covering an area of 3,000 square kilometers, ensuring no life remains. King of Kings, of course, I have weaponry for individual targets as well, such as the sublight sniper rifle, which can unleash 1,000,000 warheads covering a 2-kilometer radius. No matter how swift the enemy, evasion is futile. King of Kings, still not satisfied? Fear not, for there are also defensive options, such as the dark matter shield. The main device is merely the size of a briefcase, and upon activation, requires the infusion of dark matter, allowing for adjustable protective coverage. The more dark matter infused, the stronger the defense, capable of withstanding a strike from a Star Destroyer without damage. You family's third son, King of Kings, for heaven's sake. Will you purchase or not? Your silence is perplexing. If you do not respond soon, I shall remove your name from my list. Ye family's third son, no, no, no. My ellipsis signifies astonishment, not refusal to purchase. King of the Rogues, my apologies, dear brother. It was my blunder. To make amends, I shall bestow upon you 10 matte-finish sniper rifles. You family's third son, brother, you are generous. In light of this, I shall not let you bear the cost alone. You must have perused my profile. Considering my combat prowess, I request you equip me with weapons for 100,000 men, with a budget of 3 billion. King of the Rogues, without further ado, dear brother, rest assured, I will arrange everything with utmost clarity. Disregarding Yunan's acquisition of arms to fortify the military of Wu Kingdom, after Xiao Yun and Shui Su escaped the capital and traveled 100 miles eastward, they rendezvoused with Shui Su's contacts and subsequently took a detour towards the barbarian nation. Meanwhile, upon receiving reports of the movements of the barbarian army at the Weiqing Pass, General Zhendong's residents did not dare to delay. They promptly reported to the Ministry of War, which escalated the matter to the cabinet, ultimately informing Emperor Yuzhen. Although this process appeared lengthy, the advent of communication devices had accelerated it remarkably, taking no more than an hour, a feat previously unimaginable. As conveying military intelligence could take a full day, even with the fastest couriers. The situation is dire, as the barbarians appear poised to strike against our Wu Kingdom. Yi Zhen summoned his ministers to deliberate on the military situation, with Yi Nan, as the crown prince, naturally attending the meeting. Your Majesty, our Wu Kingdom currently possesses ample provisions and a strong military. Since the barbarians seek to encroach upon our territory, let us teach them a lesson, proposed the newly appointed Minister of War, Lin Hui, eager for a significant battle to solidify his position. General Lin speaks wisely. The barbarian nation harbors intentions of our downfall. It is time we deliver them a lesson, declared the returned General Ma Feng. My esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty. While both General Lin and General Ma present valid points, we must acknowledge the superior combat capability of the barbarian soldiers compared to our own. Although they publicly claim to deploy 30,000 troops, we lack precise intelligence on their actual strength. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. And you shall win 100 battles. I propose we reinforce Weiqing Pass and acquire more intelligence before engaging, advised the cautious Chancellor Zhao Wenhai. Your words are prudent, Chancellor, he remarked. Crown Prince, what is your perspective? Since they have already dared to confront us, we must retaliate. A single decisive blow will prevent a multitude of strikes. Indeed. Your Highness, your wisdom resonates profoundly. A decisive strike will deter further aggression. I support the Crown Prince's viewpoint, affirmed Minister of Personnel Tang Tao. I too align with the Crown Prince's stance. Since the barbarians show no regard for civility, we shall instruct them in the ways of decorum. The Minister of Personnel, Kong Ru, spoke up. As the father-in-law of Crown Prince Yunnan, Kong Ru has seamlessly integrated himself into the prince's faction and is now on the verge of becoming a paragon of the Crown Prince's party, albeit slightly inferior to the Crown Prince's uncle, Tang Tao. Very well, this matter shall be entrusted entirely to the Crown Prince, who need only present the battle plan for my approval after it has been drafted. Yizhen observed that the entire court had begun to rally behind Yunnan. While he felt a slight sense of discomfort, it did not breed resentment. Ever since the incident involving Yufeng, Yizhen realized his focus had increasingly strayed from state affairs, and he even found himself harboring an impulse to relinquish his responsibilities. Were it not for a few princes still in their youth and the absence of secure futures for his other sons, he would have long since fled with his harem. As for this war, it serves as a test of Yunnan's capability to become a competent emperor. Should the campaign result in a resounding victory, Yizhen would contemplate a life of retirement. In the Purple Hall, Yunnan and several cabinet elders and generals were deliberating the military strategy. Yunnan declared, this time, our primary objective in deploying troops is to decisively eliminate the barbarian nation once and for all. Chapter 61. Yunnan's Theory of War Stop. I am aware of what you wish to express. You believe I am overestimating my capabilities. However, allow me to finish my thoughts before you voice your opinions. Just as Prime Minister Yang Ping prepared to object, Yunnan interrupted him. According to reliable intelligence, the barbarian forces are mobilizing 200,000 troops, nearly the entirety of their clan's strength. As for how we acquired this information, I would advise against inquiring further. If we are to contend with an army of 200,000, Generals Lin and Ma, please share your assessments on how many troops we would require to withstand and to vanquish them. Your Highness, if the opposing force consists of 30,000, I would need between 100,000 to 150,000 soldiers to hold them, and 200,000 to annihilate them. However, if the barbarians indeed muster 200,000, we are utterly outmatched. Lin Hui stated gravely, I concur with the Grand General. Should the enemy number 200,000, we will need the assistance of the Qin and Shou kingdoms to navigate this impending calamity. Ma Feng added, what say the rest of you? The two generals are correct. The cabinet ministers chimed in unison. Enough. The barbarians are not to be feared. I possess an iron tide that can determine the fate of the realm. As for the battlefield, you need not worry. I shall personally lead the front lines, accompanied by the 6 regiments of the Eastern Palace to meet the enemy. The foremost task for the 6 departments is to select officials to govern the lands we are about to conquer. The barbarian population barely exceeds 10 million. Yet they occupy vast territories to the east, rich in mineral resources, and their war horses bear the bloodline of mystical beasts, superior breeds indeed. Yet they fail to exploit these lands. What a splendid territory, wasted under their stewardship. Your Highness, that cannot be. As the saying goes, a child of 1,000 golds should not tread the hallways of danger. We cannot allow you to venture to the front lines, and His Majesty would never permit it. The first to voice opposition was not Prime Minister Yang Ping, but rather Uncle Tang Tao. From Tang Tao's perspective, his objections were justified. Yunnan had only recently ascended to the position of Crown Prince, and the Tang family was just beginning to rise. Should Yunnan meet with misfortune, the Tang family would plummet from grace with the loss of their heir. Yes, we implore you, Your Highness, to reconsider. Confucian scholar Kong Ru also urged, I have already deliberated, and there is no need for further discourse. My decision is resolute. It must be me who defeats the barbarians. Once hostilities commence, my response will be swift. Grand General, you will oversee military affairs, and the lands we conquer will require your forces for garrison duty. Furthermore, Prime Minister, from this day forth, I command you to mobilize officials from various regions to march towards the barbarian nation. The cities we capture will need your governance, and some may be in ruins. Lord Qingxian, the task of reconstruction will fall under your jurisdiction. Naturally, there will also be the need for the pacification and education of the barbarian populace. While these tasks will be addressed later, Lords Kong and Zhao must begin preparations in advance. I will communicate the specifics to my father. You need only to act according to my directives. After outlining his plans, Yunnan ceased his lengthy discourse and proceeded towards the imperial study, intent on persuading Yizhen, for without his approval, Yuzhen would undoubtedly oppose such actions. Upon arriving at the imperial study, he found Yuzhen leisurely engrossed in reading. Have you arrived? Yuzhen spoke slowly. I must ask, Your Majesty, are you being unreasonable? Ever since I ascended to the position of Crown Prince, I have been utterly overwhelmed with duties, and yet you find the time to laze about here. Do you truly regard me as a mere nuclear-powered donkey? What is nuclear power? Is it truly the crux of the matter? The essence lies in the donkey. I understand donkeys, and their meat is quite delectable. Yi Zhen feigned ignorance to his words, feeling disinclined to engage in any tasks. He toiled day and night, yearning for a respite from such burdens. If Yunnan possesses great capabilities, then why not assign him additional responsibilities? The former third prince was eager to improve. One cannot simply abandon ambition upon becoming the crown prince. Let us not delve into trivialities. I know you comprehend my intent. I intend to personally lead the charge at the front lines. Before my return, you must safeguard the rear. There must be no failures. I will leave Liu with you. What? You intend to go to the front lines? I vehemently oppose this. Do not even think about it. Old Deng, I am not seeking your counsel. I am here to inform you. Moreover, if I do not go, our great we shall surely face defeat. I must also inform you that the barbarian forces are not merely 30,000 strong, but rather 200,000. You are well aware of the combat prowess of the barbarians. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative transformation. You understand what the presence of 200,000 barbarians signifies. It is precisely because I understand that I cannot allow you to go. I have already lost one son. I do not wish to lose another. At this moment, Yuzhen appeared less as an emperor and more as a concerned father. It is often said that emperors lack familial affection. Yet this adage seems increasingly inapplicable to Yizhen. Yunnan gazed deeply at Yizhen, assuring him, Do not worry, father. I am confident in my ability to return unscathed. Await your son as he expands your territories and becomes a legendary emperor. Yunnan's sudden change in address caused Yuzhen to momentarily catch his breath. The original aspiration of a father was to surpass his ancestors and become a timeless emperor. However, now the father's wish is merely to see his sons grow up safe and sound. Now that you have grown, I realize my words cannot dissuade you. So, Sir Freely, I shall ensure your safety at home, awaiting your triumphant return. Look at you, old Deng, you have made me sentimental. Rest assured, I possess a secret weapon. I will bring the barbarian king back to dance for you. What did you just call me? You ungrateful child, if you dare run. I shall not hesitate to strike you down. In his moment of sentimentality, Yuzhen had overlooked Yunnan's address, but now he reacted swiftly. Hurling the book in his hand toward Yunnan's head, Yunnan deftly dodged and promptly exited, turning right. This rascal is infuriating me, Yuzhen exclaimed in exasperation. Chao Mao interjected, Your Majesty, do not be angry. The crown prince's filial piety is evident to all. With a smile, Chao Mao sought to placate him. Ah. The child has grown and developed his own ideas. Very well, when he returns, I believe I also ought to. What did the third prince call it? Your Majesty. It is called retirement. Yes, retirement. I am utterly perplexed by how the third young master has conjured such a plethora of neologisms. Were it not for the ancestral confirmation of the unaltered lineage and soul fluctuations of the third young master, I would almost suspect he had been replaced. Fortunately, Yunnan is not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be drenched in sweat. The royal family possesses a sophisticated method of identification, rendering it impossible for anyone not of royal blood to evade their scrutiny, a measure instituted to prevent outsiders from impersonating royalty and wreaking havoc. Upon exiting the imperial study, Yunnan immediately reached out to Lu Linyuan to procure weaponry. Third young master Yi, Brother Lu, how is the armament preparation coming along? King of the Rogue, what is up, brother? Are you in urgent need? Most of it is ready. A small portion is still in production. If you're in a hurry, I can have it sorted within 12 hours. Third young master Yi, please expedite, Brother Lu. I require it urgently, as we are preparing for war against the barbarians. By the way, don't forget to send me the operational videos and usage instructions for the weapons. King of the Rogue, rest assured, it will be taken care of. After concluding his discussion with Lu Linyuan, Yunnan then reached out to Fan Fei, who had been gathering dust in his friends list for several days. Third young master Yi. Fool, work has come in. Fan Fei. I extend my gratitude to the radiant Xiao Song for the generous reward that spurred further updates, to Wakaka for the love-powered contribution, and to the esteemed ancestor who enjoys Su Xiang Chun Lu for the affectionate donation. Chapter 62. Ambush on Xiao Yunjian, Yinan. Hey, foolish one, the moment has arrived. Fan Fei. Yinan, have you restarted the robotic factory as I instructed last time? Fan Fei. Of course, I followed Sanji's orders. What, do you need it? Yinan, a great battle is imminent on my end. I've ordered a batch of high-tech weapons. But there is no time to train an army. I must utilize your robots as a temporary solution. Fan Fei, with such advanced technology, why rely on humans? What is the point then? Yinan, no matter how advanced the technology, humans ultimately control it from behind. Quit dawdling and provide me with a regiment. Fan Fei, a regiment? You might as well go seize one. I have none, not even a single unit. Yinan, don't be so stingy. Besides, I want you to take it for free. I'll pay for it. Fan Fei, a company, take it or leave it. Yinan, that is far too few. I need at least a battalion. Fan Fei, fine, you truly are my benefactor. When do you need them? Yinan, the sooner, the better. Ideally within 3 hours. Fan Fei, all right, this will deplete my inventory. I must inform you, Yi Lao San, that you shall not take a single unit less. In the world of celebrating remaining years at the Fan residence, Fan Fei grimaced in pain, having painstakingly saved some resources, only to have them entirely drained by Yinan. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yinan promptly organized the work to be undertaken after his departure. Logistics would still be entrusted to Mr. Zhang. I have full confidence in your capabilities. Mr. Zhuge will accompany me to the front lines, this time. We shall engage in a distinctly different kind of warfare, and Mr. Zhuge is to learn with diligence. The 6th Division will be led by El Ming and Li Kong. They are to depart in 2 hours. I expect to see you at Wei Qing Pass in 3 days. Is there any issue? The subordinate received the orders. El Ming and Li Kong responded in unison. As Yinan's elite troops, the 6th Division was armed to the teeth. Each soldier was provided with 3 horses, top-tier armor, and weapons, along with exceptional benefits. It mattered not that the capital was merely 1,500 miles from Wei Qing Pass, even if it were 3,000 miles. As long as the Crown Prince issued a command, they would arrive on schedule, even at the cost of their lives. Mr. Jia, I entrust you with intelligence. Closely monitor the movements of the barbarian forces and report to me at all times. After arranging the affairs of the Eastern Palace, Yinan made his way to the martial arts arena, a vast expanse suitable for his purpose. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned a remarkably futuristic transport aircraft. As the rear cargo bay gradually opened, Yinan led the bewildered crowd aboard the vessel. Naturally, he entrusted the piloting duties to a robot, refraining from taking the controls himself. To avoid drawing attention, he commanded the aircraft to activate its reflective panels upon takeoff, rendering it invisible to the onlookers. A fortnight later, the aircraft arrived at Wei Qing Pass. As Yinan and his companions disembarked from the cabin, they found themselves surrounded by the guards of Wei Qing Pass, who had formed a tight perimeter, with countless archers aiming at the transport. Under the protection of Lu Chang and others, Yinan stepped out of the hatch, prompting the archers to draw their bows, ready to unleash their arrows. I am the Crown Prince of Dewu, Yinan. Who is your commander? Bring him forth to speak, he declared, raising the tiger talisman in his hand. Upon seeing the talisman, the guards felt a measure of relief, yet they still did not lower their weapons. A young man, clad in the attire of a lieutenant, stepped forward and said, "Please hold, Your Highness. The general will arrive shortly. Someone has already gone to notify him." "What is your name?" Yinan inquired of the imposing young man before him. "I am Zhao Jifeng, Your Highness. Are you related to the Zhao family in the capital?" "Not exactly. Zhao Feng is my distant cousin." After exchanging a few words, Zhao Jifeng's tone grew increasingly respectful. Initially uncertain of Yinan's true identity, he now felt 90% confident that this was indeed the Crown Prince, given his familiarity with the capital's social dynamics. However, confirmation from the commander was still necessary. Yinan did not have to wait long. The commander, having received word of the Crown Prince's arrival, rushed to the scene with unprecedented speed. Upon seeing the tiger talisman in Yinan's hand, he immediately knelt. "I am the commander of Wei Qing Pass, Bao Xing, at your service, Your Highness. Please rise." "General Bao, this is not the place for formalities. I trust you will make the necessary arrangements." "Your Highness, please follow me," Bao Xing said. leading Yunnan to the commander's residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunjian and Shui Se found themselves in a precarious situation, desperately fleeing for their lives. After reuniting with their escort, they hastily pressed eastward, unaware that Yunnan had already dispatched 4 ninth-tier experts to await them in ambush. In the city, they had the advantage of sheltering buildings, making it difficult for the eyes in the sky to discern friend from foe. However, once they exited the city, their movements became as transparent as a view from the mountaintop to Jiahe. Exhausted yet undeterred, Xiao Yunjian and his companions pressed on, wary of pausing even for a moment. Although they could not see any pursuers from Dawu behind them, they were still within the territory of the martial kingdom, and reaching the barbarian nation as soon as possible was their only path to safety. General Shui, should we find a place to rest ahead? We have marched for 5 consecutive hours. While our brothers can endure, we must consider whether the prince can withstand it. The captain of Xiao Yunjian's guards approached Shui Su and whispered, Commander Shi, we are currently within the borders of the martial nation. Every moment we linger increases our peril. It would be prudent for us to depart swiftly and reunite with the main army. General Shui speaks wisely. I can endure. There is no need for you to worry about me. Let us hasten our exit from the martial nation. Xiao Yunjian interjected after overhearing their conversation. Your Highness is astute. Shui Su praised. As the group neared a grove, Shui Su suddenly reined in his horse. Xiao Yunjian, puzzled, inquired, What is it, General Shui? There is a presence of malice. Protect His Highness. Just as the words left his lips, a swift arrow hurtled towards Xiao Yunjian. In that crucial moment, Captain Shi drew his blade and deflected the projectile, while the others quickly shielded Xiao Yunjian within their midst. From the woods emerged 2 figures. One was clad in black, adorned with a hooded cloak, and wore a mask resembling a whaling spectre. The second bore an unremarkable visage, so bland that one would struggle to recall it after a glance. The aura emanating from the pair instilled a sense of dread in Shui Su and the others. 9th-tier warriors, Your Highness, be cautious. Shui Su cautioned in a hushed tone. General Shui, His Highness, we have awaited you for quite some time, intoned the masked figure. His voice gravelly and grating, reminiscent of steel grinding, evoking discomfort. Has Yunnan sent you? Came the response, feigning ignorance. It was said that Yunnan had only 2 ninth-tier experts under his command. I did not anticipate there to be 4. Yunnan conceals his true strength well. No wonder he prevails in the end. There is no need for idle chatter. He is merely stalling for time, remarked the featureless individual. Kill. Chapter 63. The barbarian assault first. Take His Highness away. I will hold them off, shouted Commander Shi, brandishing his weapon as he charged towards the 2 adversaries. As the chief guard of Xiao Yunjian, Shi prowess was formidable, a peak 8th-tier expert, enhanced by the unique bloodline of the barbarian tribe. He was a match for any typical 9th-tier opponent. With a swift motion, Shi unleashed a blade of light, effectively countering their assault. Go. Shui Su urged the remaining companions to flee swiftly. However, they had barely covered 3 or 4 miles when 2 more formidable figures emerged from the roadside. The other 2 ninth-tier experts under Yunnan's command. Take His Highness away. Shui Su recognized the dire situation he faced today. Yet, in order to buy time for Xiao Yunjian, he resolved to confront the 2 ninth-tier experts, underestimating his own capabilities. Although he had recently broken through to the 8th tier, he lacked the extraordinary bloodline enhancement that Shi possessed, rendering him inadequate against such skilled opponents. Xiao Yunjian wasted no words. He led the remaining guards away from the scene, hastening eastward. 15 breaths later, Shui Se lay on the ground, his body severed, and all his companions were vanquished. The Shui family of Dawu was thus officially erased from existence. As for Xiao Yunjian's escape, the 2 adversaries paid it little mind. With the advantage of their heavenly vision, their mentality resembled that of a cat playing with a mouse, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of being bitten by the mouse in return. Meanwhile, Shi, despite the enhancement from his barbarian bloodline, was still just an 8th-tier warrior. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might have been able to defeat a 9th-tier opponent by surprise, but against 2 9th-tier foes, he found himself overwhelmed within mere moments. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he had sustained 57 wounds. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would have collapsed long ago. Even so, excessive blood loss began to blur his vision. In a moment of carelessness, the 2 adversaries seized their opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that felled Shi. Yet, the masked man did not relent upon his fall. Instead, he approached Shi with his blade and, with a single stroke, severed his head. His Highness often instructs us that when it comes to killing, one must be thorough. Some have their hearts situated on the right side, and others may survive a throat cutting. The most foolproof method is to sever the head. Unless one is a divine being, death is inevitable. The two figures, clutching the severed head of Shirlin, pressed onward. Soon, the four of them reunited. The masked man raised Shirlin's head triumphantly, while old Wu did the same with the head of Shuesu. Their intentions were unmistakable. Without pause, they continued their relentless pursuit of Xiao Yunjian. Xiao Yunjian, having narrowly escaped one peril only to plunge into another, felt as though he were on a roller coaster of emotions. After nearly an hour of frantic flight, he glanced back to find that his pursuers had not caught up. A slight sense of relief washed over him as he surveyed the few guards that remained by his side, merely a handful, compared to the 100 strong they had originally set forth with from the capital. Realizing that this chase could only end in his capture, he dismounted and immediately instructed his remaining men to prepare an altar, a unique method of communication employed by the barbarian tribes. He needed to signal the forces at the border to come to his aid, disregarding the consequences of his actions in that moment. In no time, a small altar, scarcely larger than a basin, was erected. Though diminutive, it was perfectly functional as a simple communication altar. Xiao Yunjian drew a dagger from his bosom and made a swift incision on his palm, causing blood to flow freely. He wasted no time in pouring his lifeblood into the altar, which began to emanate a crimson glow as his essence infused it. Simultaneously, within the camp of the barbarian forces, a more elaborate altar, far grander than the makeshift one Xiao Yunjian had assembled, was present. A flash of red light illuminated the altar, revealing a shrunken image of Xiao Yunjian. The individuals inside the tent collectively turned to behold him. Xiao Yunjian spoke urgently. General Tua Tua, I am being pursued by 4 ninth-tier experts within the borders of Wu. Come quickly to my aid. Upon finishing his plea, his image vanished. What? The people of Wu dare to pursue our prince? Unthinkable. They shall pay a bloody price for this affront. Indeed, we must march upon their capital. I have heard their women are far more exquisite than these sheep at our borders. Silence. Your Highness is in grave danger. This is not the time for such discussions. Should anything happen to the 8th prince, you know the consequences. Even if His Majesty does not hold us accountable, concubine Yun and her powerful family will not spare us. Tai Chi Wu, I command you to lead your 10,000 troops ahead to attack the Wei Qing Pass of Wu, paving a path for our forces. Chaoan, your 10,000 should accompany Tai Chi Wu. Should they encounter difficulties, you must provide timely support. I shall lead 100,000 troops as the central force and will arrive shortly. Let us unite our efforts to rescue the 8th prince. Prepare yourselves. Yes, General. As the crowd descended to prepare, within a mere quarter of an hour, the 10,000-strong contingent led by Tai Chi Wu surged forth from the encampment like an arrow, demonstrating that this elite force was indeed worthy of its reputation. Otherwise, it would not have been dispatched to lead the charge. Following closely behind was the second contingent of 10,000, commanded by Cha Han. After conveying the message, Xiao Yunjian witnessed the altar erupt violently. His pallor was evident, for he had paid a price to deliver the communication. However, he dared not linger, and after being assisted onto his steed by several guards, he fled eastward. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 companions of Old Wu arrived at the altar. The masked figure dismounted and surveyed the area, stating, "The bloodstains are still fresh. They cannot have gone far. Pursue them. We must not allow them to escape back to the barbarian lands." The 4 then hastened their pursuit on horseback. Meanwhile, on Yunan's side, upon arriving at the commander's residence, he promptly arranged for someone to notify General Wan Lang of the eastern garrison to convene for a discussion. He also instructed Bao Xing to seek an expansive location, as the weaponry prepared for him by Lu Linyuan had already been produced, with the inventory list dispatched, awaiting only the identification of a suitable site to commence delivery. Additionally, Fan Fei was also ready, poised to dispatch the robots Yunnan required. Before long, Bao Xing had identified an appropriate locale for Yunnan, nestled in a valley behind Wei Qing Pass. This site, more accurately described as a small basin, was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, offering significant concealment. It spanned approximately 5 to 6 square kilometers, with a level terrain. Yunnan, upon inspection, expressed his satisfaction. "Ye family's third. Lu Gu, let the delivery commence." "King of the Rogues, absolutely, just awaiting your word, brother." "Yunnan, fool, deliver it." "Fan Fei, you rascal, you truly owe me." Just as Yunnan was finalizing preparations, he heard the communicator chime. Upon connecting, the voice of Jiahe resonated. "Your Highness, the barbarian forces have mobilized. The vanguard of 10,000 has already departed from Wei Qing Pass, and another contingent of 10,000 follows closely behind, with approximately 100,000 more advancing in the same direction, presumably targeting Weiqing Pass. Excellent. This presents a perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of our weaponry in the realm of warfare. Chapter 64. The Abduction of Yi. How fortuitous. It is the perfect opportunity to test the formidable weaponry of the war realm. With a mere wave of his hand, Yunnan summoned an array of fantastical equipment that materialized within the valley. The weaponry meticulously selected for Yunnan by Lu Linyuan was exceptionally well-suited, featuring aerial and terrestrial machines, while aquatic vessels were deemed unnecessary for the time being. The aerial forces consisted primarily of high-energy warplanes, each capable of carrying 100 air-to-ground strategic missiles. On the ground, there were 1,000 nuclear-powered troop carriers and 500 Divine-class tanks, each equipped with a main cannon and a secondary gun, alongside a rotating anti-aircraft machine gun. The main cannon boasted a maximum firing rate of 60 rounds per minute, with each shot covering an area of 500 square meters. Its destructive power could obliterate even a 7th-tier master upon impact. The secondary cannon fired 500 rounds per minute, designed for precision strikes to target any evasive threats that the main cannon might have missed, while the anti-aircraft machine gun unleashed an astonishing 100,000 rounds per minute, primarily to counter aerial assaults. These weapons could also be controlled from a distance, with a single individual capable of operating up to 50 Divine-class tanks. When these supplies arrived from Lu Linyuan, they were already fully armed. Additional ammunition was also sent, with Lu Linyuan tirelessly producing more, as the weaponry Yunnan requested consisted of outdated models in his world, presenting no technical challenges, merely a shortage of raw materials that he needed to procure from scrap yards for reprocessing. The high-energy warplanes were also remnants of the Divine Realm, as their world had since advanced to hypersonic aircraft. However, for Yunnan, hypersonic jets were excessively advanced and impractical against the barbarian tribes. Otherwise, he would be forced to deploy cruise missiles against their drones, which would not be cost-effective. What pleased Yunnan the most was the inclusion of 10 missile launchers, capable of firing intelligent cruise missiles that autonomously conducted reconnaissance, identified targets, and executed bombings. Each launcher could fire 10 missiles at once. Of course, Yunnan had not neglected individual weaponry, which was designated for the troops of the East Palace. For the barbarian cavalry, a distance of 50 miles posed little challenge. Their steeds, infused with the bloodline of mythical beasts, could maintain a charging state for 5 to 6 consecutive hours, within a radius of 100,000 miles. No nation envied the barbarian mounts more than they. These steeds represented one of their most vital strategic resources. In less than 15 minutes, the 10,000-strong army of Taichwu found themselves less than 10 miles from Weiqing Pass. Very well, since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Command to advance, heading east, 5,000 meters distance, commence barrage, fire. In an instant, 500 tanks swiftly adjusted their cannons, launching the first shell within a second. A minute later, the bombardment ceased. 30,000 rounds of artillery, sufficient to quench the thirst of these barbarians. At this moment on the battlefield, there were no longer barbarian forces. Only a dark crimson expanse lay beneath. Not only had the vanguard of the Taichwu been reduced to mere fragments, but the subsequent Cha Han troops also met a similar fate. Obliterated by artillery fire, the rear guard, a contingent of 100,000, had only just commenced their march when a thunderous sound echoed from the west. Sensing an ominous shift, the commander, Tawachuo, halted the advance and promptly dispatched scouts to investigate. Shortly thereafter, the scouts returned with alarming news. They had encountered no sign of the Taichwu or Cha-On armies. What? That is a force of 20,000. Not to mention an elite contingent of 10,000 from Taichwu. How could they simply vanish? Advance at once. Follow me into the fray. The 100,000 troops began to accelerate, unaware that they were marching headlong into the jaws of hell. In the capital, since Yinnan's departure, the court had commenced its operations under the oversight of Yuzhen. Chancellor Yang Ping began mobilizing the first batch of officials to the border with the barbarian lands. Though he harbored doubts about the Crown Prince Yunnan's capacity to conquer the territories of the barbarians, he recognized the authority of his sovereign and had no choice but to comply. Yet, should the prince fail in this endeavor, he would not hesitate to join forces with the censorate to hold him accountable. Meanwhile, the Eastern Palace was also in motion. The 6 commanders of the Eastern Palace, led by El Ming and Li Kong, moved swiftly and, after 2 hours, had covered 300 miles from the capital. At this pace, reaching Weiqing Pass within 3 days was certainly within reach. As for why Yinnan refrained from deploying transport aircraft for troop delivery, He had his own considerations. One must eat one bite at a time, and taking overly large steps could lead to missteps, were it not for the sheer number of barbarian troops mobilizing. He would not have entertained the notion of employing advanced weaponry to obliterate them. After all, the sound of cannon fire equates to immense wealth, and in his case, it was not merely thousands, but billions. In just 1 minute of bombardment, 30,000 shells were expended, each costing 5,000 taels, culminating in a staggering 150 million taels. Had he not recently come into a small fortune, he would not have dared to expend such resources so recklessly. Amidst the mobilization of the entire court, Yi Hao's Wei princess residence remained on high alert. For Yi Hao was on the brink of breaking through to the 8th tier. In the cultivation chamber, he sat cross-legged, his internal energy swirling at an accelerated pace. Though his countenance remained serene, his mind was intensely focused. After an hour, Yi Hao opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, relieved to have narrowly avoided a failure in his breakthrough. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a middle-aged man in a blue robe standing a short distance away. Quietly observing him, Yi Hao's heart raced, yet his exterior remained composed. After exchanging glances, he spoke. "Might I inquire what brings you here, esteemed elder? Are you not curious how I entered? Curiosity can lead to peril, hence I remain uncurious." You possess a calm disposition and exceptional talent, a promising prospect indeed. It is no trouble to share. I hail from the realm beyond the skies. I sought a worthy heir among those with commendable aptitude, and it appears I have not erred in my descent. That may disappoint you, esteemed elder. While I am unaware of the realm beyond the skies, there is a saying, one should not wander far from their parents when they are still alive. My parents reside here. Thus, I cannot accept you as my master. I hope you can understand. Young one, perhaps you have misunderstood. I am not here to negotiate the prospect of taking you as my disciple. Rather, it is a foregone conclusion. Within this realm, none can refuse my command, and to become my pupil is an extraordinary opportunity for you. I had initially intended to allow you a farewell with your family, but it seems that is unnecessary now. Thus, come with me. With a mere gesture, Yi Hao found himself rendered immobile. The middle-aged man clad in a blue robe produced a rope from his sleeve, binding Yi Hao's hands. He then led Yi Hao out of the room. The servants outside appeared as though enchanted, unable to move or speak, helplessly witnessing the abduction of His Highness, the Prince of Wei. The blue-robed man guided Yi Hao into the courtyard and, with a sudden leap, ascended into the sky until they vanished from sight. An hour later, the servants of the Wei Prince's residence gradually regained their mobility, yet their hearts were filled with dread. The sky had fallen. The prince had been abducted right before their eyes. Quickly, hurry to the palace and inform His Majesty. The prince has been taken. Chapter 65. Yi Tian steals medicine. What did you say? Howard has been abducted? Wasn't he breaking through to the 8th rank? Indeed, after the prince achieved his breakthrough, a figure in a blue robe descended from the heavens and seized the prince. Without delving into the fury of Yi Town, Yunnan led his 100,000 troops with alacrity. Through his celestial vision, Yunnan observed everything clearly, having already expended 150 million. He was unconcerned about an additional 150 million. Su Jin, prepare the barrage. Let us commence another round. 500 tanks initiated a new round of bombardment. As the first shell struck the ground, half of the 100,000 troops under Tuachuo were annihilated. After a single volley, the ground was littered with dismembered flesh. Only then did Tuachuo comprehend how the first 20,000 had vanished. They had not merely disappeared but had merged with the earth, nourishing it. The total population of the barbarian tribe was less than 10 million, with their military strength falling short of 1 million. Tuachuo, as a general commanding 200,000 troops, was undoubtedly formidable, renowned as a 9th-tier martial artist among the barbarians, far from an ordinary 9th-tier warrior. Ordinary soldiers could not survive the bombardment, yet as a 9th-tier master, Tuachuo managed to endure, albeit sustaining injuries. After the barrage, fewer than 1,000 of his troops remained, those fortunate or strong enough to survive. Tuachuo was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to grasp the reality of his situation. His once vibrant army had been reduced to a blood mist, their bones obliterated. Had he posed this question to Yunnan, he would surely have been informed that the times had changed. When he finally regained his composure and began to regroup his surviving soldiers, he realized that his fate was sealed. With such catastrophic losses, even if he returned alive, the emperor would not spare him. Rather than succumb to despair, he resolved to charge forward and ascertain the true nature of the menace at Weiqing Pass. Soldiers, let us avenge our compatriots. Charge. Tuachuo's warhorse was also obliterated into a mist of blood, and not only his surviving soldiers but most of their steeds were lost. Now, as they charged, they had no choice but to rely on their own legs. How brave they are, still clinging to hope. This time, no artillery. Let the anti-aircraft machine guns fire at will. Let us see how courageous you truly are. The tanks began to adjust their formations, and within a minute, the anti-aircraft machine guns lined up and opened fire. By the time Tuachuo sensed the impending danger, it was too late. Under the onslaught of the anti-aircraft guns, only he remained from the 1,000 survivors. The previous bombardment had been a wide-area attack, but now the fire was precise and targeted. With a rate of 100,000 rounds per minute, even the thickest protective aura of a martial artist would be pierced after a few seconds of concentrated fire. As Tuachuo stood alone on the battlefield, all the anti-aircraft guns zeroed in on him. In a mere second, he was reduced to a blood mist. A 9th-tier warrior obliterated by high-tech anti-aircraft machine guns. One must maintain unity within the family. You claim to have 200,000 troops, yet only 120,000 arrived. If you return alone, how will you explain yourself to the emperor? It is far better for you to remain with your army. And indeed, the current state of mutual existence is quite harmonious. Soon, I will send the additional 80,000 to rendezvous with you. Xiao Yunjian has traversed a tumultuous path marked by hope and despair, oscillating between elation and despondency. Ultimately, he found himself in utter exhaustion, resigning to the futility of escape. Declaring, "Why haven't you come to capture me yet?" He addressed the 4 individuals trailing behind him. After fleeing for so long, he was now utterly alone, his guards having perished in battle. The 4 9th-tier experts followed him closely, maintaining a steady pace that mirrored his own. They matched his speed, providing him with relentless psychological pressure. Eventually, Xiao Yunjian reached his breaking point, refusing to partake in their cat-and-mouse game any longer. "You should have acted sooner. Let us proceed. We do not intend to bind you. Our destination is also Weiqing Pass, where someone awaits your arrival." After Xiao Yunjian surrendered, the 4 men did not impose further difficulties upon him. The command from His Highness was to capture him alive if possible, if not, to eliminate him. Given Xiao Yunjian's cooperation, there was no longer a need for violence. The 5 of them ambled towards Weiqing Pass. Meanwhile, our Prince of Chu finds himself ensnared in a realm of indulgence, ostensibly tasked with the pursuit of romance. Sima Weining, in her quest for the longevity elixir, lavishes him with flattery. Ignorant of the turmoil engulfing Jin, he boldly vows to assist Nangong Weining in persuading his father to deploy troops to quell the chaos in Jin. If Yunnan were present, he would surely chastise him. Does he not comprehend the multitude of nations separating Jin from Wu? To wage war for a woman is an act of folly beyond reason. The notion that love can cloud one's judgment is a grave mistake. In the original narrative, Nangong Weining ultimately ascends as empress, possessing both cunning and strategy. It is a simple matter to manipulate a lovesick Yutian. Their eventual union in the original story stems from genuine affection forged through shared adversity. However, the current Sima Weining harbors no feelings for Yutian, only calculations. She holds little faith that Yutian could persuade Emperor Yujin to intervene on Jin's behalf, even if he were to agree for the sake of his son's happiness. Crown Prince Yunnan would undoubtedly oppose such a move. After all, the one who eliminated the former Crown Prince is not easily trifled with. Her sole desire is to acquire the longevity elixir and return to Jin to save her ancestor's life. If she can obtain anything else from Yutian, that would be fortuitous, but her priority remains the elixir. "Your Highness, the Prince of Chu has arrived." Upon hearing the maid's announcement, a flicker of impatience crossed Nangong Weining's face. Yutian visits her multiple times a day, each time promising the longevity elixir yet leaving her disappointed. She has grown distrustful of his every word. However, for the sake of the elixir, she must endure. With a smile, she greeted, "The Prince of Chu has arrived, please. Do come in." Shortly thereafter, Yutian was escorted into the reception hall. "Greetings, Your Highness of Chu." Nangong Weining bowed respectfully. "I regret to inform you, Weining, that my father does not consent to sending troops to assist Jin in quelling the rebellion. It is of no concern, after all. Our 2 nations are separated by great distances, and it is unrealistic for Dai Wu to deploy troops. I can understand the Emperor Wu's apprehensions." Nangong Weining was not the least bit surprised. Were she in his position, she too would be unable to acquiesce. "However, I have not left empty-handed. While my 3rd brother was away, I discreetly procured several doses of longevity elixir from the Eastern Palace. Here, take this. Is it not what you desire most? Really? You are genuinely willing to gift me the longevity elixir? What reluctance could there be? It is merely a few doses of elixir. But do you not fear the prince's displeasure? My 3rd brother dotes on me immensely. Fret not. He will merely scold me a few times, and all shall be well. Inform His Highness, the Crown Prince, that His Highness, the King of Chu, has taken the longevity elixirs we prepared. Chapter 66. Xiao Yunjian finally arrives at Weiqing Pass when Yinan received the news. Despite his mental preparation, he was still infuriated by Yi Tian's foolishness. Among all his brothers, there were 3 ambitious ones, 1 martial arts enthusiast, and the remaining 2 were yet to reveal their true natures. However, based on the original text, they appeared to be of an average disposition. How could a sycophant emerge from such a circle of brothers? A sycophant is a sycophant. Yet even the heavens grant a window to one, often closing 2 doors in return. No one is perfect, although the 4th brother may be a sycophant. He is undoubtedly a charming one. Though our plans are thorough, we must remain vigilant. I shall inform the Crown Princess to keep an eye on Nangong Weiniing in the capital, ensuring she does not lead the 4th brother astray. The sycophant is capable of anything in the name of love. In the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study Yijin was still anxious about Yi Hao's abduction. The audacity of such an act, occurring in broad daylight within the capital, seemed utterly absurd, yet it had transpired in the most blatant manner. Yijin had dispatched search parties, yet there was not a trace of Yi Hao to be found in the capital. In desperation, he sought an audience with the ancestral figure, Yi Ding. Ancestor, the situation is thus. Hao has been abducted without reason, leaving no clues behind. Yujin recounted the details to the elder Yi Ding. After listening, Yi Ding's expression remained impassive, though he appeared to be deep in thought. It seems the forces from the heavenly realm are stretched thin, resorting to abductions in our realm. Heavenly realm? Ancestor, what do you mean by that? I shall handle this matter. You may return now and assist the Crown Prince diligently. He is a man of great ambition. With him, your aspirations will surely come to fruition. For now, Hao is not in any peril, so rest easy. After dismissing Yijin, Yi Ding summoned Shui Wu. Little Wu, I must be away for a while. In my absence, you must safeguard the royal family. Your Highness, where are you going? Shall I accompany you? No need. Just ensure the royal family is well taken care of. The place I am going, you cannot enter. Understood, Your Highness. Take care. Having given his instructions to Shui Wu, Yi Ding swiftly exited the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, making his way towards Tianyan Peak, where a passage to the heavenly realm awaited him. In the Kong family, Kong Jingshu's chamber, Kong Jingshu was leisurely enjoying fruit while perusing an ancient text she had procured from her father's study. Ever since she severed Yifeng's luck, she had become rather aimless. With Yi Nin ascending to the position of Crown Prince, her status had risen correspondingly. Now, her female companions addressed her as the Crown Princess. As she delved deeper into her reading, a maid entered to announce the arrival of someone named Jiahe. Jiahe, an envoy of the Crown Prince? What could he want with me? Have him wait in the reception hall. I shall be there shortly. Kong Jingshu set down her book, adjusted her attire, and proceeded to the reception hall to meet Jiahe. Have you come to discuss matters concerning the Crown Prince? Your Majesty, the Prince of Chu. Jiahe recounted the entire sequence of events to Kong Jingshu. Thus, the Crown Prince hopes that Your Majesty will keep a close watch on Nangong Weiniing. Should she attempt to abduct the Prince of Chu, the Crown Prince wishes for your intervention to thwart her. The Yu family, from top to bottom, exhibits remarkable rationality. How is it that the 4th master has become such a sycophant? Jiahe chose to ignore Kong Jingshu's sarcastic remark. Very well, I shall remain vigilant. Rest assured. Inform the Crown Prince that he may contact me directly. He is well aware of my number. In this day and age, must one resort to sending messengers? Is he deliberately avoiding me? I perceive he is simply asking for a reprimand. Jiahe nearly buried his face in his chest. How could he endure such remarks? Enough. I shall not trouble you further. You may leave. Your subordinate takes his leave. Jiahe hurriedly departed, fleeing as if pursued by wolves. Kong Jingshu scoffed. 2 days later, Xiao Yunjian and the soldiers of the Eastern Palace's 6th Division arrived at Weiqing Pass in succession. Upon their arrival, Yinan arranged for Zhuge Jia to provide them with training on the use of individual weaponry. In recent days, Yinan had thoroughly educated Zhuge Jia, fundamentally reshaping his understanding of warfare and introducing him to a world of difference. Zhuge Jia felt his intellect had expanded over these past few days. Ever since witnessing the formidable power of Yunan's tanks and artillery, he was astounded. Warfare could indeed be conducted in such a manner, with the enemy annihilated before even laying eyes upon our soldiers. Subsequently, Yinan unveiled individual weaponry, which further astonished Zhuge Jia. With these weapons, even an unarmed scholar, caught off guard, could vanquish a martial artist of the 7th or 8th rank. The 6th Division was taken away by Zhuge Jia for training. At long last, Yin had encountered the one he had longed to meet, Xiao Yunjian. Despite the bloodstains upon him, his inherent charisma remained unblemished. In terms of looks, Yin conceded that he was no match for him. Xiao Yunjian possessed the same striking handsomeness as the 4th master, exuding a charm that was both captivating and alluring. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting your highness, the 8th prince of the Man Kingdom. Pray, why the haste in the capital? I have yet to extend my hospitality to you here in Dawu, and you wish to depart, requiring me to personally send for you? This conduct is rather unbecoming, your highness. Yin jested, observing Xiao Yunjian before him. The crown prince need not insult me at this moment. When my 200,000 troops arrive, I assure you, the crown prince himself will escort me back to my homeland. I eagerly await that moment, for I am certain it shall be most exhilarating. Xiao Yunjian replied coolly, as if he were not a prisoner, but rather the exalted 8th prince. Oh, you speak of your 200,000 troops. Perhaps they shall not arrive. Would you like me to escort you to meet them? Huh, you claim they cannot come? Those 200,000 are the great army of my kingdom. Should I fail to return on time, they will breach Weiqing Pass and enter Dawu's territory. What transpires then? I believe the crown prince understands better than I. It is in your best interest to release me. I will persuade them to withdraw their forces. Although Xiao Yunjian maintains a tough facade, he reflects on the time and realizes that Weiqing Pass should not be so eerily silent at this hour. The 200,000 troops of the barbarian nation should have already arrived at Weiqing Pass. After all, he had contacted the 8th prince, Tua, 2 days prior. Are you referring to that General Tua? If so, it is rather unfortunate. Unfortunate for what? Unfortunate that he and his 200,000 strong army have become one with the earth and cannot come. Ha, your highness. You truly have a knack for humor. To suggest that you have slain General Tua, a 9th-tier master of our barbarian nation, is no jest to be taken lightly. Do you doubt it? Fear not, for I recorded a video of the event. Please enjoy the VCR. Chapter 67. Flag Ceremony. Xiao Yunjian remained silent after watching the video. He refrained from inquiring how Yinan managed to animate the captured images, yet he could not shake off the conviction that it was a deception. You can't fool me. Xiao Yunjian found it hard to trust Yinan, suspecting that he harbored some nefarious scheme against him. Very well, I will not relent until I reach the Yellow River. Bring forth that wolf-toothed club for our 8th prince to examine. Before long, 2 formidable warriors entered, carrying a grotesquely deformed long weapon. With a resounding thud, they cast the club onto the ground. Despite its battered appearance, it was unmistakably the favored wolf-toothed club of their barbarian generals, with faint engravings of the word Tua in the barbarian script. At that moment, Xiao Yunjian felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss. Generals of the barbarian nation seldom abandon their weapons unless they meet their demise in battle. It was reasonable to conclude that General Tua was indeed in grave peril. Speak. If you do not intend to kill me, and have shown me all this, what is your true purpose? Xiao Yunjian was convinced that Yinan had spared his life for a reason. My purpose is quite simple. My subordinates have informed me that you are worth a Jizhou. I do not believe it, so I propose that you write a letter to the barbarian emperor requesting the return of Jizhou. What say you? My father will not heed my words. You should abandon this thought. Then I must regretfully insist. Bring forth our 8th prince and prepare to deliver a finger to our barbarian emperor, indicating that his beloved son refuses to return Jizhou. Ask him whether he consents. As Yinan departed, the room was filled with Xiao Yunjian's anguished cries. In the barbarian nation, the capital city is known as Jiming City. It is said that the royal family possesses the bloodline of the Jin beast, and thus, Jiming City was established upon the original site of its cries. In stark contrast to the refined architecture of the Great Wu's capital, Jiming City exudes a more rugged charm. Within the palace, in an exceptionally grand hall, the barbarian emperor, Xiao Badian, convened his ministers for a council. General Tua had failed to send any messages for 3 consecutive days, a situation that had never occurred before. Your Majesty, do not worry. General Tua, a 9th-tier master with the bloodline of the musk sheep, is no match for 3 or 4 ordinary 9th-tier foes. The esteemed men are correct. Perhaps General Tua is hindered by pressing matters, causing a delay in communication. Please be at ease, Your Majesty. I hope so. At that moment, a messenger arrived with news. Is it news of Tua? Your Majesty, it is news from General Tua. Quickly, present it. Soon. Xiao Batian received the message and opened it, but as he read, his expression turned vacant, the document slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. Brother, what has transpired? The ministers, noticing the sudden change in Xiao Batian's demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding. It was the Grand General and the Emperor's own brother, Prince Xiaobati, who broke the silence. Seeing Xiaobatian remain speechless for an extended period only heightened their anxiety. What has occurred? This suspense is unbearable. Xiaobati could not wait for Xiaobatian to speak, so he picked up the fallen decree from the ground and began to read. This is impossible. Xiaobati exclaimed in disbelief. Your Highness, what has transpired? How could you and the Emperor exhibit such a loss of composure? See for yourselves. Xiaobati handed the decree to the gathered ministers. As they glanced at it, they gasped in unison, incredulous. It stated that the 20,000 troops led by Tua had been utterly annihilated, with not a single body left intact. Although the Mongwa's military was the least numerous among the surrounding nations, its combat prowess was unparalleled. Ordinary armies stood no chance against the Mongwa forces. Only the elite troops of various nations could match them, such as the Imperial Guards of Wugwa, the Elephant Cavalry of Chunghua, and the Divine Dragon Army of Zhougua. However, the army Tua led included 10,000 elite troops from Taichua. The Mongwa forces, already limited in number, had a reputation for their elite warriors, capable of taking on 10 of their adversaries' soldiers. Yet now, news arrived that Tua's 20,000 troops had been completely decimated, including the esteemed 10,000. The entirety of Mongwa could scarcely believe it. However, the evidence lay before them, and the messenger dared not misreport the news, leaving no room for disbelief. Report. Just as they were grappling with the shocking news of Tua's defeat, the messenger brought forth another tidbit. The 8th prince, Xiao Yunjian, had been captured. Furthermore, the enemy had sent one of his fingers as a grim token. Puffed. Xiaobatian could no longer contain himself and spat blood in a fit of rage. Your Majesty. The ministers looked at Xiaobatian with palpable concern. I am unscathed. This is a blatant provocation against our mighty Mongwa. If we do not respond, Wugwa will perceive us as weak and easily bullied. Xiaobatian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Your Majesty speaks truth. This is an affront to our Mongwa that must not go unpunished. I am willing to lead troops to crush Wugwa. Wugwa, so small and ignorant of the heavens and the earth, dares to slaughter our soldiers and abduct our prince. Such audacity. We must quell their insolence. And I am ready to march forth and level Wugwa for your Majesty. While Mongwa deliberated their military response, Yunnan was equally industrious. Zhuge Jia trained the 6th Division while also assisting General Zhendong in organizing the troops arriving to support Weiqing Pass. As reinforcements arrived, Weiqing Pass became bustling with activity, and the local populace grew cautious. With the increasing numbers, instances of oppression against the citizens began to surface. Sensing the troubling trend, Zhuge Jia swiftly executed several soldiers who were bullying the common folk. The other soldiers' expressions cleared significantly, and the citizens of Weiqing Pass applauded in appreciation. Yunnan was quite satisfied with Zhuge Jia's decisive actions. A day later, having awaited a response from Mongwa in vain, Yunnan prepared to mobilize his forces. If the mountains would not come to him, then he would march towards the mountains. Having heard that ancient armies would traditionally slay something to celebrate before their campaigns, Yunnan, ever kind-hearted, could not bring himself to harm the cattle and sheep of Weiqing Pass. Thus, he decided, it shall be you, my 8th prince, who shall take the place of the cattle and sheep of Weiqing Pass, and they will be grateful for your sacrifice. As the supporting troops gathered, Yunnan held a grand expedition ceremony in the training grounds. The barbaric nation, oblivious to the heavenly mandate, harbors an unyielding desire to extinguish our great Wu. They seek to deploy 200,000 soldiers to invade our lands, plunder our livestock, and violate our wives and daughters. Can we acquiesce to such affronts? Absolutely not. The soldiers in the training grounds echoed with a resolute chant, 3 times resounding. Therefore, I, the Crown Prince, have resolved that we shall retaliate fiercely. Before embarking on our campaign, we must perform a solemn rite to the heavens. As the adage goes, great national matters lie in both sacrifice and martial endeavors. Bring forth the offerings. At that moment, Xiao Yunjian was brought forth, bound tightly. Yunnan, you cannot kill me. You promised to exchange me for Jizhou. You cannot be untrustworthy. Xiao Yunjian was utterly panicked. He had never anticipated that he would merely attend an auction in the martial kingdom, arriving in good faith, only to find himself unable to return. I did make the exchange. Your father, Xiaobatian, has not responded. Do not blame me. Blame your father instead. Execute the sentence. Chapter 68. The Torrent of Steel. Not at all. Xiao Yunjian exclaimed vehemently. Swish. Upon hearing Yunnan's orders, the axe-wielders swiftly swung their blades. Xiao Yunjian, with his eyes wide open in defiance of death, commanded, Someone, gather the remains of our 8th prince and send them back to the barbarian emperor as a gift. The mechanical corps set off first, followed by the 6th Division, with General Wan Lang leading the other troops to commence their advance an hour later to secure the territory. 500 tanks surged forth from the valley, heading towards the eastern territories of the Barbarian Kingdom. With the barbarian army of 200,000 completely annihilated by Yinan, the tanks advanced uninterrupted for 300 miles, resembling a torrent of steel from a bird's-eye view, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. 1,000 troop carriers did not all mobilize, as the 6th Division of the Eastern Palace comprised only 5,000 men, and each nuclear power transport could accommodate 50. Thus, nearly 100 were deployed. As for the other forces led by Wan Lang, they were equipped with horses and could march on foot. Furthermore, common soldiers bore little utility in this conflict, as they would merely need to clean up the battlefield later. Hastening to the front was of no consequence. After advancing 450 miles, the tanks finally encountered their first city. Yet, it was merely a small town, spanning only 3 to 4 kilometers from east to west and 5 to 6 kilometers from north to south, occupying less land than an average county in the Wu Kingdom. The city gates stood firmly closed, and shadows flitted atop the walls. Yinan dispatched Elming to knock on the door. Despite the unified calls for surrender, the guards on the city walls not only refused but also loosed arrows at them. Could Yinan tolerate this? Even if he could, Zhuge Jia could not. If Zhuge Jia could endure, Elming certainly could not, as most of the arrows were aimed directly at him. Attention, Commander of Vehicle 1. Attention, Commander of Vehicle 1. Adjust the cannon's direction and prepare to fire autonomously. 10 rounds. Boom. Boom. Soon, 10 rounds of artillery shells were launched. The people on the city wall remained silent and even dismantled the city gate to welcome them in. However, the gate was too small for the tanks to pass, so only 6 troops were sent into the city to reassure the local populace. The process of reassurance was trivial. What mattered was that after the 6 troops exited the city, the local residents were surprisingly reluctant to part ways, gifting many treasures to the soldiers. Yinan, noticing that night was falling, decided to rest outside the city until Wan Lang's troops arrived, as traveling at night posed dangers. The next morning, after some delays, Wan Lang finally brought his troops, and after the handover, Yinan continued onward. Wan Lang left 1,000 soldiers to guard the city while pursuing the remaining forces after Yinan. Thus, after another 3 or 4 days, Yinan captured 5 more cities. The high command of the barbarian nation, having finally mobilized 300,000 troops, aimed to annihilate the invading enemy in one decisive blow. They naively believed that their previous loss of 200,000 troops was due to a massive enemy force, unaware of the true cause of their defeat. Hence, the entire court unanimously agreed that this new mobilization of 300,000 troops would surely lead to victory. Unfortunately, they misjudged the situation and underestimated Yunan's audacity. While they were still engaging with cold weapons, he had already advanced to high-tech warfare. Yinan proclaimed, "Behold my spoon of 3-flower milk. I shall send you to meet the great matriarch. Your Majesty, reports from the front indicate that the rebel army of Wu has captured 6 cities in the west, and they are now less than 800 miles from Jiming City. Yes, the rebel army is advancing rapidly. Our 300,000 troops must march immediately. At their current pace, they will reach the city within 3 days. King Li, I entrust the 300,000 troops to you. Ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy." Xiaobadian declared with commanding authority to Xiaobadi, "Your servant will not fail in this mission. Within 10 days, I shall present the enemy commander's head to your Majesty. Confidence is commendable, but do not underestimate the enemy. Their speed in conquering cities suggests they possess remarkable capabilities. Your servant is aware." 10 days later, beneath the walls of Jiming City, Yinan gazed at the towering fortifications, significantly higher than those of Dawu's capital. Reflecting on the considerable challenge posed by the 300,000 troops sent by the barbarian nation, which had delayed him for 5 full days. He recognized the tenacity and resilience of the barbarian army. They were worthy adversaries. Consequently, Yinan integrated them into the earth, allowing them to reunite with the previous 200,000. "I am truly benevolent," Yinan mumbled to himself. At that moment, the barbarian Emperor Xiaobadian convened an urgent meeting. "Your Majesty, it is time to unleash the royal heritage. We can no longer conceal our strengths in this dire hour of survival," lamented the national advisor. "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is time to summon the barbarian god from seclusion. Your Majesty, I propose relocating the capital to Bailu City. As long as Your Majesty remains, we still hold hope. I propose a truce. Did the Wu Kingdom not previously request Jizhou? It would be no great loss to concede it to them. Jizhou is a barren land. As long as they are willing to withdraw from our territory, relinquishing a single state is hardly detrimental. Indeed, what Lord Shang states is quite reasonable. Xiao Badian regarded the uproarious ministers below with an impassive expression. Were it possible, he would gladly send these inept individuals to meet their ancestors. Those who dare to propose surrender or retreat shall be executed without mercy, their clans annihilated. Shobatian's furious roar silenced everyone. Our great man has not yet reached the point of desperation, yet you contemplate capitulation and flight? Your Majesty, my intentions are for the greater good of the great man. Since your Majesty possesses a plan, I wholeheartedly support you. After the court session, Xiao Badian proceeded toward the imperial study. Upon entering, he did not sit down to handle affairs but instead paused by the vase beside the bookshelf. He turned the vase 3 times to the right, and with a series of crisp sounds, the bookshelf retracted. A concealed door appeared before Xiao Badian, who stepped through it. Retrieving a fire starter from his bosom and placing it into a nearby brazier, instantly, flames spread into the depths of the secret chamber, illuminating the passage as bright as day. Xiao Badian ventured deeper into the corridor, which descended for approximately 15 minutes, ultimately leading to a vast stone chamber. In the center stood an enormous pillar of an unknown material, atop which sat a red-haired elder, with tumultuous lava flowing beneath. A wave of heat enveloped him, causing Shobatian's dragon robe to ignite spontaneously. He swiftly cast aside the burning garment, channeling his protective energy. It had not been this hot during his last visit. It seemed his ancestor's power had grown even stronger. This was splendid news. Xiao Badian felt a surge of joy. The stronger his ancestor became, the better for his current predicament. He hesitated to enter, calling out, "Batian seeks an audience with the ancestor. The survival of the great man hangs in the balance. I implore you to emerge. I am aware of the situation, but I am presently at a critical juncture. Grant me 2 days, and I shall assist you in dealing with your adversaries. I express my gratitude in advance, ancestor." Very well, you may go. Chapter 69, Negotiation with a Light Heart. Xiao Batian emerged from the underground chamber and summoned several high-ranking officials to deliberate on a singular topic: how to prolong the time. The revered ancestor of the barbarian god was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. It was imperative to grant him at least 2 days. Your Majesty, if that is the case, we must resort to negotiation. Indeed. Furthermore, we shall acquiesce to any simple demands presented by the opposing party on the spot. For more complex requests, we shall claim the need for consultation with the ministers, striving to delay as much as possible. Once the ancestor emerges from seclusion, everything will be resolved. Lord Shimu's words rang true. Outside the city, in the Yinan encampment, the barbarian emperor had just sent a messenger to propose negotiations. Yinan turned to Zhuge and inquired, "What is your perspective on this matter?" "Your Highness," Zhuge replied, "if negotiations can mitigate our casualties, I believe it is worthwhile to engage. Moreover, we have achieved significant victories on the battlefield, and our rapid advance has left the officials dispatched by His Majesty unable to assimilate the territories we have conquered. It would be prudent to temper our pace." Indeed, you make a valid point. While speed in warfare is of utmost importance, we cannot disregard the safety of our rear. We must remember that our offensive has come from the west, and the cities in the other 3 directions remain beyond our control. Should the enemy sever our retreat from the north and south, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Very well, let us proceed with the negotiations. And you shall oversee this matter entirely. I shall obey. Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Wu has consented to negotiations. Then let us commence at once and strive to prolong the discussions. Rest assured, I shall execute the task flawlessly. Our demand is for the forces of the Kingdom of Wu to withdraw from our territory. Withdraw? In your dreams. These cities are currently under our control. Shall we pause negotiations and resume battle? Afterward, we can discuss matters at our leisure. Very well, if you wish for our withdrawal. Then you must cede to us the 13 cities west of Jiming City and the 12 cities to the south, totaling 25 cities. Along with compensation of 500 billion taels of silver for the mobilization of our army, as well as the Longwan gold mine in the north of your country. Impossible. You are asking for the moon. You are not here to negotiate. Though the officials of the barbarian kingdom had been instructed to delay, they were taken aback by the Kingdom of Wu's conditions. This was not a negotiation. It felt more like a headhunting expedition, targeting the very jugular. I never intended to negotiate. It was you barbarians who sought us out. Your Highness, the barbarian kingdom's negotiation lacks any sincerity and seems more like a stalling tactic. After a day's worth of negotiations, Zhuge Jia returned to the main tent to report to Yinan. Stalling? Indeed. It appears as though they are awaiting the arrival of someone or something. Are they perhaps waiting for their ancestor, reinforcements from another front, or a hidden card? All possibilities. We must be thoroughly prepared to avoid falling victim to the barbarian schemes. Otherwise, we would return home as the subject of ridicule. In the capital, news of Yinan's consecutive victories has been frequently reported, elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights. Were it not for the fact that the crown prince is already betrothed, one can only speculate what schemes those noble families might concoct. Even so, numerous individuals have sought out Yi Zhen or Tang Rou through various channels, aiming to wed their legitimate daughter to the crown prince, much to the annoyance of both Yi Zhen and Tang Rou. Even more audacious are the many members of the Tang family who wish to marry Tang Yao into the Eastern Palace, hoping to strengthen familial ties. If Yinan were present, he would surely be compelled to respond with vehement indignation, for Tang Yao is his beloved cousin, and they are closely related. What sort of madness could inspire such a notion? In recent days, Kong Jingshu has also endured her share of tribulations. A long-estranged friend suddenly invited her out under the guise of rekindling their friendship, but Wang Lan dismissed all such invitations. According to Wang Lan, they are not truly yearning for her company. Rather, they are coveting the crown prince. However, even if Wang Lan had not declined, Kong Jingshu would not have attended. After all, Kong Laozu has always been a recluse, who, provided she had money to spend, rarely ventured outside. She would only do so when her funds were nearly depleted to pursue business. Moreover, who is Kong Laozu? She can discern the intentions of others with a mere calculation, unless one possesses extraordinary fortune, which she could foresee, albeit at a cost. Your Majesty, look at these invitations to visit me in the palace that have arrived in the past few days, Tang Rou said, rubbing her temples in exasperation as she spoke to Yi Zhen, who was leisurely strolling in her palace. Nanner is still waging war on the front lines, and these people now have their sights set on his household. It is utterly absurd. Yi Zhen snorted and replied, while I should feel pleased that so many are favoring Nanner, it is evident that they harbor ulterior motives. As his mother, I absolutely forbid them from entering Nanner's harem. Exactly. Such matters should be left for the young couple to resolve. As parents, we ought not to interfere, whether they take in concubines or how many. Let them decide for themselves. Yes, I shall respond to these invitations accordingly. Indeed, that is the right approach. Our descendants have their own fortunes. They must handle their affairs just as we manage ours, Yi Zhen said with a mischievous smile as he took Tang Rou's hand and led her toward the bedchamber. Your Majesty, oh. In the depths of the barbarian kingdom's secret chamber, the barbarian god ancestor exclaimed with triumphant laughter, at last, I have succeeded. My transformation technique has made significant progress. He gazed skyward, declaring, it is time to emerge and eradicate the threats to my tribe. Those who dare to kill my sons and seize my lands shall face dire retribution. The barbarian god ancestor's eyes glinted with cold fury, exuding an aura that surpassed the 9th rank. At the negotiation site, a heated disagreement erupted. This is outrageous. Negotiations should involve reducing terms, not increasing them. Yesterday, you demanded 25 cities, and today you audaciously ask for 55. This is utterly preposterous. The envoy Xingzhong of the barbarian nation was on the brink of madness. The opposing party demanded 25 cities, and he managed to negotiate down to 1. Negotiation typically involves a gradual adjustment, your concession matched by my gain, until a mutually agreeable price is reached, leading to a successful transaction. However, to his astonishment today, the young man from Wu, surnamed Zhuge, disregarded all norms of negotiation. When Xingzhong proposed 2 cities, Zhuge Jia countered with 30. Xingzhong then suggested 3 cities, only to be met with Zhuge Jia's audacious demand for 35. Xingzhong was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Which father taught you such negotiation tactics? Lord Zhuge, it seems you have no intention of negotiating in good faith. Is this truly your approach? If so, you might as well resort to theft. This method seems promising. Let it be agreed, Lord Shang, that you must not go back on your word. Should we seize what we desire, do not come back later claiming we must return it. In a fit of rage, Xingzhong spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 70. The ancestor ascends to heaven. The representatives of the barbarian nation were in a state of chaos, yet they remained unperturbed. 2 young officials whispered to each other. Indeed, the grandeur of the performance is remarkable. How else could one attain such esteemed rank? Yes, we must observe closely and learn diligently. Ah, look, he has vomited again. Jiang truly embodies the wisdom of age. I am in awe. Zhuge Jia surveyed the scene before him with composure, leisurely sipping tea from a cup on the table while engaging in conversation with a colleague about the culinary offerings of the barbarian nation. The situation here is dire. Yesterday, we couldn't even procure any vegetables. The fire camp serves meat daily, not a single green leaf in sight. Perhaps I should inform His Highness to request more vegetables from the fire camp. Consuming meat for days has left me rather constipated. Look at that old man across the way, how he pretends. One learns throughout life. This negotiation presents an excellent opportunity for us novices to learn. Upon overhearing the young official's discussion, Shang Zhong momentarily lost his breath, rolling his eyes and collapsing, witnessing his fainting. The representatives from the barbarian nation could only express their admiration, mentally giving Shang Zhong a thumbs up. After a quarter of an hour, someone called out, "Old Shang, it's enough. Stop pretending and get up. We must continue the discussion." The deputy envoy, noticing Shang Zhong's prolonged stillness, approached and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Enough of the charade. If you don't wake up now, it will be too late." Still, Shang Zhong remained motionless. A young official quietly remarked, "I don't believe that Lord Shang is merely pretending." This statement struck everyone like a thunderclap. The deputy envoy hesitantly reached toward Shang Zhong's chest, only to retract his hand in haste. "No more jumping," he murmured. A sudden uproar erupted in the hall. Even Zhuge Jia, who had been composed, sprang to his feet. "Lord Shang is dead. You have killed Lord Shang. The people of Wu have slain Lord Shang. Do not slander us. Everyone is watching. We did not lay a hand on him. In broad daylight, you cannot unjustly accuse us. If it were not for your excessively harsh conditions, Lord Shang would not have succumbed to such anger. Ultimately, this is the fault of your Wu nation." The parties began to engage in endless bickering once more. At that moment, a roar akin to a leopard or tiger reverberated from within the city of Ming. Soldiers of lesser cultivation experienced ruptured eardrums, blood streaming from their orifices, while those of higher cultivation clutched their ears in agony. Yet, the barbarian Emperor Xiaobadian, upon hearing the sound, was filled with elation. "Our ancestor has emerged from seclusion. We shall no longer endure this humiliation." After the resounding roar, both the soldiers of the Wu kingdom and the common folk of the Man kingdom found themselves engulfed in a prolonged state of deafness, a consequence of an indiscriminate sonic assault. Upon hearing this sound, Yunnan understood that the ace in the hole that the Man kingdom had been waiting for had finally arrived. However, he was not overly concerned, for he was well prepared. Before long, Yunnan beheld a blazing inferno ascending into the sky, rapidly advancing towards the encampment of his army. As it drew nearer, he realized that it was not merely a flame, but a figure engulfed in fire. Although it possessed a humanoid shape, its visage was not human. This creature bore a face akin to a leopard, crowned with a singular horn atop its head. Could it be that such a monstrosity truly existed in this world? Yunnan rubbed his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. "Whatever you are, if you provoke me, I shall send you to the heavens." As Yunnan regarded the ancestor of the man god, the ancestor was simultaneously observing him. "Is it you, little brat, who led the assault against my Man kingdom?" It declared. "It is I. And who might you be?" "Arrogant. I am the man god." "Oh, so you are the trump card that Xiaobadian has been stalling for? You appear rather unimpressive." "Impudent child, you dare to insult me? The ancestor shall send you on your way." With that, the ancestor unleashed its overwhelming pressure, instantly subduing all in attendance. As the oppressive force descended, even Yunnan found it difficult to breathe, let alone the others. "Boy, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Cede half of your nation's territory to the Man kingdom and take your own life. I will spare your royal family. Otherwise, I shall eradicate every member of your royal lineage. Hey you, with my temper, prepare the snipers. Let us serve this so-called man god a few bullets for lunch." Boldly spoken. "It seems you refuse to surrender? Very well, I shall send you on your way." With a mere wave of his hand, the ancestor of the man god unleashed a tempest upon Yunnan's camp, sending soldiers soaring into the air as if caught in a fierce gale, every movement imbued with the might of heaven and earth. Additionally, the ancestor opened its cavernous maw, unleashing torrents of flame, where wind and fire conspired together. The encampment of the Wu kingdom was not only beset by fierce winds but also engulfed in flames, resulting in catastrophic losses for their forces. Unbeknownst to the ancestor, every soldier it beheld was but a specter, devoid of life. "Snipers!" Yunnan bellowed, "Bayu, Bayu, Bayu," with a few faint gunshots. The ancient deity of the barbarian realm was rendered as prickly as a hedgehog. It turned out that Yunnan had contacted a friend the moment he realized that the barbarian nation was stalling for time. These needles were custom-made anesthetic agents provided by Meng Qianqian. Do not underestimate them. These anesthetics are high-end products from Meng Qinshin's world, a realm dedicated to biological research. Here, one can find an array of extraordinary creatures, dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and tortoises of mythic lore, all of which are now being bred en masse. Yet, these beings possess only their forms, lacking the formidable powers attributed to their kind, making them far from a match for ordinary humans. Consequently, the inhabitants of that world began to develop powerful anesthetics to subdue these creatures, like the very ones Yinan was currently employing. Meng Qinshin had gone to great lengths to acquire these from the breeding facilities, as they are not available for public sale, classified as controlled substances. Upon obtaining the anesthetics, Yinan commissioned Lu Linyuan to manufacture them into anesthetic darts, suitable for a sniper rifle. The needles embedded in the ancient deity were precisely those. When the ancient deity of the barbarians realized what had pierced his body, he paid little heed, for the needles penetrated only superficially, barely breaking the skin, merely causing a trickle of blood. Ignorant child, do you think this can harm me? Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate move of the ancients, fire rain. Star. Before the ancient deity could finish his incantation, he plummeted from the sky, his flames extinguished. Ah, the elderly are fortunate. They can fall asleep so easily. Yinan jested. Approaching the fallen ancient deity, Yinan wielded the phoenix-winged golden blade and struck down upon him. Eager to discover the true prowess of one who had merely sustained a superficial injury from a hypersonic sniper rifle. To his astonishment, with a resounding clang, the blade's edge was chipped. What the hell? This is a 9th-tier weapon. How can this skin be so resilient? Yinan was left utterly dumbfounded. Someone, assist the Ancient One to ascend, he bellowed. Soon, for soldiers from the Mechanical Legion entered, hauling a rocket. This was a custom order from Shinshingshan, designed for long-range deployment. How far exactly was unknown, but certainly much farther than the rockets used to launch satellites for Yinan. Moreover, he had requested additional fuel to be added to the original design. Once the rocket was positioned upright, the soldiers secured the ancient deity with specially crafted steel cables, binding him tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed. Away with you. Yinan decisively pressed the launch button. Chapter 71. The royal escape. After Yinan summoned the ancestor of the barbarian deity to ascend, he retreated to a secure location. The ancestor's furious outburst had not only blown away the soldiers of the Mechanical Legion, but had also sent several tanks tumbling. Fortunately, the tanks were constructed from robust materials, sustaining only minor damages. However, those caught in the flames were far less fortunate, suffering considerable losses. Upon Yinan's return to the camp, it was not long before the displaced tanks began to reappear. The more Yinan pondered, the more his anger grew. He recalled a saying from Kong Jingshu that resonated deeply with him. Taking a step back leads to benign growth. Enduring a moment may prevent future calamities. A curse can lead to vast horizons, and a punch may grant longevity. Therefore, for the sake of his own lifespan, he resolved to implement a comprehensive plan of retribution against the barbarian nation. Meanwhile, Xiao Batian awaited news of the ancestor's triumphant return, blissfully unaware that the ancestor had already been dispatched by Yinan. Has the ancestor returned? Xiao Batian inquired. Not yet, Your Majesty. Though the ancestor possesses formidable power, the enemy should not be underestimated. It is likely that the ancestor requires some effort. Indeed, you make a valid point. Let us wait a while longer. Report. A messenger burst in. Speak quickly. Has the ancestor vanquished the enemy? Your Majesty, the messenger stammered. Do not dally, speak. Your Majesty. The ancestor was struck down by the enemy. I witnessed it with my own eyes as the ancestor fell from the sky. What? Impossible. The ancestor is a peerless master, more formidable than he was 20 years ago. After this breakthrough, he must be even more unfathomable. How could he be defeated? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Batian repeated impossible several times, as if trying to comfort himself. Report. At that moment, a second messenger arrived. Xiao Batian abruptly raised his head, eagerly anticipating good news. Your Majesty, the ancestor has been launched into the heavens by the enemy. What? The messenger continued. After the enemy struck down the ancestor, they bound him to a pillar, which was then ignited, and the pillar soared into the sky. I waited for a quarter of an hour, yet there was no sign of it returning. Such treacherous nonsense. How could the ancestor possibly fail? Guards, take these two traitors who have shaken the morale of our troops and execute them. Xiao Batian seethed with rage. Soon, several soldiers entered the hall, dragging the two messengers out. Your Majesty, spare us. We have not lied. The ancestor has indeed been launched into the heavens. Your Majesty, I swear I speak the truth. I witnessed the ancestor being struck down. Please believe me. The anguished cries of the two messengers echoed outside. Swiftly cut short, Shalbatian slumped onto the throne, grappling with disbelief. It was not that he doubted the messengers, he simply could not bring himself to accept the reality. In the eyes of the martial nation, a ninth-tier master was as expendable as a chick. Any reason could lead to execution. The ancestor was his final trump card. And if even the ancestor had been defeated, he prepared himself for the worst outcome, annihilation of the nation. In the mind of Shalbatian, the words echoed, absolutely not. I shall never allow this to transpire. He commanded the army to assemble, ready to engage in a fierce battle against the warriors of the barbarian kingdom. Furthermore, he secretly ordered the elite royal barbarian guards to ensure the safe departure of his children and concubines. Your Highness, we have intercepted intelligence from the barbarian kingdom. It reveals that the barbarian emperor, Shalbatian, intends to rally all his forces for a decisive confrontation with us. Oh, is that so? I was pondering how to ensnare them all, and now he presents himself. Could the barbarian emperor be a worm in my belly? How remarkably aligned our thoughts are. However, Your Highness, if they are willing to pay any price, they could still muster an army of at least 1 million. While our weaponry is advanced, the pressure of direct confrontation would be immense. Who said I intend to confront them head-on? We shall encircle and strike at their reinforcements, gradually diminishing their numbers. Their reinforcements cannot arrive all at once, can they? Your Highness suggests a methodical erosion? Let us study the terrain surrounding Zhongming City. We shall set ambushes along their essential routes. Every portion we consume is a victory. I wish to see how the barbarian kingdom will contend with us once their million-strong army is exhausted. Indeed, the barbarian kingdom is not the Liang kingdom. It boasts numerous skilled warriors. If the barbarian emperor refuses to surrender, even if we conquer their territory, it will take decades of governance to win the loyalty of the barbarian citizens. Thus, the optimal outcome would be for the barbarian emperor to surrender personally. That is a formidable challenge. The barbarian emperor is not to be compared with those softlings of the Liang kingdom. We must deplete all his trump cards without driving him to despair. He must retain a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would rather choose self-destruction than capitulation. At this moment, Shalbatian was bidding farewell to his children and concubines. Eldest, as the firstborn of the Shao family, you must protect your younger siblings. Should anything happen to me, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Instead, conceal the Shao family and wait until your strength is sufficient before considering retribution. Rest assured, father, I shall remember your words. Shao Yunzhan replied with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, why not accompany us? I cannot bear to part with you. The Empress, Lu Qingqing, said, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not speak such nonsense. I am the emperor of the barbarian kingdom, bearing the hopes and dignity of my people. In the face of impending danger, I cannot simply abandon my post. Yunzhan, protect your mother and flee quickly. Mother, let us go? Shao Yunzhan urged as he led Lu Qingqing into the secret passage, followed closely by dozens of royal members. Batian, take care of yourself. The royal elder, Shao Qianchong, was the last to depart. Before leaving, he approached Shao Batian and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Royal uncle, I entrust the safety of the royal family to you. Please ensure their protection. They are our last hope. Do not worry. I shall. Your Highness, we have spotted a contingent approximately 30 miles south of Zhongming City, numbering around 300 to 400 individuals, exhibiting suspicious movements. In what manner are they suspicious? They emerged inexplicably from a cave, seemingly heading toward the southern city of Bailu in the barbarian nation. The guards accompanying them appeared exceptionally elite. Potentially the legendary barbarian divine guards that had never been seen before. The barbarian divine guards? The imperial guard of the barbarian emperor? Indeed. Command Lu Ming to lead 3,000 troops from the eastern palace to pursue them. I am eager to uncover the machinations of the barbarian emperor. After bidding farewell to his loved ones, Shalbatian seemed to shed a heavy burden, quietly seated upon the throne, contemplating his forthcoming plans. With the departure of his family, he had no intention of continuing to live. He was orchestrating his own demise. As a sovereign, he intended to grant himself a grand and resplendent farewell. Even if the barbarian nation were to be conquered by the Wu kingdom in the end, he would ensure that the Wu kingdom would not find peace for a century, and the common people of the barbarian nation would make the rulers of Wu suffer. Come now, let us engage in a battle to the death. Chapter 72. The ultimatum. Shalbatian had just resolved to make the kingdom of Wu pay a price when Lu Ming, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers from the Eastern Palace's 6th Division, caught up with the fleeing members of the royal family. After a fierce battle, Lu Ming successfully captured everyone. However, The barbarian divine guards, renowned as the most elite troops of the barbarian kingdom, inflicted significant casualties on the 6th Division, despite their advanced weaponry. The 6th Division suffered losses of nearly 1,000 men to eliminate 500 barbarian divine guards, during which Lu Ming sustained minor injuries. General, all enemies have been apprehended. Take them all back. In the military camp of the Kingdom of Wu, Your Highness, General Lu has returned. Zhuge Jia entered to report. Oh. What was the outcome? A complete haul. Zhuge Jia smiled. Excellent. Now, I wonder what Xiao Badian will use to contest against us. Meanwhile, Xiao Badian was still plotting his grand scheme. He was acutely aware that even summoning a million-strong army would not suffice against the forces of the Kingdom of Wu. Yet he proceeded with his plans. This was his destiny as a sovereign, and the last vestige of dignity for the great barbarian. 7 days later, the first reinforcement army appeared 100 miles north of Jiming City. Your Highness, the first reinforcement army of the barbarian kingdom has arrived. How many are there? Where are they? About 100,000, just reached the vicinity of Songlong Gorge. Upon hearing the report, Yinan hurried to the sand table and gazed at the marked location of Songlong Gorge. Let them pass through Songlong Gorge and then deal with them in the valley 10 miles ahead. Furthermore, you decide how many troops to deploy and how to engage. You need not report back to me. Consider yourself the commander. I entrust everything to you. We now have but one objective, to capture Xiao Batian alive and present him to our majesty in the capital for a performance. Yinan addressed Zhuge Jia, expressing his intent to focus on nurturing him, allowing this loyal minister from the original tale to showcase his talents. In the capital, the most industrious figure during this period was not Emperor Yi Zhan, but rather the 5th prince, Yi Fei. Yi Fei was exceedingly busy, having wholeheartedly embraced the grand vision that Yunnan had laid before him. He now held the position of vice president of the Royal Martial Academy. While the president was not crowned Prince Yinan, but Emperor Yi Zhen himself. This arrangement significantly elevated the prestige of the Royal Martial Academy. Initially, he reached out to his maternal grandfather, Xiao Tianxi, requesting that the Luyun sect dispatch 100 experienced disciples to the capital, as he aimed to establish the headquarters of the academy, with other branches to follow suit through mere replication. As the saying goes, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Although Yinan provided him with a comprehensive plan, the actual implementation invariably presented various challenges. Yi Fei tackled these issues one by one, and through the rigors of dealing with such minutiae, he matured considerably, shedding his earlier impulsiveness. Had Yinan been by his side, he would surely have commended him. Meanwhile, Yu Tian was still indulging in a sweet romance. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them. During this time, Nagong Weiniang's subtle advances led to a significant blossoming of their relationship. He had thoroughly fallen into the delightful snare she had woven for him. However, upon receiving the longevity elixir, Nagong Weiniang prepared to depart for the state of Jin. Yet, faced with Yu Tian's relentless pursuit, she found herself compelled to play along. At the residence of the Prince of Chu, Your Highness, Weiniang has come to bid farewell today. You are leaving? Yes, I have been away for some time. And the situation in the state of Jin is, as you should know, rather grim. Although I am a woman, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding our territory. And it is my destiny. But the battlefield is perilous, and you are but a woman. I cannot bear the thought of you traveling alone. Allow me to escort you back. No, Your Highness, the distance between Wu and Jin is vast, and it is indeed the duty of my Nangong family to protect Jin. As the son of the martial emperor, how could you be allowed to venture into another realm? Rest assured, I have my own means. You may depart first, and I shall follow shortly. Nagong Weiniang gazed at Yu Tian with tearful eyes. I am unable to repay Your Highness's kindness. Do not weep. Trust me. The state of Jin will be just fine. This is truly troublesome. Is Yu Laoxi's brain akin to that of a pig? He is usually quite clever. How is it that he becomes so foolish when it comes to love? Kong Jingzhu remarked in exasperation. That day, after receiving news from Jiahe, Kong Jingzhu exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Your Highness asked me to keep an eye on him. He is utterly disappointing. Very well, I am aware of this matter now. Keep a close watch on him, and if he attempts to leave the city, inform me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Since the disappearance of Yihao, Yuzhen has not experienced a single night of restful sleep. He frequently dreams of his son enduring inhumane torment, often envisioning Yihao bloodied and pleading for his help. This fills him with profound guilt. As an emperor, he feels powerless to rescue his own child. He has chosen not to burden Yinan with this distressing matter, as Yinan is currently occupied with numerous pressing issues. Instead, he bears this heavy weight alone. Moreover, The elder Yi Ding has already embarked on a mission to rescue the second son, and Yi Zhen harbors faith that the elder will successfully bring him back safely. At this moment, the revered elder Yi Ding has reached the summit of Tianyan Peak. After 3 days of searching, he has finally located the entrance to the celestial realm. Unfortunately, the entrance has been claimed by an enormous black bear, which has made it its den. This formidable creature has attained the 8th tier of strength. Yet to Yi Ding, it is merely a minor adversary. With effortless ease, he dispatches the bear and proceeds into the luminous cave beyond the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, the bear revives shortly after his departure and returns to slumber peacefully before the glowing barrier. Upon emerging from the light, Yi Ding is greeted by a cadre of golden-armored guards, who are cheerfully welcoming him to the celestial realm, addressing him as my dear minor lord. Meanwhile, Xiao Batian is meticulously refining his plans, convinced that his current strategy is flawless, lacking only a stage upon which to execute it. He remains oblivious to the fact that his wife and children have all been captured by Yinan, and the reinforcements he anticipated have been largely decimated by Zhuge Jia's mechanical legion. The final contingent of 200,000 troops, arriving late from the south to Shining City, finds themselves ambushed in the canyon, trapped by Zhuge Jia and his mechanical forces. As this is the last remaining support for the barbarian nation, Zhuge Jia is unafraid of revealing his position. He has become increasingly adept at commanding the mechanical legion and has even developed his own tactical strategies. In contrast to Yunan's brute force approach, Zhuge Jia's tactics are imbued with artistry, exhibiting superior personnel coordination and deployment. While Yunan's strategy resembles a chaotic flurry of strikes, Zhuge Jia's methods are as precise as a scalpel, efficiently eliminating the greatest number of foes with minimal exertion. As the final 20,000 troops are vanquished, Yinan issues his last ultimatum to Xiao Batian. Chapter 73. The plans of Xiao Batian atop the city walls of Jinming City. Yinan sat astride his warhorse, gazing at the imposing figure of Xiao Batian, the barbarian emperor. Ah, to have the privilege of meeting you is indeed a rarity. Oh, the crown prince of the Wu kingdom wishes to see me? How peculiar. Did you not once express a desire to rid yourself of me? The barbarian emperor speaks too harshly. While I harbor no intentions of ending your life, I would be honored to host you in the capital of my Wu kingdom. Haha. Dear prince, you remain rather youthful and naive. An emperor possesses his own dignity. I would rather perish than take a single step away from Jinming City. Do not be so obstinate. Once I have finished speaking, I trust you will accompany me back. The grandeur of my capital is unparalleled. Rather than remain confined to this solitary fortress, why not return with me to revel in the splendor of riches and glory? Your words are as smooth as silk, prince. I am impressed. However, if your prowess lies solely in eloquence, then I urge you to command your forces to assault the city. Let us see whether the might of the Wu soldiers prevails, or if your tongue proves more formidable. Is the barbarian emperor so confident due to the presence of your million-strong army? Perhaps you shall not await their arrival, for they have already been vanquished along the way. Xiao Batian gazed at him in silence, his expression tranquil as still waters. By the way, I neglected to inform you that your wife and children have already been escorted to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury. To assuage your disbelief, I have retained one. Bring him forth. At that moment, the troops of Wu parted to reveal 2 soldiers escorting an individual forward. As the figure drew near, Xiao Batian recognized him as his eldest son, Xiao Yunzhuang. Xiao Yunzhuang, his meridian sealed and hands bound, was brought forth, consumed by shame and fury. Upon seeing his father atop the city walls, his eyes reddened, yet he remained silent, tears brimming. How do you find my gift, your majesty the barbarian emperor? Shobatian's heart twisted painfully as he looked down at his son, his gaze towards Yinan now brimming with murderous intent. Goodness, does the barbarian emperor intend to devour me with that stare? I would relish the chance to feast upon your flesh and wear your skin. Excellent. Come down, and let us have a proper discussion. You ignorant child, even if you seize the lands of my barbarian kingdom, you shall never possess the hearts of its people. The loyalty of the populace lies with the royal family of the barbarian kingdom, even if you wrest this land from us. It shall inevitably return to its rightful owner in 10 years or a century. Let us speak of the future when that time arrives. For now, let us discuss your invitation to the capital. I have already informed my emperor, and a magnificent residence awaits you in the capital, a place for your family to reunite. You shall not succeed. I would rather die than acquiesce to your wishes. Ah, now we glimpse your true sentiments. You secretly dispatched your wife and children, compelling the citizens of the city and even the nation to mourn for you. Do you honor the people of the barbarian kingdom with such treachery? Do you wish to manifest your greatness through your own demise? Are you intent on playing the role of a ruler sacrificing his state, compelling the people to seek endless vengeance against the Wu Kingdom in your name? You. How did I uncover the depths of your thoughts? Do you truly believe I would grant you this opportunity? And if I do? After a moment of confusion, Xiao Batian quickly regained his composure. This was a matter of open strategy. Could it be that he no longer possessed the authority to determine his own fate? Yunnan asserted, no, even if he did. He would not consent. Mighty Emperor, he continued, I present you with two choices. First, you may take your own life upon the city wall. However, upon your demise, I shall ensure your wife and children follow you to the afterlife, and I will issue an edict for the slaughter of the city. Knowing that these people will inevitably seek to trouble me, it would be wise to eradicate them. Moreover, with every city I conquer, I eliminate its inhabitants. There are but 10 million of your people in the Man Kingdom. Once I have finished, I shall relocate the citizens of Wu to take their place. Thus, whether it be 10 years or a century hence, no one shall trouble me again, and end to all strife. The second option is for you to surrender now and enjoy your twilight years in the capital of the Wu. I shall not only treat your Xiao family with respect, but as long as you do not rebel, I shall leave the citizens of the Man Kingdom unharmed. The conditions are laid before you. Choose as you will. Caught in a dilemma, Xiao Batian pondered over the two propositions presented by Yunnan. Every emperor is acutely aware of their reputation, except for those who are fools. And it was evident that Xiao Batian did not belong to that category. As for Yunnan's claim of exterminating every citizen of the Man Kingdom, he found it hard to believe. A complete massacre of 10 million souls would indeed be a monumental task. Yet, he did trust that Yunnan would annihilate the royal family of the Man Kingdom and all those in Qiming City. For the principle of cutting the weeds without uprooting the roots was well understood by those in power. His internal conflict lay between preserving his reputation while plunging the Wu Kingdom into endless turmoil, a mutually destructive outcome, or surrendering to save his family, thereby sacrificing his own honor. While Xiao Batian remained ensnared in his thoughts, Yunnan interjected, there is no need for such inner turmoil. Should you opt for the second choice, I will publicly announce that my initial intention was to order a massacre. It was out of desperation to save the citizens of the Man Kingdom that you chose to surrender. Thus, all enmity shall rest upon my shoulders. What say you? Your Majesty, will you consider whether to engage in a bitter struggle or to pursue a path of mutual benefit? Very well, grant me a day to contemplate. We shall reconvene at this time tomorrow, replied Xiao Batian. The next day, at the same hour, Yunnan awaited Xiao Batian's response. Your Highness, how do you believe Xiao Batian will decide? Humph, I have provided him with an avenue. He must take it. Are you suggesting he will choose the second option? Of course. As a ruler, he seeks to maintain a favorable reputation. The opportunity has been extended to him, even should he select the first option. It would not yield a better outcome than the second. Thus, I am certain he will choose the latter. With a creak, the gates of Qiming City, which had been closed for many days, slowly opened. Clad in white, holding the imperial jade seal, Xiao Batian strode towards Yunnan, flanked by his court officials. Yunnan dismounted and approached him. The emperor of the Man Kingdom, Xiao Batian, along with his court, seeks to surrender. I implore the Prince of Wu to honor his promise and spare not a single citizen of the Man Kingdom. Rest assured, I shall uphold my word. Under my governance, the citizens of the Man Kingdom shall only flourish. After Yunnan concluded his words, Xiao Batian raised the seal of the barbarian nation high above his head. Yunnan reached out to accept it and elevated it further. The soldiers of the Wu nation behind him erupted in joyous cheers. Great Wu! Great Wu! Great Wu! Enter the city. With a command from Yunnan, the Grand Army proceeded to enter the capital city of Qiming, a hub of economic and political significance that had endured for several centuries in the barbarian nation. The moment Yunnan stepped into Qiming, the news swiftly transmitted back to Wu nation. An exhilaration swept through the realm, as it had indeed come to fruition. The Prime Minister, Yang Ping, murmured with a pale countenance. Chapter 74. Nangong leaves the capital upon entering the city. Yunnan made his way to the palace of Xiao Batian. He halted at the Tianyi Hall, the very place where Xiao Batian conducted state affairs. Observing the imposing structure before him, which dwarfed even the palaces in Yi Town, Yunnan smirked. Do emperors not enjoy showing off? He inquired of Zhugajia, who merely smiled in response. Asking you is futile. Neither of us has ever been an emperor. Yunnan grumbled before proceeding further. Inform all ranks of officers to strictly uphold military discipline. Since we have made a commitment, we must honor it. Later, I will assess the wealth of the barbarian royal family, as well as identify any unscrupulous merchants and corrupt officials along with their families. We shall seize their assets. Yunan's motivation stemmed from his recent financial losses in battle, having earned a modest fortune. He found it disheartening to see it all spent on warfare. Now that the conflict had concluded, he felt the sting of his expenditures acutely. Warfare was indeed a costly endeavor. Understood, Your Highness. Also, please search for any mineral maps of the barbarian territories. If such documents exist, bring them to me. The minerals there are treasures that can be converted into wealth. Meanwhile, outside the capital, Yution was bidding farewell to Nangong Weiniang. Your Highness, please stay a moment. Weiniang is departing. Allow me to accompany you a bit further. Your Highness, we are already 30 miles out of the city. If you do not return soon, His Majesty the Martial Emperor may grow anxious. Very well then, Weiniang, travel safely. Rest assured, I shall return to seek you soon. Your Highness, if love endures. It is not bound by the passing of days. Weiniang will await you in the Jin Kingdom. I must take my leave. As Yution gazed at the receding carriage, a sense of melancholy washed over him. By the time he regained his composure, the carriage had vanished beyond the horizon. It is indeed time for me to prepare for my return. In the capital, within the Prime Minister's residence, officials from the Huainan faction were gathered together. Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai spoke first. I never anticipated that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would achieve success. Indeed, the Emperor now has a worthy successor. Who could have foreseen that during his time as the King of Qi, he would emerge as the most martial among the imperial princes? Not only is he abundant in martial virtue, but he also possesses a keen business acumen. Just look at the recent auction. He earned billions from agency fees alone, surpassing the combined wealth of us all. I have heard that he has developed numerous new weapons on the battlefield, slaughtering ninth-tier warriors as one would cull swine. Should he ascend to the throne, we may find ourselves bereft of any chance for rebellion. Let us not speak of the future. Do you currently possess any opportunity for resistance? Haha. Indeed, there is none. Then it is settled. We must cling tightly to the Emperor's leg. While we may disregard the Emperor's words, we must heed the Crown Prince's. Silence. Yang Ping lightly called out, and the entire assembly fell into silence, all eyes turning towards him. The purpose of gathering you all today is to deliberate on whether we should fully pledge our allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince. As you have all remarked, the Crown Prince is exceptionally astute and treats those who follow him with great kindness. Not only is he brimming with martial prowess, but he has also made significant strides in commerce. Our support, while not precisely a lifeline, would certainly be a splendid enhancement. I now ask for your agreement or any valuable suggestions you might wish to share in this moment. I believe the Chancellor's words are most astute. This is indeed the opportune moment for us to align ourselves with him. Should we forfeit this chance, the likelihood of another such opportunity remains uncertain. I wholeheartedly concur with the Chancellor's perspective. I shall follow his lead. His opinion is my own. Very well, since we are all in agreement. We shall reach out to His Highness to convey our intentions. After bidding farewell to the assembly, Yang Ping sat in his esteemed position, his expression intriguingly contemplative. At that moment, his daughter Yang Miaoan entered, softly inquiring, Father, are we truly willing to stake everything on Yunnan? Do we have any alternative paths? To seek vengeance for the Yang family, he may be our only chance. Yang Ping regarded his daughter and replied, What do you require of me, my dear? You need not concern yourself with anything. Do not act with undue cleverness. Yunnan is no fool. On the contrary, he is exceedingly intelligent. Do not jeopardize our plans by entangling yourself unnecessarily. I understand, Father. Meanwhile, Yuzhen finally enjoyed a restful night after a period of anxiety since Yi Hao's abduction, fearing that his other sons might meet a similar fate. With the news of Yi Nan's resounding victory, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That day, after attending to state affairs, Chao Mao entered. What is it? Your Majesty, the fourth prince has arrived. What does he want? Surely he is not here for another request from his beloved? That seems unlikely. The princess of Nangong has already departed the capital for the Jin Kingdom. Ah, how peculiar. Our Prince of Chu has come to visit his father. When did he develop such filial piety? Very well, let him enter. Before long, Yi Tian walked in. Father, I hope you are well. Yes, what brings you here today? Your servant has come to bid farewell to you, Father. Where are you off to? Yizhen inquired, sitting up straight. I have learned that reading countless books is no substitute for traveling vast distances. Recently, I have had some thoughts and wish to explore the world beyond. I suspect your desire to see the world is really a longing to see Nangong Weiniang. Is a woman truly able to occupy your thoughts so profoundly? Father, I genuinely intend to travel and not merely to seek Weiniang. Do you think I might believe that? Yi Tian, at a loss for words, glanced at Yi Zhen and resignedly confessed, Yes, I am indeed going to find Weiniang. Father, I shall not marry anyone but her in this lifetime. You foolish boy. Is a princess of the Jin kingdom truly worth such an obsession? Your second brother's fate remains uncertain, while your third brother continues to battle at the front lines. Even the fifth brother, once reckless, is diligently establishing a martial arts academy. And what of you? Look at your current state, for the sake of a woman. You contemplate leaving home. Is this the measure of a true descendant of the Yi family? Father, you possess numerous exceptional sons. My presence adds neither weight nor diminishment. Yet, Wan Ying is left with only me, and I must go to her aid. Are you unwell? When did she ever declare that you were her sole remaining support? What connection do you share with her? She has her own family, brothers, and ancestors. Does she truly require your assistance? Zhao Mao. Confine this rebellious son to the ancestral hall. No one is permitted to release him without my command. Father, your Highness, the King of Chu. Let us depart. Do not provoke His Majesty's ire further. Zhao Mao hastily seized Yi Tian, pulling him from the chamber toward the ancestral hall. This incorrigible son truly infuriates me. Chapter 75. Returning to the capital, this ungrateful child truly drives me to the brink of despair. A fortnight has swiftly elapsed. And during this month, Yunnan has led a remarkably fulfilling life. Although Shaobadian has surrendered, there remain certain cities obstinately refusing to accept the integration of the Wu Kingdom's army, resulting in sporadic skirmishes that demand the commander's strategic acumen and patience. Ultimately, Yunnan, exhausted from his endeavors, delegated these responsibilities entirely to Zhuge Jia, who adeptly managed the finances, a task he excelled in. Nonetheless, the spoils of conquering the barbarian kingdom proved exceedingly lucrative, given its vast mineral resources, including several gold mines of considerable yield. Yinnan's trepidation dissipated. He feared that despite winning the war, financial losses would burden him with a heavy liability, rendering the endeavor unprofitable. With 4 gold mines, the total revenue reached an impressive 32.5 billion, achieving a favorable return on investment ratio of 1:5, which is quite commendable. The ongoing mineral development promises a continuous stream of income, making this conflict worthwhile. After tallying the profits, Yinnan remarked as such. In the capital, the House of Clan Affairs Yi Tian has been imprisoned here for nearly a month. At this moment, he appears remarkably tranquil, a stark contrast to his earlier agitation upon his confinement. To outsiders, it seems that Yi Tian has been reformed. How has that ungrateful child been faring these past few days? Is he still causing a ruckus? After finishing his official duties, Yuzhen suddenly recalled Yi Tian and inquired of his aide, Zhao Mao. Reporting to your majesty, the fourth prince has been notably quiet lately. Perhaps he has come to comprehend your majesty's benevolent intentions. Very well, let us observe for a few more days. If there are no issues, he may be released. As you command. In the imperial city, the imperial harem, the Kuan-Ning Palace, exudes an eerie atmosphere. Ever since the Shui family conspired with the former crown prince Yifeng, Empress Shui Qian has been confined within the Kuan-Ning Palace by Emperor Yizhen. Although her title as empress has not been revoked, her existence resembles that of someone in a cold palace, with the only distinction being the greater expanse of Kuan-Ning Palace. During this period, Shui Qian's mental state has been quite unstable, incessantly demanding to see Yuzhen, who, preoccupied with assisting Yunnan in logistical matters, has been unable to meet her. Fenger, your demise was so tragic. Mother will surely avenge you. At this moment, Shui Qian had lost her once majestic demeanor, her disheveled hair, giving her the appearance of a malevolent spirit. As a prominent figure among time travelers, particularly within the realm of female protagonists, her early journey had been remarkably smooth. Born into the Shui family, she was the cherished jewel of the household, receiving abundant affection from her elder brother, Shui Wenjing, and deep respect from her younger brother, Shui Su. Her father, Shui Li, regarded her with the utmost adoration. In her previous life, Shui Qian was a dual PhD holder in physics and chemistry, and in this lifetime, her contributions to the Shui family were substantial. Having single-handedly educated her younger brother, Shui Su, the first half of Shui Qian's life positioned her as a role model for many young ladies in the capital. By the age of 12, she was celebrated as the most talented woman in the city, attracting the attention of numerous high-ranking officials and nobles. Ultimately, she chose to marry Yuzhen, who was then still the Prince of Rui. It was through their union that he gradually ascended to the throne. While Yizhen's own merits were undeniable, a significant portion of his success, at least 1/3, could be attributed to Shui Qian's influence. Due to her marriage to Yizhen, the Shui family naturally became intertwined with his fate. At that time, Shueli had not yet retreated into the shadows due to his injuries. He remained a prominent general in court, and Shui Wenjing was beginning to make his mark. With the support of the Shui family, Yi Zhen's path to the throne was remarkably smooth. Yi Zhen was not ungrateful. Upon becoming emperor, he entrusted the management of most of the national military to the Shui family. After Shui Qian gave birth to Yi Feng, the child was named crown prince shortly after his first month, effectively quelling any ambitions of other concubines. Yi Zhen's early protection of both Shui Qian and Yi Feng was commendable, continuing until Yi Feng grew up and moved to the Eastern Palace. In summary, the lesson here is not to oppose formidable opponents, especially those with systems backing them. The reason Yi Zhen had not yet deposed Shui Qian or cast her into the cold palace was due to the lingering affection from their past. But it seemed that Shui Qian was intent on exhausting that goodwill. Her life could be considered immensely glorious. She attained the highest honor a female time traveler could achieve, the title of empress. Her son was the crown prince, and her maternal family wielded significant power in the court. Yet, this brilliance was tinged with a time limit. Sunlight streamed into Kuan-Ning Palace, illuminating Shui Qian's pale face, rendering her exceedingly tranquil. "Fenger, wait for me. I shall avenge you and come to see you soon, very soon," she murmured before disappearing into the shadows of Kuan-Ning Palace. Yi Tian was eventually released, and everyone believed he had been reformed. Only he understood that his longing for Nangong Weiniang was akin to a nuclear bomb on the verge of detonation. Any spark could compel him to act recklessly. On the third day after his release, our Prince of Chu, Yi Tian, gathered his belongings, preparing to pursue his true love. He incapacitated the guard assigned to watch over him, mounted his steed, the White Dragon, and charged toward the city gate. Just as he was about to exit the city, the gate began to close slowly. Yu Tian's heart sank as he shouted, "I am Prince Yu Tian of Chu. I have urgent matters to attend to. Open the gate." Unfortunately, the soldiers atop the city walls offered no response. "If you do not open the gate, I will report this to my father and accuse you of treason." "What are you shouting about? Yi Laosi, have you grown a backbone?" An unexpected figure appeared at the city gates, one whom he had not anticipated. He had expected to see the chief eunuch, Chao Mao, who served his father, yet it was his future sister-in-law, Kong Jingshu, who stood before him. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? I urgently need to leave the city for a matter of great importance. Please, have them open the city gates." "Ah, off to explore the world or perhaps to seek your true love?" she teased, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Your third brother has been aware of your intentions for quite some time. 2 months ago, he instructed me to keep an eye on you. And until his return to the capital, you shall not pass." Kong Jingshu's playful demeanor sparked frustration within Yu Tian. How unfair. He has found his true love yet seeks to hinder my quest. "Sister-in-law, have mercy on your younger brother. I am no longer a child, and after much difficulty, I have finally encountered a woman I admire. You cannot separate us simply because of distance." Yu Tian pleaded with her, desperation etched across his face. "Your words are futile. When your brother returns, you may speak to him. I lack the heart to sympathize with your plight." Yu Tian's anger flared. Yet he knew that in a few months, this woman would become his sister-in-law, and he could not bring himself to utter a harsh word. Moreover, his brother, Yi Nan, had always treated him with kindness. "Since you refuse to let me pass, I shall force my way through. Rest assured, I will not harm you," Yi Tian declared. Mounting his horse and charging forward, embodying the spirit of a prince seasoned by military experience, his presence akin to 1,000 soldiers in full advance. "Ah, what a nuisance." Kong Jingshu sighed, placing a hand to her forehead, exasperated by the audacity of Yi Tian. Did he truly believe he could escape her grasp? Observing the determined charge of Yi Tian, Kong Jingshu retrieved a handful of beans from her pocket and scattered them towards the city below. Illusory formation, activate. Chapter 76. The array of Kong Jingshu illusory formation arise. With the scattering of beans by Kong Jingshu, the world before Yi Tian abruptly transformed. No longer did he stand at the city gate. Instead, he found himself in an expansive wilderness, stretching endlessly in every direction. Panic seized Yi Tian, for he had never encountered such an experience. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and began to run forward. The vastness of the wilderness did not deter his belief that there must be an end. He was certain he could find his way out. Meanwhile, a comical scene unfolded at the city gate, where onlookers observed Yu Tian endlessly circling on horseback. Kong Jingshu commanded her attendants to bring tables, chairs, tea, seeds, and snacks, settling down to enjoy refreshments while watching the antics of the spirited Prince of Chu below. After 3 hours, the horse could endure no longer. halting its frantic pace regardless of Yition's attempts to spur it on. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he dismounted and retrieved the provisions he had prepared in advance. However, when he glanced back, he was met with the same endless expanse of wilderness. To his astonishment, upon turning around, his horse had vanished from sight. Stunned, Yition realized he was left with nothing but his provisions and water, now utterly alone. Panic began to set in once more. Kong Jingshu, release me at once, he implored. Kong Jingshu paid him no heed. After a while, Yition began to hurl curses at her. Kong Jingshu, you wretched woman, release me immediately, or I shall make you pay. My temper has flared. I had intended to confine you for a while longer, but since you dare to insult me, let us add some excitement. With that, Kong Jingshu carelessly scattered another handful of beans, this time of a different hue than those that had ensnared Yition previously. At that moment, Yition was blissfully unaware of the dozen or so armed men emerging behind him. However, as a prince trained by the royal family and a fifth-tier martial artist, he possessed the basic skill of discerning sound and direction. The whistle of a blade slicing through the air reached his ears, and although he did not turn, he managed to evade the attack. Upon glancing back, he was astonished to see a group of fierce men charging towards him. Have you finally lost your patience? Very well, allow me to entertain you. 2 hours later, even Kong Jingshu began to feel weary watching the spectacle. At this point, the Prince of Chu was drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a bath. In those 2 hours, he had endured encounters with knife-wielding foes, tigers clawing at him, leopards ambushing him, falling meteors, quicksand traps, and earthquakes, all of which taught him the meaning of excruciating desire. Sister-in-law, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, I beg you, release me. Initially defiant, Yition's bravado crumbled under Kong Jingshu's relentless trials. Observing his disheveled state, Kong Jingshu inquired, Oh, you acknowledge your error? What exactly did you err in? Yition, hearing her voice echoing from above, lamented, I was wrong, I should not have insulted you. And what else? I should not have scolded third brother. And what further? I should not have blamed father. Furthermore, Kong Jingshu, I must admonish you not to overstep your bounds. It seems you have yet to grasp the magnitude of your errors. Thus, we shall proceed. Within the formation, a new tempest of torrential rain, swirling sands, and violent winds begins to manifest. As Kong Jingshu lectures Yition, Yinan has already prepared himself for his journey back to the capital. He has no intention of returning via the transport aircraft, having been pressed for time on his arrival. He now wishes to savor the breathtaking landscapes of the Wu Kingdom on his return. Moreover, with his understanding of Yuzhen, he knows that should he return now, Yuzhen would undoubtedly burden him with all state affairs. Rather than hastily returning to toil like a beast of burden, he prefers to embark on a leisurely journey, allowing himself to unwind along the way. In the realm of the heavenly, Yuzhen, who once held a position of esteemed authority in the Wu Kingdom, now finds himself pursued like a mere wretch. Ever since his emergence from the passage of Tian'an Peak, he has been relentlessly hunted. Fortunately, his extensive experience has enabled him to evade capture time and again. It is not that he lacks the desire to retaliate against these minor adversaries. Rather, for every wave he dispatches, another follows, rendering him unable to vanquish them all. Do not flee. You cannot escape. How can one know unless they attempt? With that, Yi Ding broke through the encirclement and continued his flight. Inform the commander. The situation has become perilous. We must dispatch additional personnel. Understood, Captain. At this moment, what is Yi Hao engaged in? Upon being brought back to the celestial realm by the enigmatic figure in the green robe, he discovered the existence of such a space beyond the desolate continent, intricately connected to it. The ascension he had heard of while on the desolate continent was, in truth, not a genuine transcendence to immortality. Rather, it was the consequence of one's martial prowess reaching a certain threshold, causing the spatial integrity of the desolate continent to succumb to overwhelming destructive forces, subsequently being expelled to the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, the fabric of space is far more resilient, and the density of spiritual energy is profoundly richer, rendering it a more suitable environment for cultivation. Here, there exists no transitional phase, only sects prevail. He currently resides in one of the 3 great sects of the celestial realm, known as the Zhenshi sect. The classification of martial arts here diverges entirely from that of the desolate continent, where the ranks are delineated from 1 to 9. In contrast, a 9th-tier master here is merely considered mid-tier, as there exists a 10th tier beyond the 9th, and above the 10th are the realms of pseudo-Dan and virtual deities. It is said that beyond the virtual deities lie even more exalted realms, knowledge of which is beyond the comprehension of a mere novice like Yi Hao. Upon arriving, Yi Hao learned of the true identity of the green-robed figure, who is Lu Fan, the fifth elder of the Zhenshi sect, reputed to be a formidable virtual deity. There are 11 such powerful figures within the sect, including the sect leader and vice leader, along with 9 other elders. After Lu Fan brought him back, he was unceremoniously deposited into the central hall of the inner disciples, known as Zhong Yuan Hall, under the care of Elder Gopungda, under the pretext of familiarizing himself with the environment. However, over a month has elapsed without any sign of Lu Fan, though Yi Hao has gradually acclimatized to his surroundings. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich, and even the cultivation techniques provided to ordinary disciples by the Zhenshi sect are rare treasures on the desolate continent. Within merely a month of his arrival in the celestial realm, Yi Hao senses an imminent breakthrough to the 9th tier. This clearly demonstrates that the celestial realm is indeed conducive to cultivation, and many prodigies like him have been brought back by elders or sect leaders. I wonder if my mother and father have felt sorrow since my disappearance. Yi Hao mused inwardly while cultivating. Eager to elevate his realm swiftly and break free from constraints to return to the desolate continent and reunite with his parents. What? Nanner is returning. Splendid. I shall finally be liberated. Dispatch an edict urging him to hasten his journey. I cannot endure another day of this relentless routine. I, too, wish to travel and explore. Is it not absurd for an emperor to have never surveyed his own dominion? Chapter 77. The exceptional Zhang Jing upon receiving the news of Yunan's return. Not only did Yuzhen exhibit great excitement, but Yang Ping and Kong Jingshu were equally exhilarated. The former felt this way because, since their last discussion, Yang Ping had discreetly conveyed the information to Yi Nan. Regrettably, the response from Yi Nan was ambiguous. He neither consented nor declined, merely stating that they would discuss matters in detail upon his return to the capital. The latter's enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that with Yunan's return, she would no longer have to manage the burdensome presence of Yutian. Although she had scolded him at the city gate, sending him home, he had repeatedly plotted to escape. While Kong Jingshu could effortlessly retrieve him each time, the frequency of these incidents had become quite tiresome. On the side of the royal commerce, after nearly a month of tumult, the profits were exceedingly gratifying. Following the auction, merchants from various regions began to restock. And upon bringing the goods back, they quickly became the talk of the town. Nearby merchants commenced their second and third purchases, while those farther away, like Yang Wei from the state of Song, had already contacted the royal commerce to prepare a second batch for him, as he had nearly sold out of his initial shipment. Upon returning, Yang Wei was not reprimanded for the steep agency fees. Rather, he received accolades for bringing back the longevity elixir, which invigorated his spirits. When one is in a good mood, everything tends to proceed smoothly. And this sentiment aptly applied to Yang Wei. The market agency he acquired for billions was thriving, particularly the small pills and various perfumes, which were highly sought after by the aristocracy. Thus, he promptly reached out to Zhang Jiang to arrange for a second shipment. Conversely, although Zhang Sibao had secured the longevity elixir, the market he captured was not the golden goose of the state of Song, resulting in the 8th princess' lukewarm attitude towards him. He now regretted not being more resolute at the time. In other regions, such as the states of Chun and Wu, merchants were reaping substantial profits, with the largest gains still attributed to our esteemed crown prince, Yinan. Zhang Jing was currently listening to reports from his subordinates regarding the sales performance across the 5 regions of our nation, East, West, South, North, and Central, totaling a remarkable 830 million taels. The sales figures were as follows: State of Qin, 1.2 billion. State of Shou, 1.4 billion. State of Song, 3 billion. Excellent. Upon His Highness's return, I shall commend you all for your efforts. Thank you, Chairman. Now, you may all leave. Continue your diligent work. I believe the prince will not neglect us. Please invite the members of the communication group to enter. Soon, another group entered, comprising a diverse array of individuals, including members of the Tang family, royal officials, and, notably, the majority hailing from the prince's residence. Let us hear how the revenues have fared during this period. Your Excellency, I wish to report that our telecommunications department has been enjoying remarkable profits recently, achieving a significant leap in revenue. Daily earnings from telecommunication services have been rapidly increasing, as making calls has become a routine for the dignitaries of neighboring countries. Our revenue has escalated from an initial 1 million taels to an impressive 300 million taels per day. We have conducted a thorough analysis, and should we lower our rates to 700 coins per minute, our revenue could potentially reach even greater heights. Moreover, our equipment department has also witnessed substantial growth. Although the market within the capital is nearing saturation, the surrounding regions and other nations are experiencing rapid expansion, with daily sales consistently climbing. The feedback on our second-generation visual communication device, the Nokia, has been exceptionally positive. However, its price of 1,000 taels has dampened the enthusiasm of many potential consumers. High-end products necessitate a high-end price. Not only is the second-generation communication device priced steeply, but we also plan to impose further sales restrictions to create an illusion of scarcity in the market. This strategy, akin to what Your Highness refers to as hunger marketing, will enable us to maximize our profits. Furthermore, we are on the verge of launching the third and fourth generations of communication devices. It is imperative that we adequately distribute the second-generation devices, as the true harvest will occur upon the release of the subsequent generations. Yes, Your Excellency. Now, let us discuss the status of your equipment department. The sales volume of the first-generation communication device has reached an astounding 573,385,000 units, and the overall trend remains upward. However, our domestic market is nearing saturation. While there is a modest increase in neighboring countries, the most significant growth has been observed in the Song Kingdom, where a substantial portion of the populace can afford and utilize communication devices. According to the data provided by President Yang Wei, the Song Kingdom boasts a population of approximately 3 billion, presenting a vast market opportunity. What of the sales figures for the second-generation device? Currently, the second-generation device is predominantly popular among the elite due to its exorbitant price, with the Gilded and Plus models experiencing the lowest sales. The ordinary model, excluding the Song Kingdom region, has recorded sales of 300,000 units, while the Gilded model has sold 7,000 units, and the Plus model 3,000 units. We are still compiling the figures from the Song Kingdom region. Our next step will involve reducing service charges, as well as lowering the sales price of the first-generation communication device. Naturally, the second-generation device will gradually become accessible to the general populace following the launch of the third and fourth generations. Future revenue growth will primarily stem from advertising, monthly fees, equipment costs, call charges, and data fees. Well, I now have a general understanding of the situation. We will also establish a customer service department. So please prepare for the recruitment process in advance. Those selected will receive generous compensation. Additionally, upon your return, I require a detailed report to be submitted to me, as I must present it to His Highness. Yes, Your Excellency. Yinan remained preoccupied with concerns regarding his income, for in less than half a month, the preliminary round of the Fortune God competition would conclude. However, he found himself entangled in the Martial Madness War. The funds acquired from the auction were entirely invested, and he even incurred additional expenses, although he ultimately did not suffer losses, achieving a remarkable return on investment ratio of 1.5 and significantly multiplying his assets. He was still far from reaching his goal of 1,000 small objectives. He resigned himself to fate, acknowledging that there is fortune in misfortune, and chose to adopt a laid-back attitude. After all, even if he did not advance, there would still be participation rewards. Yinan's mindset had become quite tranquil, recognizing that he was not the sole protagonist in the myriad worlds. Those eligible to compete were also favored by destiny. Akin to the wandering ball he had observed in his past life, one individual could not save the world. Every person in existence was a protagonist, and many were undoubtedly more exceptional than he. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jing would present him with an unforeseen surprise. At present, Yinan had just crossed the Weiqing Pass. Upon his return, he had not brought Zhugajia with him. Instead, he had left Zhugajia to manage the newly acquired territory of the barbarian nation. This time, he personally escorted Xiao Batian and several dignitaries of the barbarian nation back to the capital to enjoy their fortune. Moreover, he planned to designate an area within the capital for development, envisioning a construction zone aptly named the Imperial Garden, where he intended to accommodate all the emperors he had captured. He was preparing to design 100 residences. Imagining the spectacle of inviting every emperor from the Tianwang continent filled him with excitement. His aim was to complete this ambitious project before Lao Dang turned 60. Celebrating the centenary of emperors, a scene that promised to be truly magnificent. Chapter 78. The advancement in the God of Wealth competition. Another 10 days have passed, and Yunnan has arrived within 50 miles of Kyoto. Yitown places immense importance on Yunnan's return, dispatching not only Prime Minister Yang Ping but also the personal eunuch Chao Mao to welcome him. Had it been any other general, Yitown would have personally come to greet them, given the significance of this achievement. However, had it been someone else, one could only wonder whether Yitown would sleep soundly, for few generals with such remarkable accomplishments end well. Yet, if it is his own son, the crown prince, that is a different matter altogether. At the very least, Yi Town would not be plagued by nightmares. The welcoming party traveled 30 miles out of the city, and soon Yinan encountered Yang Ping leading a multitude of civil and military officials. The moment Yang Ping laid eyes on Yinan, the prearranged ceremonial music resonated through the air. Amidst the cacophony, Yinan returned to the capital. His first order of business was to present the captured foes to the palace, and Yi Town's delight was evident as he scarcely closed his mouth throughout. The pacification of the barbarian nation marked yet another advancement in Yi Town's legacy among all emperors of the martial kingdom. Xiao Batian was conferred the title of Duke of Fuan, symbolizing a promise of peace and stability, while other prominent officials from the barbarian nation were awarded titles, reflecting Yi Town's magnanimity. After entering the capital, presenting captives, and attending court, Yinan, despite being a ninth-tier master, appeared exceedingly fatigued. Yi Town seemed to notice his waning condition and, thus, did not insist he remain after the court session concluded. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yinan entered his chambers and slept soundly until the next morning. Yi Town graciously exempted him from attending court that day, allowing him to devote his time to managing affairs of the Royal Commerce Association and the Communications Group. What did you say? Yinan asked incredulously, gazing at Zhang Zheng. Your Highness, the Communications Group is currently profiting 755 billion. After deducting labor costs and the shares for the royal family and the Tang family, nearly 600 billion remains. Additionally, the Royal Commerce Association has garnered profits nearing 100 billion. My dear Chairman Zhang, you have truly astonished me today, Yinan exclaimed, surprised by the magnitude of the revelation. It is no wonder Zhang Zheng, the Minister of Revenue in the original narrative, had sustained Zhuge Jia's campaigns for nearly 30 years. Zhuge Jia, as a pillar of the late martial kingdom, had engaged in annual military expeditions without ever lacking in funds, all thanks to Zhang Zheng's unwavering support. Even at nearly 80 years of age, Zhang Zheng remains steadfast in his duties. If Zhuge Jia is likened to the heavenly white jade pillar and the purple gold beam of the great martial kingdom, then Zhang Zheng is the foundation underpinning these structures. Without a solid foundation, everything else is rendered futile. Yinan performed a simple calculation and realized that he had inadvertently advanced in the God of Wealth competition. With only a few days remaining until the March deadline, just take action, and heaven will surely provide you with worthy allies. This saying proved to be true. Initially, he had been prepared to give up, but Zhang Zheng had pulled him into the elimination rounds instead. Wonderful, wonderful, Yinan exclaimed repeatedly. Mr. Zhang is truly my lucky star. By the way, how many are there in your household now? My little grandson was just born last month, and including myself. There are now 17 of us in the Zhang family. Mr. Zhang now finds himself surrounded by descendants. Soon, he will seek out Xia Chan to receive 16 portions of longevity medicine, a reward from His Highness for Mr. Zhang. Feeling apprehensive, he acknowledges the immense value of this gift, expressing his unworthiness. Zhang immediately rises, bowing deeply in gratitude, refusing to accept such a generous offering. As the president of the Royal Chamber of Commerce, he dispenses numerous portions of longevity medicine daily, having personally experienced its remarkable effects. He is acutely aware of the reward's true worth. If converted to monetary value, it would be staggering. Mere portions of longevity medicine pale in comparison to Mr. Zhang's worth, akin to a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. He insists that he cannot accept such accolades. Zhang expresses heartfelt gratitude on behalf of his family, declaring he can only repay His Highness's immense kindness with his life. After concluding matters with Zhang, Yinan then meets with Jiahe. Jiahe's intelligence network has permeated the kingdom of Wu, from the royal palace to local government offices, with spies stationed throughout. You say my second brother was abducted and vanished at an altitude of approximately 20,000 zhang? Although Yuzhen did not inform Yinan of Yihao's abduction, the capital is well aware of Jiahe, and Yinan likely learned of the news even before Yuzhen, including Yi Ding's departure from the capital to search for Yihao. Indeed, the celestial calculations should not be mistaken. 60,000 meters. My second brother should be safe. The unknown expert who kidnapped him must have recognized his potential, as there is little else of value that could attract such a formidable figure. Is there anything else? Yes. The matter you instructed me to pay particular attention to regarding Kuan-Ning Palace. What news do you have? Intelligence from within the palace indicates that the Empress may soon make a move. A dying person had it not been for old Deng's sake. I would have eliminated her long ago. Inform our contacts that should she exhibit any unusual behavior, they are to act without hesitation to remove her, concerning ourselves not with old Deng's sentiments. Understood, Your Highness. How has your infiltration of the Chun, Zhou, and Song bureaucracies progressed? Your Highness. Progress in the Qin state is smooth, with several key positions secured. However, we encountered some difficulties in the Zhou state. An individual named Di Jie recognized our agents. Fortunately, I ordered a swift retreat, or we would have been compromised. Following our previous experiences, we are now proceeding with greater caution and secrecy. Although our pace has slowed, it has significantly increased our safety. As for the Song state, monetary influence proves ineffective, as they are not in need of money. We must instead utilize rare items to gradually infiltrate. Recently, we have established connections with Prime Minister Qin of Song, but we shall proceed step by step. Nangong Weining has returned to the Jin state, has she not? Indeed, she has returned and has even administered our enhanced longevity medicine to her ancestor. That is good news. Dispatch someone to infiltrate her circle, ensuring unwavering loyalty until we gain her complete trust. Then, we shall remain hidden until we awaken. This woman is too cunning. Old 4 cannot manage her. How's the preparation for Old 5's Martial Institute proceeding? The suggestion His Highness offered to Prince of Shu is exceedingly suitable for him. Presently, the Prince of Shu is so busy that he scarcely has a moment to spare. Jia and Le chuckled, remarking that as splendid, one must not remain idle. It is indeed beneficial to find something to occupy oneself, for if one becomes too languid, it can lead to a complete decline in spirit. And what of Jingshu? Speaking of her, one cannot help but marvel at how extraordinary the Empress is. She can ensnare His Highness, the King of Chu, for an entire day with merely a handful of beans, and she possesses an uncanny ability to predict all of His Highness's movements with precision. But that is not all. He is well aware of Kong Jingshu's remarkable talents. Such minor formations are mere trifles for her. Is there anything else? Indeed, there is. Though it pertains to the 6th prince. The 6th? What has happened to him? Recently, the 6th prince suffered a near-drowning incident in the palace and, upon awakening, appears to have transformed entirely. His former vivacity has vanished, leaving him in a state of despondency. As you have remarked, Your Highness, it seems as though he has simply resigned to fate. Chapter 79, The Death of Shui Qianna. So it is thus. During this period, you must concentrate on the movements of the 6th prince. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, inform me immediately, Yinan instructed. Yet, within his heart, another thought lingered. Had the 6th prince replaced himself with someone from an unknown realm? Had he succumbed to complacency, perhaps realizing his hopes of inheriting the throne were futile? Or was there another reason altogether? Understood, Your Highness. The following day, Yinan attended court as usual, while Yuzhen resumed his practice of deflecting responsibilities, shunting all cabinet affairs onto the Eastern Palace for Yinan to manage. What could Yinan do but accept this burden? Fortunately, during this time, he had managed to recruit several talented individuals from the bandit groups. Otherwise, with Zhuge Jia absent, he would have found himself struggling to navigate the vexing political affairs. Fortunately, these talents were inexplicably drawn to the Eastern Palace, which brought Yinan considerable joy. After generously rewarding the bandit group, Yinan convened to meet the newly acquired talents. First on the list was Guoliang, the cunning strategist. It was said that his guards had spent nearly a month in waiting just to capture him, seizing him while he was intoxicated with friends. In the original tale, Guoliang served as the chief advisor to the 5th prince, skillfully cornering the once powerful 1st prince. However, at a critical moment, Guoliang met an untimely and mysterious death, leading the 5th prince to make blunders that allowed the 1st prince to reclaim his power. Next was Han Wenzhong, originally a man of the Wu kingdom. His father, a minor official, was tragically killed by corrupt officials, prompting Han Wenzhong to seek refuge in the Zhou kingdom. By a twist of fate, he came under the tutelage of Di Jie. With Di Jie's recommendation, Han Wenzhong joined the military, achieving numerous victories and ultimately rising to the rank of Grand General, eventually becoming a primary opponent of Zhuge Jia. The third was the enigmatic Tian Zhongwen, a figure mentioned in the original narrative as possessing the talents of a royal advisor. It was said that acquiring him would grant dominion over the world. However, he chose to live in seclusion, making him the most mysterious of all talents. Yinan had not anticipated his recruitment by the bandit group. Remaining true to his style, Yinan presented an irresistible offer to these individuals, promising them a bright future. He masterfully inflated his claims, ensuring that anyone with ambition and aspirations would be drawn to his rhetoric. It was akin to a billionaire offering a 10 million annual salary coupled with high-ranking positions, only to inquire about one's dreams, pledging to help realize them in exchange for a few years of service. Who could resist such a lure? As for whether they would leave after a few years, Yinan mused. Once they entered his sphere, did they truly think they could depart? After discussing comprehensive talents, the remaining individuals were outstanding generals who would later demonstrate their prowess. Following their meeting, Yinan assigned them respective tasks. Tian Zhongwen was kept by his side to assist with administrative affairs, while Guoliang was entrusted to Jiahe to observe what unique sparks might emerge between the poison master and the ghost strategist. Han Wenzhong was directly assigned to Zhugejiat, who was still within the borders of the barbarian lands, to see if these old adversaries would clash upon their early encounter. 3 days later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the elimination round. Please continue your diligent efforts and strive for excellence. The rankings in the host's competition zone were as follows. First, Li Lei, Modern Dimension, Asset Multiplier, 300 times second. Han Mimi, Low-Level Xianxia Dimension, Asset Multiplier, 286 times. 99th, Yinan, High Martial Dimension, Asset Multiplier, 11. 6 times 100th. Lu Hong, Historical Dimension, Asset Multiplier, 10 times Yinan. Having searched from the top position down to discover his name, realized he was second to last. Were it not for the final support from Zhang Jiang, he likely would not have qualified for the elimination round. As the name suggests, the elimination round does not consider multipliers. It is solely based on the amount of money, with the top 10 advancing to the ranking competition. The time frame remains 3 months, during which Yinan must diligently earn money. Furthermore, upon advancing, he is guaranteed at least one piece of celestial equipment, which he has long coveted. He must continue to strategize in business to secure his advancement. Although he barely made the cut, he remains resolute in his determination. In Kuan Ning Palace, Shui Qian met her demise, succumbing to a poison of her own making. In her past life as a chemistry PhD, she possessed considerable knowledge of toxins. She concocted a poison from commonly encountered substances, initially intending to eliminate Yinan and Yuzhen. However, she could no longer reach them, even with the clandestine power she wielded during her reign as empress. Thus, she set her sights on the virtuous concubine Tang Rou. Unbeknownst to her, Yinan was already aware of the hidden guard she possessed. It was evident that a transmigrated woman who had been empress for so many years would undoubtedly have her own strength. Yinan had refrained from acting against her out of respect for Yizhen. He understood that, in Yizhen's heart, his truest affection lay with Shui Qian. This was apparent from the fact that despite executing a massacre against scholars, he spared her. Had it not been for Yifeng's suicide, Yuzhen would never have resorted to killing him, given that he had nurtured his successor for over 20 years and was his firstborn. At most, Yizhen would have confined him, providing for him throughout his life, but alas, Yifeng's nature was too fiery. In truth, had Shui Qian uttered a few gentle words to Yuzhen after the destruction of the Shui family, her circumstances would have improved considerably. However, as a time-traveling woman, particularly one of high intellect, she was imbued with an innate pride that rendered her incapable of such humility. It would have been preferable for her to perish than to utter soft words. Moreover, with the tragic demise of her only son by his own hand, her obstinacy was further entrenched. Shui Qian commanded her covert guards to poison Tang Rou, but her scheme was thwarted before it could be executed. As it was uncovered by the spies of Jiahe, Yinan ordered the complete extermination of Shui Qian's covert operatives, and that very night, she was sent to meet Yufeng with a poison of her own concoction. The following day, the news reached Yizhen, who fell into a prolonged silence upon hearing it. Chao Mao, do you believe my choice of him as crown prince was right or wrong? Your Majesty, this humble servant dares not presume to judge. However, I believe the crown prince acted appropriately. Had the empress not met her demise, it would have been the virtuous concubine Xian who perished instead. It is only natural for the crown prince, as a son, to act in such a manner. But she was my empress, my first wife. Could he not have spared her for my sake? After all, without her, there would be no present for me. I could never bear to take her life. As someone who had served Yuzhen for over 20 years, Chao Mao was well aware of the complex emotions between him and Shui Qian. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that Yinan had done nothing wrong. The bond between the emperor and empress was profound, yet it was not the crown prince's affair. Furthermore, had the empress not struck first, the crown prince would not have retaliated. Alas, her heart had long since perished. It is perhaps better for her to depart early and reunite with Fenger. Issue a decree, proclaimed to the world that Empress Shui Qian has succumbed to illness and passed away in Kuan-Ning Palace last night. The Crown Prince Yinan, neglectful of his duties, is to be reprimanded by decree. Chapter 80. The laid-back sixth brother. This old ding. If he wishes to scold, let him do so. Yet he issues a formal decree of reprimand, making it seem rather official. Yinan chuckled as he casually tossed the imperial edict into a corner to gather dust. The envoy, Chow Mao, twitched at the corners of his mouth but chose to ignore it. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, this servant shall take my leave. The Emperor is not lacking in attendance. Zhongwen, please see Lord Chow off. Lord Chow, please. Mr. Tian, you are too kind. Please. Tian Zhongwen escorted Chow Mao away, leaving Yinan alone in the Grand Hall. His gaze grew profound. The various factions within the court had either been eliminated or brought under his command. Even the erratic fifth brother had been guided onto a different path. Currently, the only figure capable of hindering him was Yi Zhan. However, he sensed no malice from Yi Zhan, who merely sought to assert his presence from time to time. With no threats remaining domestically, it was time to turn his attention abroad. To advance to the next stage within 3 months, the kingdom of Song was paramount. Yinan contemplated. In the palace, Qing'an Hall troubled. General Yi lay on his chair, a frown etched upon his face. Not long ago, he had donned the yellow robe, transitioning to a red attire, successfully securing the 5 insurances in one fund, thus ensuring his old age. Yet, through an unfortunate twist of fate, he found himself transported to this fantastical realm. In the fading memories of this young lad, his elder brother Yi Feng was the crown prince, recently slain by the third brother, Yinan. The second brother, with his icy demeanor, instilled great fear in him, though it was noted that he typically did not trouble him. Recently, rumors circulated that the second brother had gone missing. The third brother, once the most unruly in his recollection, had transformed into a mysterious figure after departing the palace, having dispatched the elder brother. Whispers in the palace suggested that the third brother was, in fact, a master of the 9th tier. Moreover, there were several 9th tier masters currently in the Eastern Palace, indicating that the third brother wielded power far exceeding that of the Emperor, controlling the Royal Merchant Association, the Life Extension Elixir, the Communications Group, and more, all orchestrated by the third brother, now the Crown Prince. Based on his extensive reading experience over 2 decades, it was apparent that the third brother Yinan was undoubtedly the protagonist of this grand tale. The fourth brother, while lacking in notable achievements, was recognized for his skills in the arts, having been labeled one of the 4 talents of the capital. The fifth brother's maternal family boasted a sect background, reputed to command great respect in the martial world, akin to a leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. It was said that, with the Crown Prince's support, they were establishing a martial academy during this period. As for himself, he ranked 6th, having just celebrated his 11th birthday, with another 5 years before he could depart the palace to establish his own estate. Below him was a foolish 7th brother, who incessantly sought him out for play, much to General Ye's exasperation. The deceased elder brother, the missing 2nd brother, the suspected transmigrator 3rd brother, the talented 4th brother, the educational 5th brother, and the foolish 7th brother. System, should I seek out that 3rd brother for a familial connection? What if he detects my presence and perceives me as an enemy, casually extinguishing my existence? Ding. That is a matter for the host to determine. The system does not intervene. If I perish, you shall cease to exist as well. We are one entity. Surely you must offer some counsel. Ding. This system is the lay flat system, solely dedicated to supervising whether the host is indeed lying flat. Rewards are bestowed for compliance, while efforts result in a deduction of merit. Other matters are of no concern to this system. It shall remain hidden unless necessary. Henceforth, do not disturb me with trivialities. If you falter, I will simply find another host. Surely, the host does not presume that the system is bound to only one individual? How naive. Hey, wait. Do not leave. You must grant me today's reward. Ding. The host is laying flat for a day. The host shall receive 10 days' worth of merit. Yu Shuai felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, enhancing his physical prowess slightly. Let us continue to lie flat. I am too weary to explain. In my past life, I toiled like a dog. In this life, I shall seek solace in repose. Yu Shuai then procured a reclining chair, which he had commissioned just days prior. He settled into the chair, drifting into a peaceful slumber, murmuring how comfortable it was. In the kingdom of Shou, at the Tai Chi Hall, the emperor was summoning Minister Di Jie. As the top scholar of the imperial examinations in recent years, Emperor Zhousong held Di Jie in high esteem. After several years of honing his skills in the political arena, Di Jie had matured significantly. exhibiting considerable progress in his dealings with others. The purpose of today's summons was to address a letter Jie had submitted, claiming he had uncovered an organization that was eroding the integrity of the Zhou court. This matter piqued Emperor Zhousong's interest, for he trusted that Jie would not speak frivolously, and Jie would not dare to deceive him openly. Jie, you claim to have discovered this organization corrupting the Zhou court. Do you possess any evidence? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, Jie replied. Although I have not apprehended any members of this organization, once I discovered them, they hastily eliminated all the officials they had corrupted. Each of these slain officials bore a red plum blossom tattoo on their shoulders. While I have yet to decipher the significance of this plum blossom, its presence is a consistent factor among the deceased, indicating that this is no mere coincidence. Moreover, during my investigation, General Li Feng also encountered them. This organization is highly organized. In the face of imminent capture, they chose to poison themselves, and to date, not a single one has survived. Recently, it seems this organization has adopted a more cautious approach, as if they have vanished without a trace. I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. It is of grave importance to the future of our great Zhou. Jie addressed Emperor Zhousong earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor responded, I shall place this matter in your capable hands, Diching. The Crown Prince will assist you in ensuring that this organization is utterly eradicated. Crown Prince Zhou Yuan replied, Yes, Father. I shall diligently support Minister Di in his efforts to bring this organization to light. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I shall ensure a prompt and thorough investigation. Jie affirmed. Jie, I grant you the authority to act freely in this matter, regardless of whether the individuals involved are high-ranking officials or members of the royal family. You hold the right to investigate. Furthermore, I bestow upon you a special sword. Beneath the first rank, you have the power of life and death. I am willing to serve your Majesty until death. In the kingdom of Song, in the city of Bianjing, the 8th prince still refused to meet with me? Zhang Sibao was oblivious to the fact that since his return from the kingdom of Wu, this marked yet another occasion where he had been turned away from the residence of the 8th prince. Upon his arrival in Bianjing, the 8th prince ceased to meet with him upon learning that he had failed to secure the agency for the Song kingdom. Even though he had presented the longevity elixir, which the prince accepted, he himself remained barred from entry. The prince is in a foul mood today and is not receiving visitors. You should return. The doorman dismissed Zhang Sibao with indifference. Is Steward Wang available? I wish to see him. Steward Wang is also absent. Perhaps you could visit another day. Came the curt reply. Very well. Please convey these gifts to Steward Wang on my behalf. I shall return another time. Zhang Sibao acquiesced, turning away. A mere merchant thinks he can meet the prince. How audacious. The doorman's scornful remarks pierced the air, causing Zhang Sibao's countenance to turn icy. Yet, he found himself powerless. In the Song kingdom, without a patron, he would be reduced to nothing by the predatory forces surrounding him. Thus, in the wake of the 8th prince's abandonment, he found himself in desperate need of a new ally. Chapter 81. The return of Zhang Sibao. As Zhang Sibao traversed the road, he was engulfed in contemplation regarding the path that lay ahead. He felt an urgent need to swiftly locate a patron. Otherwise, once others discovered that he had lost the backing of the 8th prince, they would not hesitate to pursue him relentlessly. Suddenly, a figure came to his mind, not a citizen of the Song kingdom, but rather the crown prince of the Wu kingdom, Yinan, an ambitious and strikingly handsome man. During his time in the Wu kingdom, Zhang had heard of Yunan's profound commitment to commercial advancement and his exceptional treatment of subordinates. Should he choose to ally himself with Yinan, he could either secure a significant position or at the very least, acquire some peripheral business dealings from Yinan, thereby dramatically transforming his social standing. Much like the currently flourishing Yang Wei, who, despite his apparent confidence, would not dare to confront Zhang at this moment. Thus, if Zhang were to align himself with Yinan and become a member of the Royal Commercial Association of Wu, even Yang Wei, not to mention the 8th prince, would likely regard him with newfound respect, for the Royal Commercial Association held treasures coveted by the esteemed figures of the Song kingdom. Determined to act, Zhang resolved to return to the Wu kingdom, not alone but accompanied by his 2 sons. Upon their arrival, he planned to leave them in the care of Yinan, as the unfamiliarity of their presence would lend him credibility. By bringing his sons as hostages, he was not only ensuring a measure of trust but also safeguarding their well-being. Should any threats arise against him from the Song kingdom, he would not risk leaving his lineage in jeopardy. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Chu king, Yi Tian lay in bed, nursing his injuries, grumbling about the woman who had caused him such pain. Last night, he had attempted to escape once more, only to be ensnared by the formations set by Kong Jingshu, remaining trapped until dawn after a night spent wrestling with 18 tigers. You deserve it. Yunin entered with a stern expression. Third brother. Tian jumped up, only to wince in pain and collapse back onto the bed. How did our Yi family produce such a hopeless romantic? Is it truly worth it for a single woman? Third brother, you don't understand. My mind has been consumed with Waning. This must be what love feels like. I love you, you twisted fool. Do you even know her? That woman possesses more cunning in a single strand of hair than you have in your entire being. The punishment she bestowed upon you is my request. Otherwise, she would not have cared at all. If you wish to harbor resentment, direct it towards me. Third brother, I will not allow you to speak ill of Waning. Is it true that you cannot marry anyone but her for the rest of your life? Yes, I have irrevocably chosen her. Do you have no regrets? Not a single one in this lifetime. Very well, remember your words. I shall support you. For the next few days, behave yourself and wait patiently. I will appeal to Father, and soon you shall be sent to the Jin Kingdom. However, once you arrive there, whether you live or die, we will no longer concern ourselves with you. Take care of yourself. Really? Thank you, third brother. I always knew you were the best to me. Tian only heard Yunan mention sending him to the Jin Kingdom. He paid no heed to the multitude of words that followed. Observing Yunan's cheerful demeanor, Tian sighed and rose to his feet. For these next few days, focus on your recovery. Rest well. All right, third brother. Safe travels. Yunan shook his head and exited the residence of the king of Chu. Not one of these brothers was worry-free. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yunan summoned Jia He, Zhang Jiang, Tian Zhongwen, Guo Liang, and all the military talents present in the capital to deliberate. They convened for 2 hours, after which 3 of the generals slipped away under the cover of night, their whereabouts unknown. Before dawn the next day, Guo Liang rode off on his donkey, indulging in a little wine as he journeyed through the world. After the morning court session, Yunan approached Yuzhen with a request to release Tian, leading to a heated argument between the two. Ultimately, Yunan successfully persuaded Yuzhen. 7 days later, Tian's injuries healed, marking the day of his departure from the capital. 15 miles from the northern gate of the capital, Yunan said, All right, third brother. This is where I shall leave you. Travel safely. Yes, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Tian urged his horse forward, gradually picking up speed. As he watched Tian ride away, Yunan turned to the 2 men beside him and instructed, Follow him. Yes, your highness. The 2 men mounted their horses and set off in pursuit of Tian. Finally, Tian exhaled in relief as he left the capital behind. His journey to the Jin Kingdom was not solely for the purpose of seeking Nangong Waning. It was undeniable that he was rather infatuated. Yet he was no fool. During Yunan's expedition, he had received clandestine visits from individuals who explicitly offered their support in a covert rivalry against Yunan. However, Tian was reluctant to engage, knowing well that he could not prevail. Rather than entangle himself further in the vortex of the capital, he preferred to venture far and wide. In the estate of the 8th prince of the Song Kingdom, a report was made. Your Highness, Zhang Sibao, whom you instructed us to watch, has taken action. He departed with his 2 sons, seemingly bound for the Wu Kingdom, and has even sold off a small portion of his assets in Bianjing. Oh, and what of his other family members? None have moved. Even his cherished 3rd son and youngest daughter remain in Bianjing. Then let him be. Allow him to flounder. As long as we hold the strings, he cannot stray far. Zhang Sibao and his 2 sons made their way directly to the Wu Kingdom. Dad, what is our purpose in going to the Wu Kingdom? The eldest son inquired, puzzled. Zhang Sibao had brought along his eldest son, Zhang Xian, and his 2nd son, Zhang Xin, who were 20 and 18 years old, respectively. The elder bore a strong resemblance to his father, both possessing a slightly plump build and a simple countenance, while the younger son was leaner and appeared somewhat shrewd. We are seeking a reliable ally. You must have sensed the 8th prince's change in attitude towards us, while our enemies in Bianjing remain unaware. We must swiftly secure another ally. Zhang Xian refrained from questioning why they wouldn't search within Bianjing, nodding in agreement as he rode alongside Zhang Sibao. The group traveled in silence, solely focused on their journey. 10 days later, they finally returned. Zhang Sibao wiped the sweat from his brow. Throughout their arduous journey, the group had pressed on relentlessly, resulting in the unfortunate demise of several horses. Remarkably, they reached the capital in just over 10 days. After resting for a night, Zhang Sibao first visited the Royal Chamber of Commerce, where he met with Zhang Jiang and conveyed his desire to meet Yunan. It was not until the 3rd day that Zhang Sibao finally encountered Yunan. Upon seeing him, Zhang Sibao bowed deeply and expressed his intentions, hoping to serve under His Highness the Crown Prince, and earnestly requested an opportunity. Yinan regarded Zhang Sibao with a quiet gaze, anticipating a clearer explanation. He was keen to enlist a merchant from the Song dynasty to establish local operations, as, despite the current success of their endeavors in the Song dynasty, there remained a lack of a figure capable of overseeing the entire enterprise. Chapter 82. The new position of Zhang Sibao. Zhang Sibao candidly recounted his trials and tribulations in the state of Song, expressing his willingness to devote his entire fortune to His Highness the Crown Prince, should he choose to accept him. Yinan, however, harbored no desire for Zhang Sibao's wealth. Rather, he sought to gain insight into the current state of the Song kingdom through Zhang's narrative. From Zhang Sibao's account, Yinan garnered a vivid understanding of the present circumstances in Song. The reigning emperor, Zhao Jin, was known for his indifference to state affairs, preferring to indulge in personal pleasures. The nation was dominated by two powerful figures: the Chancellor Qin Gui, a stalwart of the civil bureaucracy with nearly 2 to 3 decades of service, and the 8th Prince Zhao Qian, a member of the royal family with considerable popularity among the populace, often referred to as the 8th virtuous king, wielding significant influence within the court. The state of Song prioritized literature over martial prowess, and absurdly, the position of Grand General was held by a eunuch named Tong Wan. Although the kingdom boasted an army of 5 million, the actual number of combat-ready troops barely reached 100,000, with rampant instances of soldiers drawing pay without service. While the border troops retained some semblance of combat effectiveness, their capabilities had sharply declined following Emperor Zhao Jin's controversial decision to employ mercenaries with state funds a few years prior. Economically, the state of Song thrived, with few citizens facing hunger. A simple day's labor could provide enough sustenance for a family for several days, and a month's work could yield enough to purchase a new garment. The wealth of a moderate merchant could rival that of a small nation's treasury, which explained Yunan's keen interest in the commercial landscape of Song. Subsequently, the group discussed the operations of the data communications group within Song. Zhang Sibao noted that the group's first-generation communication devices were sold at marked-up prices, yet enjoyed robust sales, while the second generation saw sales double. Afterward, Yinan dismissed those unrelated to the matter, retaining only Zhang Jing and Zhang Sibao. Chairman Zhang, since you wish to ally with me, let us speak candidly. Our Dao indeed requires a representative to be established in Song, and it could be you, Zhang Sibao, or Li Wubao. You must understand that once you commit, there can be no turning back. Otherwise, the outcome will be one you would not wish to face. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am fully aware of the rules. Having decided to pledge my allegiance, I shall not waver. Furthermore, I come not empty-handed. Prior to my arrival, I liquidated 1/3 of my assets in Bianjing, and I offer the entirety of the proceeds to Your Highness. My son also greatly admires you and wishes for you to accept him for your service. It appears Chairman Zhang is most sincere. In that case, I shall graciously accept your offering. Now, Mr. Zhang, let us see if our Royal Chamber of Commerce or the Communications Group has a suitable position for you. Since we are now family, we must ensure that no one dares to mistreat you. Your Highness, indeed, there is a position that would suit Chairman Zhang perfectly. Our communications group is in need of a regional head for Song Jin, and I believe Chairman Zhang would be an excellent fit. Zhang Jing interjected. Your Highness, now that we are family, you need not refer to me as Chairman Zhang. You may call me Sibao or by my childhood nickname, Baozi, as my mother affectionately calls me at home. Haha, very well. Henceforth I shall address you as Sibao. Sibao, what are your thoughts on this position? I, your humble servant, express my gratitude for Your Highness's patronage. I shall not fail to repay the kindness you have shown in my rescue. Now, as for the specific matters, please confer with Mr. Zhang. By the way, Mr. Zhang, do remember to arrange some tasks for the 2 young Masters Zhang, for they too shall become members of my Royal Commerce Association. Yinan lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, Indeed, Your Highness. With that, the subordinates Zhang Jing and Sibao rose to take their leave. Subsequently, Zhang Jing and Sibao engaged in an in-depth discussion. Sibao remained aligned with the 8th Prince Zhao Qian in the Kingdom of Song, covertly serving the interests of Yunnan, while publicly acquiring the operational rights of the communications group in both Song and Jin. Upon returning to the Kingdom of Song, the unaware nobility would certainly regard Sibao with a degree of trepidation. Of course, Yunnan would not permit Sibao to return alone. The technical and security personnel from the communications group would accompany him. As for the benefits owed to the 8th Prince Zhao Qian, they must be duly honored. as Yunnan and his associates still required Zhao Qian to attract attention in public. After Yi Tian departed the capital, he journeyed northward, relentlessly making his way to the kingdom of Jin. After traveling approximately 400 or 500 miles, he arrived at a small town under the jurisdiction of the Wugui's Jizhou. Feeling a pang of hunger, Yi Tian rode into the town in search of an eatery to replenish himself before continuing his journey. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a modest restaurant at the town's end. Upon entering, he noted the simplicity of the establishment, which contained merely 2 tables and a few chairs. One table was already occupied by a group of unruly youths indulging in noodles, compelling Yi Tian to take a seat at the other table. An elderly man tended the fire at the stove in the backyard, while a young waiter approached him and inquired, "What may I serve you, esteemed guest?" "Please bring me 2 of your signature dishes and a bowl of noodles," Yi Tian replied. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." Within a mere quarter of an hour, the waiter returned with 2 plates, one containing meat and the other an unknown pickled dish. "Esteemed guest, you are in luck today. We have just received fresh dog meat. Do give it a try." This pickled dish is a family secret passed down through generations, offering a unique flavor. The noodles will arrive shortly. Yi Tian gestured for the waiter to hasten his pace and began to eat. Just then, one of the individuals from the other table suddenly stood and approached, taking a seat opposite Yi Tian. "Brother, you are not from these parts, are you?" Yi Tian sized him up. The man appeared to be around 30, with a clean visage. If not for his unkempt hair and attire, he could be considered quite handsome. "Just passing through. Fate has brought us together. Would you allow me to treat you to a drink?" "No need. I shall leave once I finish my meal." Yi Tian was disinclined to engage him further. "Ah, it seems my brother is unwilling to grant me this courtesy. Is that so? Do I know you?" Indeed, how forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu San, but you may call me Lu de Gu, as my companions do. Now that we are acquainted, let us celebrate. Xiao Chong, bring forth a jar of your finest brew for my brother to savor. You would be wise to depart before I lose my temper." Yi Tian warned. "Do you look down upon me, brother?" Yi Tian paid him no heed, indulging himself in the dog meat upon his plate. "It appears you are choosing punishment over a toast. I hope you can maintain such bravado shortly." "Oh, are you referring to the sedative hidden within the meat? Or perhaps the blades concealed beneath the table?" Yi Tian remarked nonchalantly. "Brothers, let us make our mark. Charge." Chapter 83. Yi Tian eliminates threats with a thunderous crash. The most robust of the group, who had been eyeing Yi Tian menacingly, lifted a table and hurled it towards him. Yi Tian rose to his feet and, with a swift kick, shattered the table into splinters. Simultaneously, the other assailants brandished their knives and charged at him. Although Yi Tian ranked lowest in martial prowess among his companions, he had been nurtured by the royal family since childhood, never lacking in resources for martial training. Presently, he was a 5th-tier martial artist, while these ruffians barely reached 2nd tier. Their chaotic fighting style, reminiscent of haphazard punches that could fell a master, revealed their lack of formal training, rendering them no match for Yi Tian. Calmly, Yi Tian dispatched the group of thugs. The taste of dog meat is quite delightful," he remarked. "How is it that you are unscathed?" Lu San asked incredulously. "Ah, merely a trivial trick. I once imbibed a sleep-inducing drug as if it were tea," Yi Tian explained, then descended from the restaurant's wall to procure a length of rope, binding everyone present, including the proprietor. Afterwards, he nonchalantly indulged in the dishes prepared in the kitchen. Upon finishing his meal, Yi Tian led the group towards the county city, intending to hand them over to the authorities. Unbeknownst to Lu San and his companions, Yi Tian harbored a secret. He was impervious to all poisons, a fact known only to Yi Nan, and unbeknownst even to his father, Emperor Yi Zhan. By the time Yi Tian arrived at the county city, the sun had begun its descent. He made his way to the government office, where upon arrival, a clerk promptly approached him. Noticing Yi Tian's refined attire and eloquence, the clerk treated him with great respect. Yi Tian recounted the events leading up to the incident, after which a designated official interrogated Lu San and his associates, who confessed without hesitation. After spending a night in the county city, Yi Tian continued his journey northward, unaware that Lu San was no ordinary thug. In the later chapters of the original narrative, during a tumultuous period in the kingdom of Wu, Lu San would rise to infamy as a formidable rebel. He was already marked for death on Yunnan's kill list. Following Yi Tian's departure, the county magistrate received an imperial edict, sentencing Lu San and his accomplices to immediate execution. Lu San remained oblivious to the fact that his petty robbery had entangled him with a figure far beyond his means, ultimately costing him his life. Mercury Wei, who had been in this world for over 6 months. 3 months prior, he activated the God of Wealth system and added a friend named Yi family's third son. Reviewing the details, he noted that this individual was a prince from a high martial arts realm. Why am I not so fortunate? I end up as a mere petty thug. Wei Hu lamented. Yet, this friend was relatively kind to him. Unlike another acquaintance from a cultivation world, a woman named Han Mimi, who completely disregarded him when he attempted to engage her in conversation. At least Yu family's third son sold him a manual and a few elixirs, enabling him to establish a foothold in this chaotic world, transforming from a small-time thug into a more significant player. Initially, he traversed to this realm as merely a lowly thug within the Qing'ax gang, scarcely worthy of mention. An outsider rather than a true member. Through diligent practice of the semi-committed techniques imparted by Yinan, supplemented by elixirs, he ultimately acquired immense strength nearing 10,000 pounds. His commendable performance during 2 skirmishes caught the eye of the deputy leader, Shen Haijian, who took him under his wing as an adopted son. Now, he has risen to be a notable figure within the Qing'ax gang and has finally earned his own title. In this world, the Qing'ax gang boasts a venerable lineage comprising 24 generations: Tianyan Changming, Reni Zhengxin, Wenwu Hongdao, Di Sihai, Anbang Dinghua, and Wanzhi Yongqing. Within this lineage, Shen Haijian belongs to the High generation, while as his adopted son, he falls under the Yin generation, hence he is now known as Wei Anhu. Furthermore, Shen Haijian presides over the gang's law enforcement hall, and thus Wei Hu has been appointed as the deputy hall master. Given Wei Hu's recent audacity and combat prowess, rivaling the current top expert within the gang, Li Juefeng, he has garnered respect from his peers. If one were to speak of the distinctive features of their world, it would be the profound heritage of the major powers, steeped in ancient martial traditions. Exceptional warriors possess the capability to vanquish enemy generals amidst a battlefield. Recently, rumors circulated of a master from Yanbei who, on the battlefield, ruthlessly dispatched a general of the Wakyuni nation before vanishing unscathed. Although the Wakyuni publicly denied this, attributing the general's demise to a surprise attack, those within the ancient martial realm are well aware of the truth. After a period of accumulation, Wei Hu has finally amassed some resources, granting him the confidence to reach out to Yinan. Wei Hu, third brother, are you there? In the eastern palace of Wugua, Yinan glanced at the message that appeared in his chat window. Initially, he assumed it was from Lu Linyuan, given their frequent communications of late, often sharing casual banter. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wei Hu, who had been dormant in his friend list for several months. Yinan, well, look who has crawled out from the shadows. Wei Hu, hee. I've just managed to save up a bit. Thought I'd indulge third brother. Yinan, speak up. What do you wish to acquire this time? Wei Hu, elixirs, techniques. Yinan, very well. As long as the price is right, third brother can procure anything. Wei Hu subsequently purchased a batch of elixirs from Yinan, along with several advanced techniques that are utterly unattainable in their world. Wei Hu, third brother. May I ask you something? Yinan, go ahead. Wei Hu, do you accept medicinal herbs? The kind that are quite aged. Yinan, of course. Do you have many over there? In the world inhabited by Wei Hu, one notable advantage is the abundance of medicinal herbs that proliferate in the surroundings. However, this realm scarcely utilizes these resources, employing less than 1% of their potential. While martial arts exist here, practitioners seem oblivious to the benefits of incorporating herbs into their training regimens. Instead, they tend to use these herbs in isolation, lacking the knowledge of combinatorial applications. Consequently, numerous herbs remain untapped, with vast areas in the remote mountains brimming with aged specimens. Wei Hu recognized this opportunity and decided to reach out to Yinan to inquire if he might be interested, fully aware of the lucrative prospects in foreign trade, particularly in cross-industry ventures. If Yinan expressed a need, Wei Hu would only have to cover minimal labor costs, allowing him to reap substantial profits while also acquiring the resources he requires from Yinan. Yinan responded enthusiastically, urging Wei Hu to procure some herbs, assuring him that Sangu would not hesitate to offer a generous price for them. With Meng Qinshin's pharmaceutical factory nearing completion, Yinan's current needs extend beyond longevity elixirs to include potions that enhance martial prowess. Regrettably, Meng Qinshin's stock lacks the necessary materials for power augmentation. Although Yinan's world possesses various herbs, the majority are monopolized by influential families, rendering mass production impossible. The limited supply available is insufficient, making Wei Hu's access to herbs an invaluable boon. Chapter 84. Yi Ding captured after reaching an agreement with Wei Hu. Wei Hu expressed his willingness to supply goods in the long term. Yunnan exhaled with relief. The Wu Kingdom currently boasted an army of 1.5 million. Yet the number of martial artists was less than a third of that. Yunnan contemplated contacting Chun Hai to transform the national army entirely into martial artists. However, he remained apprehensive about the subsequent training plans, and the sudden influx of martial artists raised concerns about resource allocation, not in terms of finances, but rather the sufficiency of resources. Fortunately, with Wei Hu's world, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved. No friend is without merit. In the imperial study, Yuzhen sat opposite Yunnan. Will you not provide me with an explanation? Explanation for what? Have you not already berated me? Rebellious son, that is still your mother. How could you act against her? She sought my mother's life. Should I merely stand by and watch? That does not necessitate her demise. Until she is dead, my heart shall not find peace. One leads to another. I cannot be on guard against her every day. A decisive solution benefits us all. Yuzhen glared at Yunnan in silence, who returned the gaze unflinchingly. Enough. Prepare yourself. In a few days, you shall ascend the throne. What, do you wish to throw in the towel? Do not even think about it? You are not yet 40. I intend for you to serve until 60. Moreover, having consumed the longevity potion, you have centuries ahead of you. Do you wish to abandon it now? Absolutely not. I refuse to agree. Rebellious son, do you seek to drive your father to despair? You reject the throne I offer you. It is not a rejection, but rather a matter of timing. You should dutifully assume your role as emperor. When I desire the throne, I shall inform you. Yuzhen, removing his shoe, hurled it at Yunnan, who gracefully dodged and then sauntered out of the imperial study. In the outer sect disciples' quarters of the heavenly beyond, I've finally broken through, Yi Hao exclaimed, his face alight with joy. His relentless efforts and cultivation during this period were aimed at returning to the Tianwang continent sooner. Now, he had successfully advanced to the 9th tier. Have you heard? It seems the 3 major sects are planning a martial arts competition for their disciples soon. A martial arts competition? Indeed. It is said that disciples below the 10th tier can participate, and the top 10 will receive special rewards and can make a request to the sect. Is that true? Absolutely. The announcement has been posted at the Qingshi platform, and it appears to be scheduled for 2 months from now. That is splendid news. I have not returned home in a decade. If I place in the top 10, can I request the sect to allow me to return for a visit? What a brilliant idea. You are not alone in this thought. Most of us share the same desire. Alas, with our current cultivation at the 7th or 8th tier, securing a place in the competition seems but a dream. Outside the door, the voices of other disciples drifted in. After attentively listening, Yi Hao found himself consumed by unusual thoughts. As a fervent martial artist, he felt completely at ease in the realm of Tianwei, where the spiritual energy was denser and more conducive to cultivation. Were it not for his lingering concerns on the barren continent, he would have no desire to leave this paradise. Fortuitously, if he were to secure a commendable ranking this time, he could return briefly and then return to dedicate himself to further cultivation, striving for higher realms. Inspired by this notion, Yi Hao intensified his efforts. Meanwhile, Yi Ding, who had come to Tianwei in search of Yi Hao, found himself ensnared. Indeed, he was caught. Why aren't you running? The captain of the pursuing team taunted, observing Yi Ding's futile struggles within the net. Their relentless pursuit had spanned over a month, ultimately culminating in his capture with the aid of a magical artifact known as the golden net bestowed by their commander. Yi Ding glared furiously at the captain. Oh, how audacious. He dares to glare at me. Brothers, he still dares to glare at me. The other members of the team approached, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon Yi Ding to vent their pent-up frustrations from the past month. Crouched within the net, Yi Ding protected his head, enduring the onslaught from the pursuing team. Since arriving in Tianwei, his cultivation had soared rapidly without any intentional suppression, advancing to the late stage of the 10th tier in just over a month, thanks to the foundation he had built on the barren continent. This was truly a case of accumulated strength bursting forth. The members of the pursuing team were not even as powerful as him. Among the 10, 9 were at the 9th tier, with only the captain being a 10th tier expert. Had it not been for the so-called commander's gift of the golden net, now ensnaring him, they would have been powerless to subdue Yi Ding even together. Enough. Stop. If you break him, we won't be able to explain ourselves. With that, they ceased their assault, affixing shackles to Yi Ding's hands and feet. These shackles were remarkably effective. Once dawned, Yi Ding found himself severed from his internal energy, unable to sense its presence at all. Don't bother trying. Once the shackles are on, resistance is futile. Your only way out is to comply with us, the captain observed, sensing Yi Ding's attempts to gather his energy, and explained. Subsequently, they escorted Yi Ding towards the mining site affiliated with the Zhenshi sect. Upon returning to the homeland, Nangong Weiying assumed control of the state affairs. The current ruler of the Jin Kingdom was her younger brother, yet he was both young and frail, incapable of managing the complexities of governance. After bringing back the longevity elixir to extend their ancestors' life, she earned their full support. Thus, Nangong Weiying wielded significant influence within the Jin court. However, she felt utterly helpless in the face of the rampant rebellions throughout the country. The Jin Kingdom comprised 13 provinces. Yet the court currently held sway over only 2.5 provinces. The latter half was already occupied by enemies. The immense pressure of reclaiming the remaining 10.5 provinces with such limited resources weighed heavily upon her. After the court session, she returned to the princess's residence and changed into her regular attire. What of the talents you were tasked with seeking? Have you made any progress? She casually inquired. Butler, report to Her Highness the Princess. Indeed, there is a remarkable talent. A few days ago, a master named Li Fei arrived in the capital. He wields a hook spear with such prowess that he has faced the 6 foremost masters of the city without a single defeat. It is suspected that he is an 8th-tier expert, and he appears to possess knowledge of military strategy. Oh, such an extraordinary individual? Have you investigated him? Is there any cause for concern? Your Highness, I have already conducted an inquiry. He claims to be from Jizhou and has spent the past few years honing his skills in the deep mountains. He has only just emerged into the world. Then we must recruit him, regardless of the cost. We shall offer him high office, generous rewards, gold, silver, and jewels. Whatever conditions he proposes, we will endeavor to fulfill them, as long as he is willing to serve our great Jin. South Palace Wanting declared. Understood, Your Highness. I shall attend to this matter immediately and ensure that we secure this individual. The winds of uncertainty swirl ominously. South Palace Wanting sighed, pinching her brow in contemplation. Chapter 85. The extraordinary talent of Nangong Weiying, the steward of the princess's residence, was entrusted with the task of inviting Li Fei. In the capital of the Jin Kingdom, at the Yule Kexin Inn, room number 1, this was where Li Fei was staying. At this moment, he was busy packing his belongings. Knock, knock, knock. With a series of knocks echoing through the air, Li Fei was momentarily taken aback. Assuming it was the innkeeper, he called out, "Just a moment." After hastily stuffing his personal items into his bag, he rose to open the door. "Who are you?" Upon seeing not the innkeeper, but rather an elderly man dressed in fine silks, exuding an air of nobility, Li Fei inquired with curiosity. "Are you Mr. Li Fei?" The old man asked. "Indeed. That is I," Li Fei replied. "I am the steward of the Long Princess's residence. I have come on behalf of Her Highness, who wishes to invite you to the palace for a discussion. I hope you will honor us with your presence." The steward said politely. "Your Highness, I have no prior acquaintance with her. What business does she have with me? Please enlighten me," Li Fei requested. "Your name has become renowned throughout the capital. The princess cherishes talent and wishes to recruit you for service. She hopes you will consent to meet her, and even if you decline, she has prepared generous gifts for you." "Very well. Since Her Highness holds me in such esteem, I shall not refuse a meeting. Please wait a moment while I change my attire, and I shall join you shortly," Li Fei replied, retreating to his room. After a brief while, he emerged, suitably attired, and accompanied the steward to the princess's residence. In the reception hall of the princess's palace, Nangong Weiying greeted Li Fei, expressing her eagerness for talented individuals. Li Fei was equally pleased with her demeanor, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. Subsequently, Li Fei showcased his strategic vision and military prowess. Nangong Weiying was greatly astonished. Li Fei's performance aligned perfectly with her expectations of a renowned general. Without hesitation, she declared her intention to petition the emperor to grant Li Fei the title of general, allowing him to lead the Jin army in reclaiming lost territories. The following day, Nangong Weiying swiftly secured an imperial decree for Li Fei. Emperor Nangong Shun conferred upon him the title of General of the Feathered Cavalry, commanding 10,000 elite troops. The Feathered Cavalry was directly under the emperor's command, and the 10,000 soldiers Li Fei was to lead were not merely the finest amongst them. Moreover, Emperor Nangong Shun not only bestowed the title of general upon Li Fei, but also commanded him to consolidate the army and embark on a pacification campaign within 7 days. Although the timeline was tight, Li Fei felt no trepidation. After accepting the decree, he hurried to the Feathered Cavalry's main camp. 3 days later, after which Li Fei had earned the respect and loyalty of his 10,000 troops, he led them into battle. 7 days hence, Li Fei confronted the rebellious forces in their first engagement, achieving a resounding victory by annihilating over 30,000 enemy troops. The news of this triumph swiftly spread throughout the capital, bringing joy to the citizens who had previously only heard of defeats and lost territories. Indeed, I have not erred in my judgment of Li Fei. He is the divine general of our Jin kingdom. Nagong Weiniang praised him lavishly. Steward, you shall be rewarded for bringing forth such a great talent. I have a 3-courtyard estate in the southern part of the city. It now belongs to you. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift. The steward's face radiated with gratitude. The search for talent must continue. We cannot become complacent. Yes, Your Highness. I shall certainly seek out all the talented individuals of the realm to serve under you. 3 days later, the steward discovered 2 remarkable talents for Nagong Weiniang. These individuals were brothers, the martial one named Jiang Xian, an 8th-tier warrior, and the scholarly one named Jiang Han, a 5th-tier warrior of exceptional brilliance. Hailed by the master of the Imperial Academy as the finest in Jin state in 3 centuries, the 2 swiftly became part of Nagong Weiniang's retinue. Jiang Xian was appointed as the general of the guard, while Jiang Han was kept close to her side to offer counsel. Subsequently, Jiang Xian led his troops into battle, commanding an army of 10,000 feathered forest soldiers. However, while Li Fei marched north, Jiang Xian advanced southward, their paths diverging. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian proved equally adept, achieving resounding victory in his first skirmish after 10 days, subduing a region. Witnessing her 2 generals achieve consecutive triumphs, Nagong Weiniang's smile grew ever brighter. During this time, Jiang Han's contributions became increasingly evident. He meticulously organized the affairs of state and devised a 3-pronged strategic approach. Firstly, seizing military power. For authority arises from the barrel of a gun. Secondly, tightening control over finances by swiftly replacing the officials in the Ministry of Revenue with loyalists. Thirdly, marginalizing dissenters, slowly sidelining disobedient officials, and ultimately removing them as circumstances dictate. She wholeheartedly endorsed Jiang Han's theories, recognizing the urgency of restoring power to the royal family. Moreover, her brother, Nagong Shan, had always possessed frail health, and after nearly a year of anxiety, his condition had deteriorated further. Although he had married, he had yet to produce an heir, and the prospect of leaving a legacy remained uncertain. Thus, she was anxious to quell the internal strife and then fervently seek out renowned physicians and precious remedies to treat her brother's ailment. Zhang Sibao, buoyed by his newfound vigor, had now assumed the role of the chief executive of the Dao Communication Group in the Songjin region. Upon returning to the Song state, he immediately wielded his authority to reclaim the sales rights of communication devices from Yang Wei. Although Yang Wei had secured the agency rights from the Royal Chamber of Commerce, these did not extend to the Communication Group as sales rights. The previous arrangement to grant him these rights had stemmed from the Communication Group as nascent stage, as they sought to leverage the Royal Chamber of Commerce's influence to establish their market. Now that the Communication Group had secured a stable customer base, the sales rights were gradually being reclaimed, albeit with a hint of betrayal. What? You intend to take back the sales rights for the devices? Yang Wei exclaimed incredulously, facing the steward of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, President Yang, you must understand, the Communication Group is not under the jurisdiction of the Royal Chamber of Commerce, and they have established their own sales system. Thus, reclaiming their rights is entirely justifiable. Justifiable? This is akin to burning the bridge after crossing it. Were it not for me, Yang Wei, the communication devices would not have achieved such impressive sales in the Song state. Now that you are reaping the rewards, you wish to sever ties. That is simply unacceptable. Go back and inform your President Zhang that I do not consent to this decision. Should he persist, let us see if your communication devices can still find a place in the Song state. Oh, President Yang, are you attempting to monopolize the Song state? A voice emerged from outside, one that Yang Wei found exceedingly irritating. Zhang Sibao. Yang Wei's countenance darkened as he said, "You may leave. I need to have a word with our President Yang." Zhang Sibao addressed the steward of the Royal Chamber of Commerce, who nodded silently before exiting the room without uttering a word. Zhang Sibao, it seems we have little of substance to discuss, Yang Wei remarked harshly, harboring no fondness for this competitor in the commercial arena, and thus offering Zhang Sibao no semblance of courtesy. Oh, how forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce my new position. I am Song Jin, the chief representative for the Dawu Communications Group in both nations. Does this revelation not evoke a sense of surprise? Chapter 86. Military Reform. Ah, how forgetful I am. Allow me to introduce my new identity. I am the chief representative of the Dawu Communications Group for the Two Nations of Song. Does this not evoke a sense of surprise? Zhang Sibao, wearing a smug expression, cast a glance at Yang Wei. Is Dawu out of its mind? They actually appointed you, that foolish pig, as the head? Do not overstep your bounds. Yang Wei retorted. It is you who has overstepped. I intend to reclaim the sales rights of the communication devices from you. Furthermore, I shall also reclaim the rights to recharge calling credits. Go ahead and try. Do not underestimate me. Should you attempt to reclaim them, I will ensure that the communications group cannot operate in the Song Kingdom. Let us see who can stand firm. You have your backing, and I have mine. I refuse to believe that Prime Minister Qin can maintain absolute control over the Song Kingdom. We shall see, Yang Wei declared, leaving with a menacing remark. Meanwhile, Yunnan was troubled by the issue of military reform. The dilemma before him was whether to adopt a modern triangular structure or to retain the traditional military system of Dawu. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as Zhuge Jia had returned. Zhuge Jia had successfully accomplished the task of integrating the territories of the barbarian nation. Although sporadic resistance occasionally arose, the station troops were more than capable of handling it, allowing him to return to the capital without needing to remain vigilant as the crown prince. Your Highness need not worry. I believe that neither of these two options suits Dawu's current circumstances. A combination of both is necessary. One that preserves the army's loyalty to the monarchy while enhancing combat effectiveness. Soldiers who have proven their worth should be reassigned, rather than bestowing crystal cores to create new warriors. Instead, resources for cultivation should be distributed to those already skilled in martial arts. Weapons should be allocated in a limited manner. Large-scale provisioning at this stage could incite fear among neighboring nations if they were to unite against us. While we are not afraid, the pressure would be considerable. Our current strategy should be one of discreet development, gradually encroaching. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Yin'an acquiesced to Zhuge Jia's theory, relinquishing his initial desire for an immediate overhaul of the military. At this stage, in the absence of assurance regarding the loyalty of his troops, a meticulous selection process was imperative. One must consume sustenance mouthful by mouthful. Yin'an possessed ample time and could not afford to hastily become overwhelmed. With his decision firmly established, he initially dispatched half of the soldiers from the 6th Division to meticulously sift through the National Army for troops. The sole criterion for these soldiers was loyalty. Their martial prowess could be minimal or even non-existent, as Yunnan would later provide for their development. However, loyalty remained paramount. Before long, the 6th Division returned with a commendable contingent of 20,000 qualified soldiers. These individuals had undergone 7 rounds of rigorous screening, and while they may not have been the most elite, they undoubtedly epitomized loyalty. Yin'an was exceedingly pleased. Deficiencies in capability could be nurtured, but a lack of loyalty rendered them unworthy of trust. He intended to cultivate these 20,000 into elite forces akin to the 6th Division, transforming them into his sharpest weapons and trump cards. Subsequently, Yunnan addressed these 20,000 troops in the Grand Camp, delivering an inspiring speech, pledging that as long as they performed diligently, the Crown Prince would not neglect any individual. Most notably, he vowed that for every enemy had brought forth, a reward of 5 acres of land would be granted, securing their everlasting ownership. At this moment, the morale of the troops soared to unprecedented heights. Yunnan aptly named this formidable army the Heavenly Strategy Army, imprinting his essence upon it, and he personally assumed the role of commander. That very night, all non-combatant soldiers within the Heavenly Strategy Army received crystal cores bestowed by Yunnan, transforming them into martial practitioners under the supervision of the 6th Division. Those already possessing martial skills were also provided with cultivation resources, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. "Ah, Captain, are you from the capital?" inquired fellow soldiers within the barracks of the 9th Squad, 8th Battalion of the Heavenly Strategy Army, as Zhao Tong busied himself tidying his bunk. "Indeed. Once we have a break, I will treat everyone to Changchun Tower in the city. You must know, the ladies there are truly enchanting," Zhao Tong declared. "Foster father." "It's settled then. There shall be no backing out." Several eager eyes turned towards Zhao Tong, who, as the squad leader, was the most skilled among them. "What's the fuss? Everyone is invited. Young Master Zhao will cover the bill." "Foster father," they echoed in unison. In truth, Zhao Tong had been conscripted into the City Defense Army 6 months prior by Jing Ran, the wife of Duke Ingua. Wandering the streets was not a viable option. Yet Zhao Tong's martial prowess was commendable, prompting Jing Ran to chart a military path for him. Utilizing the connections left by the late Duke, Zhao Tong was successfully integrated into the city defense army as a prominent soldier. Certainly, Dukengua's influence extended beyond this, but Jing Ran had declined further assistance. Determined to allow her son to ascend gradually, only through this process would her second son grasp the arduous nature of his father's esteemed position. Meanwhile, she did not show favoritism, as her eldest son's extramarital affair was discreetly resolved, with only the 7th and 8th lords privy to the details, and perhaps even the king of hell himself. The eldest daughter-in-law is indeed a commendable individual, thus it is imperative that she refrains from intervening in this matter, leaving it to her elderly mother instead. The eldest son, under her vigilant supervision, is diligently fulfilling his duties within the Ministry of War. Should the emperor remain silent for a while longer, she shall swallow her pride and beseech him directly. As for the youngest son, she has devised a comprehensive transformation plan. The first step involves the destruction of his flamboyant attire that fills his room. Subsequently, she has generously hired several martial arts instructors to rigorously train him. Additionally, she has engaged the renowned Qingwei young master from the martial world to provide training for Zhao Xing. The Qingwei young master is celebrated for his striking appearance. Although he may pale in comparison to Yi Tian, he is nonetheless a figure of some repute. The purpose of inviting the Qingwei young master is to facilitate a holistic training regimen for the third son, aimed at transforming both his physical demeanor and mental outlook. During this period, Jing Ran feels more exhausted than during her tenure at the investment firm. Lu Linyuan, brother, are you there? Yinan, yes, brother. Lu Linyuan, the dark matter wristband you requested has been completed. Yinan, wonderful. This significantly enhances our security. Lu Linyuan, I have sent it to you. Please check it. Yinan, thank you, brother Lu. Lu Linyuan, no need for formalities. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. Yinan, absolutely. Yinan gazed at the suitcase beside him, a smile gracing his lips. This was the dark matter wristband he had commissioned Lu Linyuan to create at great expense. It not only possesses communication capabilities but also allows for messaging across distances, utilizing dark matter energy that automatically stores itself. Wherever dark matter energy exists, the wristband can be employed. Its primary function is protection. Should the owner sustain fatal injuries, it will instinctively release dark matter to form a shield, safeguarding its master. This precaution was added after the incident involving the barbarian god ancestor, further enhancing Yinan's defenses. Chapter 87. The selection competition of the town's sacred sect. Reflecting on the past, Yinan, the revered ancestor of the barbarian god, still feels a lingering trepidation. Had he not been prepared with anesthetic needles, the outcome could have been dire, as the overwhelming power of the barbarian god could have led to his utter annihilation. After all, with his prowess as a 9th-tier expert and wielding a 9th-tier weapon, it was uncertain whether he could inflict any damage upon the barbarian god, especially considering that his weapon had been shattered in the encounter. Thus, he reached out to Lu Linyuan, requesting the customization of protective weaponry. Lu Linyuan, ever pragmatic, accepted the commission without hesitation, provided the payment was secured. This collaboration resulted in the creation of several dark energy protective wristbands. Yinan opened the box to reveal a total of 6 wristbands, intended for himself and his family. 1 for himself, another to be gifted to Kong Jingshu after their wedding, 1 for each of his parents, leaving 2 as spares. Meanwhile, Yi Hao was preparing to participate in the internal selection competition of the town's sacred sect. Given the magnitude of the 3-sect competition, it was impractical for all disciples to compete, as such a scenario would surely become a source of ridicule. Thus, the 3 sects agreed that each would send 10 combatants, culminating in a total of 30 participants. This necessitated the sects to pre-select their most capable individuals, resulting in the forthcoming selection tournament. The Zhenshi sect categorizes its disciples into 3 tiers: outer, inner, and direct apprentices. All disciples, regardless of their level, are eligible to register. Moreover, the classification within the Zhenshi sect is not solely based on cultivation level. It incorporates a comprehensive evaluation of cultivation, contributions, and innate talent. Consequently, some disciples may be ranked as inner disciples despite being at the 7th or 8th stage, while others at the 9th or 10th stage may remain as outer disciples. However, the direct apprentices hold a distinct status, with only 10 currently recognized within the sect. The system is competitive, allowing for challenges among the direct apprentices, who face challengers once a year. Should a challenger prevail, the identities of the 2 individuals will be exchanged. Failure, however, results in a demotion. An inner disciple would be relegated to outer status, and an outer disciple would descend to the rank of a servant disciple, who possesses no right to challenge. Presently, the weakest among the 10 direct apprentices is at the pinnacle of the 10th stage, while the most formidable, the senior apprentice Wang Cha-hai, is rumored to be at the false Dan realm. Hence, many refrain from attempting to challenge the direct apprentices, whose talents are unparalleled, and who are often regarded as the elite of the cultivation world. Fortunately, these direct apprentices regard the rewards of the three sects competition with indifference, having previously participated in numerous such events, rendering them rather unremarkable. The selection competition proceeded as scheduled, and Yi Hao had already registered. Virtually all disciples from both the outer and inner sects had signed up. The tournament spanned 3 days. Upon arriving at the disciple square, Yi Hao noted that the announcement board had assigned numbers to all participants, and the arena had been aptly constructed. Yi Hao's number was 2457, placing him at arena 26. With his match scheduled for the afternoon at the hour of Shun, his opponent was an outer sect female disciple named Wei Wan, affording him ample time to observe the matches of others and to discern the disparities in strength between the disciples of the inner and outer sects. Through Yi Hao's observations, he discovered that the majority of the Jinshi sect's disciples were at the 7th or 8th stage, with occasional encounters of 1 or 2 disciples at the 9th stage. However, the overall number of 9th stage disciples was not insignificant. This realization heightened the pressure weighing upon him. In the afternoon, at the hour of Shun, Yi Hao arrived a quarter of an hour early at Arena 26 to await the commencement of his match. 2 competitors were already engaged in battle on the stage, both at the 9th stage, exchanging blows with one wielding a sword and the other a staff, the latter having a slight advantage. After 30 exchanges, the sword-wielding disciple was defeated. With the conclusion of their duel, the elder serving as the referee called out Yi Hao's name. Thus, the disciples taking the stage were Yi Hao, number 2457, and Wei Wan, number 1326. Yi Hao leaped onto the arena, and his opponent, a female disciple clad in azure, followed suit. She possessed above-average beauty, and upon seeing her, Yi Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. 8th stage, this should not pose a significant issue, he thought to himself. Begin. As the elders witnessed the arrival of the 2 participants, the competition was declared to commence. After 10 exchanges, Yi Hao inwardly lamented his earlier underestimation. This woman was not to be trifled with. Her swordplay was executed with remarkable finesse, her elusive strikes leaving Yi Hao in disarray. Armed with a disciple's standard long knife, he steadied his nerves after 20 exchanges, gradually discerning the patterns in Wei Wan's attacks. Seizing the opportunity when she revealed an opening, he delivered a powerful strike that sent Wei Wan tumbling off the platform. Disciple 2457, Yi Hao triumphs. In the subsequent match, Disciple 1333, Zhang Li, faced off against Disciple 0055, Yu Wei. The competition continued, and having learned from Wei Wan's example, Yi Hao no longer dared to underestimate his opponents. In the second match, fortune favored him as he encountered a 7th-tier disciple, whom he dispatched in 5 exchanges. The reason it took more than one strike was due to Yi Hao's excessive caution. He believed that a 7th-tier disciple reaching the second round must possess formidable techniques. Thus, his first 3 moves were merely probes. Upon realizing that his opponent was but a fade, he delivered a decisive blow that sent the opponent crashing off the platform. Unbeknownst to him, this unfortunate soul had merely advanced to the second round by facing an even more unfortunate adversary in the first round. In the third round, Yi Hao's luck appeared to have waned as he faced a 9th-tier adept. Disciple 2457, Yi Hao, squared off against Disciple 1868, Zhang Han. Without any preliminary exchange, they engaged directly in combat. Yi Hao wielded his long knife, while Zhang Han surprisingly brandished a pair of uncommon iron staffs. The formidable weight of the staffs deterred Yi Hao from confronting the techniques head-on. Zhang Han's staff techniques were proficient, yet after some time, Yi Hao discerned that his opponent relied on merely 6 or 7 fundamental staff maneuvers, albeit with slight variations. During his time in the martial nation of the Tianwang continent, Yi Hao had sought the counsel of military commanders to gain insight into the use of various weapons. Although his understanding was rather rudimentary, he believed he could devise a strategy against these repetitive staff moves. Seizing an opening during one of Zhang Han's transitions, Yi Hao unleashed a blade of energy aimed at Zhang Han's wrist. Should Zhang Han refuse to relinquish his weapon, he risked losing his hand. Yet if he chose to discard it, he would be met with a torrent of relentless attacks from Yi Hao. Faced with the choice between his hand and a potential defeat, Zhang Han opted for the latter, discarding the iron staff. Subsequently, Yi Hao's onslaught cascaded down upon him like an unbridled waterfall, forcing Zhang Han to concede in defeat. Disciple 2457, Yi Hao, emerges victorious. After 3 rounds, The number of remaining disciples dwindled to 300 or 400, with expectations that within another 5 or 6 rounds, the top 10 disciples would be determined. Having navigated the first 2 rounds with little peril, Yi Hao now faced opponents of considerable strength, as the weaker contenders had been thoroughly eliminated long before. Disciple 2457. Yi Hao was set to challenge Disciple 88, Chi Roro. Chapter 88, Advancement Disciple number 2457. Yi Hao faces off against Disciple number 0088, Chi Roro. Ah, it is indeed the Goddess Chi. Go, Goddess Chi. Yes, Senior Sister Chi's beauty is second only to that of the esteemed direct disciple, Sister Duan. And she stands at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. It is rumored that she is on the verge of breaking into the 10th tier, merely awaiting a fortuitous opportunity. Presumably, Senior Sister Chi has come to seek that opportunity through combat. Yi Hao ascended the stage and was greeted by a striking beauty clad in flowing pink attire. Her wide sleeves and ethereal dress swept the ground, adorned with armlets of a delicate shade, her hair elegantly styled with a decorative pin, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Outer Sect Disciple Yi Hao, I humbly request your guidance, Senior Sister. Yi Hao greeted with a respectful bow. You are truly a paragon of talent, Junior Brother. I have heard you are also a 9th tier adept. Alas, I sustained a minor injury during my cultivation last night. So I kindly ask you to show some mercy in our match. I would hate to lose too embarrassingly, lest I be reduced to tears. Chi Roro's voice was melodious, akin to pearls falling onto a jade plate. Senior Sister, you flatter me. I eagerly await your instruction. As a fervent martial enthusiast and a prince, Yi Hao was no stranger to the myriad beauties of his father Yijin's harem, and thus, he remained unfazed by Chi Roro's compliments. His mind was solely focused on defeating his opponent to represent the Zhenshi sect in the grand competition among the 3 sects. Aiming for glory upon his return to the Tianhuang continent, Chi Roro, momentarily taken aback, noticed that her renowned beauty had no effect on Yi Hao. While she inwardly chastised him for being dense, she donned a smile and declared, Then I shall make the first move. I trust you 1T mind. With that, she executed a swift technique, akin to drifting willow catkins, and launched a palm strike at Yi Hao. Though her words were sweet, her actions were swift and ruthless. Having learned from his previous encounters, particularly with Wei Wan, Yi Hao no longer underestimated any opponent, especially not a fellow 9th tier adept like Chi Roro. He unleashed a powerful slash, the blade's light aimed directly at her face. Should it connect, her prized beauty would be irreparably marred. Goodness. This Yi Hao strikes with such ferocity, targeting the vulnerabilities of his opponent. If he succeeds, Senior Sister Chi's life may forever be altered. I believe he has executed a commendable maneuver. It is about time someone put this vixen in her place. Flaunting herself to draw attention, as if she were unaware of her own provocations. Just the other day, Junior Brother Wang was thrown off the stage by her cunning tactics. Despite his potential for a top 10 finish, a female disciple, unable to tolerate Chi Roro's antics, voiced her disdain. As Chi Roro observed Yi Hao's ruthless approach, her expression shifted. Junior Brother, how ruthless you are, attempting to disfigure your senior sister. How could the Zhenshi sect harbor such a venomous disciple? I shall rid our sect of this menace. As Chi Roro observed that Yi Hao was impervious to her tactics, she steeled herself, preparing to mount a moral high ground assault aimed at undermining Yi Hao's resolve. Her intent was clear. Should Yi Hao dare to retort, his focus would falter, providing her the opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities and ultimately defeat him. After all, she too was a master of the 9th tier. And the rumors circulating in the outside world held some truth. She merely required a singular opportunity to ascend to the 10th tier, in the realm beyond the heavens. Martial artists seldom encounter obstacles before reaching the 10th tier. With diligent adherence to the sect scriptures, most can attain the 9th tier. However, the chasm between the 9th and 10th tiers is akin to an insurmountable abyss. Without breaking through to the 10th tier, one remains as inconsequential as an ant. Furthermore, in terms of combat prowess, no number of 9th tier fighters could ever triumph over a 10th tier master, for their methods of battle diverge significantly. 9th tier combat is reliant on the accumulation of one's own true chi, whereas those who ascend to the 10th tier can harness the forces of nature within a certain radius. Thus, whether within the Zhenshi sect or beyond, the status of the 10th tier is incomparably exalted over that of the 9th. Returning to Chi Roro. After articulating her thoughts, she brandished her enchanted artifact, the Dragon Whip, and aimed to strike at Yi Hao's head. Since he had previously targeted her visage with the intent to mar her beauty, she deemed this a fitting retaliation. The Dragon Whip, a gift from her esteemed senior, Zhao was crafted from the hide of a dragon he had slain during his travels, possessing formidable might, while she, as a ninth-tier practitioner, could not fully unleash its potential. It was nonetheless beyond what a ninth-tier Yihao could withstand. In an instant, the exchange transpired with breathtaking swiftness. Yihao, caught unprepared, could only pivot to shield his strikingly handsome face. Yet, he suffered a solid blow from Qi-Ro-Ro, and the fabric of his back was soon drenched with dark red blood. Nevertheless, Yihao remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure in the face of adversity. The two continued their fierce engagement for approximately 20 exchanges, but Yihao soon recognized that prolonging the confrontation was futile. His blood would inevitably run dry. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. With a decisive motion, Yihao deflected Qi-Ro-Ro's whip, targeting 3 vital points: the Zhongdu, Yutong, and Huagai acupoints on his chest. These acupoints belonged to the Ren Meridian, and the Yi family possessed a secret technique capable of amplifying one's strength significantly through a precise strike to these points, albeit only once within a 10-day span. There was also a risk of rupturing the meridian for those with weaker channels. However, as a prodigy emerging once every 3 centuries in the martial realm, Yihao evidently did not belong to the category of the frail. With confidence in employing this hidden card, Yihao struck the acupoints, and the exhilarating surge of power coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble, as if he had ingested some forbidden elixir. Qi-Ro-Ro, noticing his altered state, remarked, "You shitty, to secure victory in the contest, resorting to illicit substances may prove counterproductive, would it not? In the realm beyond the heavens, peculiar and insidious drugs abound. Yet they share a commonality. Their use invariably damages one's foundation, rendering future cultivation impossible. Thus, within this celestial expanse, no one resorts to such forbidden substances unless absolutely desperate, risking their very lives and fortunes." Yihao remained silent. After experiencing a significant surge in power, he sensed countless delicate spirits dancing in the air, as if they were attempting to convey something to him. Though he could not comprehend their words, he felt an innate ability to command these ethereal beings. Instinctively, he directed them to assault Qi-Ro-Ro. Indeed, the spirits surged forth to attack her, and she was instantly bound in place, struggling to breathe as her Jiao dragon whip fell uselessly to the ground. 10th level. You have actually broken through to the 10th level. Qi-Ro-Ro exclaimed in a panic. Yihao seemed oblivious to her voice, continuing to exert his newfound power. He appeared to be immersed in a vast ocean of spirits, who were exceedingly benevolent and imparting knowledge on how to wield their abilities. After a prolonged moment, Qi-Ro-Ro's complexion turned ashen, as if she were on the verge of suffocation. "Why, you shitty, please spare me." Chapter 89. The Super Divine World Yi. "You shitty, please spare me." Yihao regained his senses, realizing he had nearly choked Qi-Ro-Ro to the brink of unconsciousness. He hastily commanded the spirits to cease their actions. Once they halted, Qi-Ro-Ro gasped for fresh air, as if her very essence had been rejuvenated. "Thank you, you shitty." Yihao waved his hand dismissively. Disciple number 2457, Yihao, emerged victorious. In the subsequent matches, every contender who encountered Yihao opted to forfeit, for Qi-Ro-Ro's plight served as a stark warning. She was a peak 9th-tier expert, and yet she had almost succumbed to Yihao's grip. Others would scarcely stand a chance against her, let alone face the formidable Yihao. Yihao's reputation soared, and he became a figure of great acclaim within the Zhenshu sect, often cited as the most promising candidate for first place in the upcoming trisect competition. Meanwhile, Yihao remained diligently engaged in his matches. On the Tianwang continent, the countdown for this year's events had commenced. The monthly matchmaking period had arrived, and he hoped for a swift resolution this time. Ding. Searching for friends. Please hold on. Ding. Search successful. Please add one of the following 3 individuals as a friend. 1. Indestructible Kidney. 2. My name is staying up late. 3. It will rain heavily tomorrow, he chuckled, finding the names as abstract as ever. Indestructible Kidney seemed familiar from his first encounter. He chose to add him. Now adding friend, awaiting mutual approval. Please wait. After a considerable time, the addition was successful. You may now chat with the other party. Yunnan, are you there? In the splendid villa district of the Valiant Mansion, located in the Northern Star, Wan Bei is convening a video conference for his corporation. Since he traversed into this world 27 years ago, armed with memories from his previous life, he initially aspired to become merely a scribe and subsequently enter the entertainment industry to earn easy money. However, everything changed when he first heard the name Tiana City. While a name alone may signify little, the reverberations of another name, Northern Star, changed everything. He had indeed crossed over into a perilous realm, one where nuclear bombardments were commonplace and extraordinary powers existed, where beings could traverse time and space, manipulate black holes, and possess formidable combat prowess. It was a world where ordinary mortals could scarcely survive. Thus, as soon as he began to comprehend the written language of this universe, he devoted himself to diligent study. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of being a transmigrator, Yuan Bei's intellect was remarkably agile. His parents even took him for an intelligence assessment, revealing an astonishing IQ of 290, which led to his selection for elite training by the government. Of course, he was not affiliated with the Danu, a faction he was kept separate from. Yuan Bei was part of a clandestine government initiative known as Defend the Nation, symbolizing the protection of the homeland. This program included others with equally extraordinary intellects. However, due to a breach of confidentiality, the Danu discovered the initiative and demanded its public disclosure, leading to its dissolution. Following the project's termination, Yuan Bei returned to his studies, adopting a fade of an ordinary student to conceal his true identity. Fortunately, although the project was compromised, only a select few names were intercepted by the Danu, and Yuan Bei's was not among them. After reintegrating into campus life, he developed discreetly, posing as a typical student. However, after several years of obscurity, he received covert governmental support to engage in various experiments, including human genetic development and weaponry research, where his contributions proved invaluable. Externally, Yuan Bei presented himself as the proprietor of a pharmaceutical company, having pursued a degree in biology. It was only a year ago that he acquired a system, the Wealth God system, which enabled him to connect with system owners across myriad realms. These connections bore significant potential for him. Today, someone added him as a friend, but engrossed in his meeting, he could not respond immediately. It was only 2 hours later, upon accessing the system, that he noticed a name in the friend requests, Yi family's third son. Through Yunan's profile, Yuan Bei gleaned that Yunan hails from a world steeped in martial prowess, where ninth-tier masters are akin to legendary warriors. Yuan Bei perceptively noted the intriguing elements of Yunan's world, especially considering that Yunan had connections to friends from other realms. While Yunan's universe may lack the allure he sought, perhaps its companions would offer something of interest. After all, there is a saying that resonates profoundly. One can come to know the entire world through the acquaintance of just 3 individuals, thus he chooses not to adopt the aloof demeanor of others, refraining from adding friends. It is essential to understand that the opportunities to add connections provided by the system each month are exceedingly precious. He seizes every chance, for this world is undeniably perilous. Upon perusing the profile of the other party, Yunan was momentarily struck dumb. The super god world? It is worth noting that in his previous life, this anime was immensely popular, and as an ardent fan, Yunan had watched it no less than 3 times. This realm is colloquially referred to by netizens as the Hell World, where ordinary individuals traversing into it face survival probabilities below a mere 0. 1 unless they acquire supernatural abilities or evolve into warriors. Astonishingly, the profile indicated that the individual was the owner of a pharmaceutical company. With this slender thread of evidence, Yunan deduced that this brother was undoubtedly a formidable figure, not just any ordinary one, but a veritable powerhouse among them. Yunan, are you there, brother? Yuan Bei, present. Yunan, is Angel Yan's leg fair? Yuan Bei, you are also from Earth. Yunan, fellow townsman. Yuan Bei, at last. I have met a fellow townsman. Do you know how I have spent these 27 years? Do you know? Yunan, was it your choice, idol? Our way must perish. Even Jesus cannot intervene. Mark my words. Yuan Bei, damn, a true fellow townsman indeed. Let us cut the small talk and engage in resource exchange. The plot is about to commence on my end, brother. Nuclear bombs, and that cursed group of gluttons. Those novices are no help at all, and the monkey's current combat capability is rather weak. Although I possess the ability to protect myself, facing Morgana and Kaisa would be tantamount to handing my life over, not to mention that treacherous Carl. Yunan, is it really that straightforward? Are we not to cultivate some camaraderie first? Is there no foreplay, just diving straight in? Doesn't that feel a bit abrupt? Yuan Bei, to hell with that. Lives are at stake, brother. By the time you've established rapport, you might as well be preparing to collect your fellow townsman's remains. Hurry. Utilize every connection you possess and bring me something substantial. Yunan, something substantial? Does a battleship count? Yuan Bei, most certainly my adoptive father. Time is of the essence. Swiftly procure a vessel for me. Rescuing others is akin to extinguishing a fire. Delay any longer, and you may never see me again. The Huangtzuan incident transpired today. Morgana has already arrived on Earth, although that detestable big flower has yet to make an appearance. Spatial fluctuations are already detected near the Great Insect Bridge. The gluttons are on their way. Yunnan, understood. Await my word. Yunnan, Brother Liu. Prepare to receive guests. One battleship, please. Chapter 90, The Grand Wedding of Yunnan. Yunnan, Brother Liu, are you there? I need assistance. One battleship. Lu Linyuan. Lu Linyuan, not a brother. What is the situation? Did a celestial being descend upon you? Yunnan, brother. Could you wish me some good fortune? Lu Linyuan, what is happening? Yunnan, a friend is in a bit of a crisis and requires armament support. Lu Linyuan, weapons? For arms, you can certainly count on Brother Liu. Yunnan, all right. I know you're the expert. Do you have any battleships for sale? Lu Linyuan, yes. Yunnan, I will transfer the funds shortly. Do you have any in stock? Lu Linyuan, I can't speak for other things, but I always keep at least one battleship on hand for emergencies. Yunnan, that is splendid. Yunnan, I've arranged for you one battleship, purchase a battleship and receive arms, fully equipped as a gift. Ruan Bei, my fellow townsman, is reliable. Yunnan, just don't forget to send the payment. During this period, if one were to mention who was the busiest, it would undoubtedly be Kong Ru. The wedding date of Yunnan and his daughter, Kong Jingshu, was approaching. As the Minister of Rites, this duty fell squarely within his responsibilities, and given that it was his daughter's wedding, he could not afford to be negligent. Although he need not participate on the day itself, he remained exceedingly invested in the preparations, approaching every task with utmost seriousness. In the past, when royal family members wed, those from the Ministry of Rites would often take a slice of the pie. However, presently, no one dared to extend their hands. As this was not merely a wedding for the crown prince, it was also the marriage of the eldest daughter of an esteemed family. Not only was there no room for impropriety, but it was paramount that the occasion be executed with elegance and grace. On the 10th day of the second month, deemed auspicious for marriage, was the wedding date of Yunnan and Kong Jingshu, with bright red candles illuminating the scene and golden silk curtains draping low. The entire imperial city was enveloped in a festive sea of red. Today marked the grand wedding of Crown Prince Yunnan, and the royal city was adorned with lanterns and decorations, as attendants busily ensured that every detail was attended to. Within the residence of the Minister of Rites, Kong Jingshu sat gracefully in her chamber, surrounded by 8 maidservants who were meticulously preparing her for the ceremony. In the copper mirror, the lady appeared as breathtaking as a celestial being, with brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, and lips painted a vibrant red. Her forehead adorned with exquisite golden floral embellishments. Her matrons tenderly held the wedding gown, intricately crafted over 6 months by dozens of embroiderers, as they carefully assisted her into it. My lady, you truly are as beautiful as a fairy today, one maidservant exclaimed. From this day forth, you shall be addressed as the crown princess. Another maidservant added, Indeed. How could I forget? Henceforth, it is indeed crown princess. Kong Jingshu paid no heed to the maid's jesting, merely responding with a faint smile. As an esteemed figure of the mysterious sect, she effortlessly discerned the thoughts of others and remained indifferent to the playful banter of the maidservants, who were handpicked by her mother, Wang Lan, and were akin to family in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Yunnan was being attended to by the eunuchs as he donned the resplendent crimson and gold python robe. In truth, had Yunnan wished, he could have adorned himself in the 5-clawed dragon robe long before the new year. However, he chose not to. Your Highness, the auspicious hour approaches. It is time to depart for the wedding, Zhang Jiang reminded him. Yunnan nodded, turning to mount the already prepared white steed, which today was groomed to radiate festivity. Amidst the thunderous sound of gongs and drums, the prince's entourage traversed through Zhuke Street. The common folk knelt on either side of the road, eager to catch a glimpse of the crown prince, who had successfully subdued both Xiliang and the barbarian nation. Yunnan's reputation in the martial realm had now eclipsed that of Yizhan. Perched upon his pure white steed, Yunnan was flanked by Zhuge Jia, El Ming, Li Kong, Zhang Jing, Tian Zhongwen, and others, each face adorned with smiles. After all, this day marked the joyous occasion of their Lord Yunnan's marriage, a significant event that heralded the continuation of his lineage, vital for the sustenance of any power. To put it bluntly, even if Yunnan were to pass, as long as he had descendants, their collective unity would remain intact, offering hope for the future. Soon, the prince's entourage reached the Kong residence. Given Yunnan's status, none dared to obstruct his path, allowing him to respectfully escort Kong Jingshu out. With the auspicious hour at hand, their wedding was to be held in the Taiha Hall, where officials lined the sides, kneeling as the officiant's resounding voice filled the air. Yinan presented a red silk cloth to Kong Jingshu, and together they knelt, performing the solemn rites of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. The incense wafted gently from the gilded censer, while Emperor Yuzhen watched the couple with a satisfied smile in his eyes. After the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds were escorted back to the Eastern Palace's bridal chamber, with guests arranged by the Ministry of Rites. Within the chamber, the red candles flickered, casting a warm glow. Kong Jingshu, feeling a surge of nervousness, nearly tore the handkerchief in her grasp. Yinan gently lifted the golden rod to unveil the veil that shrouded Kong Jingshu's face. At that moment, he was utterly captivated. Though he had seen her before and knew of her reputation as one of the 4 great talents of the capital, nothing could compare to the beauty she radiated on this day. It is often said that a woman's wedding day is the most beautiful moment of her life, and indeed, it proved to be true. Observing Yunan's dazed expression, Kong Jingshu felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, as Yunan remained lost in thought, she had to prompt him. "What are you staring at?" Snapping back to reality, Yunan's expression was hard to articulate. "Dear ancestor, what a waste of your beauty. Must you speak and ruin my moment of admiration? Please, spare me. Let us not forget our partnership." She retorted. "Partnership? I was unaware of such a thing. All I know is that you are my wife now, and it is time for us to share a cup of wine together. Come, my dear." Yunan lifted the 2 glasses of wine beside him, presenting one to Kong Jingshu. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he took hold of her arm, guiding her to complete the ceremonial exchange of cups. With heads bowed and veils lifted, they had partaken in the ritual. Now, Kong Jingshu was irrevocably his wife, bound for eternity. "You are now my beloved, Kong Jingshu," Yinan declared. "You deceiver. We agreed that this was merely a collaboration." She retorted, still in disbelief. "Collaboration? Who can attest to that?" "Thus, dear ancestor Kong, accept your fate," he replied with a smirk. "Scoundrel!" Kong Jingshu exclaimed, raising her hand in an attempt to strike him. Yet, in Yunan's eyes, such actions only appeared enticing. He seized her hand firmly. "My dear, it is getting late. Let us retire early," he suggested, lifting her effortlessly into his arms as he strode toward the bed. "My love, the Emperor and Empress have long expressed their desires for us to expand the royal lineage, so you must persevere." "Yunan, you rogue." Kong Jingshu struggled in his embrace. "Resist all you wish. Your defiance only heightens my delight. Even if you scream for help, no one shall come to your aid." He laughed maniacally, embodying the role of a villain. Yet, he remained oblivious to the sly smile adorning Kong Jingshu's face, one that hinted at a cunning scheme fulfilled. There is a truth that Yunan, the solitary dog, surely knew but had never experienced. A skilled hunter often presents itself in the guise of its prey. Chapter 91. Reinforcements for Zhang Sibao. The crimson candles flickered, casting a warm glow throughout the room, reminiscent of the vibrant hues of spring. Yunan, having traversed 2 lifetimes, finally concluded his solitary existence on this remarkable day. Meanwhile, our venerable ancestor Kong experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. "It is no wonder that in my past life, my disciples urged me to marry without delay. Had I known that marriage could be so delightful, I would have heeded their advice and wed much sooner," Kong Jingshu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Yinan remained silent, reclining on the bed and casting her a sidelong glance. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Weren't you also a single soul in your previous life?" Kong Jingshu retorted with a touch of irritation. "Can you truly discern that? Through the esoteric arts of the shaman, I can glimpse into the lives of 3 lifetimes. You see, what purpose does it serve for people like you to exist? You perceive everything with clarity. No secrets remain when others stand before you, rendering it akin to being utterly exposed. Indecent. There is, of course, a distinction. While I can indeed unravel the lives of ordinary individuals, warriors, especially those of the 5th tier or above, or those blessed with great fortune, remain elusive to me unless I pay a price. And what of me? Have you not secretly taken a glimpse into my fate? Why would I bother? You are both a 9th tier warrior and a royal prince. Your essence is inherently inscrutable. What effort would be warranted on my part?" Kong Jingshu rolled her eyes and remarked that it was certainly not her who had been secretly observing Yunan, nearly blinding herself in the process. From that moment on, she refrained from any further scrutiny of him. Thus, Yinan and Kong Jingshu spent 3 days in unabashed bliss. On the 3rd day, following the traditions of Wu Kingdom, the bride was required to return to her familial home, a custom that even the royal family abides by. Early on, the Kong residents commenced their preparations, striving to leave a favorable impression on the crown prince. Accompanying Kong Jingshu on her return, Yinan found himself departing within less than an hour, citing state affairs as his reason for leaving. The atmosphere among the Kong family was stifling, rendering him uncomfortable and awkward, prompting his swift exit. Meanwhile, in the realm of the super-divine world, the great chrysanthemum had already manifested in Yuan Bei's vicinity, and the Xiangbing Lian had completed their training. Having tested their combat prowess against the monkeys, the rookies were performing at a lackluster level. Relying on them would inevitably lead to the same catastrophic fate as depicted in the original narrative, with Earth facing bombardment. Moreover, Angel Yin had informed Kaisha of Morgana's presence on Earth, and Kaisha was hastening her journey there. The battleship that Yuan Bei procured from Yi Nan was now in position, with the state having secretly dispatched personnel to board the vessel, ready to validate its combat capabilities against the Tiao Tiao. The government could also choose to wait until Denua and his team were overwhelmed before intervening, but they dismissed this strategy, reasoning that it was unacceptable to risk the lives of civilians to gauge the strength of extraterrestrials. Yuan Bei was acutely aware that the current Xiangbing Lian was woefully inadequate. Despite their name suggesting strength, they had consistently been on the receiving end of defeats. In the original work, Earth resembled a sieve, easily penetrated by any adversary. Denua was not genuinely assisting the Earthlings. The galactic power had always been preoccupied with romantic entanglements, proving utterly futile. Consequently, Yuan Bei had long since abandoned any hopes of allying with the Xiangbing Lian. His advancements in genetic research were nearing a breakthrough towards the fourth-generation divine body, which would enable him to confront Morgana, Kaisha, and Hishi directly. Yuan Bei's enduring ambition was to eliminate Somali and subsequently toy with Hishi. The reason for his current hesitance in confronting Somali lay in his desire to remain incognito. Despite Somali's current lack of combat prowess, he still likely maintained connections with Huayi. As Huayi's loyal hound, Somali's demise would undoubtedly provoke Huayi's formidable army. For the time being, the priority remained dealing with Tiao Tiao, shifting focus from Yuan Bei's plans. Yinan had just begun to enjoy a few days of comfort when news arrived from Zhang Sibao, the Song Kingdom, indicating that the communications conglomerate was in distress, with the issue stemming from their Royal Trading Association's agent, Yang Wei, the very man who had initially provided Yi Nan with crucial funding. It was proposed, Your Highness, the root of the problem lies in the immense profits of the communications group, which have led Yang Wei to entertain inappropriate thoughts. In my opinion, the solution is to eradicate his entire clan to prevent future troubles. Jia He was the first to speak, remarking, Truly, the Poison Master speaks of annihilating the 9 clans. If the entire Bianliang city were to dissent, I dare say Jia He could obliterate the city entirely. Your Highness, Mr. Jia's assertions are flawed. Even if we resolve the issue with Yang Wei, there will likely arise others such as Li Wei and Zhang Wei. Yang Wei merely serves as a front. The true puppet master lies elsewhere. Only by addressing the forces behind Yang Wei can we achieve a lasting resolution, Zhang Jing interjected. Zhuge, what is your perspective? Your Highness, I concur with Mr. Zhang's reasoning, and Mr. Jia has not erred in his observations. If Yang Wei proves obstinate, we shall simply replace him with a more compliant figure. It is said that his patron is the Qin minister of the Song Kingdom, a man greedy for wealth and pleasure, now in his 60s, who has recently taken a 36th concubine. I propose we dispatch Mr. Wu and his associates to first intimidate him, then flatter him into aligning with our cause. For to him, loyalty to our Wu kingdom is no different from loyalty to the Song Kingdom. Very well, let us adopt both strategies as you suggest. Zhuge, since this plan originates from you, I entrust its execution to you. I shall assign old Wu and his 3 companions to assist you, and I trust you will not disappoint me. Your subordinate obeys. Zhuge Jia replied with a formal bow. After months of arduous travel, Yutian finally arrived in the capital of the Jin Kingdom. Your Highness, a man claiming to be Yutian requests an audience, stating he is a friend of the princess. Nangong Waning was attending to state affairs in her study when a servant abruptly announced his arrival. Who? Yutian? He truly has come? Nangong Waning was taken aback. She had assumed that Yutian's earlier statements about visiting were mere words, for it seemed absurd for a prince to undertake such a journey for a single conversation. Yet, the reality before her demanded her belief. However, the circumstances had shifted. The former Nangong Waning would have welcomed him, but now, with her influence in the court growing ever stronger and having garnered numerous formidable generals and strategists, she found herself less in need of Yitian's support. Show him in and arrange for his stay in the Western Chamber. Inform him that I am currently away on an inspection and will not return for several days. I have yet to decide whether I wish to see him." Nangong Wanning instructed her servant. "Yes, Your Highness." The servant responded and departed. "My lady, the princess has left the capital to inspect the people's welfare and will not return for several days. Esteemed guest, please follow me. I shall arrange your lodging. And as soon as the princess returns, I will promptly notify you," the servant said courteously to Yi Tian, avoiding any melodramatic antics typical of lowly servants in tales of old. "Very well, please inform Wanning at the earliest opportunity that I have come to see her." Yi Tian replied, oblivious to the servant's perfunctory tone. As Yi Tian stepped into the princess's estate, a swift steed galloped into the capital. General Li has achieved a great victory. Chapter 92, The Great Victory of General Li Fei. General Li Fei achieved a remarkable victory, decisively slaying 30,000 foes in Zhanyu County and beheading the rebel leader Xiao Shisan, thus successfully reclaiming control over the northern territories. Upon the dissemination of this news, the citizens of the capital erupted in fervor. How many great victories has General Li Fei secured? Is it the 7th or perhaps the 8th? Truly, General Li Fei is an extraordinary talent, having reclaimed lands from 3 provinces. Indeed, he is the divine warrior bestowed upon our Jin state. While General Li Fei is commendable, I believe General Jiang Xian is equally formidable. He, too, is a general of unbroken victories. Since General Jiang's southern campaign, he has not tasted defeat. Yes, we should not play favorites. General Jiang is also exceptional, having obliterated over 100,000 rebels and reclaimed more than a province that was once under rebel control. The news reached the princess's residence. "Ah, General Li is truly a god of war. His presence is a blessing for our Jin state and for me." Nangong Wanning, "I must enter the palace to seek his reward." Nangong Wanning exclaimed joyfully to Jiang Han. The current situation is infinitely better than when she had just returned from the kingdom of Wu. Back then, the Jin state was engulfed in turmoil. With only 2 provinces remaining under the court's control, a mere 10,000 troops, and insufficient armaments. In such dire circumstances, she had bravely pressed forward, advocating for the inexperienced General Li Fei to be sent forth to quell the rebellion. General Li Fei indeed lived up to the expectations, achieving victory in his first battle and subsequently continuing his streak of triumphs on the battlefield, exhibiting unmatched valor. Not only did he decimate Xiao Shisan, a peak 8th tier expert, but he also reclaimed 2 provinces previously held by the rebels. Now, with Li Fei and Jiangxian advancing from north and south, they have reclaimed as many as 4 provinces, restoring half the realm to the court's grasp. Now, Nangong Wanning possesses greater confidence in quelling the insurrection. Acknowledging the indispensable contributions of the 2 warriors tirelessly fighting on the front lines. After expressing her thoughts, she prepared to visit the palace to meet the young emperor. Nangong Shan, "Your Highness, please wait." Jiang Han interjected. "What is it, Mr. Jiang? Do you have any insights?" Nangong Wanning inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Were it not for their seamless collaboration during this time, and her belief that she understood Jiang Han's temperament, she might have thought he was attempting to undermine Li Fei on behalf of his brother, Jiang Xian. "I believe this is not the right moment to seek a reward for General Li. Just days ago, Your Highness dismissed the Minister of Revenue, and the court is currently rife with tension. Requesting a reward for General Li at this juncture would undoubtedly invite opposition from other officials." Jiang Han earnestly advised Nangong Wanning. "Opposition? The Jin state belongs to my Nangong family. Must we seek their approval to reward our ministers? Such a notion is utterly absurd," Nangong Wanning declared with defiance. "If Your Highness insists on this course of action, General Li will inevitably find himself in the eye of a storm." Jiang Han had yet another statement to make. If Li Fei were to continue receiving accolades indefinitely, he would eventually reach a point of having no further honors to bestow, leading to a situation where his merits overshadow those of his superiors. History has shown that those who rise too high often meet with unfortunate ends. This was the very reason he consistently restrained Jiang Xian, urging him to delay the rebellion. It is well known that Jiang Xian far surpasses Li Fei in both martial prowess and military leadership. However, his accomplishments are far less illustrious. Those who stand at the forefront must brave the tempest. I hold unwavering faith in General Li's capabilities and character. Not to mention that one must be rewarded for their contributions. I wish for all in the realm to witness that those who toil for the Jin state shall not go unrewarded." After speaking, Nangong Wanning proceeded to the Tai Chi Hall of the Imperial Palace to meet the young emperor, Nangong Shun. Upon seeing his elder sister enter the palace, the young emperor was filled with joy. eagerly recounting amusing tales from within the palace to Nangong Wanning. She gazed at him with warmth and affection, pouring her heart into this bond that transcended mere sibling ties, embodying a profound maternal love. Having lost their mother at a tender age, Nangong Shun was raised largely by Nangong Wanning, who was both sister and mother to him. Given Nangong Shun's frail health since childhood, she cherished him even more deeply. Brother, General Li has won another victory. As emperor, you must decree rewards for him, Nangong Wanning urged. Certainly, if you say he should be rewarded. Then I shall issue a decree for General Li's commendation, Nangong Shun replied, wholly trusting in his sister's judgment, believing her words to be infallible and knowing she would never lead him astray. Dear brother, be diligent today and draft the decree. We shall announce it in tomorrow's court session. Nangong Wanning smiled. Very well, I shall heed my sister's guidance. On the front lines of the Jin state, within the military tent of General Li Fei, he was clandestinely meeting with a visitor, a middle-aged man whose appearance was utterly unremarkable. The kind one would forget after a fleeting glance. General Li, ahead lies Li Qing, commanded by the formidable Kuai Che, a former general of the Jin state renowned for his strength. The city houses an elite force of 20,000 troops. You must exercise caution. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Jia for this intelligence. Without it, I would not have advanced so swiftly. Has there been any directive from His Highness? I shall convey your thanks to our Lord. As for His Highness, he merely advises against a rapid advance, lest you outshine your superiors. A strategic loss or two would not be detrimental. Li Qing presents an excellent opportunity, and the fourth prince has now arrived in the Jin capital. Henceforth, you shall need to provide him with covert support. Understood, rest assured, Your Highness. In the future, we shall utilize communication devices for contact, as face-to-face meetings pose too great a risk of exposure. This is the latest model of miniature communicator provided by our equipment department. Let us use it for our correspondence henceforth. Upon speaking, the man produced a small, black iron block, roughly the size of a pinky finger. Li Fei accepted the iron piece, and the man gestured for him to place it against his ear. Once Li Fei donned it, it fit snugly, effectively concealing it from prying eyes. After the man departed, Li Fei turned his gaze towards the large map suspended in the center of the tent. It depicted the terrain of Li Qing and its surroundings, sent by the court. After much contemplation, Li Fei finally devised a flawless plan. One that would simulate a defeat while keeping the losses within the court's tolerable limits. He hoped that Kuai Che would be astute enough to appreciate the opportunity presented to him. He had come to facilitate his rise. Cooperation was essential, lest Li Fei be compelled to take a more forceful approach. Li Fei picked up a brush and marked a point on the map, precisely located to the west of the city. Time, like drifting sand, slipped away unnoticed, and several days had passed. Outside Bianjing, a group of over 10 individuals passed through the southern gate, vanishing into the bustling crowd of the city without causing a ripple. Yet this day would be etched in the memories of all Bianjing's inhabitants, for these 10 or so individuals were destined to stir monumental waves within the city. Bianjing, truly a place of opulence that captivates the eye. Chapter 93, finally arriving in Bianjing City, truly enchanting and opulent. Zhuge Jia gazed upon the bustling streets of Bianjing City, exclaiming in admiration. While the capital of Wu Kingdom boasts a resident population of 2 to 3 million, rendering it quite prosperous in comparison to Bianjing, Wu's capital appears akin to a remote village, existing on an entirely different plane of urban splendor. Lord Zhuge, please follow me. I have arranged accommodations for you all, announced Zhang Sibao, who had come to receive them. As one of Yi Nan's most trusted confidants, Zhuge Jia represented Yi Nan's dignity in public, prompting Zhang Sibao to exercise utmost respect in his presence. Lord Zhang, there is no need for formality. We are all loyal subjects of His Highness the Crown Prince. In public, we must trust and support one another. Zhuge Jia replied with a smile. Indeed, Lord Zhuge speaks wisely. I shall take your words to heart. Before long, the group was led by Zhang Sibao to a grand residence near the imperial city, sprawling over an impressive area of roughly 10 acres. To have secured such an extensive estate in the precious land of Bianjing City speaks volumes of Zhang Sibao's considerable wealth. For the time being, you shall reside here. And should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will endeavor to fulfill your needs. Lord Zhang, there is no need for such extravagance. We are all here to serve His Highness, and it is only by successfully attending to his affairs that we can all thrive together. In the Jin Kingdom, during the morning court assembly, the Emperor, by the mandate of heaven, proclaimed, General Li Fei, valiant and skilled in battle, has achieved commendable feats in quelling rebellions. Therefore, I hereby elevate him to the position of General of the Northern Defense and Duke of Doxiang, granting him a residence in the capital, an estate of 500 households, a monetary reward of 3,000 and 1,000 bolts of silk, thus decreed. The rewards bestowed upon Li Fei by Nangong Weiniang were deemed generous, effectively averting the potential embarrassment of having no titles left to confer should Li Fei achieve further victories. However, while Nangong Weiniang contemplated how best to treat the meritorious, the aristocratic officials within the court held a different perspective. No sooner had the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict than dissent arose. Your Majesty, while it is true that General Li has won several battles, it is illogical for one to ascend from a 5th-rank general to a 3rd-rank general of the Northern Defense without sufficient military merit to warrant a dukedom. I urge Your Majesty to deliberate cautiously. The dissenting voice belonged to Li Xian, an official of the Jin Kingdom censorate, representing the voice of the court and wielding considerable influence. Moreover, he hailed from the esteemed Li family, one of the 3 prominent families within Jin, and represented a faction that Nangong Weiniang yearned to eliminate. Your Excellency Li, your argument is misguided. Rewarding merit is imperative. General Li has recovered 2 provinces for our great Jin and has rendered significant service to the nation. No matter how he is rewarded, it is well-deserved. It is not even excessive to consider him for a county lordship. This statement came from Cui Hao, the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, who had previously held a minor position as a left assistant minister in the Ministry of Rights. After aligning himself with Nangong Weiniang, he ascended to the role of Minister of Revenue. I do not dispute General Li's deserving of rewards. Rather, I believe he is still too youthful and requires further experience. We can record his current military accomplishments and, once he has gained adequate experience and received the recognition of his peers, we can bestow rewards then. After all, rapid elevation to high office is not necessarily beneficial for a young individual. Li Xian persisted in his own twisted rhetoric. What others failed to realize was that Kuei Che, the leader of the rebel forces, was once a general supported by the Li family. It is difficult to assert that the Li family did not play a role in Kuei Che's betrayal. Subsequently, the court officials divided into 2 factions. The princess faction believed that Li Fei, having achieved merit, deserved commendation, while the aristocratic faction contended that Li Fei was too young and that the current rewards were excessively generous, advocating for a more restrained approach. The young emperor, Nangong Shan, was nearly overwhelmed by their bickering. Nevertheless, he recalled a statement made by Huang Jie the previous day. He must support what the aristocracy opposed and oppose what they supported. Silence. Nangong Shan signaled to the eunuch beside him to quell the dispute. Let this matter rest. General Li's merits cannot go unrewarded, lest outsiders accuse the Jin state of mistreating its loyal subjects. We shall set this aside for now and discuss the governance of the 2 recently reclaimed provinces. As you all know, the former officials of these provinces were slaughtered by the rebels. Now that they have returned to the court, how shall we govern them? I invite all ministers to share their perspectives. Nangong Shan decisively shifted the focus from Li Fei to the governance of the provinces, effectively